your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying, there's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
It's an interesting list of songs there.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Anybody there?
Yes.
Who wants to talk? Anybody?
What's up, Arwin?
Hey. Yeah, I'm still recovering from being striked today.
It's all good, buddy. The horizon's not where it's supposed to be anyways.
What?
I said it's all good, buddy. The horizon is not where it's supposed to be anyways, so it's all good.
Okay. I think that's a matter of perspective.
Excuse me? You're telling me the horizon is where it's supposed to be on a ball?
Oh, on a ball. Okay. Well, we're not on a ball, so
Oh, okay. So where do you live?
that's supposed to be there.
So where do you live?
On a flat Earth.
Oh, you live on flat Earth? So if you're on a houseboat and you started living there, would you live on flat water?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So where's the water in the Earth located?
Right here in the realm.
Where's here?
Here is here. It's
What's the name
only
of the
reference
place?
we have.
Where are we? Where do we live?
Here in this realm.
Here. So you don't know the name of the place you live? You've got
Right.
a lot left to learn.
It has
You've
to
got
do
a
with
lot
the
left to
physical
learn, buddy.
convention, right? We're
But
going.
if he's living on in a boat in the water, he's living on the sea. I guess you could say in the water.
Like I said he lives on Earth, and then he doesn't know the
No, well,
name of
he
the place
wouldn't
he
live on
lives.
Earth. You placed them. You placed them on the boat in the water. Earth is the land.
Oh, exactly. But that's not the name of the place we live. It's just a substance that is a part of the place that we live.
What is the name of the place we live in?
Well, that's for me to know and for you to find out. I mean, you're on a flat Earth server. I figured you'd know.
So you think the name of the place we live in is Earth?
No, Earth is a substance that is included. We coexist with the Earth in this place. Earth is not the name of the place where we live.
Is this the pea drinker?
Convention.
Yes, it is.
Oh, have fun, Arwin.
Okay. It's just a convention. You know, we call it something.
You've already admitted you do not know the name of the place where you live. You've already admitted it.
It's a convention. It doesn't have a name. It's not.
You can
a
continue
person.
to speak, but you're making yourself look stupider and stupider every time you open your mouth.
Okay.
Facepalm.
When this is our personal troll here.
I'm not trolling. You either know the
Yeah,
name of the place where you live or you don't.
yeah. You don't know the name of the place you live in.
Of
You don't
course
even know
I
what
know
you're
the
saying.
name. Of course I know where I live.
So what's the shape? An inverse triangle
The shape of what?
of the Earth?
The shape of the earth is constantly changing.
Oh, it constantly changes.
Of course it's
Really?
constantly changing. When you go to the beach and you step in the
No.
sand, does the shape of the earth change, yes or no?
No.
Of course it does.
No,
You
it
leave
doesn't.
footprints in the sand is dry land, therefore it's the earth. When you leave footprints in the earth, you've changed the shape of the earth.
No, it's sand.
No, you're
It's
incorrect.
not a part of a singular.
Sand is
rock.
dry land.
Just like
Sand is dry
water.
land.
Oh,
Sand is dry land.
Oh, okay, dry land. So we have to
What are them? What
designate
is
it now
is
by
it
the description of our experience.
wetland?
Is that the name? We have to name it by our description.
When
the
you make the
experience
statement
of
the
it?
earth does not change its shape, you are a liar.
A liar. Okay. Okay, Savonier.
I
This
thought you
is
said it was a reverse pyramid triangle.
That's the shape of the container, not the shape of the earth. We know that earth takes the shape of its container. Therefore, if the Bible is true and it comes to four corners, the shape of the container must contain four corners.
Therefore, it has to be a reverse triangle pyramid.
Well, NASA claims that it's a sphere with 0 corners. So either the Bible's lying or NASA's lying. Which is it?
That's a false dichotomy.
NASA lying?
It's a false dichotomy. Do you know what a false dichotomy is?
Doesn't matter. You don't even know where you
Oh, it
live.
doesn't
I'm not going to
matter.
have the
Okay, it
conversation
doesn't
with you.
Is
matter
NASA lying?
what you
Yes or no?
understand. Just blabber on. Okay.
You don't even know where you live. I'm not going to have a conversation with you.
You don't even
Are
know
you going
what
to
a false
share with us?
dichotomy is.
knows.
You don't seem to know what a false dichotomy is.
It doesn't matter. You probably
Yeah,
brush
it
your
does
teeth.
matter because that is an integral part of understanding the information that we deal with in order to establish what is what.
I don't need any information to know that when I put sand into a glass, it conforms to the surfaces of the container. Called I have eyes. I can see it happen.
Are you going to share with us the name that you know and we don't?
You can read the book.
No, he's just lying. Huh? Liar? Very easy to accuse people of lying, yet you're not ready to reveal that which you accuse us of not knowing. Liar? Huh?
Spicy.
What book? The book?
Dude, he said Earth takes the shape of its container.
It does. It's a truthful statement. It's a truthful statement.
Really?
Of course it is.
Cool.
When you put
All right, so
sand,
what? All right,
when you
well,
put sand into a glass, does it conform to the
no,
surfaces of
You
the
think
container?
that
no,
Earth-
no, no,
you
no,
think
no,
that the
no.
content
Of course
the
it does.
realm is
Of
all
course it
sand?
does.
How about
Earth.
mountains? How about
Hold on.
mountains?
Hold on, Armin. Earth takes the shape of its container. Now, what's the container of Earth?
Who knows? No one's reached bottom, Helio.
Bottom.
The southern ring.
Hold on, Earth. Jesus Christ. This is stupid.
The discussion
truth is
is
not
it a
stupid.
sphere or is it flat? Not if somebody digs a hole, their feet in the sand and makes a hole. That's not the discussion.
Come on, Melty.
Yeah, well, he's making up the discussion because he's like, well, Earth has a container, but it doesn't, but because we don't know what Earth is. Hey, I'll tell you what, you're right. I don't know what Earth is. Earth is, I mean, I think Arben was right. Earth is a realm. We don't know the extents. I mean, now, Earth can't take the shape of a container that's unknown. Come on, man.
Does a
chunk of sandstone need a container? Does an aggregate rock need a container?
He's literally saying Earth is mud, though.
I didn't say that. I said the Earth is dry land.
So does dry land, like a rock or an aggregate rock, need a container?
Hold on.
Rocks
Earth.
aren't
Hold on. Earth can be described as dry land in certain context, but Earth, the realm we live in, is a different context.
Citation for Earth, the realm we live in, please. Who's saying this stuff? Is it just you?
Sure, I'll fucking own that shit.
Okay, so disregarded.
Like, do I need to look it up on Wikipedia? You know what they're going to say Earth is? A ball spinning in space.
So
okay,
a citation for someone saying
Earth is not a realm. Earth is not a realm, it's dirt. That's what the dictionary says.
Melty, don't get back.
Water, Earth is not a planet, Earth is not a realm.
But that's a different context, just like I said.
Earth in its entirety, it is the realm we live in.
Incorrect. Citation, please.
Oh, right. No, I need a citation for that. It's not that Earth is not the place we live.
I didn't make the
Earth
claim.
is not the realm.
I didn't make the claim. You did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
You
did
said
make
Earth is the realm in which you live.
You
Citation.
said wrong. You said it was wrong.
Citation is not proof, numpty.
I just want to see if he's the only one saying this. I've never read that Earth is a realm. Every dictionary I've ever read says Earth is dry land, dirt, cultivatable for plant life. That's what the Earth is. It's not a realm.
Not the Earth. Earth. Post the definition that you're talking about. Come on, man. Earth, you're talking about dirt. I mean, Earth, terra firma. You know, the solid, dry, land. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be dry land. Come on, man. You're trying to fucking pull the wool over people's eyes, man.
There's the definition as you asked, live stream voice text.
All right, so. Softer, friable part of land, soil, especially productive soil. Sure. Yeah, I mean, is the land under the oceans, is that Earth too?
If it's land that is productive, sure.
Oh, yeah, there are plants that grow from dirt below the water, sea level, yeah. So that's Earth as well.
Amen.
But in the context we're talking about, Earth, the realm we live in, that's what we call it. I mean, what else would you call the place we live?
By its proper name.
What? I'm asking you, man. What would you call this place we all reside in?
What would I call it, or what is its name?
Give a shit. I just want a word.
Okay, so its name is the Garden of Eden.
All right, cool.
Cool.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I mean, it's the Garden of Eden. All right, we live in a garden, or on a garden, in a garden. I mean, which way would you put it? In or on?
We have to understand what it means. It's just the paradise of pleasure.
Well, I've had some. I haven't had good. I've had some good and bad times here. So, is it always paradise and pleasure, or?
I think the people in Detroit would disagree.
Well, they can walk out of Detroit anytime they want.
Really, and walk out into what and where and with what resources?
All they need is a little faith.
Or a lot. Shit, it takes
And
a lot of
food
faith
and
to live.
water.
It says the faith of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. You telling me you can't walk out of Detroit? Get real.
Cool. Have you moved a mountain recently with your faith?
Only if I have to.
Oh, so you haven't.
This fucking guy.
I don't know. I think that name is more suited for the North Pole, that area. Upper.
The Garden of Eden.
Yeah. With Hyperborea.
Yeah, we can't necessarily know that until we know it, but yeah, it could apply. But no, I won't deny Earth is a fascinating place.
Citation that Earth is a place.
Citation that you don't live on Earth.
Citation that you require a citation.
Oh, man.
I would say that Earth is in a place, but I wouldn't say Earth is a place.
Oh, it's in a place. Where is Earth?
But right now, it's below me.
There you go. Me too.
Then it's in a place.
Yeah, it's in a place. It isn't the place. Exactly, Sonny. Good point.
Yeah, it's the place where your feet are standing.
Stand in the place where you live. Now
turn north.
Don't think about direction. Wonder why you haven't before.
And then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer.
There you go. Oh, man.
I'm out of my mind. I know the words. I've listened to the song, and I'm out of my mind.
That's the citation. That's one citation right there from REM.
It's like they go northwest, south, east, northeast, southwest. Now face, think about direction, wonder why you haven't.
Yeah, look at the place that you stand. Place that you stand.
They say, bushes with trees will be falling. Listen to reason, the season's calling. I used to, when I was a kid, I hated that song, but dude, I love it more and more every time I hear it. Did you hear my dumbass cat?
Any Globers in the building?
Well, I mean, I think we could be on the inside of a globe, but not on the outside.
Really? Because of some reasons?
Opinion noted.
Well, because of gas pressure, Helio.
Gas pressure.
Are you
because of gas pressure, we could be inside of a globe. We could be inside of a globe, but definitely not on the outside of one next to a vacuum.
Talking about the celestial sphere?
I'm just saying we don't know the shape of the thing that is containing the gas, but it could be a globe.
So you think we can't get outside of it somewhere?
You don't know the shape of the container. You don't know the shape of the container that you're alleging that Earth is contained in either.
I don't want to commit to his shape And hey, I don't want to commit to a shape either, but you know, the land and water here where we live measures flat. I'm going to say or
It doesn't
flat
matter.
and
You
level.
can fill a globe with earth and it can still be level, the surface.
This fucking guy.
He's on the whole nother
You
level.
don't have level on a curved surface, numpty, please.
No one's talking about a curved surface.
You said a ball.
I said if you take a globe and you fill it with earth, the surface of that earth can still be level.
Wait, on top of the ball?
No, inside of the globe. Inside of the globe, if you fill it with earth, the surface of said
Inside.
earth can be level.
Nobody said inside of a globe.
The Earth? Do we live inside of the Earth or on the Earth?
I don't know. Are you underground right now?
Here
That's
come
what I'm
on,
asking you.
If you're underground, you would be in the earth, correct?
Oh, no sideboard.
1967. You're making no point when you say that if you fill a globe with earth or dirt, that it'll take the shape.
Well, we
That's
know that we're inside of a container, correct?
Earth ain't
is
no
the dirt
ball,
inside of the
ain't
container?
It has to be.
Now, are you on the dirt or in the dirt?
I'm not in the dirt.
Okay, well then, if you're talking about globe-shaped dirt and you're saying you live on it, then the surface would not be flat.
Like I said, I'm talking if you take a globe and you fill it with earth, the surface of that earth can be level.
I think that's kind of how that video Freemason shows description of the Earth, and he shows something like a globe container with a two-sided flat surface in the center of it, with the black sun shining through from underneath. But it wasn't like all dirt filled, you know, it was two-sided. And he doesn't describe what's on the bottom side, which, you know, very interesting what that could be if that's the case.
Were you playing Come Together, Sonny? Come together.
Sweet, sweet.
Anyway, no, you guys are making good points. Like Sonny was distracting me playing.
So are we
Yeah.
strike about?
What?
You say you were, enjoying your strike, your I think YouTube strike, right?
Not really enjoying it. No.
Arvin,
Well, you're not enjoying it.
you can't live stream right now because of.
Well, the strike was supposedly because of bullying.
Oh, you bully!
Wow.
I have no idea who though. But yeah, I was very pissed off during my show today.
Isn't that subjective though?
I don't know. I didn't even have any trolls in that I mistreated or anything, so I don't understand.
Yeah, well, they need to prove that. I mean, they're saying.
No, they don't.
I think somebody just got scared because I was pretty vicious in
What,
general.
you think somebody flagged your video and then they took a look at it, or what?
I don't know.
Because like
I did.
the way
I
they
did
do it
file
now,
an
they have
appeal, but
like, oh yeah, well maybe they'll let it back open if. So that was just today before you came in here.
yeah.
Weird.
Did you try to fight it or whatever?
What?
He said he appealed it already. So.
Oh, you did appeal it?
Right. Well, I basically said like I don't know what this is about. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't give you a reason sometimes. It's just like that shit.
I mean, you said it was bullying.
I think it's just I think it technically was just political banning because I got really vicious.
Was it community guideline strike?
Yeah, I think so.
So that must have been your second one if they won't let you. Because usually they'll give you a warning and then.
No, but it was of a different nature.
Oh, okay.
The first strike I had last year was because of medical disinformation.
Oh God.
Okay.
Freaking Melty, what a retard.
I wonder if can you preface it or have a like some kind of like a GIF or like some kind of image that says this is opinion, not medical advice or misinformation, and then they can't strike you because it's just you're actually providing a
No, they can
preemptive.
do what
I
they can do
address
whatever they
all of
want
that.
to.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is, I'm not bullying anyone. I'm not even targeting anyone specifically. So I'm just barking very loudly against the entire world pretty much during this show. I mean, it's not really my most eloquent performance, I'll give you that, but I don't see the bullying part. Right? It might just be an excuse.
I mean,
You
that's,
For
got
the general public, what I was doing, yeah, that's gonna scare them. I'm pretty sure it will. I was very, very angry throughout most of it. And I do technically regret that, but I was literally sick from it. It happens sometimes. Just had a really rough night, like lower belly ache, like this tension. I couldn't really place where it came from. Try to walk it off before I started the show, but then during the show, it just became apparent, and suddenly, like the anger came out, and that did help for a bit. But yeah, it's not very productive. It
Are
happened.
you only streaming on YouTube?
Yeah.
Do you have a Twitter account?
No.
Oh.
But I do
Because
have
you can
D
stream
Live.
there
I have a
too. You
D
can stream
Live
there too.
backup.
If well, you can stream Twitter, D Live, and YouTube all at the same time. You'll always have a backup. I've had problems with YouTube, but never had a problem with my Twitter account. I stream, this show where we're talking now that goes out on Twitter, and they
I
archive
don't want
every
to.
video. Okay, you don't
I
have
don't
to.
want
I was
to.
just saying, you can.
I know, but I recognize there is a problem with me in this moment. So maybe it's for the better that I just take it easy and calm the fuck down.
Maybe you might be right about that. Yeah, I
Because
got a community guideline
if that was
strike a
if they gave
couple,
a strike for
like a
that,
month
I'd be
ago.
like, okay, I get it. But bullying is like what?
I
That's just
think you're a
weird.
bully. Matter of fact, I think you get bullied more than you bully people. To be
Well, that's the
honest.
problem. That's what pisses me off so much. I think it also has to do with like Bob Nodell shit. But yesterday I was worse. Like even Sean Hawkins made like a separated clip from that part, and
Who
it was
gives a
really
shit about that
vicious,
dude?
right? But yesterday nothing happened. That show's still there. Today's show, I didn't go as vicious, as that. Less spontaneously vicious out of nowhere, but more just overall anger was kind of the theme. But then I get a strike on this one. I mean, if anything, yesterday's show would get a strike for bullying, in my opinion, not today's show. It's weird. And that's like the most annoying part. It's just also weird.
So they got you cut out. How long before you can stream again?
A week.
A week, 7 days. So that must be your second community guideline strike, right?
No.
Because
It's not
I
of the
got
same
I got
nature.
one community
They
guideline
expire.
strike.
They expire.
I got one strike, and it was a warning that I got like a month ago. But it wasn't me talking; it was just somebody. They were talking about the Russia thing, Russian collusion, something came up. I wasn't even listening, It's a 12-hour video. I tried to listen to some of it and try to figure out what they were talking about. And I appealed it, and they said no, it was there. So, all right. But they didn't shut down my live stream. And how long that lasts before? Because if I get another one, it'll be just like you 7 days. I won't be able to stream.
I never had a strike where I could still stream. I've never had a warning.
No, they changed it like in the past year or so. They have a community guideline strike, and then they have copyright strike, or I think it's copyright strike or some. I mean, if you get like a copyright strike or something,
But those
I
are
can't even
just
remember now.
they usually just demonetize you for that.
Well, they did not demonetize me without affecting the live stream a long time ago. 2 years ago, they demonetized my channel, and yeah, this is a public service to everyone listening. Ain't nobody making money here. Unless you send me money. By the way, you can send it to my PayPal. It's in the description. Other than that, I don't get. I do get some donations every once in a while, but not enough to really even cover my internet fees.
Right. But it's all messed up, man. Like there's people out there that have much bigger channels that behave like atrociously, like actual bullying. Right? They don't get strikes. I don't even do that.
Yeah. And we don't either. We're as far as like this room, this live stream room, we kind of, there's certain topics that we, if someone gets too hot and heavy on a certain topic, it's like, hey, man, we're trying to keep this on the topic, which is flat Earth in this room. And, we cut up a lot, sometimes, but for the most part, we try to make it open for new people or for people that have been here for a long time to have open dialogue about, mostly about flat Earth, but we'll get off topic every once in a while. But that's what this room is for. That's what the my YouTube channel's for. And Roger has a channel too. So we have 2 YouTube channels that stream our stuff. What we're here for. We're here to have the open conversation. If it gets too far off topic, usually there's a moderator in here to kind of keep it try to maintain the channel and the Discord, because I mean even Discord can get pretty pissy about some topics, so they'll just get rid of your server. So kind of have to be careful about what you talk about. But for some reason, they just they don't care if you talk about flat Earth all day. They're just not going to promote you. They suppress flat Earth and on YouTube, and I don't know about Discord, but hey, but as far as traffic goes, we still get a lot of new people that find our server. People from other servers is like, how'd you find the server? They're like, oh, a friend of mine said go talk to these flat earthers. I was like, good. Why's your friend talking about flat Earth? What? What do you, I always ask. I ask them. How did you find us? Why are you curious about talking to flat earthers? That's awesome. We still get dozens of people that join our server every day. So I think it's awesome.
I've tried to help get people in here. More often now, people are posting flat Earth topic on Reddit, and it's still not really the place for that. But I'll get on there and say, yeah, come to the Discord and talk about it. Come here. To the point where people are like, why do you keep recommending that place? And I'm like, come on in and find out.
Yeah, because it's the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
Yeah, you're right, man. It's the truth.
Yeah, Reddit's kind of a shithole.
I think I noticed the tide turning a little bit. Like I said, there is more frequent posts, and it went from all negative comments to a lot of people in there. It's like from here, the stuff they're spreading, like they did their research, and I think the tide is turning on there, which I'd love to see that, but that'll probably be the day they, block or ban everything.
Yeah, maybe.
Got two new people in the BC check-in. Someone's hop up.
Check them in, Quetzalcoatl.
Well, anyone want to tag along? What are you throwing it
Yeah,
at me?
I'll jump in there with. Hey, I'll jump in there if you jump in there with me.
Yeah, sure. All right, go.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can hear you.
Arwen, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The Foucault pendulum, does it prove a sphere in some way? Why or why not?
No, it doesn't. And what it does do, however, is swing a pendulum and then have somebody right there telling you what to imagine, which would be that it doesn't spin or it doesn't swing because it swings, but that the globe is spinning underneath it, and that's in some way the cause of its pathway. So they basically make you presuppose while swinging a pendulum in front of your face.
Have you ever compared these drift patterns with pendulums according to latitude? Is that a thing or no? Have you tried it?
Well, yeah, everybody can take a pendulum with them, go to places. It's pretty much the same, right? A plum is the plum everywhere. It's not going to deviate. It's not from a standstill position going to suddenly deviate. It would, however, if the Earth were a spinning globe. But it doesn't happen.
Arwen, you got to get closer to the mic, bud. If that guy's on 10, you're on like 2.
Harwin has a soft, delicate voice. Okay, you say if the Earth is spinning, a pendulum, which is a very delicate equipment, should move by itself. Okay, but what about the movement of the Earth around the sun? Aren't we going even faster around the sun? Is that considered acceleration, and wouldn't that also have an effect, or no?
Yeah. It's a mess, right? But in reality, the Earth is stationary, so yeah, it would be quite a crazy mess if the Earth were actually a spinning ball, but yeah, it isn't.
Okay, what if somebody gets a Foucault pendulum to have one drift in the North Pole, one drift on the equator, and one drift, let's say, at let's say at 2 o'clock. Let's say the drifts are all different. Does that indicate anything?
Well, probably that they're a liar, because that wouldn't happen, and it doesn't.
Okay, you looked into that? Because the globers claim that you can tell where you are on the globe depending on the drift of your pendulum.
The
It'll tell you
Globers
exactly
also
where you
say
are.
you can bounce a radio off the moon, right? Doesn't make it true. Doesn't make them actually prove it. They deprioritize actually proving their claims above or underneath just making the claim a lot until everybody starts repeating it.
Okay, good. Now, what about the Cavendish? The globers are getting a deviation difference if you put two bricks of lead together or balls or something, and they're claiming they're attracting each other on a torsion bar.
Well,
What do you
it
say to
doesn't
that?
prove anything, first off, and a general notion is that Cavendish tests results tend to be very unpredictable and erratic, which means it does not yield a conclusive result. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Pretty even out.
So no mass attracted mass?
Indeed. Now, even if the result would be not erratic of the Cavendish test, it still wouldn't prove it. Like, that's a false notion about it. it doesn't actually prove gravity. It presupposes gravity, and what it actually is supposed to be doing is weighing the Earth, which makes absolutely no sense, by the way. It's just calculation. So Cavendish test is not actually weighing, or yeah, it's not actually proving gravity. It never was.
Okay, good. How about the claim you weigh lighter in a plane than you weigh heavier on the ground because the plane is farther from the Earth? Have you baked into that?
Well, yeah, of course, we heard that plenty of times. The actual cause, though, is related more to the medium in which a object that might be weighed is present in than any presupposed gravity influence, right? Because it's a relative density. And hey, guess what? The temperatures are very different in these different regions in the world. In one, it's very hot. In the other, it's very cold. Well, guess what? Temperature has a very distinct influence on density, especially of the medium. So, yeah, at the equator, it's very hot. The medium will be less dense because it is hotter. Thus, any object may seem to weigh slightly less than compared to an environment where it's very cold, where the medium will be denser, so it will be weighing slightly more. Wait, it's the other way around. No. However, it is density based
Hello?
influence. It's the
Anybody here?
environment that's basically causing the difference, not a presupposed gravity.
Well, yeah. If you're talking about the North Pole being cold, that should push you down more. So you should weigh. No, sorry. Go back to the equator. On the equator, if it's hot, the air is going up, so it's pushing you down. Is that right?
No, sorry, I turned it around. It's the other way around. You should actually weigh more, right? Ships. This is widely
Who are you
known.
having that conversation with?
When a ship goes
Dodrick.
Oh.
Go ahead.
When a ship sails like from Europe to say what is it?
We got two
Niger
new
or
fellows in
something?
the live stream.
Somewhere.
If anyone
Chile. Let's say you go to Chile. Chile.
Yeah, somewhere at the equator,
Chile.
right? Well, guess
I'm
what's
not
gonna
following
happen?
what are you talking about. I might have missed something in the beginning.
Hello? We're in the middle of a
Go ahead.
conversation.
Go ahead.
Right. So ships will sink a lot deeper into the ocean. And this is even noted like on the ship. Like it has a different type of height to be expected with different loads in different oceans because, well, at the equator, the oceans are a lot warmer, thus less compacted, and the ship will sink deeper into the water. It will effectively have more weight compared to in the north. Right? So that's one influence. And then, yeah, there on the land, it's going to influence it similarly because the air is a lot warmer as well. So it's going to be more spread out, more rising, more going in all directions, more expanding. So it's going to be, on average, slightly less dense.
Okay, but I thought the globe claim is that you weigh less on the equator because you're being thrown out into space, and you weigh more on the poles because of the I don't know, a centripetal force. Not sure.
You know how much that is, though?
It's like 0.003.
Hey, wait, I got a joke.
Extremely little.
Going by that logic, doesn't it make sense for them to put a Planet Fitness on the North Pole and the South Pole? You want to tone
the
yourself up,
deviation
right?
is insignificant. It only supposedly becomes significant when you have items that are very valuable per weight, like gold or something, right? That's like the only part where it even becomes slightly relevant, presupposedly. In reality, nothing happens. Nobody does that.
The difference in weight is me drinking a cup of water. I think that's what I figured out when I did the math on it. Yeah, I thought the globe claim was that you're lighter on the equator, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, because of supposed Earth spin, centripetal
Yes.
presupposed. Yeah, yeah. That's what they say. I'm not buying it though.
Do you buy that you weigh less on the equator than on the North Pole?
No.
How about if you weigh less in the plane than on the ground? Like half a pound?
Well, that's a little complicated because planes tend to be pressurized. So, no.
Yeah, if it's pressurized, then you'd weigh less because it would be pushing you up, like if you're in the pool of water, which is pressurized.
Well, the medium becomes denser than you, so yeah, you're less affected by relative density disequilibrium.
When somebody shows me a Cavendish, I wanted to be conclusive. I wanted like the BB to stick to. I want them to stick together to overcome the torsion bar, which will prove that it's sticking to something. But it just moves forward, then moves away. So it's like a teeter totter. Like I always say, if you can get a BB to stick to a wrecking ball, then that would prove gravity. Am I right? But I've never seen the
You'd
Cavendish
have to
just moves
isolate.
forward and it moves away.
Yeah, but you'd have to isolate all other factors. So that wouldn't prove that gravity, that they claim exists.
How about orbits, Arwen? Do you believe in orbits?
No.
So if someone showed you a picture of the ISS satellite, which looks like a little thing in the sky from the ground, what is that? Do you think
It's a light in the sky. I don't know what it is.
it's light in the sky? But what if they show you a silhouette, like a black silhouette on the moon, of like the symbol H of the? It looks like an H.
Hey, we might want to put a caveat on that. So it's not just orbits, but it's orbits the way the globers and the people that push this heliocentric model describe. Because after all, we do see the sun making a circuit above our head. And so technically, at least some, point in the air or something, it's orbiting some point is the point, but it's not falling around the Earth.
No, that's what an orbit is, very specifically.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, is that actually, to the best of my knowledge, by definition, it's just something making a circle around something else. Orbit doesn't technically mean something falling around something else. It's just that they use it that way. They've made it so there's two definitions.
Citation?
Okay, wait. So you're saying there's a circuit around the over the flat Earth, which is the sun, the moon, they move in a circuit. So you're saying they can throw up a satellite and that gets caught in that circuit, so it's going around with the sun and the moon like in a circle. Is that what we see?
Oh, hold on. You just said no. I did not say that. I didn't say you could throw something up and it just goes and joins a pathway. I mean, we don't know what is keeping the sun in whatever pathway that it is. So you'd have to demonstrate that before you could ever, talk about throwing a satellite up and have it follow the path of the sun, like, a similar path as the sun. No.
Oh, really? So you think the sun is an object, do you? What's your evidence for that?
Well, it's a good discussion because the Globers claim, hey, look, we can see the satellites going around in a circle, so it must be orbiting. It must be a globe. This is the argument.
Well, that's all presupposed,
Well,
but the sun is not moving like in a circle.
How could you possibly see a shadow of anything on the moon that's 238,000 miles away? Just the fact that they're saying they're seeing a shadow on the moon blows their heliocentric model.
Oh, what I'm saying is we shouldn't say the words orbits are impossible. We should say the words nothing's falling around the Earth because that's silly and stupid.
But don't the sun and moon
I don't
circle
know.
above
An
the flat
orbit.
Earth?
Look, an orbit is.
Yeah, they make circuits. They make circuits above the flat Earth or orbits. Technically, either word works. Technically.
An orbit is passive, right? An orbit is a passive thing. It's just.
Yeah. Don't get it confused with rotation. So rotation is just turning in one place, and then orbit is making a pathway around something else, a circular pathway around something else.
Right, but it does require, like, it is very specific to objects, right?
Well,
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. No, I think the answer to that is no.
Oh, really? Describe a non-material orbit.
Just describing what?
Well, okay, I could do that very simply.
An
A
orbit of a
ghost, a
non-material.
ghost going around a circle of you. There you go.
What?
Yeah, if a ghost went around a circle and you were the point of the center of the circle of his path, he'd be orbiting you, wouldn't he? There you go.
No, because it's not physical. Just an apparition.
So you're inferring in the word orbit some kind of
Apparition, that's
force
encircling,
multiplier.
That's encircling. That's not an orbit.
That is an orbit.
No, an orbit is physical.
Oh, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. Again, can I have a citation of a orbit of a non-material
Yeah,
thing?
perfect.
That's actual.
Absolutely. When you provide a citation of your counterposition, the other person can provide their citation as well, because you made an equally assertion that it must be physical. So where's your citation for that?
Well, every use of the word orbit.
Ah. So
Is
we're talking
one of
about
the
uses
uses
rather
of the
than
word
base
orbit-
principles
is
of
one the uses
definitions.
of the word orbit out there ever been applied to a non-actual, non-material thing? Like, oh, it's just something that's visual. Oh, the visual thing that doesn't really seem to be there is orbiting. No. Then it's just going to go by description. Circular. A circular path. An orbit is... It does imply a physical thing.
But it's a concept.
Of course it's a concept because it never happens.
Right,
But
exactly.
it definitely does
Right.
imply a physical thing.
Right. The problem is that colloquial implication that has been accepted societal wide doesn't necessarily change and limit definitions.
It does if it's the only way it's ever used. If you can find something that contrasts that, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I gave you one. A ghost orbits your body. There you
Ghosts are
go.
not recognized as legitimate phenomena.
Ah, so says who?
Scientific method.
Ah, so the scientific method. Okay, perfect. Here's a question. Is the scientific method the arbiter of all propositions?
No, but it is of all
Correct.
things physical in
So why would you limit that
It
to the
is with
scientific
all
method?
things physical in nature, though.
Perfect. But you said that we're talking about the sun and there's no evidence that the sun's physical, so that would exclude the scientific method, would it not? So why then appeal to the scientific method? It's the arbiter of whether or not we're going to say that this can
Use the
orbit that.
scientific method.
Exactly.
No.
So it's perfectly fine for someone to say that the sun's circle apparition hologram ghost
Jesus
orbits a point in space.
Yeah, have a conversation with yourself then.
Arwen, go put some butter on that butthurt. Okay, just because I was talking, you tried to talk, and I kept talking, doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Yeah, see? Drama.
You started it with your fucking ad hom, dickhead.
What ad hom? What ad hom did I start with?
A description, yeah? Thanks.
What?
What?
Did you say ad hoc or ad hom?
Yeah, you're forgetting already. Yeah.
Was it ad hoc explanation or ad hominem?
Okay? Just go fuck yourself.
Arwen, how about you go compose yourself? Why people get so butthurt, man? It'll be all right, people. For real, it will.
Okay, everybody take a breath.
Yeah, the sun will come up tomorrow, whether it's an apparition or a big ball of flame. It'll still come up tomorrow.
Can you repeat the question?
The question was, man, your question. Do you believe in orbits? All right. Mr. Godric, that was your question on the table. Do you believe in orbits? Something to that effect.
Well, I don't think it was even that. I was just pointing out the fact that we have to be careful with how we use the word orbit, because just plainly saying the words orbits don't exist, nothing orbits anything, might be technically inaccurate, because the sun may orbit a point in space above the flat Earth. So, that would be a technical, that's what I'm saying. But I don't normally say it that way. I just say we observe it making a circuit above our heads, as we observe it making a circuit above our heads.
Well, see, this is the power of the language trick that they played on us, is that the term orbit, regardless of what it could or may mean, or originally meant, has come to mean physical objects floating around each other in free space with a specific force relationship between them. And we can't even think otherwise of that word. Same with like gravity or down. It's like most people hear the word down and they imply with that word, inwards towards the center of the earth rather than just down.
Okay. Well, whatever you think orbit originally meant, you're not giving a citation for that, of course. So it's all just nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely. And neither of you given a citation for your assertion, so you're different. See how easy it is to play that game?
Well, I worked by inference, right? I wasn't like giving a citation. You're making a claim it means something completely different. Well, where's the proof of it? Right? I was just being specific, and I was going by inference, right? That's how people use it. It's a practical application. I didn't make that up, right? You did make it up. You're making up.
Perfect. So,
that it's just, it didn't mean this at all. Well, where's the evidence?
Hey, that's great.
Where's the
That's
previous
great.
use of the word orbit where it doesn't mean that then?
That's great. So let's take Mr. Dude Orion's assertion, right? That it seems to him that it's reasonable that if the sun, regardless of what it is, makes a path around a central point, that it would be fair, at least it seems to be fair in his summation, maybe, to say it orbits around that point. But I would ask this, if you don't use the word it orbits around that point, What other words would you use?
Circuit. If you're going to imply an orbit is around. If it's a circle over, that's called a circuit.
Circuit.
An orbit is around a ball. Or
Hold on,
around
hold
a
on. You don't say.
three-dimensional
Hold on, buddy.
object.
Hold on. Chill. It's not uncircuit. It's making a circuit. It's not just the word circuit. It's putting the words making a circuit. You gotta say all three words. Otherwise, I don't think you're using the word properly.
All right. Good point. But it's not an orbit, because an orbit is specifically around the object, not over it.
Hey, quick
Okay,
quick
but
question,
the point
yes.
that was made.
Are you claiming?
Hold on.
Hey, sir, hold on a sec. I want to ask the question. Are you claiming the sun is not apparent? Is that the claim?
It's irrelevant. Okay, well, what the sun is in nature of these questions that we're talking about, the term orbit or circuit, what the sun actually is irrelevant. So the correction on the table that needs to be made is, yes, we agree the sun is above the earth doing something. You could call that a circuit. But the other proposition that was put is that if the sun specifically is doing its circuit around a center point in the sky, you could even argue, let's say, if you think it's a holographic projection, let's just call it a projector. What if the projector is turning in a circle? Well, technically that would make the sun a projection from it, so it wouldn't be orbiting it. So there's lots of ways to think about it, talk about it, where there's implications.
Is that any indication of Earth having some kind of curvature anybody has ever measured?
What does that have to do with anything?
Next one.
Well, that's the whole point of the server. Earth proof. We need some Earth proof. And I don't think lights in the sky are any kind of relationship to what we stand on in any kind of way. It has to be imagined that they are.
Yeah.
Well, and fair, but nobody's positive the idea that it was the case so far in this conversation.
Yeah, I apologize. The lights in the sky can be really distracting from the point. The point is that there's images that have discredited the claimed geometry of the globe, and the geometry isn't conforming to measurements made either laser, camera and video of people attempting to find Earth on the surface of the Earth, and that's a major problem for anybody believing in the globe. I apologize. I'll get out. Arlen does a great job. These things. So, hi, Arlen, by the way.
Hello.
All right, Lumpy.
Trying to find a correct.
That's your second apology in a week.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'll be quiet. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to
Don't be
voice
quiet.
text, yeah.
If you want to say something interesting, you don't have to apologize for it every time. Just say it.
I know. This is such an. I may sound like LARPy when I say it often, but this is the most important topic. Well, second, but we're not going to get into this most. But this is a topic that is breaking humans' brains from being able to use logic, and it's a really bad thing for my fellow humans to be in this situation. And Arwen's done much more work than me, much more years of it. So thanks, Arwen, and thanks, guys, for the fight. And yeah, this guest.
Yo,
What would be the
communist
point?
dog, could you please stop eating chips with an open
Sorry,
mind?
Mom.
So it's the communist dog that's our guest right now, and I would like to ask you why you have no problem with the fact that no government, military, individual, corporation, or agency has ever directly measured Earth curvature. Is that a problem for your worldview?
Mine?
I mean,
No, the Earth is flat. I'm very sure it is. They know it.
yeah.
The ones that measure it.
Yeah, that's why I get chips rumbling in the ear rather than an answer. Thanks, Arwen. Honest.
Maybe you'll be able
I mean, I'm very certain not everybody in the government is aware the Earth is flat, but those that actually deal with the information and the measuring, they do know. But they also know that it drives people nuts, so they kind of keep it to themselves and just go along with the story.
Yeah, when you're really fortunate to be with Nathan, man, Nathan got me to the point where I could go public with this because there was a lot of previous information that was kind of harder to pull apart, and QE as well for being able to teach me how to identify logical fallacy. Man, this has been such a blessing because it's a slam dunk now. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. But yeah, it's been a long road. It's a learning road. Like flat Earth debate is and QE and all that for all their character flaws. It is effectively just an open university where you learn academics. And yeah, some people catch on quickly. Others it takes a long time before it gets like they can get it in their head, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually quite slow with academics, but I started very young. It just didn't rub off too much, but I did understand it was there, and it couldn't really see what it is. But I respected it, even though I didn't understand it. So I'm really happy in the last few years that I got the opportunity to, deal with somebody that's actually willing to be a teacher at it, like Huey.
Yeah.
That helped
Yeah.
enormously.
It's the wolf pup idea, and we get to get chips in our ear rather than answers when it comes to direct Earth curve measurement. It's boiled us down to that now, Erwin. It's really awesome, isn't it? Well, lying's not good for, people's self-respect. So, and that reflects into respect for others, I think. I see it so often that I come to believe that that's the case.
You guys maybe want to talk with the new guys? Check them out?
Sure.
Or see what they are all about. They seem to be posting some interesting stuff as well in the voice text.
Well, I live for new people. I will absolutely be polite to honest answers, and I won't be impolite.
Communist dog, you're VC verified and you're not muted. Would you like to speak up? What's up, dog? Okay, Flair through 12, would you like to say hi?
Hi.
That's the wrong answer. Not that I'm picky, but... Trucky's a new flat earther. Welcome, Trucky. How's it going?
Yo, what's good, man?
Good, man. Just thought I'd say hi.
Hey, I'm here.
Hi, Roger. How are you today?
Fine. Yeah, nice weather.
Good, man.
Easy
Good to
settled,
hear it.
so it's always good. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of new guys. Flat Earther 12, and you had a buddy, communist dog. What's up, guys?
Hey, Roger.
Hey, all right.
Gaat-ie?
Ja, goed.
Hey, Roger.
Mooi.
Yeah. So, yeah, Flat Earther 12, communist dog. You guys are Flat Earthers?
Yup.
I don't know about that. I checked out his link, and the second one is like a Flat Earth Society reference, blatantly. First one's
Okay.
just a general GIF thing.
Right. And what? How did you come to the understanding that the Earth is not a ball, Flat Earther 12?
My dad educated me.
Your dad? Okay. And what did he tell you?
Well, he gave me a lot of good arguments for why the Earth isn't round.
Like? Interesting. Like what?
What did he tell you?
For example, trying to think of one now.
My God, how is that difficult to think about that in a second? Because you need to like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, like 5 now. 5 examples, very fast.
Yeah, and your buddy Communist Dog was also a flat earther, right? He's vouching for you. That's what you said.
I'm quite new to the whole thing, but I've been interested in it for a long while.
Okay. Right. So what we like here, right, is honesty. So it's perfectly fine if you say that you believe that you're on a ball, right? Nobody's going to ban you for that. I'm going to ask you why you think you're on a ball, but we're not going to get mad. So I'd rather have you being honest, Flat Earther 12.
I just don't go scattergunning standard refuted arguments. That's usually what pisses us off.
Oh, he's gone. Yeah, of course he's gone. Of course he jumped. So that's your friend, Communist Dog?
Yeah, I met him in another server, but don't really know him too well.
He went to ask father about claims, yeah.
That was almost interesting.
Wait a second. You met him on a different server, yet his account is like, he created it today?
Did he?
He created his account today, right?
Got it. Got it.
Mystery.
He created his account today, and you met him on a different server?
Yeah.
Today.
Which one?
It's called Cool Place.
Okay. Weird.
Oh.
Yeah, he made it like 6 o'clock GMT. He made the account. And then 4 minutes after 6, he jumped into this server. But that wasn't his original account then.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know, right?
But what about that disc you posted? What about that Communist Dog? What about that disc what you posted?
What Discord, sorry?
The
one that I just mentioned.
What about
yeah,
that?
it's fine, right? But
the one that I posted.
It's a bit weird, right? So he made that account at 6 o'clock GMT. Then he jumped into this server 4 minutes later, and you tell us that you know him from a different server. Okay.
Oh.
He left.
Oh, he left.
Yeah.
He was checkmate. He didn't even try to
What's that
respawn.
Queen song? Another one bites the dust.
Yeah,
that was good instinct. That was good instinct.
It crawled away.
So these, I'm gonna paraphrase Indio. These globies think flat earthers are low hanging fruit, right? They come here and then they think, well, I'm gonna bash some flat earthers, ridicule them, make them look stupid, right? Yeah, of course.
Get why they get that impulse in the first place, right? That's the part I don't get.
Hey, Arwen, since I have a direct ear to the Flat Earth debate real quick, and it's not a command or any of that, but I was considering how they're claiming the 90-degree for the sextant measurement couldn't possibly be right, because for SOHCAHTOA to function, you need 90 degrees, and they didn't construct the model right in their diagrams. They would need to make multiple triangles, each with 90 degrees in each. Yep. So they pinned themselves with that. In my opinion, I think maybe to offshore talk, bring up the fact that if you need included angles so that you can use SOHCAHTOA, because as a machinist I'll do that, but you need a distance to that location, and you need to make multiple triangles that will give you 90 degrees. Thanks.
Wait, what?
See, They don't have
Are you talking
the
about ballers?
ability.
Are you talking about
I'm
ballers
talking
of
no,
having
no. I'm talking about any guest like Bob the Science Guy or anybody with the diagrams they've used. They wouldn't be able to have a 90-degree. They would have had to construct the
Oh,
math
great.
differently for yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
I haven't seen.
but
Yep, they've done it and it's on record. Huh?
we've been talking about that on the Flat Earth debate for like over a month now.
Okay, yeah, the 90-degree, but then the model that they described, I haven't heard it confronted yet. Maybe I missed it,
It's
but
the
that
Yeah.
somebody called them out at the moment they tried to show it.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
hasn't been done. They would have to have floppy pancakes on the curved surface. They have to have the math for that and show how you could have triangles that could actually delineate a location from those three floppy pancakes.
And the floppy pancake would have to be 90 degrees from the vertical for SOHCAHTOA to function.
Yeah. Well,
It's
so
all worse than that because first they
it can't be
actually
done.
need to make up their minds whether they're going to apply terrestrial refraction or not and make it all bend.
It's so bad. They're 1-2 punch the black swan in the
Oh, the ballers are screwed with the sextant. And that's why now their strategy is just like, no, of course, it just works. Just never get to the point where you're actually going to ask me how, other than some haphazard description that doesn't prove anything.
Listen, here's how inept they were about the sextant. For the last 2 or 3 months since we brought it up, or since QE actually brought it to the forefront, from Mitchell, I think, in Australia, but they didn't even know that it was used to find your location on the surface. They didn't know this. We had to tell them what it was used for. They didn't even know.
Right, and then they instantly became experts.
They still think it's measuring the distance to the star. They still come off with that.
That's crazy.
They don't even know what it's used for, but they know it works on a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Well, they say also that, but we don't need to measure the horizon. We just use a bubble sextant. Then I ask, how are you going to use a bubble sextant on a ship on the ocean that's constantly rocking? How are you going to keep that bubble perfectly
No
level?
kidding.
Good luck with
Absolutely
that.
correct.
Like, while
Yeah.
you're staring at the horizon, keep the thing you're using to look through perfectly level on a rocking ship. Good luck.
Say, Arwen, yesterday I bought a Nikon P900, and what I have in mind to do, like the sextant does, is use that mirror to make the angle measurement parallel with the horizon behind them. I want to try and find two black swans on the Pacific, the Lake Superior, because there's big enough distances and some islands out there. But I want to try and Google Earth Maps and see if I can find a location where something might be there, so I can look 180 degrees, put myself in the middle of it, and then show that the horizons are parallel.
Cool.
So meaning a black swan in front of me, verify that the angle hasn't changed on the camera, turn it 180 degrees so that it's, say, hopefully 9 miles and 9 miles, so now 18 miles of missing curve and parallel horizon.
The best footage of the horizon you can get is at 1 foot observation height on a clear day. Those are the best ones.
Yeah, but I plan on taking a boat to wherever, some kind of island or something, and maybe putting up something to view. I'm not sure what yet, because if there isn't anything there, but it'd be a little bit of an expensive trip, and I would have to try and somehow plan for it. There would need to be good weather and really good clear air, and then I'd have to have a plan and hopefully have something to look at. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about it yet, but I bought the Nikon for that purpose and for showing people I know personally, what stars will look like if you're not trusting the magazines and the data sets and the interpretation of the data sets of the whatever the telescopes and or whatever, all the garbage you get from that.
All right. I haven't seen the ocean in like 10 years.
That's rough.
Well, I'm in Minnesota, USA, and north part in the middle about. We get a lot of lakes. So, or I'll find another lake like Mille Lacs or Big Red Lake. Both of them are huge. Maybe I can come up with some kind of plan for. But the images and the distance, and that they're separated from each other, maybe even 3 separate images, can allow me to use square mile function and verify that the images are all beyond the limitations, and then now make a square mile out of the distances observed, verifying all being flat.
This is for Arwen. You talked about making observations at 1 foot. I noticed that the lapping of the waves in the front between you and the object blocks taller objects like buildings and taller objects. Is that what you get also, or no? Even shorter, smaller waves
When the
can
water's
block
kind of
big
even,
buildings.
you want to do it when the water's kind of even, not in the middle of tides or something. Right?
Yeah, but there is wind though. Even if it's still, there's still some wind. If you're taking an observation like the Chicago skyline from across the lake, right? There's going to be obviously some waves, even if they're miles, right? And can't these small waves block distant buildings even if they're taller? Yes or no?
Well, it all depends, you know? It all depends. So,
But if you take observation at 1
a
foot
little rough,
height,
you can't see it, maybe it'll be perfect, and then you can.
let me ask you this: could a shorter object like in between you and the observation block the observation if it's shorter? Like in a 2 foot wave block a 20-foot building in the distance? Let's say a 5 feet observation.
The 20 foot in the distance can appear much shorter. Things shrink as they go in the distance.
Right. So if it appears much shorter, wouldn't that mean that a 2 foot wave, let's say 3 miles out, can block a 20-foot building 50 miles out or 30 miles out? Which is, I think, what happens.
Yeah, the bottom appears to compress the image. You'd be right with that, but that doesn't mean Earth curve. That can happen on a flat surface.
That's what I'm saying. But the Globers have a big argument that a 2 foot wave can never block anything more than 2 feet if the observation is at 2 feet.
Well, I can put my hand in front of my face and block a skyscraper entirely from my view, but my hand isn't larger than the skyscraper in the distance.
Right,
So,
but the angle of your hand, right? We can all do that. The angle of your hand, though, covers the skyscraper, right? But if you lower your hand, let's say to your chest level, right? Yeah. Let's say you're looking over a stone wall, okay? Let's say 5 feet, right? And then you back up, right? And say your camera height's 6 feet and stone wall's 5 feet. And then you back up several miles. Can that stone wall ever block, a 30-foot building if your camera height is 6 feet?
well, another problem with that is you're not certain of the distance of the wave obstructing the view, and then the compression and the water. I've seen examples of water reflecting itself as well, which will raise it up in view, which isn't an actual view you're seeing. It's water reflecting itself. There's a lot of things going on. That's why the black swan is so key, because it takes away all that potential because you can see the horizon beyond the image. So that's what I'm going to be trying to do, is get an image of something with the horizon beyond it, and then 180 and maybe even 90 from them two measurements or observations.
Okay, you're saying water reflection in front of the object can block distant objects, right?
Yeah, so like a camera was brought right down to the water line and the image was of a toy boat, and the water was reflecting in front of the toy boat, and that could be verified. I don't know how to better explain it, and it isn't an observation I made. And that channel didn't last very long. I remember that one. That guy they didn't let him keep doing that. And I don't mean to giggle at that because that's evil to censor people. It's criminal because we should have protection, especially here in America.
Okay, but if reflecting water can block distant objects that are taller than reflecting water, does that also mean that distant objects can be brought up, like let's say over a curve, so you can see them in the air, which is also what they claim?
All of that type of an image, you can still see the horizon. A thing appearing to float or whatever. I can still see the water line. It's kind of an illusion. Bringing up an object due to refraction or any of that, it would reflect the whole thing. The whole thing would be all wavy, like over a highway, in a hot day in the desert. Until the refraction stops happening in your view,
It would be all wavy. So if an object was lifted up, it would be wavy. It wouldn't be like all straight and perfect.
Yeah, but there's some evidence of the wavy happening, but the whole image would be, and it's not even possible. There isn't two mediums you're looking through. It wouldn't lift it up uniformly. There's so many problems with it, but it's not even important. I don't see it as important. I see it as
That's their main argument. They're saying that from behind the globe, the light's lifting the object up so we can see it. This is the whole argument they're having now.
I understand.
It's only like 2 degrees. It's only 1 degree or 3 degrees, so it makes sense.
Okay. For me, I deem it an obstruction as something in the way. I'm going to deem that. And besides, how about this? I heard this earlier. As you're looking out, the curvature is happening rapidly, basically. But if you put a plumb on the horizon and measure, you get a 90 degree, as far as your eyes can see, being that the horizon's horizontal, that would mean we'd be living on, I don't even know how to describe it, like say a paper towel roll, because it would be, level across the middle of the paper towel, the top of the paper towel, but then rolling down and away from you as you look forward toward it. So them two things
So
don't match.
if it's curving between you and the object, what's it called?
But not side to side.
It should also bend side to side. So the top, the highest point on a ball, for example, should be in the middle of where you're looking. It should curve down on both sides, right?
Yeah, it's claiming to curve rapidly forward.
Front to back and not left to right, right?
Another thing about the left to right view is a lot of that's really compressed, and that's why an airplane appears to move slow, because it's actually traveling a lot of ground that appears to be pushed together. So that distance is actually much further than what you're seeing it at. It's a lot further across as horizontal than it is. You know what I mean? Like if you were standing in the sky, which could never happen, but at two places at once, say from the beach, seeing the airplane appear to move very slowly across the sky, or right next to the airplane in the sky, standing on a ladder or something, let's say, it would zip by at 500 miles an hour. And we're two totally different experiences. But that's because the view is compressed. The airplane's moving much faster than it appears to be due to parallax. So the horizon left to right is actually much more distant than any glober will ever admit.
Yeah, but now you need to define what horizon means.
Well, etymologically, it would horizontal. I'm thinking, and it appears as horizontal from an observer looking forward, say over water. So
Right.
that's
But
what
it
where
doesn't
I'm at.
define what it is.
Okay.
That's an attribute that a
How
horizon
about
possesses, sure.
how about this then? For Euclidean geometry definition, it'd be perpendicular to a plumb on either side. So plumb being a vertical.
Okay, so you've
And
you've already committed a categorical logic error.
okay, I'm willing to learn. Let me help me. Thanks.
Because I could have sworn you were talking about the horizon as in where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the water. But now you're just talking about horizontal lines. So which one were you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about a measurement of what appears to be the horizon, or what is the horizon by what I'm viewing, and that on either side of a plumb, you can measure a 90-degree angle, which would, for Euclidean geometry, that means that's perpendicular to vertical, which would make it horizontal. I can do that on SolidWorks and upload it on my YouTube, and then you can
Right.
have that
So
for
when you make a horizontal by getting a perpendicular to plumb, okay, that's not referred to as the horizon.
Oh, okay. I'm just talking geometric form then, and I did make a category error. I got to come
Right.
up with a new way to
Even
work
in
that.
geometry, that's not referred to as a horizon. And to be
Okay.
fair to you, the Globers do this all the time with the sextant argument, is where they conflate the horizon, which is a visual effect, with horizontal, which is, like you said, a geometrical line, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's there. I got to come up with a new way to present that idea. You're right. There's a category error stuck in there.
Yeah, so the point is that in some language there's connotations, right, and denotation, but there's also categories, right? If you take two things that don't belong to the same category and you try to multiply them or whatever, you get incoherence.
Yeah.
Right. So the assertion becomes incoherent on its face, and therefore the conclusion is false axiomatically.
You got it. All right, I got to come up with something. I thought that was it was kind of an idea that maybe I'm remembering wrong, that I got from Bev, but Bev's channel or the Discord, Bev's Discord. I spent a lot of time on this topic for the past few years trying to get to where I could be public.
Yeah, so I can make it very simple for you. The
Sure,
horizon the horizon is horizontal, but a horizontal is not necessarily a horizon.
Okay.
Yeah, so when people do a lot of this, they do usually commit category errors, but they also commit language fallacies where they implant a meaning from a different context, even though it has the same word. And then they take that meaning in another location with that same word and try to run with that meaning in that different sense. And that doesn't fly.
Got it. Yeah, see, this is why I mean, I want to try to add to the debate, but I'm humbled because if I make these errors, and it's just really, I got to learn.
Yeah.
I've been trying to
Well,
learn.
and some of these aren't explicit logical errors. They're just like imprecise language. Like, for example,
I was literally in the middle of it, and I was able to garner why you made the statement and what the significance of it was. And yeah, it would be like comparing something that is and something that isn't at the same time, and you can't do that.
We all make errors. That's how we learn.
Right. That's what I keep my ears open on this one, and I don't know what else. Shooting bow and arrow and fishing are the few things I'm really into now, and gardening. And I'm not part of a gardening server, archery, or fishing, really. This one's the one that matters for civilization. Human thought.
Yes. Now that we've all learned that about language, we can apply that same thing to the previous thing with the word orbit. The word orbit has a varying range of meanings, right? It's not exclusive to a specific application. nor is it exclusive to a specific denotation. For example, if something is orbiting, it ipso facto must of a categorical necessity be a physical object. That's not true. The definition itself, which I cited and posted, simply says that something's following a circular path around something else, right? So the assertion that was made earlier is it is possible for orbits to exist, just not the orbits that the globe is claiming in specificity. So, for example, if the sun was circling around something up in the sky that's not attached to the Earth, it would be accurate to define and say the sun is circling around that thing or the sun is orbiting around that thing. Now, that's not to say it's orbiting around the Earth, and it would also be accurate to say it's circuiting above the Earth. Both ways of talking about it would be accurate.
Okay, I have
Now,
another question.
it may be
Go ahead.
confusing. It may be confusing to some people who have like connotations in their mind about what those words mean. But all that needs to be done there is people just need to clarify. You know, nobody needs to get upset about it or make accusations that the other person's making categorical logical assertions. It's just like, no, I'm just using language as I understand it. And then you guys say, this is what I think, this is what I think. And then you move forward.
Thank you. Okay, I have another question for Arwen. Is that Arwen? He claimed the sun was a light, right? So I don't know the answer, but so then if it's just a light, then how do we have sunspots? That was the question. Does it mean it's a physical thing if it has sunspots, or no?
Can lenses have spots on them?
I guess if a lens is scratched, it can have a spot on it.
Or it could have something stuck to the lens. Maybe
Yeah,
it's time for a
like
lens.
food.
Maybe it's time for a lens change when they get too many.
Fungus inside the lens is a problem. Camera lenses.
Do the sunspots orbit around, or does it stay totally locked?
I don't know. I don't know if even anything what they're showing is real.
I think we can see sunspots. I think that's a thing.
I got some images of the sun, and I know it's a cheap camera, but this has all the characteristics of a focused beam. Hold on. Let me find it. Sun pics. Where are you? There you are.
Actually, if the sun is an exploding ball of plasma gas, how could it even have sunspots? That makes no sense to me.
I have a question that's slightly on the topic, and then Sunny, go ahead. But how do they claim that? Okay, they can do spectroscopy on like star images, but then that would mean that the star image is both far away and close, and it would have to be projecting onto something because they claim it's far away, but they're measuring it close. So I'm confused by that.
Yeah, because if you're talking about space, right, as a vacuum, as it expands, you're talking about like nebula gas and asteroids and all kinds of other stuff that's in the way. So they certainly couldn't claim that their spectroscopy is seen 23 million miles away or light years away, because there's so much stuff in between. You have to be able to control the medium to get an accurate result or measurement. And if you don't know what the medium is, or you don't know what's in between, you cannot. And if it's that many millions of light years away, you cannot accept the result because you don't know what's in between you and that star. According to them, it's nebula gases and all kinds of stuff. Right? You can do spectroscopy in your science lab, in 10. That doesn't mean it works, 20 miles or 20 light years.
Yeah,
Because you
I'm
can't
just
solve
by
for the
that.
medium.
I don't mean to distract. Sunny, what do you got? It's a curious thing for me. I don't really understand it.
Oh, I didn't really have anything. I just wanted to post a few pics.
Oh.
They pretty
Funny,
much.
I really like your guitar playing. I play a Spectre bass myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What? A Schecter bass?
Spectre?
A Spectre.
SPE.
A
Yep.
Spectre. Okay.
Yep, I got a Spectre 4-string and a little, I love this amp. It's a Orange Crush 50. Got line
Oh,
out
nice.
for,
Yeah. I've heard
yeah, it's super nice.
good things about those. Yeah.
I really like it. The sound is really great.
Yeah, I have a micro. What are they called? A micro amp head. It's a Carvin 3-channel, up to 50 watts, but I can go 7, 22, or 50. It's pretty cool.
Cool. Yeah.
Most
Carvin
time I
makes
play out of my my Fender Blues Junior that I've modified the heck out of.
Yeah, you got good rhythm and good hooks and some techniques that are, um, you know, takes time to learn them. Yeah, I enjoy your playing.
Thank you very much. I burnt my left hand really badly, and so I'm still getting over some of that. So I've taken a little bit of a break because the top
Yeah,
of my whole hand was burnt. I burnt myself with boiling water.
that's too bad.
I accidentally spilled it, so I had a little, not really pain issues, but I'm just trying to let that top part of my hand heal up.
Yeah, moving
Do you
around will
have
probably hurt it.
an aloe vera plant?
Yeah, all over the place, out in the wild. I have a whole patch of aloe vera.
Dude, those are so good for
Man,
almost anything,
I
including
even
burns.
I'll eat that stuff. I'm out in the
Yep.
wild. Like, I'll put it on my
Yep.
skin, but you could split those things open and eat that inside part, and it's got plenty of water in there and all kinds of stuff. Actually, it's good for you.
Yeah, it's really good for you.
I'm
Yeah,
wondering
if
if I can. I'm wondering if I can eat the whole entire aloe vera plant, though. I'm going to look that up and see if I can just take the
you
spines off,
can, it'll make you
wash
shit.
it. I don't care about that.
It'll
The
clean
whole
you out.
thing, put the whole thing in a blender and mix it up with something else. Do it like a green smoothie with.
It has
But yeah.
the skin of the aloe vera has like an acrid taste, which keeps bugs
So you
away, which will make you
don't
shit.
want that. Yeah, you probably don't want the green
You probably
part.
just want to eat the middle, but you can try it. It will clean you out.
No, I
I
think you're
tried it.
right. Usually they tell you not to eat the green parts, the leafy parts, even of like tomatoes. You're not supposed to be eat like some of the leaves. You're not supposed to be eating of certain vegetables.
Yeah, like a tomato is irritant to almost every human skin. If I ever working inside of a tomato bush, I don't want my skin even touching the leaves. They're definitely irritant.
Mm-hmm. And what is it's related to what, the hemlock or something like that?
It's some kind of a natural defense that it's got, but yeah, it's definitely an irritant. Eating it. You know how they suggest figuring out whether or not something's edible is the first thing you do is rub it on your skin and wait, and then touch your lip one time. Well, if it's bad, I've heard of a friend of mine describing touching something to his lip as though he had been punched in the mouth harder than ever. So certain things, like if you try to eat them, it's going to be real drastic.
Yeah.
I haven't done it, but I had a friend who told me that's what the response was he had.
Bob, answer one question for me, right? Is a
Sure.
circle two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
Excuse me?
Is a circle two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
A circle is a section of a sphere.
What the hell did you just say?
A circle is a section of a sphere.
Is a circle two-dimensional?
A circle is
or
just
three-dimensional?
simply. I'm not here to define geometric terms
struggling
for
now,
you.
Bob. Yeah, because you don't know them, because you're a fucking idiot.
Wow. Ryan, I'm not here to
Is a circle-
define geometric terms
Yeah,
for
you're
you.
a
I think
fucking
we all know what
idiot.
a circle
Yeah,
is.
that's right.
Hang on.
You don't know
Please,
geometry at
please.
all.
Is a circle a two-dimensional or a three-dimensional object?
You can have circles on both.
Are you high right now?
You can have circles on both.
Oh,
You can have circles on both. A circle is a section of a sphere. You can have circles on both.
Are you serious? Are you Ba 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 Baruni. Ba 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 Baruni. Ba Baruni. You are so loony. Baba Rooney. You got me laughing and a rolling, smirking and a scoffing, Baba Rooney, ba 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 Baba Rooney.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Hey, how's it going out there, guys? Welcome to the show. Coming back at you. My website's back and you're gonna be in trouble. Hey la, my website's back. It's gonna be a great one, man. So, as usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Got a passel of people in Discord. The last time I looked, I think the beautiful Betty Van Velsen was in there. Let's see if she's still there. Betty!
Present.
President of Counterfort, sir. Thank you. Who else is here?
Adam.
Adam. President of Counterfort, Adam.
Present account and full, sir.
Yeah, I figured as much. You're in big trouble. What's going on? What's going on out there in YouTube land? Okay, don't get too excited. Let's see. We got an active chat.
You know what happens in website land, right?
Oh, yeah, we're going to get to that. Yeah, and website land. You got that correct.
Someone didn't like your website that much, did they?
Yeah, the bumbling, bum-sniffing ball-tards bushwhacked my site 23 November.
Oh, you know the date?
Yes, I remember the date. I went back into the messages and seen where I brought it up to my web designer, and it was 23 November.
All right.
Yeah, because I check it every day.
Now we had an issue. Firstly, I think with the domain name, right? We had to purchase the domain name again.
Yeah.
So.
But she's all fixed, and we got a shiny new toy with it. We're going to present today.
It seems like you're choked.
I am chuffed. I'm stoked.
Stoked. That's it. Again with the faults.
What did you say? I was choked?
But there's something in the wording not totally.
Damn, you're so bappy and choked.
If you're being choked, not much would come out, I think.
What do you got? Peanut butter? You chewing on some peanut butter in your mouth or something?
This is a cookie with sprinkles on them and some chocolate.
I figured
Sorry.
you were eating something.
Yeah, and then the things don't come out right. So I shouldn't be doing that, but yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. You should wait till somebody, you know, that's a long talker starts going, and then you could sneak a little snack.
And then be surprised that the long talker doesn't talk, and then you have to take over again and be with your mouth full.
Yeah, that happens every now and again, but that's the chance you take.
Yeah. Well, we got some more people in here. We got Flat Arthur here.
No way. I'm not looking in there. I'm sorry. I didn't look in there.
Oh.
Let me check it. We got Flat Arthur. What's up, Flat Arthur?
All good, all good. So nice to be back here.
Good to have you, sir.
I guess you are no longer saving your daylight or something because you are online an hour early for me, which is why I could join.
I'm sorry.
Thankfully.
I don't. Yeah, that's pretty selfish. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. I did it for me. I got a mission I got to accomplish here since out here in Missouri. We're having a break in the freezing weather, and I got a little mission today.
Like
Come
what?
on, man.
Say again?
Like what?
I'm going to do some shooting.
Oh. Wicked.
Yeah, got to do some shooting. The sun's out, and we got another variable. The wind's gusting to 40 miles an hour, so this isn't, I got a little upset about it, and then I thought about it, and I said, nah, this is good, because this is going to be my first day outside in high winds with it, so that's another variable. I got to test that out. So all things are new now, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, don't go too far from the target.
No, I won't, and I use micro diameter arrows, so it's not going to blow it too far. So, but I won't be too, that's not the mission. I got a mission today, and it's not to shoot long distance at the target, so it's another mission.
Come on, man.
Well, did you get that?
I didn't hear you, Adam. Flat Arthur Rumpus.
Sorry, Arthur. I was just saying, keep giving us a lead and then not giving us the full detail. So what is the mission with you? What is it? Microfine? Sounds like a syringe.
No, it was micro diameter arrows. Betty said that you got to be careful about that with the wind, right? So, but as the diameter of the arrow comes down a little bit, you don't have to worry so much. Like big old fat arrows, it'll just blow them all over the place. But micro diameters obviously have less wind resistance.
Yeah, and if you're close by, I think.
Yes. Now you're talking and sending me messages at the same time. Okay, what the heck is that supposed to mean?
What, in the chat?
No, I'm talking to Betty. What is this supposed to mean? Oh, Betty!
She's eating sprinkles.
Jeez. All right, what other details do you need?
Well, what's the special mission? You're hunting rabbits.
I got a new release. It's a hinge or a back tension release, and go ahead.
Is that shiny silver thing?
Yeah. So that
Yeah.
takes some expertise, and I am new to the sport, so I just decided to go all in and learn it from the get-go. So it has a certain thing that if you don't draw the bow back right, you get to punch yourself in the face and go to the dentist. So I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to practice not to do that. Now, I've shot about 50 to 60 arrows already with it, and I haven't gone to the dentist just yet. So I think I got it, but I don't want to get too cocky with it, right? I want to, practice good fundamentals and always be aware of it. You can't let your mind go on autopilot, in other words. So that's what I'll be doing today, and then seeing what the reaction is in the wind. Right, so this back tension, I know everyone's really into this. Let's see the chat. Yeah, I'm bored now. Well, just wait. It'll be okay. We got to get there. We got to take care of some pedigree information, man. This is important stuff to me. So with the back tension release, there is no trigger, right? Usually on releases, you have triggers to set the arrow, on its flight. You got thumb triggers, and you got, the little wrist rocket triggers where you hit the trigger. This doesn't have a trigger. It releases on back tension. So it's a little different game, right? And I'm thinking it'll help some issues that I have. And we're going to see how
Sounds
that
like
goes.
a golf trainer.
Say again?
Sounds like a golf training thing, so you're not over pulling or under pulling. So it's teaching you that muscle memory of where the point of full tension and then release is. That's
yes,
like a golf training.
It's similar to that. It's a little bit more high speed, but similar. Yes. Is Betty back yet?
She quit. She left. I think she's gone to get more sprinkles.
She left?
Yeah, she's not there. Look.
She's been having problems with her computer freezing, so
She's back.
I'm without my wingman. Oh, she back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, there you go.
I don't know what happened. Something disconnected. It seems like the stream was buffering for me, and thought maybe you're gone, but I was gone. But it's very strange.
Yeah, it happens that way. So we were just talking about the bow. We're talking about the back tension. And it's called a back tension. Oh my God!
You being a trigger puncher. That was it, basically.
Hello, my name's John, and I'm a torquer and a trigger puncher.
Exactly.
So that hinge release is going to solve some of those issues. Most Ricky Tick.
You are right, Betty. He is off, isn't he, to learn how to get triggered properly.
I don't think that we have to worry about that.
Yeah. So it's going to be. I'm so looking forward to it. So the show's not going to be all that long. So, but I'm really looking forward to going out, and especially outside because it's different. I'm used to shooting indoors for the past week or so. It's going to be a little different being able to see really good. So I have to test out some of the decals and dots and how they illuminate in my scope. So thanks for that feedback, Betty. Appreciate that. Just keep your mic open.
I went on mute.
Yeah, I know you did. I see you go there quick. Yeah. So, and another thing, guess what? I got that bread, Pain Pisano, man. I ordered it. It came in online. These loaves came in. They were like freaking footballs. I mean, they're huge, right? And I was like, oh, I'm going to love this. So I start hacking away at her, right? Just like the old days, man. So we did some bruschetta. We have to work on a recipe for that because there was a little bit too much balsamic vinegar in that bruschetta. And my wife identified in the recipe. She goes, there's a little bit too much in there. It's going to be overpowered and stuff. So I got to get a little new recipe for bruschetta, but that's okay. We don't need the bruschetta. All we need a little olive oil. We're good to go. That bread is smoking.
You're going to order some more of that bread?
Am I going to do what?
Order more of the bread. I presume it's gone already.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's not gone. It is not gone because the loaves are so big. I got another one out in the freezer. Half of that one's gone in the freezer, maybe a quarter. Then the order's going back in.
Yeah. You sort of recovered the taste of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminded me of the bread when I'm in my house in Italy. That looks good, proper rustica.
Oh, what the heck is this picture right here? What is it? Is this bread or chicken?
Oh, this is the toad in the hole that we had tonight. So that's like a giant Yorkshire pudding.
All right, let me put this up.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a pudding, by the way.
See what it is. It's like pancake batter. But then you put the tray in the oven with oil or lard in the bottom, get it really, really hot, Then you pour your batter in and stick it in the oven, and it puffs up like that. It's called a Yorkshire pudding.
Oh, that's right, Yorkshire pudding. I know what that is. Yeah.
So
Where's the toad at?
where's the what? Toad. Right. Well, yeah. So you can have it as a starter. So traditionally, you used to have this as a starter with Yorkshire salad, to fill you up before you got your meager portions of meat. But the other way you can have it is like with called toad in the hole. Now you can cook it either with, when you put the batter in, you can put the sausages in as well, when they're partially cooked. But to me, it gives you a soggy bottom on your Yorkshire pudding. So we always cook our sausages in the oven with onions as well, and then you just put it on the top at the end, and then slice it up and have it with loads of lovely gravy.
Did you say soggy bottom?
You don't want a soggy bottom.
Are you a soggy bottom boy?
No, I don't like soggy bottoms. I want a nice crisp base. So you have it with, like, let's say, gravy and that's called toad in the hole.
It looks pretty good, Adam. That batter, it all kind of puffs up in the lard. Yeah. You got lard or beef fat?
Oh, it's better with lard, but I think we tend to use vegetable oil.
Okay. Yep.
Still wondering where that toad is at.
It's buried underneath there.
Yeah.
Who's getting it? I mean, yikes.
I don't think I ever had this dish. I've seen it a number of times, but they don't often serve it out here in America.
Does it show right on the table, I think? Right?
You don't think?
No. Oh, look at it. Look at the shape of it. How can you sort of make this like presentable in a restaurant?
It's very interesting.
In a restaurant, you'd have, and like if you're having with Sunday dinner, you get like a muffin tray, and you fill a muffin tray, so you've got loads of little mini versions of those. But like when it's toad in the hole, so you have your sausages.
I mean, how does it look? It looks like it's exploded, right?
No, it's just lovely crispy batter, and then you can save half as well, and then I like you have it with sweet stuff as well. You can, like I say, it's just a batter, so it's lovely.
Okay, so what's all in it again? So we can get a summary here. You said sausage. You have to be very hyper specific because we got many different cultures. You're going to have to tell us what type of sausage it is. I mean, get in detail with the ingredients and be concise.
Standard 80% pork chipolata, a nice thin English sausage with just a few little bit of herbs and pork meat, and then a nice onion gravy. I say you cook the sausages in the oven in a similar tray with chopped up onions so they all caramelize, and then you put that on and then pour your gravy on. But the batter is just literally eggs, flour and water, standard pancake batter.
Yeah, and you get the lard going good, right? Heat it up good.
Really hot.
And you put that batter in and it starts puffing up immediately, right?
It'll start bubbling straight away. So as soon as you've poured the batter in, get it straight back in that hot oven. And then just watch that baby rise like that.
That doesn't sound all that bad. I'd like to try that. How could you overnight that to me?
Yeah, I'll send you a recipe in that.
No, not the recipe. I ain't gonna make it. I want you to damn make it.
Oh.
Now you see, you can there's a thing called Aunt Bessie's in the freezer, right? Which is like frozen Yorkshire puddings, but they're never as good. They're never as good, mate.
I want it fresh. You check out the shipping rates for overnight to America.
I can ship you a bag of flour, an egg, and a bit of milk, and that's all you need.
You know.
That's it, baby. That's all you need.
Damn. All right. So we went over to bread. We went over to Yorkshire pudding. Let's see if we got anything out here in chat. I think they were fighting a while ago. I can't remember. What's up out there in chat? I usually don't go to chat because you guys are usually off on your own talking about something different. But what's up out there? You have any subjects you want to bring up real quick before we get to my new shiny toy? Sounds like Charlie Ward. Who's Charlie Ward? And generals don't get stoned, as far as you know.
Stonewalled, maybe.
We shouldn't have went to chat. We should have went to internals. So, Flat Arthur, concise, really quick. What's been happening with you, dude? Don't you be going to sleep on me.
Not today.
What's up, man?
So, yes, I wanted to say this, that it was so nice that you guys were talking about me before Christmas, and I caught that episode later. And like I said, that you have gone an hour later for me, which is why I'm not able to catch most of your shows. But after long, this new year, you were an hour early, and somehow I was also awake till 12:30. So I was able to catch up. Once again, thank you so much for keeping me in your thoughts. And once again, so nice to be back here.
Yeah, maybe we'll do more the earlier shows, huh?
This is just a temporary change. So this isn't a permanent change. This is just for the day, but just to keep everyone flexible. My schedule will be a little flexible, so I got to keep you on your toes. All right. Go ahead, Betty. You were saying something.
Next Thursday is also early, right?
Thursday. Yeah, that's the announcement that you're gonna do the announcement now.
Well, I could do the announcement right now, but I mean, I thought that this Thursday would be an early day too. So, yeah, maybe we could do it more early, 1 hour early.
Yeah. So I'll take over with Betty's announcement. Betty's show on Thursday going to be an hour early also. Because it's going to be a nice day here. So, get ready. Say again?
I probably have to make it snappy again.
You might have to make it snappy. That's it. Now, listen, snappiness goes without saying. It has to be snappy all the time.
Yeah, like you're snappy right now with your presentation.
I'm just holding off.
You're really right on point now, right?
We have to take care, like I said, admin first.
Ah, all right. Well, then maybe you should introduce your new Patreon. That's also in the chat here.
I already talked to him, but he's a bit shy. Fiber Oats.
Hey guys. Hey, I am a little bit shy.
Is there someone in the voice? I was listening on the live stream on YouTube. Is there somebody in here just making noise, or was that on QE stream?
Yes, that was Flattered 12.
There's 12.
Yeah, the guy that we did interview at the Vichy check-in. He was trolling many times.
Okay. So he's gone now.
Sounds like he kept popping in. Yeah, he probably is hiding now.
Yeah, he's like, hey, look at me, I'm
Yeah.
Flat Earther 12. What an idiot. All right, cool. Come on. I mean, you guys want to continue listening to this? I think they're about to get into the text. I mean, it was a precursor to the show that QE's doing. It's a little over an hour long. You know how QE does. He gets he introduces the show and then he gets into deep shit. But I can resume the listening. I just kept hearing some weird shit. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, just to let you know, I did ban him for 30 days.
All right, cool. Thanks, KJ.
Yep.
All right, well, let's continue listening.
For his own good.
Well, even if he comes back, he's going to pull the same crap. Even though me and Miguel checked him in, it's just like they can act like gentlemen for long enough to come in here and be an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, for his own sanity, it's good he's banned. I mean,
yeah.
Trolls don't do well here. Any trolls listening?
Well, I told him and his buddy that came in, the communist guy. I was like, hey, I'd recommend you go into the live stream and ask your questions there, because even though it's heavily moderated, you can get your questions answered. And they seemed very civil, right, Miguel? I mean, it was like, all right, cool. So,
yeah.
Man, if you cause any problems, you're gonna be cut out pretty quick.
Yeah, the guy did he was playing a good guy, but he's hiding something.
Oh yeah, I mean, sure, but I mean, it's not. As far as the check-in room, in my opinion, it's not for us to sit up there for 30 minutes to vet them. That's not the deal.
Yeah,
it's just to make sure they're going to open their microphone and they're willing to have a conversation. It kind of depends on how you approach them. How the conversation goes, but you don't want to hold like 2, 3, 4 people up in check-in for 30 minutes to try to vet them. It's a vetting room. It's like, okay, your microphone works. You're curious about flat Earth. How about you go talk to some flat earthers? I recommend you go directly to Livestream, listen for a little bit, and if you hear something that you have a question about, people will recognize you in there. They'll say, "Hey, we got new people." Boom, they'll ask you to talk. That's it, man. That's what I use Livestream. I mean, the check-in room for. Other than that, I mean, I can spend 30 minutes talking to one person in the check-in room.
The village idiot. The village idiot position's open now, right? Like we lost Boulder, we lost Matthew Unlearns. Like we need a new one. So maybe one of these guys can fill
Matthew got banned?
No, he didn't get banned. He's done. Like yeah.
Yeah,
like, you can just hear his voice. Like he's
I'm
done.
pretty sure rolling the Boulder. I think he's done. But Matthew can come in anytime. But yeah, rolling Boulder guy is kind of he's silly.
Yeah, his brain's fried. Yeah, now he just trolled it. So yeah, one of these guys, they can live up. They can fill the shoes of those. Their former. I don't know, compatriots, comrades. They're communist guy. Yeah, comrades. Yeah, those are his comrades.
He might be comrades with communist guy.
Communist guy. Yeah.
There's always pee drinkers.
Oh no, dude! I don't think I'd talked to that dude before I heard you guys talk to him, but I talked to him today, and it was like, oh my god, what the hell is wrong with this dude?
He drinks the bad drink.
I don't even think he drinks pee. He must be. He's definitely drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't know what kind of Kool-Aid, but he doesn't agree with the flat or globe. He's like on his own level. Seems like he's somewhere else.
Well, he tells you he's not human, so there's that.
Well, there you go. He's a virtual,
we can agree on that.
He's a virtual man, and he programmed himself. What the hell? This is like I was trying to have a conversation with him, and he just kept obfuscating different ways. He's like, "Well, what if this? What if that?" Are you just making shit up as you go along? And that's pretty much what I got from it. He's just making shit up.
It's like the new AI shillbot they're like testing on us.
Yeah, maybe, dude. You think you would be able to tell the difference if they actually did have one of those?
It'd probably be better than the shills we usually get.
Probably
more intelligent, more coherent.
Wow.
Yeah, the guy making the farting sounds is pretty coherent as far as shills go, in my opinion.
I mean, that's pretty typical. We've been dealing with that for years, so.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's like, I can't make a coherent conversation with you guys, so I'm just going to make fart sounds and say the N-word. And my friends are going to laugh at me or laugh with me because Flat Earth is dumb.
Yeah, actually, they're just
pretty much it.
But they're actually just laughing at him because he's an idiot. I mean,
so no, they'll laugh with him because they're just as dumb as that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, high hopes.
They're scared of really having a conversation about this, an open dialogue. Yeah, they're just as scared.
Yeah, they identify their beliefs with their ego, so they're just like if they put their beliefs on the line, it's like they're putting their entire ego and like self-worth on the line. So they're afraid of putting it out there. That's right.
That's why I always ask them, and a lot of other people do. It's like, how did you find the server? Why do you? Are you curious about Flat Earth? Have you ever talked to anyone about this before? You want them to talk more, before they spiral out of control, and because you already know they're going to.
It doesn't take much to spiral them these days. They're getting more and more sensitive. It's crazy. It's like you say one thing and they're done. Like
Yeah.
it's like shill whack-a-mole now. It's like they come in, you just say one thing, whack them, they're gone.
It was like him. I was just playing that video because no one's talking, and filling some dead air with some QE show, and well, he felt like he had an opportunity to just go, man, and just make some stupid noise over the show. And it's like, oh, well, thanks for your input, buddy. You really helped us out here. As a matter of fact, dude had an opportunity to talk in here several times long before I started playing that video. Oh, I'm going to play that.
Yeah,
video
he was scared to do it.
Yeah, he was scared.
He was scared to do it when we were like, we were actually listening, and then he feels like he just sneak in some like troll bullshit like while we're listening to something else, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, it's Saturday afternoon, so probably it's going to be slow.
Yeah,
time.
that's cool. That's why I was playing that, and yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. There was somebody I saw, Waterworld. Oh, never mind. He's Effie.
Waterworld's Little G.
Talked to Waterworld before.
Yeah, I think that's Little G, bro.
All right, cool. Little G.
He's well known. I don't know. It's just a buddy of mine. He's cool.
Cool. I haven't talked to Truck either. He says Flat Earther. He's got a Flat Earther roll Trucky. I don't think I've talked to Trucky before either. Hey, in Flat Earth Music, I haven't talked to that person. I'm just
Yo, what's good?
Hey, Trucky. What's up, buddy?
Hell,
Hey, what up?
Little G's been here damn near longer than Helio. You better wake up, Helio.
Hey, dude, I'm saying, hey, I'm so broke I don't even pay attention. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's obvious. Tell something.
I'm broker than that.
Yeah, was that Trucky said hi just a second ago?
Yeah, what's good, man? Missed you, bro.
Yeah, man. Maybe I have talked to you before and don't remember it. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
Gotta get some stem cells into that brain, Helio.
Well, shit, when you talk to like thousands of people, you don't always remember everybody. Come on, man.
We know you're busy. We know.
Yeah, man.
If it tingles the brain, I'm the Moroccan guy.
Oh, I'd love to visit Morocco. So you live in Morocco now?
Yeah.
Oh, I would love to visit there. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, the weather is great, man. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Are you actually Moroccan, or are you just living there?
No, I'm Moroccan.
Oh, cool.
So you grew up there?
Yeah.
It's crazy because I've looked at Morocco on Google Maps and shit, and how close it is to Europe and everything. It looks freaking awesome.
Yeah,
that's
dude,
good. We got a Moroccan and a God rockin'.
Yeah, dude, Morocco looks awesome. I'd love to visit there.
Have you ever looked across the Straits of Gibraltar to like see the other side?
No, not really.
You guys probably have a different name for it, right? Well, I guess Gibraltar's an Arabic name. But...
No, I actually never heard of that. Probably we probably have a different name for it.
It's because probably another example of seeing too far, right?
Where is it?
Oh, Gibraltar. It's like between Spain and Morocco. You know, like
oh. I was actually about to mention that. Like, it's literally visible and it's so close.
Yeah, how far across is it? I don't know. It's like 30 miles. I'm just sort of remembering.
Yeah, literally, yeah, something like that. Let me check.
That's why I was going to Google Earth, and I was trying to get as close to the coast in Morocco to see if, even on Google Earth, I could see across the bay there. That's how flat Earth I am. I couldn't be there, but I'm still looking it up on Google Earth. It's Spain, right? That's
Yeah, Spain and Morocco.
yeah, Spain close to Morocco. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was like getting as
Tanger.
close, like with Street View. I was like dragging the little guy down closest to the coast, see if I could see it on Google Earth.
You know, you say that
Spain.
Google's gonna go like to all the straits and like edit it out. Now you said they got their shills with it.
Bro, that's wild. It's like 15 kilometers. That's like what, 7 miles or 8 miles?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's almost 10.
That's the difference between Europe and Africa. It's the closest place, I guess, where they are together. I mean, except for the landlocked parts.
Yeah.
Overseas, that's the closest place that you can get to Europe from Africa.
Probably the reason Moroccans like owned Spain and Portugal a while ago.
Yeah.
Al-Andalus, right?
Yeah. Good times.
It's pretty cool. I'd love to. I ain't lying about it, dude. I think I would have a blast in Morocco. I don't think I'd want to leave.
Yeah, there's a lot of tourists love it here. Actually, people love to just come here and stay here and live here.
You get the hashish, right?
I knew somebody was about to mention that. Yep, it's like the most natural in probably all of the world.
I don't even smoke weed anymore, but I still think I'd love Morocco.
Yeah, I don't smoke as well, and then I don't. Yeah, Morocco is cool. But man, there's a ton of weed.
I bet there. Well, there's a ton of weed over here in America as well. So
yeah,
there's no shortage. There's no shortage over here. So.
Bro, that's like some demonic weed and shit. GMO stuff.
Dude, it's pretty heavy. That's why I can't even smoke that shit. I mean, it's like I take one hit and I'm like in another dimension. I'm like, no, I don't think I want to be there. I used to smoke, and it's not because I'm pussy, because I used to smoke shitloads of weed all day long. It's just like I just can't smoke it anymore. Doesn't hit me right.
Man, getting high feels like a poison in like a predator getting poisoned. I've seen videos of like jaguars like eating some what is it? Some mushrooms and shit, and then they just like stay there and do nothing all day.
Hey, speaking of a jaguar, I have a cat. He's not a jaguar, but he's a big ass cat, right? Sort of. I mean, he caught a squirrel in the yard, brought it to
You can domesticate jaguars. Some people.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can do it with other big cats too. But anyway, he's just a domesticated cat, and he's neutered too. So long ago, he was neutered a long time ago. And he's a hunter, man. He loves hunting, man. If he can get a hold of one of these squirrels, he'll freaking grab. Anyway, the other day, like 4 days ago, I was like, opened the door to my house. And I saw him there. I was like, hey, usually he wants to come in and go out. I was like, hey, Pookie, you want to? His name's Pookie. Like, you want to come in? And I saw the back end of him because I just cracked the door open. He's like, you want to come in? Because I was about to go out and smoke a cigarette. And he didn't respond to me. Usually he's either like wants to come in or go out. And I saw his neck moving around. So I opened the door a little bit further, looked out, and he's got this squirrel, and he's eating his face off. He's eating the squirrel's face. He's just like,
Yeah, cats are brutal, dude. Yeah,
dude,
they're just like,
he was
there's no
just
bullshit.
eating
They're
this.
just like,
Dude, he was eating a squirrel's face. I was like, "What are you doing?" He's just, he looked at me, and then he went back, just like, he was just freaking. He's just trying to destroy the squirrel's head. I was like, "Bro, hey, thanks for the." I mean, if it was bigger, I might have made a step out of it, but it wasn't big enough. I
he's
think
gonna
he
start.
brought it. He brought it to us, for the family. He's like, I'm doing my best here. I brought you a squirrel. You gonna help me
The
eat
cat's called Gibbs.
it? Yeah. Well, it was like if he was gonna eat it, I mean, you'd think he'd start at the guts or something like wolves and shit do, but cats, no. This cat was just like he ate half his face off, and then I had to get rid of the squirrel. He was on the porch, and I had to fucking throw it out in the woods. And the other side of his head, the other eyeball was just like bulging. I think he ate one of the eyeballs. The other eyeball was just like bulging out of his head, and I threw it off in the woods. And I wouldn't doubt if he went out there and after I threw it in the woods, went out there later and ate the rest.
Hey, Helio, do normal people in Arkansas or wherever you live, do they eat squirrels? Normal people?
Yeah, there's a lot of squirrel hunters here. I've
Is there?
never eaten a squirrel, but yeah, a lot of people squirrel hunt here.
Huh. What? Oh, I was going to ask you what it tastes like, but I guess you don't.
No, I've never eaten squirrel. I've eaten bear, but no, I didn't. I don't. I've never been a hunter. I've never even killed a deer. But I've tasted deer and bear but yeah,
There used to be a
because I know
hamburger
lot of
joint
hunters.
up the canyon up here called Taggart's up the canyon. Anyway, they used to serve bear burgers up there years and years ago, and I tried one once. I really didn't care for it that much. It was too rich for me.
That is too rich, and it's a little dry. It's not fatty enough.
Yeah.
That's cool.
What's normal anymore? Like,
yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, but to
Normal
be
people
honest,
nowadays are less normal.
We're accustomed. I think
I was
we're
just giving
accustomed.
you a little dig. That's all.
No, that's cool. I think we're accustomed to fattier meats, from the stores and stuff. So, but as far as like in ancient cultures that lived in North America, the meats weren't as fatty, and even with the buffalo, because they're not herded and maintained the way that they are now, and so they develop a lot more fat, and that's why they're juicier and everything. So, yeah, I mean, we're not accustomed to gamey taste and stuff like that, so that's fine. I mean, but there's certain ways to prepare, meat like that will make it more palatable. You know what I mean?
Man, there used to be a lot of buffalo on this continent, man. When there was like millions and millions of them. I would like to have seen big, huge herd of buffalo as they stampede by. I guess it was really quite something to see, I guess.
And it wasn't that long ago. Like
That makes me think of this show I've been watching called Outer Range. I think it's an Amazon show or whatever. No spoilers, but there's a freaking huge herd of buffalo on that. And it's all CGI, but just like the huge CGI planets spinning.
CGI buffaloes.
CGI buffalo herds. Because they can't film any real herds of buffaloes. But as a matter of fact, I used to work on a farm with a guy. He was a large animal veterinarian, and I was a hand on his ranch, and I used to help him, treat his cattle. But he also had some buffalo there sometime. They also did not rodeo, like cut. They were cut. You know what cutting horses means? It's like cutters. It's like well, I mean, cutting is essentially controlling the herd. Like
I see.
If cattle tries to move a certain way, you have a horse and you know how to control it. Move the cattle a certain way. It's cutting, but there's a certain way they do it in. And the horses, the horse itself is the show, but also the rider. You know what I mean? So you know how to, you buy the right horse, buy a good cutting horse, then you have a couple of good cowboys or cowgirls. Because when I was working on this ranch, Doc, who was, he's a veterinarian, fucking awesome dude. His wife was probably a better cutter than he was, and they had like practice rings and shit where they'd bring buffalo in, whatever. So they cut. It just means, it just means rallying the cows or buffalo or whatever. And, they have the same kind of attitude. So you just ring around them. You just cut one way, and you rally them into a pen. I mean, how do you? That's what cowboys do, right? They just you can have 3 guys control a herd of cattle, 100 cattle. Just run around the edge, cut them, and just push them in. You know what I'm saying? That's called cutting. But there's also competitions. At sort of, it's like a rodeo, but it's not like bucking broncos and shit. It's just like cutting. So anyway, I don't know why I'm bringing that up, but dude, I like it. I never did it, but I respected what they did. I worked at the ranch and I thought it was awesome. And they had some good horses and it was really cool. But he would have some buffalo over there at the ranch every once in a while. And he got them there exclusively for practicing cutting. They'd bring him in the pen and cut the buffalo. It's wrangling, but now wrangling could involve a lasso or whatever. But last resort is the lasso. When you're cutting, you're just trying to wrangle the entire crew. The entire what is it called? When you have all the cows or buffalo or whatever, you're just putting them together, moving them on forward. You have cowboys moving from the back to the front, just moving them toward another destination. So that's cutting. So cutting is really just like one that goes astray, right? It kind of reminds you of the like Jesus, with his. It's like, hey, you can't let one go astray, right? So you have to go capture that one. Hey, the rest of the herd's moving along, but this one, I'm gonna have to go off course and catch this one because that's. But like cutting, that's what they call cutting. It's like if your horse is faster than that cow, you're gonna get it to move off into the chute. It's like there might be a rebel cow. You got your horse, you control the horse. You're just like boom.
There's this place up there in the Uinta Mountains that by a place called Mirror Lake. Mirror Lake. You used to rent horses. I went up there once up there. I can't remember even who I was with, but I rented a horse all by myself, and I rode up alongside of the Mirror Lake up to the creek that comes into the lake. And I got up there and I had my fishing pole with me. I went down by the river, caught a couple of real nice rainbow trout, like quick, and it started raining really bad. So I tied my horse up to a tree, got underneath this cliff, and built a little fire and cooked my trout on a flat rock with a fire underneath it. Anyway, when it went time to go home, I got on my horse. As soon as I got on him, he was going home. And there was nothing I could do to stop him. He was in a dead run all the way down the trail.
He was tired. He was tired. He's like, I want to go.
All I could do was hold on for dear life. So we got all the way to the fucking bottom, and he's headed straight for this fucking corral. I mean, I thought he was going to hit the corral. And so what he did is he went to the corral, and he made an instant 90-degree turn. Boop! And off I went. into the fucking corral. Bam! Hit the fence, hit the floor, hit the ground, and he ran right and got in his stall. He just ran and went over and got
He
in his
was
stall.
tired. He's just like, I'm tired of this shit. I want to go home.
What a dirty bastard, though, man.
No, but you gotta know though, if you're gonna ride a horse like that, if you ride him too much, you're just like, you know what? I'm bigger than you, motherfucker. I want to go home, and he knows where home is.
Well, I've owned horses before, so I know how to ride pretty well. Yeah. But
I know
this horse just wanted to go home, and there was no stopping him. He wasn't.
But after that, was he okay?
Huh?
Did he give you problems after that?
No, he just went and got in his corral. He just went.
I mean, like days or weeks after that.
No. I only rented him the one day.
Oh, it was a rental.
Yeah.
See, that motherfucker knew if it was a rental horse. Yeah, he knew.
He knew right where he was going. He'd done this before.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's yeah. Like, you know what? You fucking around? I ain't. I'm going home. You with me or not?
Well, I wasn't gonna walk.
Horses are really cool. Horses are really cool. I mean, they understand certain behaviors. I'm not a rider. You know, I mean, it's like when I was working on that ranch, I had to feed them. I had to clean their stalls. I had to get involved. And I was working, like I said, I was working for a vet that people would bring their horses and large cattle and shit. I mean, and he had his own cattle, and I had to help him treat the cattle and shit. It was dude, it was fucking awesome. Have you ever pulled a calf?
No.
That is fucking awesome, dude. I you know what a calf puller is, right? It's like it has a come along. And you stick that on the calf, on the cow's ass, and Doc like freaking stuck this chain up in the cow. And he's like, "All right, start cranking, because the cow was coming out breech, right? The calf was coming out breech." And I was like sitting there. I was sitting on the ground, with this calf puller pulling this come along, crank, and I started seeing the feet crank. Oh, there was just gore and just it was already coming out before the cow was like having some troubles. It was usually like, and there was just shit shooting out. It was gross, but it was fucking awesome at the same time. So pulling a calf will change your life.
Well, my ex-girlfriend, her grandparents were the largest cattle ranchers in Wyoming before they passed away. And they used to rustle their cows by helicopter and then put them in the Badlands for the winter. And we went up one time for a family branding where they brought all the calves down and then put them in the corrals.
Well,
and then we branded them. The family, it was like a family affair, like a big barbecue, branding. My job was to just hold the calf down while someone else got the hot brand and come over, branded it, and
well, that's sort of similar, I guess. Yeah, I didn't know you went through the brand.
It was kind of interesting, you know what I mean, to go to a family event. They do it every spring. They did for years and years.
The ranch I worked on, it wasn't like a ranch like that way. He was like,
check this out.
Cycle in and out, but
check this out. You remember that show called Brokeback Ranch, where it had those
Brokeback Ranch?
Yep.
Oh, no, Brokeback Mountain. You mean
Brokeback Mountain? Okay,
that was a movie. I haven't watched it.
Anyway, that was filmed on their property at their dude ranch. They're in Ten Sleep, Wyoming. And apparently it was pretty much kind of a true story. That dude ranch was actually like that to some degree. There was some gay fucking cowboys that lived there or whatever. And when it got done,
but at the same time,
those people were pissed off up there. Like my girlfriend's grandparents and that, they were like really pissed that they put that movie out.
I'm just telling you, I worked on a ranch it was a small ranch, and it wasn't like branded rancher and all that kind of stuff. He was a doctor. I worked for a doctor of large animals. So But he also had his own cattle and shit. But he traded a lot, so he didn't brand his animals. As far as that goes, hey, he bought and sold, and so it wasn't a branded ranch like that. But
Right.
he had a large property, and my job was to kind of maintain certain parts of it, chop and fire. I was a field hand, so I'd mow and fucking chop wood and shit for their fireplace and stuff. And they happened to be family with my first wife. They didn't happen to be. That's how I fucking got the job. But
all I did was
they
go
were
up
awesome,
and visit.
dude.
All I
Doc
did
was
was go up
awesome.
and visit once or twice a year. You know what I mean? With my girlfriend, she'd want to go see her family, so we'd go up and spend a week up there.
Dude, I love that
It was
property.
fun though.
The first time I went out there was for like a family event, with my first wife, and I was like, this place is badass. He had like 200 acres, over 200 acres. It's like, man, this is awesome. And
these guys had thousands and thousands of acres.
Oh no, I get that. But this is the fun part though, because I knew the extent of it, and he's like, hey. Because he was just he's a veterinarian, and his practice was at his house. He had a clinic there at his house, and then he had his house right next to it. It was I just had so much fun out there. It's like if I was working, I was just like, he's like, hey, grab that 4-wheeler, do this, and go over here and grab that tractor, do that. I'm like, hell yeah. And I'm gonna give you $100 if you go do that. And I'm like, shit. So I'm gonna just drive around the property, do what he said, mend the fences, do whatever. $100 a day. It's like, hell yeah, I'll do that. And it's so peaceful, man. So awesome. I loved working there. And I was a fucking city boy. I didn't know shit about ranches, and shit until he said, "Hey, I'll give you $100 if you go over here and do this." I'm like, well, I like money, so fuck yeah. I mean, I also like the wilderness, so fuck yeah, I'm gonna go do that. And guess what? I used his tools. He paid everything, gas, everything, all that. And I get back and they give me $100. I'm like, you know what? Thank you for paying me to have fun. I even like chopping. I chopped shitloads of firewood for them, by hand. I love chopping firewood too. I love that shit. So it's like, thank you for paying me for something I like to do. And they had
I got a friend that cuts trees down for a living, and then he takes all the big wood home and dries it out, and he's got a couple of wood splitters. Then he spends all winter long just splitting cords and cords of wood and selling that. And he cuts trees down in the summer and then sells.
Yeah, the customers is like, as long as you get that tree out of my face, you can do whatever you want to with it.
Oh yeah, they want it gone. They'll pay you to cut it down and get rid of it.
I have some friends that have tree service, and
Yeah, he can't work anymore. He fell out of the tree one day with his saw, and it cut his neck and his down he almost died. Good thing Brendan was there.
I don't climb trees to cut them.
Anyway, he fell out of the tree.
I cut fallen trees. I won't climb a tree to cut it.
Yeah, well, we were both certified sawyers. We got certified to cut burning trees on fires when we were in fire. That's how I knew the guy was from when we were firefighters in the Utah State Prison. Firefighters.
Now he's injured.
Yeah, now he's injured and retired. He just hires friends to go out and cut trees down. He still does it, but he don't do it himself. His arm's all screwed up. He can't.
Well, it's like when I worked on this ranch, he would drive me around. Just like, hey, there's a fallen tree. What I want you to do is cut that tree up with the chainsaw. Take the tractor,
load it
back, and chop that wood up. Yeah. I'm like, fuck yes. I'm listening to like podcasts and shit all day while I'm cutting this tree up with a chainsaw. End up getting $100. Just stand out in the field where nobody drives by. It's just like in the middle of nowhere. I'm just like, oh, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Like, here's your job. You know, you're gonna make some money just cutting this tree up. Who doesn't love? You know, what man doesn't like to use a chainsaw?
Yeah, it's fun.
So yeah, I had a lot of fun working on that ranch. It was fun.
I used to have a real nice
So
steel.
I mean, he had a big bucket loader, like New Holland bucket loader, and I'd pull that fucking tractor up. You know, cut them into big logs, take them back to the house, chop that shit up. Like, yeah, you set for the winter now. But anyway. But yeah, it was fun. I liked it, but I can't. I can't imagine that a lot of new men. I don't know, new men. Like, I can't imagine myself chopping wood for a rancher and him give me $100. That would just be denigrating. Like, nigga, that's how you build steel in your bones. I mean, it's just like a lot of people. I mean, you hear the young people on here. You think some of the young people that come on here and talk to us could actually do that? Go out there, take a tractor. Now, the chainsaw that I had was, I mean, it had a dull blade, and I had to replace the blade a couple of times. I had this big ass oak tree I had to chop up. I can take the logs after I chopped it up into segments, take it back to the house in a bucket loader, New Holland tractor, drive it back to the ranch. I can set it up, use a chopper, and freaking by hand chop this shit up. How many?
Oak is hardwood too, bro. That shit's harder to cut than a lot of other types of wood.
Yeah.
You need a real sharp.
But it burns a lot slower and hotter.
Yeah, it does. Of course it does. It's more dense.
So it's like all these little punk ass kids come in here and you flat earthers. It's just like, well, go fucking drag your ass out in the field, chop up a fucking down tree and try to live. I mean, I've got $100. They're probably like, they didn't give me $100 for working at McDonald's today, so fuck them.
I always think about dropping off these kids in the mountains and with some tools, with chainsaws and whatever you need to build yourself a little log cabin in the mountains and survive. I'd like to see them pull that one off. To me, that would just be fun. That would just be like that would be a dream come true for me.
They're too sheltered. Yeah, I would love to see that, but they're very, very too much sheltered. God rocking, and it's kind of sad. I mean,
yeah, it is,
dude. I when I was working for him, I was working for him and his wife, and they depended on me coming out there, doing what he told me to do, and they just went on with their day, and they let me use all their tools, which were awesome, by the way. It's just like it's like I'm using tractors, 4-wheelers, and shit. I'm like, holy fucking shit up. I got everything. I have fucking, all the shit that I need to do what he told me to do, and I have access to all of it, and they're not regulating me. There's no boss except for, the boss, and he said, do this. He said, if I couldn't do something, I could just tell him. I mean, the boss owned the property, and so I just did what he told me to do. It was so fun, man. And it was I know that a lot of ranches are thousands of acres, but this one was like 250 acres. But I had so much fun working on that ranch. It was so fun.
Yeah, these ranchers, my girlfriend's ranchers, grandparents, they had big, huge fields of alfalfa that they grew also for their horses and their cattle. And so they were farmers as well. And so, I helped them. One time we went up to visit, and we did repair a fence one day, just a little section of fence that had fallen down. And then we went and gathered up a bunch of their bales that they had. And we had one of these front end loader tractors that had a big long spear on it, because these were those big round bales. And you just kind of stab it in the middle with the front end loader. It had like a spike sticking out of the bucket. You bolted it to it. And then you just spike these big round bales.
Oh, alfalfa?
Yeah.
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 What you talking about?
Yeah, load them up on the big flatbed and haul them to the hay barn and unload them. It had an indoor hay barn. It was covered. At least it had a big pavilion top on it, because you don't want them
load them bale by hand.
No, with the tractor. The front end bucket had a big long spike you put on it. It was like 15 feet long. It stuck out of the bucket.
On this ranch, I had to fill the hay barn by hand. I've been to a hay field, loaded the hay on a fucking trailer, got back to the farm, unloaded the fucking each individual hay bale by hand into the hay barn.
Yeah, I've done that.
That shit is hardcore, bro.
That's work right there, bro.
You have to step up. It's just like you stack them like 5, 6 high, and then you just like stack them, and then you go back to the hayfield. Yeah, I mean that's.
I used to know this big old boy, and his name was Finley Jessamine. Okay, Finley, great big old cowboy dude. We went out, and he used to do that. He used to stack hay on flatbed trailers.
Dude, it was good for me. I ain't gonna
He could pick up one bale with one hand, bro. He could scoop. He could
throw it,
and throw it up on the fucking trailer. It was all I could do to pick it up with two hands.
Dude, I had to fucking throw this shit above my head. I mean, they're like 40, 50 pounds a piece.
Yeah, and this guy was throwing one with one hand and one with the next hand, just throwing them up on the fucking trailer like they were fucking like he was just manhandling them, dude. He was
I ain't
great.
Gonna lie. I mean, I felt like I was gonna die, but I didn't, so I'm still here.
Right?
Yeah, like loading a hay barn straight from the field by hand.
It's a hard motherfucker there. Boy.
It's a hard motherfucking job, and I'm glad I did it. I'm a better person for it, because almost nobody can do that. You could make shitloads of money on other ventures, but doing that, I'm pretty sure that less than 10% of the population of Earth can actually do that.
Oh fuck, way less than 10%.
I did it by myself. It's like, actually I had a partner. One time we loaded a whole fucking truckload of hay. I stacked the whole fucking truckload by myself.
These guys paid like 25 cents a bale to go bring them in, load them on the trailer, and bring them back to the barn. So if you can imagine how many bales you got to throw to make $10, it's like 40 bales. Bro.
Well, I mean, I was working for, this was, I mean, he was, even though it was a small ranch, I mean, he had to have hay, right? So it's like, all right, so today we're going to go out here. We're going to pick up this hay. We're going to load it up. It's already baled, right? Because they have, have balers, whatever, when they showed up. The rectangular bales, right? So you just drive around the field and just stack them up on the. Once you stack them up on the fucking trailer, then you have to unstack that shit and stack them in the barn. That's a fucking oh man! If you've never done that as a man, you haven't lived. That's some hard fucking work, bro.
Yep. I know it is. I've done it myself as well. Never really did it for a living. I just done it on occasion. Went out and helped Finley Jessamine a couple of days. Went up to.
Well, I mean, I only worked for him for a few years, but it was like a couple seasons, right? It was just like, I'm stacking this hay up for a reason. I have a hay barn. Boom, you stack that shit up there. I'm gonna feed my animals with this. And like I said, he was a doctor, so the hay was for his clients, right? And so he had a clinic there at his house on the ranch. He had a clinic. Dude, you know what's really cool? I'm pretty sure I've talked to some people about this before. You ever seen a Clydesdale like up close?
Oh, fuck yeah. They got rides up here. They go up here to a place called Hardware Ranch, and they give you, they get Clydesdale horses, and they tow this big sled, huge sled with like 40 people on it. And they tour you way up into Hardware Ranch, and there's a big herd of elk up there. The elks come down to Hardware Ranch, and they feed them every winter. They've stacked bales out there in the field. So if you want to go for a ride on this big fucking sled, and I mean, it's fucking huge. It's like fucking 30 feet long. It holds like 40 people.
Oh, man. Well, I was just there.
They have Clydesdales that drag it up there so you can go look at the fucking elk. They're just standing around in the field up there.
Wow.
It's cool.
That's cool. So you've been next to a Clydesdale?
Yeah, I've been towed on a trail in that trail.
Oh, man.
On that
Yeah,
sled.
they're so fucking huge, aren't they? Like their head is almost as big as your fucking body.
Oh, body. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's like somebody brought a Clydesdale when I was working with him. He was like, all right, I have to treat this. I mean, he's a doctor, right? So they're like,
well, this trailer I'm talking about had
I
four
was like,
Clydesdales
holy shit.
dragging it. Had four
This
Clydesdale
motherfucker was like 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
It's like his head is almost as big as my body. I was like, holy shit.
They're fucking huge.
No, but meanwhile, Elon Musk is, he's just buying companies, and he's never hauled any hay, as far as I know. But
that motherfucker
supposedly
can't even pick up
he's the greatest man of all time,
a piece
right?
of grass. I can't even pick up a piece of grass. He's like, I'm gonna let somebody else trim that.
Hey, we got Sky Glazer on here. I want to thank him for yesterday.
Sky Glazer or Sky Gazer?
I'm sorry, Sky Gazer. He's on from yesterday, and I just wanted to tell him thank you. I forgot the truths that I heard from Mr. Spock and Captain Kirk back in 1967 when they talked about the space-time continuum.
Bro.
And I really I believe that big time, and I appreciate Sky Gazer, bringing back pleasant memories for me. So thank you, Sky Gazer.
No, Star Trek is a very important part of human history.
Yes,
and we need to respect it, and we need to accept that we are living in the Star Trek reality. So
I agree with you in the sense. I agree with you in the sense that where it's, in the intellectual property of our mind, it can be plausible if you pretend that it's possible, and so.
Yeah, well,
how abstract I make those comments.
No, you're tapping in because that's the situation. We're living in the Harry Potter reality. Like, you talk to these astro quote unquote physicists, they'll admit that gravity is a fictitious force. It's a LARP, but they're justifying it because you're able to assign it to your own human reality. So basically, NASA is just a franchise, just like Harry Potter or Star Trek. So it applies because it allows you, it works with your perception. So it works.
It applies,
just like cigarettes.
Hold on,
just
this
like
kind of reminds me. This kind of reminds me of Charlie and Chocolate Factory. Where it's just like, in a world of imagination, living there.
Yes,
we will see. You remember that one? Have you ever seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? We will truly seem to be.
Bro,
Boy,
the
Johnny
fucking
Depp had some
Blueberry
white teeth in that show, man. His teeth were whiter than snow. Johnny Depp.
No, I
Yeah,
was thinking about the
his teeth
old.
were a
I
bit
was
white.
talking about the
You're right.
the
other,
old one.
the
Yeah.
old one. Yeah. Fuck. I don't like the newer one. Fuck that. I will
Well,
always stand by the first one, buddy.
but that's what it is. That's what it is. And when you understand it, like this Elon Musk,
Your
the
imagination.
Elon Musk is literally the freaking whatchamacallit, the leader of the chocolate factory.
Well,
hate to
fuck
tell you,
Elon Musk too, buddy. He doesn't give a shit about the chocolate factory.
Elon Musk is so far down on the pecking order of who rules this world, it's not even funny. If you think Elon Musk has any
Yeah,
power
of
whatsoever,
course.
you are a fool.
But he's a front man. He's a front man.
Wait, you said yeah, as if you already knew, dude. There's so much going on in the background. He's a flash. Have you
Tell us all
ever
about
heard
it.
the term?
Tell us all
Hold
about
on.
it. son.
Have you ever heard of the term "flash in a pan"?
Explain it.
Don't
Explain it.
ignore Bill Gates. I
Flash
mean,
in the pan. Anyway,
Bill
go ahead,
Gates
guys.
is really trying to get up to the top.
Well, you know how kind of like Michael Jordan is like the face of Nike. I think that's what we're dealing with. Like, yeah, Michael Jordan
That's
doesn't run
sort.
Nike, but he's the face of it. So
Well, he's gotten paid millions of dollars to be the face of it, but he didn't need
yeah,
Nike's shoes to do what he did.
All
Because
so
he
we're
that's
was a
exactly the
badass
same as Elon
basketball
Musk.
player.
Then.
all
So
we're
he's
witnessing.
the marketing front. He's the
Wait,
marketing front
wait.
for.
Are you saying Elon Musk is a talented individual and he could do something similar to what Michael Jordan did? In the tech world?
Bro, I don't know. Well, Elon probably has his talents. I'll say
All
that.
right, so
He's probably
probably,
pretty good at
maybe,
Sudoku.
where do you have evidence that Elon Musk has done a goddamn thing?
Bro, are you gonna sit here and say that Elon Musk doesn't know how to solve a Sudoku real fast, real quick? I think that's his skill. I think his skill is math.
This whole world is a puppet show, and the only people that we get to see and vote for and admire on TV are puppets on a string. Everything else, the power is behind the puppets up above with the little strings on their fingers, and they're
What do you
they're
mean?
showing.
What do you mean? You can literally with the internet, that argument is no longer relevant because you can see who pulls the strings. So that's
Physically,
that was a cool argument back in the day, but nowadays
It is.
it doesn't really apply.
I watched Michael Jordan dominate basketball in the late '80s. Right. I mean, nobody could really get anything on him. But how did Elon Musk become what he is? Did he physically dominate or virtually dominate?
Yes.
Elon Musk.
Yes. See. I said, did he physically dominate or virtually dominate? And you said yes. That's not an answer.
You're kind of tapping in. You're tapping in because there's an interesting thing that happens if you look throughout human history where you understand that during the Industrial Revolution, there started to
What?
form
Back in 1913?
Yeah, around that time. So
all right, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
There started to develop this philosophy of the world being a series of mechanisms. So it was seen as a very mechanical world. Then you fast forward to the kind of Elon Musk era. Now everyone is living. So
no, you're skipping a lot of things. If you're going to bring up the Industrial Revolution, you're going to have to understand something about it and who was involved. Do you understand something about what was happening during that period? You can't just skip from 1913 go like, "Ooh, it's 2013 or 2023," and I'm just like this guy that can just say what the
Well,
fuck ever I
what are
want
you trying to
over
say?
100 years. What I'm trying to say is, I think you're ignorant about history. To be honest,
Actually, Helio,
That might be.
today
That
is
might be.
no,
today is
I actually know that for a fact because you didn't bring how history developed, through economics and development and all that kind of
Oh,
shit.
you're right.
You're
You're
just
right.
you're just going for you're just gonna skip 100 years of intellectual and all of this shit. But anyway, go ahead. Somebody was trying to interrupt.
But
Go ahead.
two days in a row of Skygazer giving us absolute BS. I want to come back tomorrow, and I want to get the third day in a row so I can give you the trifecta of BS. You can win place and show tomorrow, and I'm sure Helio will
I
get you
didn't
some
even
sort of
realize I
Discord
was talking to
prize.
Skygazer, and so fuck off.
He is just so full of BS. It's just the nice thing about recognizing the ground that you walk on and the shape of it is you recognize nonsense from common sense.
Well,
And
it's just like
Skygazer,
when I get into a mode, I just start talking, and I didn't even know I was talking to Skygazer, and
You should
it's
you should
just
hear
like
Kosho.
no, I would recognize Kosho right away, but yeah, I've talked to that motherfucker many times. But
Kosho's like the master of BS.
no, that's
Discord
cool, but he's not here. We're talking to Skygazer.
Discord's had a
Jim,
couple. Discord's had a
Jim.
couple winners on this week with Matthew and now Skygazer. I mean, we need to get one more winner on tomorrow, and then we can give a trifecta out to 3 winners. So not only can Skygazer get a trifecta, we can give a trifecta out to 3 other people.
You
It's
know
just
what's
so much BS.
you
It
know
is
what's
so
funny,
much
Jim?
nonsense. It's
Is
ridiculous.
that we get some of the people that are banned from here begging us to talk to them, and they have to have permission from moderators like me and other people to actually let them in this room because they've been here before, and they spout a lot of complete freaking nonsense. Doesn't make any sense to anyone. They think they have all the gotcha questions, and they're going to prove whatever their stupid ideas are. They're going to prove it right up front. So it's like, hey, we've been doing this for a very long time. This server is it's a public server, but at the same time, we hold it down well as far as I'm concerned. So if you want to come in here and make a fool of yourself and be moderated and then go bitch about it on your channel, you can even record when you come in here. And it's like, look what the Flatter Discord does when I come in there and talk to you. Freaking show it up on your YouTube channel. We do this all day long. It's all live streamed, all of it,
So
every time.
So Jim 777 there, you're claiming I'm full of shit. So what's the? I'm very interested to hear your. Can you debunk what I've said so far?
Can I ask a question? How
So
can Elon Musk present curvature in physical way? Or Michael Jordan, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean? Of course he can. He sent rockets to space 3 times.
No, I didn't ask for rocket in space. I asked for the curvature in reality. Can he present that?
It's on video. It's on video. Yeah, it's presented.
Okay, where? Can you post that video?
Yeah, you can look up Elon Musk space rockets on YouTube.
No, I'm not speaking about space. I was speaking about air. Earth in reality. Earth in reality.
Space, the final great lie. These are the voyages of the fake ship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore CGIs, to go where no imagination has gone before. Woo, woo,
No, Jim, be honest. Jim, be honest. You were like a huge Star Trek fan back in the days. Let's be honest.
Okay,
Yeah,
another question. Can
I
Star
was
Trek
I was an
Star,
indoctrinated fool, just like everybody else was when they went through the school system. Everybody
Well,
was.
and you know,
can
Picard was a good character. He was a good leader. I think we can all agree.
Are you talking about the Starship Picard who came after Kirk?
No, I'm talking about TNG, like classical Picard. You know, old school Picard was trying to get shit done. You know what I'm saying?
No.
All I know is yesterday when you started talking the BS of the space and time stuff, that's just total BS. And there's really no reason to
Bro,
respond to you because it's impossible to respond to BS. It just is.
well, I don't really know if I understand your argument, but
You have no argument, so I have nothing to give you back because when you talk BS, I have nothing to come back with. It's just BS. When I hear nonsense, I have no rebuttal to nonsense. I'm sorry.
so what was the nonsense that I said?
what is Star Trek? What's that?
What is Star Trek? It's an imagination of Gene Roddenberry
No,
and whoever else talked to him.
I'm asking him. What is that? Is
What,
that
Star
something?
Trek?
Yeah, is that something? No, not you. I'm asking him because he's claiming Star Trek. I don't know what's that. Is that it's so important thing? What's Star Trek?
Oh, so
To me,
Jim, what was
So,
the argument actually?
that mean I need to be born in USA to watch that shows, movies, everything to realize the life, or I can be somebody who don't know what is Star Trek, or I miss something if I don't if I didn't watch Star Trek that think that I miss something in life, some meaning of life.
Oh, you're interrupting an actual conversation here, bro.
it's all right. I really don't want to have this conversation with Sky Gazer.
Okay,
I mean the space time crap is just crap,
Jim,
and
why? I
it's
never
like
said
I'm
anything
listening.
about space time. What are you talking about?
It's like I'm listening to Matthew from a few days ago. It's just total nonsense.
Okay, so I'm the source of total nonsense.
Yes,
That's
you
not the
are.
case. That's
Thank you
not the
for saying it.
case.
I don't. Thank you for saying it. All I can say is ditto. Thank you.
So based on what grounds? Based on what grounds?
I'm not going to get into a conversation somebody who spews nonsense and BS. I have more important things to do with my life than engage with somebody who talks BS. I just wanted to thank you for giving me some BS yesterday and coming back today, and tomorrow come back, and after you come back tomorrow, we'll give you a little award for the
Okay, well,
trifecta award, and we'll go from there. We're in the season of the Preakness and the Kentucky Derby and all that stuff and the Belmont. We'll make sure that you get a trifecta award for nonsense and BS.
well, I didn't say any BS. I didn't say any nonsense. You know, I might steel man the argument of the people who claim to hold those arguments. That doesn't mean that I hold that argument myself in my soul. You understand the difference? You can steel man a stupid argument without holding it yourself. You know that, right? You know
I
the
just know, I just
are
know
are
calling a moron doesn't help the moron, and that's all I know. So I can say anything, but if a moron,
no, your smile. You know you can't talk like that because uh your smile is coming through the microphone. So at
there's some
least
more,
at least at
there's some
least
more
act it.
BS. There's some
At
more
least act
BS
it.
and nonsense right there. My smile's coming through the microphone. That's just hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness gracious.
Well, that's what you get.
Now you can see smiles through our phones and our microphones. Kyle, you're good. Hey, can I get your autograph? Can you do something like for me, online? I can get your
Jim.
autograph. Maybe I can sell it for
Jim.
$10 or $20 in 100 years.
Jim, how do let's say you go to a hot dog stand in New York. What's your order? What's your classic? What's your go-to?
What's my go-to for what?
On a New York hot dog stand.
I don't eat hot dogs. What can I do? What can I say?
What? You don't eat hot dogs?
Oh,
Hot
neither
dogs.
do I, man. Some are full of sodium nitrate, for God's sake.
Okay.
I eat salmon and white chicken. That's all I eat.
But you gotta throw some fat in there. The salmon's only 1/3 fat, and the chicken's very little fat. Careful not to overconsume protein. It's not a good idea. You gotta balance that with more fat.
I do my vitamin D with just sunlight. I do my vitamin C, which is broccoli and orange juice. I do my magnesium, which is 88% dark chocolate, spinach,
Bro,
either cooked or raw,
love that
and
magnesium.
almonds. And I
Love that
try to do my
magnesium.
zinc as much as
Gotta get some
possible as well.
You need to eat some fat. You gotta throw some butter in there. You gotta throw some beef fat in there. Egg yolks, something like that. Throw away the egg whites. It's very easy to overconsume protein. Done it myself.
Oh.
All right, but Jim's gotta go. He's a busy man. He has things to do. So, thanks, Jim. It was cool to talk to you.
Yeah, you guys can take that bullshit to another room.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree. Take Jim and Star Trek down there with you.
Yep.
You couldn't catch me down there with Sky Gazer. So anyway.
Sky Gazer, any point till now? Apart movies and...
Okay, so you wanted to ask a question or?
No, I said any point till now, or movies and some VIP, let's say VIP person in the world, or whatever, or basketball, what?
What? I don't understand the question.
Elon Musk, Michael Jordan, Star Trek, what? Where we can move?
How did you pronounce his name? Elon Musk. The way you say it sounds so funny. Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, he's all right.
No, don't laugh. Don't laugh. He's from Africa.
No, but I mean seriously. I mean he deserves to be. He deserves to be made fun of. He's an idiot.
Don't laugh. It's not from Africa. Don't laugh. It is not from Africa.
No. I mean Elon Musk, not you. I'm not making fun of you. Like Elon Musk, like we call him. We say he smells musky sometimes.
Well, in Africa they call him Elon Musk. Okay. And
Sky Gazer, we touch now the continent, Africa now, because we were on Michael Jordan, Elon Musk, and Star Trek. Now we touch the Africa. What will be next?
Elon Musk is from South Africa. So.
South Africa, great. And is that connected?
He's my favorite African American.
Is it that connected to the Star Trek or with the Michael Jordan?
All joke. I already made it like 5 years ago.
Hold on. Wait. We got somebody here called Great Angelo. Yeah, he's one of Japan's cronies. Great Angelo, you got any questions? Has he got any roles?
Yeah, I've got roles. No, I'm just listening. Just listening in the background while I'm playing chess.
Right. Yeah. We're having a very important conversation about the African continent. So yeah, go on.
Yeah, because Sky Gazer, this is food server. I don't understand why you're speaking about continents on food server.
He's trying to make a cake, and he's trying to, put the icing on just right to make it look like the Earth.
Yeah, because
flat Earth.
I'm baker. I came here to speak about bread. I don't know why you're speaking about continents, man. You This is not server for continents. This is food server, man.
But okay, so you had a question about Elon Musk. So
No,
what
I have
was the question?
question about food, man. What Elon Musk? Do you know the name of this server?
Oh,
24/7 food.
Hey, Helio,
Yeah, 24/7 food Earth.
Hey, Helio, are you busy, Helio? I need to speak to you for a minute. I'm down in the learning curve.
You know,
no,
So, Skygazer,
it's important. It's important. It's important to love food and
have we got
bread.
one piece of evidence for the globe?
Bread
finally,
is very important.
Hey, I
finally,
Bread
think
is
we were
very
having
important.
a better.
finally,
I think we were having a better
Helio,
conversation about
Helio,
Africa when we were talking to the guy from
Helio,
Morocco.
he's finally on the point. He started to speak about food. Come on,
Okay,
man.
cool. All right, food, African food.
Yo, chicken
Yo,
wings.
no, can I try like a 5 years old boy?
Unbelievable.
Just watch. It's going to be the next Glober argument to come in here. Food. You know, this dish right here proves the Earth's a ball. Don't you guys see it?
But it is not food. It's 24/7 flat Earth server written.
Helio, check your DMs, please.
Yeah. Where's that at? I'm trying to find. Yeah, I'm good.
Helio, why you?
So who is Stargazer?
I'm an asshole. Everybody knows that already. Don't worry about me.
Who is
Hey,
in
thank you for
charge for
interrupting me, Helio, in the middle of my sentence, bro. Thank you.
Who is in charge for the title of the server? It's confusion
Yeah.
here, man, because we speak about continents.
Yeah, you were confused because you thought this was food 24/7. So you thought this was a food channel.
Oh shit! Let's speak about continents then.
Well, continents are part of this realm, right? So what's up with the continents? What's the conversation about the continents? What's
No,
happening?
let's not talk about let's talk about breads. Let's talk about different type of bread.
Yeah, let's talk about food then. You know, flat bread, it's flat, and food only works on the flat Earth. Prove me wrong.
Donut holes. There, just proves a ball, man.
Sasha, are you happy now about the food server?
No, he was right.
You're not happy, Sasha? You're not happy? Okay, so what type of food do you like, Sasha?
I like any spherical food.
Oh, okay. That makes sense on a
Any
globe.
spherical bird, any spherical. What about burger buns? That like the top of burger that's spherical, or maybe that's just like a half sphere, I guess.
Define burger.
It's
what's between your ears.
Citation, please.
Don't you need like a flat surface to cook a burger?
No, it's because no, the mayonnaise really is no. You have to understand the mayonnaise timeline.
The mayonnaise is not the burger.
No, the mayonnaise timeline, and but you're the pickle. So once you understand that, you understand that you know the meat is the bun and the bun is the meat because you're the pickle.
Wait, I need
because
to start
you are
to
the
tickle.
pickle.
I need to start to tickle myself. Wait. Okay. Oh, good. Good.
Is that like Glober logic? Like the meat is the pickle and the pickle is the meat?
It's a bull.
Like flat is curve and curve is flat.
Well, Sasha is an actual African who doesn't believe in Elon Musk. So
Yeah, but according to Elon Musk, we all came from Africa.
How somebody from Finland can be from Africa?
well, Elon Musk is in California and he claims to be a South African, right? So it's the same thing.
I'm Finlandese, but I'm African.
We know.
So, Skygazer, have you got any evidence for the globe?
Ask that on Flat Earth server, not here.
Bro, I thought this was
What are you smoking, man? I want some of it.
no.
What are you smoking,
I
man?
thought this was a food server, bro. I thought this was food 24/7.
Hey, do you guys
Everybody,
want to
Does
learn
he even
something
believe
about
it's the
Elon
globe?
Musk? Look, just watch this video and listen to Elon. It's he's gonna teach you something right here.
Skygazer, do you even believe that the Earth is a planet?
What do you know the argumentation that's taught in like third grade logic class of steel manning the opponent's argument?
Skygazer,
Yeah,
when you
I'm familiar with that. Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
but you didn't answer my question. But whatever.
but your question is about the Earth. Come on, don't ask them.
Yeah. Do you believe the Earth is a ball, Skygazer?
But do you believe Sasha is from South Africa?
I don't believe.
I'll take that as a yes.
When you gaze the skies and you look at the sky and see lights in the sky, you say, "Hey, look, I'm a light in the sky." Do you think that?
Bro, you don't fuck with me when it comes to gazing the sky because that's
Because he's the Skygazer.
I only know
No.
one thing.
No.
Where I'm from, the water doesn't curve, for sure. That it's always flat, but I don't know. In my country, water doesn't curve.
You don't have like waves at the beach. You don't have like waves where you live at.
I don't have waves.
Huh? That must be a special place then.
Wait, you don't have waves? What are you talking about?
He lives next to a lake,
Do
so
you have?
he doesn't have any waves at the lake.
Do you have waves?
Well, I see some waves. Yeah, I have some waves from time to time. You know,
So when you
when
see
it's
wave,
windy,
when you
when it's
gaze,
windy, yeah.
when
it's windy,
when you
I'll see some
gaze at
waves.
the wave and you
How
see
many
the
waves you have?
water curving, when the waves are breaking and you see the water curving, you say, "Hey, I live on a spinning globe," because waves, water curving.
Yeah, with the waves.
All right, guys, I'm done with my questions. I'm getting no answers.
You know, like a curly hair. It's curving, but it's waving.
It's
Yeah.
elliptical.
Yeah, that's how I would describe the ocean. It's curving. It's not waves. It's not waving, but it's curving.
You can draw ocean curving on the paper, and every globe has curvature in classroom. But only in classroom.
But
And look at the devil.
did
You
did
know
the
how
guy
we
leave
measure
or
the
not?
mountain. Look at the devil. You know how we measure mountains all around the world.
Scusi?
Come facciamo altezza della montagna? Oh, ragazzo, parla italiano anche.
Prego, prego.
Va benissimo, sì. How we measure mountains?
Well, how do you measure mountains? I mean, you clearly you climb up, you go to the top of the mountain, and then you measure the time it takes to when you're at the top. Then you measure the time it takes
How
to
you
go
measure?
down.
How you measure another mountain 100 kilometers away?
Well, you just go climb that mountain. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What is your base?
Perfect question.
Excuse me?
What is your base for measuring and saying this is like a 3,000 kilometers?
What's my base? The metric system.
Metric
That's
Do you
my
think you think you're seeing that mountain's actual size? Is the question? I think.
Wait, so yeah, no, I subscribe to the metric system. I go
I don't care about
climb the top of the
what
mountain.
you're looking at is a
and
lot
I go back
smaller.
and I
What
measure
we're
it.
talking about.
I mean, do you know cartography 101? Like,
oh, I know that things get a
that's
lot
how
smaller.
cartography works.
Sure.
That's how it works.
But looking
Really?
at something from a distance, it can't be measured. Is the point?
If we say Mount Everest, it's 8,000 blah 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 meters above what? Above what?
Well, above the ocean, obviously.
Above the sea level?
Yeah, water level everywhere on Earth.
And where is sea level? Which ocean is level?
It's
all oceans?
The ocean. There's one ocean. There's one ocean.
Maybe three, but it doesn't matter.
How many square
Bro,
miles do you need before
you think
challenge
there's
the globe?
3 oceans? Wait a minute. You think there's
Oh,
3
hold on!
oceans?
Don't get caught up in the detail. That was
No. I think that all
Wait.
that ocean. No, listen. This I don't know. I don't care about numbers. All that sea, oceans, and lakes.
So what are the 3 oceans in your mind?
All of them. All of them
They're all
has
level.
level.
Can
all
you
of them.
can you verify a hump of water between two images on the Earth at all? If you were to measure between 2 points on
Oh, what
the
are
ocean,
the
would
3
you
oceans
be
called?
measuring between a hump of water that needs to be there?
Can you name the 3
It doesn't
oceans?
matter.
What are they called?
Hey, bro, you're trying to be in the weeds. We're not talking about that. We're talking about water level and elevations and how they're measured.
Bro, we're talking about 3 oceans. We're talking about 3 oceans.
No.
The first ocean. The first ocean is
You're out of line there, bud. That's not the point of this server at all.
The first oceans it's calling trolling oceans. The second oceans it's obfuscations. Obfuscation. I don't know how to say in English.
Wait, did you say the first ocean is called trolling ocean? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because that's what it is.
Yeah. What's the second one?
Yeah,
What's the second one?
He's perfect.
I don't know.
What's the
I don't
second
know
ocean?
to pronounce. I don't know to pronounce, but listen. I will try. Obfuscation. Fucking.
Okay, so the first one is trolling ocean. The second one is observation ocean. What's the third one?
Absolutely spot on too. He's hit the nail on the head.
When you don't want to speak about argument, what?
Yeah, you don't want to talk about the arguments. You're in the line of bullshit.
That is second ocean, and third ocean is it's wasting time ocean.
Oh my god, that's perverse.
But either way,
that's
if we get to
perverse
point out to
and
anybody
embarrassing.
listening that you have
That's
to pull into the
perverse.
weeds and you repeatedly try to get off topic, that's the most important part. And didn't even catch the drift. You had to be told almost directly. Like, is there any way? Like, you had to be drugged right to it. You couldn't see it from a distance at all.
That's sad. That's sad.
That's
sad.
what it is. What's up?
So it's
Yeah,
resting. What was the resting?
Oh, just
sad
Earth curve
and
measurements or any of that. Any of that?
Wasting time because man, we can bullshit all night,
measurement.
But if you are honest, if you want to know something, or if you don't want to know, there is still a NASA live stream, man. I don't know why you're spending time here or whatever. You can dance or listen music, have a sex. But bullshitting here all night, it's like boring somehow, you know.
I mean, I just want to know of any military, government agency, individual corporation who's ever directly measured Earth curve in human history. Is that a question you're interested to get into? The what the method was and how it was performed and the date and time and who did it? Yes? Where'd you go? Oh, he didn't like being called a super troll. Well, he was kind of dull too. He was being called it right to his face and then had to be told.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm trying to get
So
you
what's the actual
to tell me
question?
that yes, this is a question. Do you know of an individual, corporation, agency, government, military, and human history that's directly measured Earth curvature, and who did it, and what the method was, and citing sources?
Bro, what's the situation with your nose, man?
It's
Sounds like he's in
whatever.
big trouble.
I don't know. I didn't even realize. We're not talking about my nose, though. We're trying to figure out if you can.
Bro, we gotta start talking about your nose.
Guy Gazer, what you
Wow,
what you
dude.
think about
You
what you
gotta
think
be
about
being paid to be here. You gotta be.
what you
You
think
gotta.
about
You gotta have
question?
somebody. I don't know what you're getting out of this.
Guy Gazer, what do you think about his question? Is it a stupid question, mystery question? I don't know, whatever.
Why
It's
are
an
you
important question.
why are you so interested in my opinion?
I'm not. I wanted
Here
to.
on a Discord
Honestly,
about flat Earth.
I told you that the third ocean was wasting time. That means that I will be glad if somebody mute you, and that we continue with somebody who is honest and have something to say, not with you, you know.
Right. Yeah, I can't do it. I probably wouldn't ever. I don't want any authority at all. I just want to get
Because
answers and have reasonable questions, reasonable
we are now making
conversation.
Sky Gazer show. That's all right. We can have fun with you if you
Oh,
want. But
you're Sky Gazer?
but
Oh, you're a jerk. You're just a jerk, dude. I'm not even gonna go there because I'm gonna just get off voice because this isn't worth it.
or better, put yourself on mute, you know, because you have still nothing to say. We started with food and bullshits, and I tried with more bullshit, but you don't want to speak about flat Earth. This is flat Earth server. Okay, great. Go somewhere else and enjoy life, man. It's all right. Don't worry. Leave this cult and this religion, this dangerous for us.
Hey, if he doesn't want to like answer questions about the flat Earth, he doesn't have to. Just yeah. I've been listening, and there's been some questions directed to him, and I guess he doesn't want to talk about the topic. So yeah, just keep it on topic. If he doesn't want to talk about the server topic, just move on. Speak to someone else. If you guys, they wouldn't have to push the issue.
Yeah, as long as there's a reasonable conversation that involves something to do with the topic, that's just wonderful.
Sky, so he's been here many times. I don't generally have an issue with him, but I think I think you guys are
I'm
kind of like
talking
pressuring the conversation when he actually does know the arguments. He just don't want to
Oh well, the
kind of like talk
problem
about
I
it.
have is all the YouTube chat stuff I've seen over time. You know what I mean? If that's the same Skygazer,
He's
he
been
just
here
was
for
Wait
a
a minute.
while.
Are you
yeah,
trying to say there's a YouTube channel out there called Skygazer?
No, I'm saying the name in the YouTube chat going back
What?
in the YouTube chat. I think I've run into him there, and he was just rude because he was dishonest in doing what we're witnessing now.
Are
And
you the same? Are you the Skygazer that he's talking about, or not? Just whatever.
So some person is impersonating me. I don't have a fucking channel.
Yeah, it's not
you have a
necessarily you.
channel, but
I get that point.
No,
He's saying
do
it
you
might be you,
think
but
it's like imagine the multi-retard, like absolute degenerate garbage level mode you have to be to like create
aliens.
like a
no, I have
YouTube
no idea.
channel. No,
Yeah,
what
I
are you
have
what
no
are you
idea,
actually
but
talking about? What are you
I'm talking
saying?
about
What are you?
that name.
I'm not gonna
name
accept this
in the YouTube chat.
accusation.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm not even. And besides, where the conversation was going and how dead it was already, it was kind of over for me.
Well, it's okay, but it's okay.
But I remember that
so,
name in the YouTube chat. I'd be in the YouTube chat a lot, and for a long
what are
while.
you talking about?
But what am I talking
Yeah,
about? The name
I've
Skygazer.
also seen the name
You're
John
like in
Smith.
the list that
No,
I think
I've seen the
YouTube,
name John Smith in a YouTube chat. I've seen the name John Smith in a YouTube chat. So
yeah, sure, I hear
know.
you. There's probably multiple Skygazers as well. You're not wrong. So I can't personally attribute you for
hopefully
sure.
not too many. Hopefully not too many. Hopefully either.
I'm
I'll
hoping
say
there's no
cool.
lumpy gases in a vacuum. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, it's all good.
But
Anybody has any questions about the topic in the server?
I need to. Yeah.
It's kind of getting old.
Yeah, I don't need to argue with the victim either. I apologize if I brought that up.
It's all good.
Bro, you are the comedian. What are you talking about?
Comedian, I'm trying to get you to answer a question that's like vital to the worldview you seem to promote.
I'm sure.
That there needs to be a measurable Earth curve at some point in history by some military, government agency, person, corporation that could be cited. I mean, it does have a geometric plane, and there should be a time in history where a human is given us a direct measurement of that. That's an important question for a person that wants to believe it's a globe in a vacuum. And as other people have said, it would be a real difficult thing for the server to handle if there was actual curve measurement. So, being that there's not, it's not at all. But it's your job to come here and argue that there is, and come up with something that says there is. But you can't, because there isn't, because it isn't. That's where your
About Pyramid, has
position
anybody
ends.
spoken to Pyramid? How are you, Pyramid? Are you there? Pyramid. You're VC verified, so you can unmute yourself and be polite and reply to your name.
Yeah, maybe Sasha, you could talk about the pyramids.
I guess Pyramid doesn't want to speak at this moment. It's okay.
Okay, man. I don't have problems with cognition.
Yeah, we need to talk about in the flat Earth community. It's very important, very serious topic. We don't talk about the mummies. Mutakan, what is it called? Different mummies. There's a lot of epic mummies in Egypt. Sasha,
What do you know about that? What do you know about the mummies?
Skygazer. Curvature, rotation, and gas pressure. Then we can
Sasha,
continue.
talk about the mummies. Es muy importante.
Mummies, 3 points, curvature, rotation, and then gas pressure.
I just kind of caught that. That's funny. The mummies.
No, is there gas inside of a pyramid? Is that possible or no?
It depends if there's a valve.
Why you continue with BS? Why?
A airtight boundary.
That's what I was just asking myself. I think I'm going to mute him.
Is it your? Are you fighting with your ego? Does your ego doesn't give you any chance to your person to be you? Can you tell your ego, please give Skygazer a chance to be a human?
Oh, wait, you're asking me? I thought you were asking him that.
No, him, of course. Sorry.
Yo, is this some African voodoo shit? Because it's got to
Did you
stop.
ask? Did you ask your ego, please help me? I want to be me. Please, I cannot. I cannot. This is too much pressure for me. Did you ask ever? Did you speak to yourself ever in front of mirror? Did you tell your ego, please don't do it that to me because I'm not that person.
Yeah, or think for yourself at the very least. Don't just take what they say on the TV and think of it as gospel.
Hey, it's a good message.
I'm telling
It's a good
I'm
message. It's a good message. I'll agree with you. Good.
I'm telling you
Good.
honestly because honestly bullshitting can reach the point that we can play that game, man, if you like to play, but it's boring on the end, you know. It's good when we laugh like a for okay, this is good joke, this is good bullshit, this is good bullshit. But man, stop it, you know. Stop your ego, you know, because you're continuously doing that in the last 1 hour, you know, and you don't want to stop it, you know. I can do it that every day, you know, every minute, every second, but it's boring on the end. And for example, I don't want to tell you something. Listen, you need to be flat. You need to think like Earth is flat. I need to tell you this. No, man, there is some information. If you want to know, that's it. Nothing else. No, Sasha, no, you, no, my ego, not your ego, not nobody egos. You know, there is water outside. It doesn't care. That's the problem. Simplest.
Bro,
Like a human
the
being,
grass
I'm
doesn't
telling you.
curve. The grass is curved.
Yeah, it's all right, man. You are still continuing. Yeah, the grass. It's you know when it's August and it's
No,
Thursday
it's
and
over.
fall
It's over.
and
It's okay.
and you
I'm
know
done.
it
Yeah,
could be.
there's another troll that keeps coming here that has the same faulty logic. Like, oh, there's a mountain, like there's a molehill in front of me, so the Earth is curved. You know, like, come on, man.
Yeah, that was really bad. The most recent one, that is.
But I'm sure 100% that your ego knows what is doing, but only you need to stop that. You need to speak with your ego, and that's difficult. I know. It's the most difficult thing in life. Because everybody has ego.
Yeah, Sasha, you're explaining the game that we're all going through. We're all battling this demon, so
Skygazer,
it is what it is.
can I get Skygazer? Can I ask you something?
Can you? I guess not. Bro, ask the question, man. What is it?
I think he's out.
Anyone have a cool story to share?
I think he was going to ask you if you're Sapper 2.0. I mean, I don't want to ask. I don't think so, but I think that's what he was going to ask.
Bro, tell a story. What's the story?
It's the only story I got.
I got a pretty funny story. So I'm at a bus stop.
Let's hear it.
There's this, so there's this about 50-year-old guy, kind of heavy, lesbian, gay. And I told him that the earth's flat, and he was real snooty in his reply to me. Like, really, really demeaning, super arrogant, right? So then I told him the sky can't be a vacuum. And he started to go on, and I said, listen, if you take the best valve a person can make and put high pressure gas on one side and as powerful as you can imagine vacuum on the other side, and then snap the valve open, tell me that the air won't move. And he started to cry. And then I started laughing at him because he was such an ass to begin with. And then he started screaming at me to go away. And then I gave him credit for being honest, and he kept crying. And that's literally the most funny interaction, because I tell everybody all the time, Earth's flat, and I tell them why. And I get a lot of like strangeness from that, but a lot of strange ideas.
Yeah, in the last week, I've called 3 different grown adults, 2 men and 1 woman, who you know, like I basically called them NPCs and explained to them the insult. You're a non-player character. Like there's a word for what you are. Like the first one, and this is how it was with 2 of them. You know, I asked him like, if the Earth was flat, would you want to know? And the first one, the guy outright said no, I wouldn't want to know. I was like, oh, okay. But you know, there's a word for what you are. You're an NPC. You're a non-player character. You're a part of a video game that doesn't matter. You know, and like, you know, you could tell, like when you explain that insult to them, it kind of hurts their feelings. Which I'm like, good. Like, if you're gonna be that way, then you should have your feelings hurt.
I haven't done that much yet. If I've given enough time, especially at my work, in my work area, they end up saying they don't care, but I haven't went that far because I don't want to get in trouble. But that's what they end up doing.
Yeah, well, the issue is, bro, you fail to understand that, you know, if you're claiming, you don't understand. There's a director that assigns the roles of people, whether it be a video game, whether it be a movie or whatever. So you're proclaiming yourself to be the director, assigning, no, you're the NPC, you're the NPC. Bro, never do that, man. No, you're dealing with real human persons.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Stop.
Go on.
Stop. You're misunderstanding me. You're thinking I meant that literally. I just mean it metaphorically. Metaphorically, not literally. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
so-
telling
okay,
you.
so-
I'm not claiming the world is a video game. No, I'm not saying the world is a video game.
Oh, okay. So you're saying you didn't tell any of these people that they were NPCs. You didn't do any of the things.
No, I
You just said
did.
you
I did tell them that. I did tell them
So
that.
in person,
But I'm
in
just saying-
reality,
but I-
you
but
didn't
I
do
meant
that.
it metaphorically. I said it metaphorically.
Yeah, that can be
You
done.
said it
knew that.
metaphorically,
They
but
knew
you
I
said
meant
it
that
in
metaphorically.
reality, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, but in the
Yeah,
United
I know
States,
I said
we
it in
can do
reality,
that.
but I meant it metaphorically.
You're
We can do
mixing the
that in-
dimensions, bro.
No. Are you from the United States? I'm just curious because it's something common here we'll do. It's in our culture and everything. Like, you could say you're a bum to somebody and they're not a bum. These sort of things.
Yeah, in regards to the police, I think I'm not entirely sure. I might be wrong about this, but you might have to legally say, "In my opinion," and then after you say those words, you can legally say anything you want. But you can't, like, you know, you can't legally, either a cop or another individual here in the United States, you can't stand within 1 foot or less and scream at the top of your lungs at them, because that's legally assault. But within reason, yeah, you can pretty much say whatever you want to whoever you want, whenever you want.
Yeah, anything but a direct threat. And probably the distance and volume and intensity was probably a thing too. Again, it's part of the culture. We can call people stuff, and it would normally be received by normal people that it was obviously a metaphor, not literal. Or received as like offensive, like to the level that the defense of it was. There's no way it would be received like that unless the person was like mentally ill.
Well, I think it's kind of silly, right, to go into like whatchamacallit, a wedding or like a baptism or something like that, calling out people for being whatchamacallit, like a globe earther. I mean, what are you doing, bro? It's
No, what are you talking about? What the hell are you talking? You just described a wedding or a funeral. Did I talk about a what? You just brought that up out of your ass.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What was the context where you did this? Where you called this person out for being an NPC?
Use and I was.
You're roboting, bro. Roboting hard.
Well, I've said
It was
stuff
a
like.
credit. Can you hear me
Go
now?
Yeah.
it was in front of a credit union.
In front of a what?
A credit union. Because I don't like to use banks. I don't use mega banks. That are scandalous. I use a credit union, a community credit union. What economically responsible people use instead of banks?
Okay. So,
hey, I'll give the guy credit for that. He uses a credit union instead of a mega bank. What do you know? Globers aren't entirely stupid.
So in a credit union, you're shouting to this person that he's an NPC. Is that the case?
Yeah, because I asked him if the Earth is flat, would you want to know? And he said no. I'm like, well, that's one hell of a fucking answer to give that question, So I told him, I said to him, there's a word for what you are. You're an NPC, a non-player character. He knew I meant it metaphorically. He knew that. And he just took off on his bicycle and said some shit back to me. And I could only make up a bunch of gibberish that didn't make any sense. I couldn't hear, that I couldn't make out, mixed in with the F word. Like he was like, fucking.
I swear I can imagine like a TV screen where somebody's falling over themselves trying to get away and then bitching.
I could try to reiterate it, but it would be hard.
Well, I think the reality is nobody would disagree with you. Yes, there's plenty of people out there, with the wrong ideas and believing in nonsense and all this thing. I think the next level move is to kind of go, well, yeah, this people believes in nonsense. So, you kind of gotta calm yourself. You gotta go next level. You gotta go, well, you gotta allow that to not affect you, So that's a move, and that's what it means to, I'm not a fucking spiritual leader, but I think that's the issue. But yeah, we all fucking agree, bro. Yeah, he was an NPC, but maybe you shouldn't have said it. You know? You know what I'm saying?
In a way, it's American life, and the dynamics kind of drive the situation. He kind of asked for it when he said the way he said no, probably, and probably the attitude he gave. There was probably some, you know, messages that were going on that were kind of led to that. And again, it's not like it didn't actually hurt him.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with you. Yeah, probably it's, you know, it's an okay kind of bantery, silly argument to be made. That's if it were how should I call it, launched at me, this argument, I would probably throw it off. Like after a couple of days, you know, it's over with. It's over with. But I don't know. So then, if he's bringing it up, maybe it did cause some damage. So that's why I'm treating it with the you know, effort that I am. So
You're all good, man.
if it's a LARP, if it's a LARP dum move, then why are we even talking about it?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a story. We wanted to tell stories. I was pretty rough on my guy, man. I was really rough on him. So he was going through some stuff, and I was laughing at him. My stories, it's amazing. I went through that. It's true, though. It really did happen. Ran into some guy on the bus route, told him we're flat. Then he kind of was real snooty. And it was just a blast to see him actually accept the information as true, because he wouldn't have been so upset if he didn't. There's just no way. If he didn't understand what I meant by air pressure needing containment when I described it that way, he wouldn't have responded with so much emotion. I mean, there were tears and he was snotty and everything. And I was laughing at him. I was pretty rough.
Bro, do you have a did you ever go to prison?
Me? Yeah. Over a bogus domestic, man. I got like attacked by my girlfriend because we were having an argument and she was drunk.
Wow.
And then she bit my chest and I muffed her.
Hey,
to get her.
excuse me. I
Oh, I
apologize.
apologize. Okay, we'll
Any
stop.
chance you could take that down below if you guys want to talk about that? That'd be great.
Hey, you're good. Yeah, drop it.
So hey, what's going on, everybody?
Yo, we're just like competing who's got the best story. So what's yours? Like number one story. What's your go-to when people ask you, "Hey, you got a story?" What's the one you go to?
What are we're talking about flat Earth? Like if somebody asked me about that or what?
Yeah, that's where my story was at. Yep, about this guy I told about
Well,
flat Earth and his response.
it depends who the person is. What I say.
Well, we're talking
You know,
about
if
the
they
best one
believe we
his way.
went to the. Sorry, go ahead.
We're trying to get the best one.
Well, who's
Yeah,
to say what is? That's
just like
highly.
the personally best one. It's nothing to do with the shape of the earth or what have you. But like, if someone asks you, like, what's the best story you gotta ask or tell, what is it?
Well, I'm trying to think of a flat Earth one. I mean, so like I was saying, it just depends. I mean, if I'm speaking to someone that believes wholeheartedly that we went to the moon,
Oh, that's
then
really boring. Then that's so you don't have an actual like way to entertain
are you are
people
you
if they ask you for
are
a
you
good
are you,
story.
are you confused? You do know where you
No.
are. I don't know what the I'm starting to get confused. So,
Okay.
I mean, the live streams for flat Earth conversation only, or Earth shape, or I mean, I guess we could talk about the heliocentric theory, how there's all kinds of
What?
anomalies
Okay.
with it.
So you're
Yeah.
dodging the question, and
Oh my
yeah.
god, dude! Why is that? Anyway, Yeah, I thought my story was funny. If you guys hadn't heard it, I'll just say it real quick, fast as I can. So there was
Is
at a
it
bus
flat
stop.
Earth?
Yep.
It's
So I
not
was at a
flat
bus
Earth.
stop.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I have
you
to
can ban me. I
apologize.
think this is flat Earth enough. I think it's just a story of an experience I had with basically a normie. Anyway, so I told him Earth is flat at the bus stop, and he got snooty. Now I don't remember specifically
Yeah.
what he had to say, but so it wasn't respectful in manner for sure. Anyway, so I told him that the sky up there can't be a vacuum, and I described a vacuum with a valve, and then one side having air pressure, and the other side having a vacuum, opening the valve. I just said, snap the valve open and tell me that air won't move. And he started to cry. He realized how serious of
What?
a problem it was. Yep, that's my story. That's what I was trying to tell. I swear to God.
That's the
And then he's
best.
snotty. He was like snotty, bro. He's like a 50-year-old dude that's like heavy set with the lisp and gay. And he was snotty. And you know what? The first thing I said to him was, "Wow, man, you're honest." And I said, "You're smart enough to get it." And then he yelled at me to go away. And I said, "Fuck that, dude. This is funny."
Well, I like what you had to say up until you said personal stuff
Well,
about the man. I don't think that has to
I
do with
apologize.
anything.
It
With
doesn't.
anything.
It sets. Okay, for me, the way I judge life and interactions with people, that to be that sort of a
I know,
lifestyle kind
I
of is
know,
a
but you know what?
declaration.
To me, that's
Mm,
just a different form of indoctrination.
Sure,
So
sure, but
what's the
it's definitely
difference?
rebellion. I mean, it would be like me running into
That's
somebody
fine.
smuggling
Everybody
heroin in the
goes to
street
their.
too. Yeah,
Sorry, dude.
it's
I wasn't
it's
trying to
it's.
be rude.
I didn't mean to offend anybody.
No,
Did
no,
I
you
just say?
didn't. I just wanted to put it
Oh,
out there like that. It's just a different form of indoctrination, in my opinion.
Yo, fucking greatest story ever heard. Absolutely epic story. That's probably the greatest thing that's ever happened on this channel is listening to this story.
it was amazing to be part of it. It was almost spiritual because of how real it was.
Yeah, the dude just
I
started randomly crying. That's crazy
no,
good.
it took about 10 seconds after I said, and the way I said it was snap that valve open and tell me that air won't move. And it hit his way to envision a reality. And he
Right.
knew, yep, he knew,
Way
and
to
he was
go,
smart and
man.
honest. Yeah,
Good good
yeah,
on you,
actually,
man.
yeah. Yeah, and I was actually kind of laughing because I was happy and I was like applauding him, but then he
Wow.
got mad. I was applauding him at first. I
He
said,
probably thought
dude,
you were
you're
making
smart and
fun of
you're
him.
honest. I told him straight up what I was thinking because I was like giggling by the point the tears came 'cause I knew he knew. And it was incredible. I can't, I was a
So you
little angry
saw
when
the
he was angry
expression.
still. Cause,
You were
huh?
able to see the expression on his face change. That's incredible.
Yeah. Yep. Snotty cry. Snotty.
I've
Oh,
never heard of that.
like a teenager having a tantrum trying to tell me to go away. That sort of voice
That
anomaly.
sounds like that hit him
Sometimes
hard
men are
then.
like that. They don't really mature when put under stress. So some men respond in revert boy tone almost as a
I
means of
don't know.
sympathy. I've kind of witnessed it. Men have different
Yeah.
dynamics man to man than man to woman for sure. You guys
Okay,
don't
there you
experience a
go.
man
Yeah,
the way a
that
man
makes
does.
sense.
Yeah,
There,
you
yeah.
really don't.
Hmm. So you triggered him, but you accomplished your
I
mission.
Well, no, it was the snootiness, and the mission was to get him to think. So I guess I did, but
Yeah, you did. You sure as fuck
yeah,
did.
the part of the mission should have been be able to be a little more respectful. So there was the end of it, me laughing at him, and then getting kind
Well,
of
you know what?
snooty
You were
back
kind of,
was
in
make to
my opinion,
solidify the memory.
so
Go ahead,
sorry.
you're good.
Oh man, I thought about it too much. Hold on. Yeah,
So
that's
I
all right.
so I was at
Sorry,
the
man. I
place to
wasn't
get a
trying to be
bird.
rude. Wait, go ahead.
So I was at a place. Here's another one. I was at the place here in town. I live in Detroit Lake, Minnesota. And up the street is where to get the birth certificate. I needed a new one. Mine was kind of spraying out and stuff or whatever.
Mhm.
I know you're not supposed to carry it. It is what it is. I've moved around a lot.
Mhm.
Been kind of a mess. I'm good now though. Anyway,
Mhm.
she told me, she goes, you should like try to get seminars going and like telling people about this because she was getting it and kind of excited. The lady, she sat there for like 15 minutes and listened to me. Another one, I handed off a paper for a guy who does some kind of counseling, right? This dude, it's Dad for Dads or whatever here. And like he said he brought it to him and his kids, and they were just amazed by what I had written down for him. Because I'm sitting there listening during this counseling thing. Anyway, long story short, because that's my thing, man. Is I'm literally after being able to dial in real tight.
Bro, tell the story. What's the story?
Oh, she was just
Whoa.
excited that she was supportive enough of it to the point where she thought that like trying to get like rooms for me to do group like giving the basically giving the argument in such a presentation that people should come want to see it. I wouldn't even charge. I wouldn't give a crap. I'd go do it if people wanted to come and they weren't going to just chant through it and interrupt me all the time. If they could just listen and try to be honest with themselves. At some point, there's things like the black swan image, and there's a lot of things. There's the memes that are here. It could be put on this wall, and then things could be described as they are in the
So
using the most verifiable claims possible, and basically keep it
Bro,
to that.
so Lumpy.
Literally, what's the actual story like? I can't even.
Oh, it's
Well,
over. Basically,
actually,
the point was she was receiving the information well enough and suggested that I go do that. Because often I get a lot of globe troll stuff back in response. What's that, ma'am?
oh, I was just gonna send you a link. I'll send it to you and then post it for everybody, but they've probably seen it already, but
So I
so
bought
what I'm gonna
go ahead.
oh no, you go ahead. It's all good.
I bought an Nikon P900 2 days ago now. So it's on its way from eBay. And I'm in Minnesota, so I'm going to be trying to. Well, Red Lake might be good. Leech Lake, Mille Lacs Lake, all three of them are like 500 miles.
You should leave and never come back.
Okay, I don't know who's talking right now, but
I gotta butt in. I've taken as much because Skygazer, bro.
thanks.
What's up with these comments that you're making?
Yeah.
Like, first thing you said I heard was, okay, we can shut down the server now. That's great. That's the best story I've ever heard. Right? With the most amount of sarcasm I've ever heard in my life. Right? And then you're not following a story, like you can't listen, so you interrupt them to ask them what a story's about when all you had to do was listen.
Yeah.
Skygazer.
You're right. You're right. I messed up on that. I didn't follow the story. That's on me. That's
No,
on
what
me.
he's trying to say is you're being a fuckwit friggin' on purpose. You're being a dickhead. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Yeah, man, that was strike two, bro. Next time I hear you doing some shit like that, I will personally ban you myself, and I don't even ban people.
Yeah, he doesn't.
But at the same time, I'm not the one to let you talk to somebody else like that. I don't know this new guy from Minnesota. I want to hear what he has to say, and when he gets his camera, I want to see what he can see. So,
Bro, he's an absolute legend. He's an absolute legend. He's an absolute legend, and we need to
Can
hear
we
his
be
story.
done now? Can we be done now? I think we should be. Yeah. All right. All right. So who
Yeah,
else
to
is
clear this up.
here?
Well, hold on one second. Just we got to clear this up. Look, Skygazer's been around for years and years. I know his voice in a second. I know who Sasha is. They're not the same person, not even close. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Skygazer, you're a fucking dumb fuck. You're not going to be sticking around here.
Okay, so what I was
Well,
wanting to
it's cool then. It's cool then.
Yeah, it's not cool. I wasn't even
There we
on like
go.
5
Thank you,
minutes.
Lou.
I muted them. Someone else could ban them. No problem.
So
Thanks for jumping in, Hank.
So I'm looking on Google Maps for good locations, and Red Lake's got a pretty good one. It is 440 square miles. And if I can maybe put up things to look at in multiple directions and lay it out in a way that the horizon's meeting the eye level of the camera, it's enough to be black swans, whatever I look at, because it's far enough. So that's one lake, and then Superior, but Superior, I wouldn't be able to be down that low most of the time. There's more wind in the north like that in that area. I don't know if you know the Great Lake, but if you're trying to get out in there, it gets windy. Which means the waves will kind of not allow for, being way down on the ground with the camera. Most of the time it would be a problem.
Well, hey, Mr. Minnesota, I don't know who you are, what your name is. You can tell me when I get through talking, but I just want to say I don't think I've ever heard you before. Welcome to the server. I can't wait for you to get your camera and share your photography with us.
Yeah, I'm Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. We've talked. You're Hank, right?
Yeah, I'm Larry, but you can call me whatever you like. But yeah, that name does
Well,
sound familiar. So yeah.
sorry, I've recognized your voice entirely. You're on here an awful lot. So yeah, 100%. I just can't find your little thing lighting up. No, I ain't seen him. Anyway, yeah, so that's what's next in my life. I'm kind of excited to get it too. I got a lot of different stuff going on. I was injured in 2018, and I just cashed a check for like $120,000. And I've
So
never seen this by trade. Yeah, what up?
So the two links I sent you is just a collaboration of stuff we've used in here for years. So
Okay.
it's probably all stuff you've seen before, but you could maybe pass it along to somebody or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I want to learn how to move things out of here into, like, say, a file to be that it could maybe even be chopped up. You know what I mean, or shortened to the point, or
Yeah,
maybe
whatever.
something like that. But yeah,
Ooh, and don't
into
forget,
some sort of video player. I've got both a
and
laptop and a phone.
and then don't forget for the Discord, you probably know this already, but we have the vanity link, discord.gg/flat earth. I believe it still works.
Not sure. There's like a group of links in one of the screens that I can see on here, where I can find videos. I like it. Are they able to be brought out of there? I mean, not like permanently, but
You
I
can
mean,
take
like, can I
whatever you
download from
want.
there? Oh,
You
really?
can
Good.
stream this live stream to your channel if you want. We're open.
Okay. Yeah, my channel currently only has SolidWorks showing that you can't get up angle measurement if any line is curving. So it's basically a circle, and then describing how the angle changes if you try to go from the center, because that was part of the argument of the anti-flatter. So just a real quick, like, its volume isn't right, and the screen size isn't quite right. So I really want to, and I want to make it into a sphere and do it a little different anyway. But there's been a little bit of support over there. Everybody else has deleted their own comments, though. Because they try to argue the point and there's nothing to argue, and then the comments they made were done. So I never deleted nobody. They deleted themselves. So yeah, so it's lumpy gas in a vacuum on YouTube. It's just a single, it could be used as a GIF here. I mean, it's descriptive enough to point out that they don't have a way to measure an elevation angle. If any of the lines are curving, that can't be done. Most sophisticated 3D modeling tool in the world says no.
Busted.
Huh? Yeah, can't do it. Got to have a right angle triangle to be able to use SoftCo as well. And their little diagrams that they tried to justify using the sextant on a sphere, like Bob the Science Guy and these other folks, are dead wrong about how they've even done that, because they haven't made the triangle multiple triangles so they could have a 90 degree, and then figure out that they didn't do that way. It's altogether wrong what they've tried to just hijack as what they've been doing. Totally wrong. A lot of it's been pointed out though by Nathan and company and here and Huey. The one thing they haven't brought to attention. They did bring to attention the fact that they don't have a 90, but the fact that they didn't even try to build a 90 is even more witness to their numptiness. That is the anti-flat earther crowd that in perpetual denial. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be silent because I don't want to interrupt the show. Seems like I do that, and I don't want to.
No, you can say whatever you want. Everybody's free to jump in or whatever. You're good, man.
The other day, I didn't realize that something would automatically happen, and I was here for like hours and just tried to keep on the flat earth the best I could. I was getting darn tired.
Can I ask
Oh,
the Can I ask the question about the? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
no, you absolutely go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, I don't watch Netflix, don't have Netflix, but obviously we've all heard, or most of us have heard about the Netflix documentary on the gyroscope and that it spins, which or something like that, which proves the Earth is round or a spinning watery ball.
I think there was a misuse of the equipment. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't say their details exactly, but yeah, they were trying to use it for something it was never intended to be used for.
Can somebody tell me? My memory's not real good on gyroscopes and real technical things. I often have to see it on a video 2 or 3 times and write it down. Can somebody explain a gyroscope and how it works and how it proves flat, or send me to a video through voice text
Okay.
here that
I have a question first. I have a question first. I'm sorry. Before you go on, just real quick. Why would you need to do that when we see too far? We see things that we should not see. Why would you want to pursue learning about a gyroscope when it's observably and measurably a flat, stationary topographical plane? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm genuinely curious.
Me too, because I had somebody on IG send me a private message about Netflix proving through its documentary that we're on a spinning ball.
Wait a minute. Okay. You know what? I might have misspoke. Okay, so actually, let me stand corrected here. It's been a while since I thought about this documentary, okay? Because it came out like what, 2.5, maybe 3 years ago now.
And people
So
are still
anyway,
watching it. Yeah.
they did not have full creative control of anything to do with the production. This is what I remember being said, that they presented information and twisted it. And I'm not saying it well, but for dummies version, essentially that was what I better remember. But yeah, so that's all I can say about it. But if somebody else can jump in and clarify what the real crux of the issue was beyond them not having full control of the production.
I know. Go ahead. I know on the documentary Flatten the Curve that came out February 22nd of 2020. Excuse me, 2022, just a few months ago. They talk about they talk about the gyroscope a little bit, but and they basically say that it only operates on a flat plane. But then I always hear about these people that say, well, the gyroscope proves round, and it's like, okay, I just kind of want to sell it where I can actually explain it like I'm a 5-year-old, and that's all I want. So if somebody can explain it real well, or have a video that I can go to, that whether Nathan does it or QE does it or somebody else does it, I would love to go there and see it a couple times, so it becomes like like I'm talking to somebody in the elevator, and I have 2 or 3 minutes in the elevator to explain something to them. Thanks.
About a gyroscope, a random person in an elevator? Okay.
I was always,
I
I was
totally
always,
understand.
yeah,
I
I
totally
was all,
understand what you're trying to do, and that's what I do here a lot is try to learn a simplified and concise way to put an argument that's obviously true, but sometimes you got to chew through the ways to describe it to pin a person's mind. So
yeah,
yeah, I applaud that. What I would say, as far as my understanding is that the base needs to maintain level with where it took off from and to where it's going to land, and that's the purpose of the gyro. Is that the that you have control over your hem and haw and your lean. You know what I mean? Because otherwise you wouldn't know because it's based on the horizon. The horizon's level to the main gyro, which was level to the runway, which is going to be level to where it lands. That's probably it's that simple that's probably why it wasn't on the documentary that much. It was a pretty hot topic, I would say, back in 2016, 2017, and then you would hear reiterations of the information going around later too. But yeah, the gyro's main there's three rings in it, and its first one needs to be able to maintain level where it took off from, or it doesn't have a frame of reference. And
okay.
to assume that it's changing as it goes around the ball is all they do. They just that's the evidence they have. They say that's what's happening because it's a ball. That's literally the argument on the other side.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
We've got a recording of explaining what happened with the documentary, haven't we? Wasn't it on
Yeah.
here? You went through it all and said exactly why what they cut out. You know, they changed the whole.
Yeah, like they do with reality TV, that type of
Oh,
thing.
I can guarantee whatever Netflix did was a parlor trick. I just haven't seen it yet.
They were all in for the flat Earth side, and then they went to a flat Earth conference, and they saw a kid saying he was a flat earther, and apparently it changed their mind, and they said it was dangerous for the world or something. He said that on here, like someone was talking about it. It's on a recording. I'll see if I can dig it up.
Getting back to the elevator, somebody told me if you had an opportunity to talk to a total stranger, like you both get in the elevator and you have maybe 2 or 3 minutes as you go to a different floor or whatever. If you had 2 or 3 minutes to talk to a total stranger about something that was important to you and you wanted to impress it upon them after you said hi and all that stuff to them, could you be able to do it in 2 or 3 minutes? So that's how the elevator conversation came up.
I meet people where they are, so it wouldn't be what I want to say necessarily. It's what the person needs to hear, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the Flatten the Curve documentary, was that the one where it was mainly like testimonies of people in the military and whatnot saying how they came upon realizing that the earth was flat? Was that the one?
Yeah, airplane pilots, people that
Oh
worked on
man.
and submarines.
The best one I heard was, I believe it was on a ship, and they said that they saw, I forgot how many, I can't remember, it's been too long, like 30 miles out, and their commanding officer or whatever came up to him, and he said, bullshit, and he ran to his office, and he did the math, and he came back, and he said, the math doesn't lie.
Yeah,
I was like, whoa, what? That's great.
I'll say that 90-minute documentary was something I tell people you can bank on, except for the Davison guy who said the curve of the Earth for 100 miles was 1 mile, 5,280 feet. It's actually one of those 6,666 things, 6,667 miles.
Oh, yeah, we got a great name for that.
Yeah, and so, that's the only thing I saw from watching the documentary that wasn't true. Now, of course, that Davison pilot might have just been rounding down to a mile.
Wait.
So it's possible.
Was it in the beginning, middle, or end?
At the beginning, I think they talked to Davis. I think the guy's name was Davison. They talked to him towards the beginning.
I'll have to listen to that again because I thought it was great. And it's not something you have to watch; you can listen to it.
Yeah, and I've always been decent with numbers. So when he said that at 100 miles it curves at 5,280 feet or a mile, I said, well, it's actually 6,667 feet. So I remember that because I'm into these
Oh,
sixes
the
that
67. I
yeah,
think I caught that too. And now that you bring it up, I'm
yeah.
like, nice rounding up there, bub.
Yeah, it's you, after a while you start to see that the whole globe lie is based on satanic rituals or
Mathematics.
satanic exactly.
Yeah.
So many things, with the first mile being 8 divided by 12, 666, and then 10 miles is 66.6 feet, and
Yeah,
100
I gotta
miles
find
is
that meme.
100 miles is 6,667 feet, and then you have the Earth traveling around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and then you
Yeah.
have the Earth's
The
tilt at
globe tilt.
23.4. Yeah, the Earth's tilt
The
at
globe tilt.
23.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so so it's
But
even
you take 23.4 degrees out from, you subtract from 90 degrees,
yes,
and you get 66.6.
yeah.
Who's got that meme? I'm looking for it. I got too much shit.
I have it.
Can you post it?
So let's just be clear: we're not using these coincidences,
I have to
quote
search
unquote,
for it.
as proof that the Earth is flat. Right? We're just
Right.
saying that we keep noticing these patterns, which that's what humans do. Humans notice patterns. Sorry, humans. That was humans notice patterns.
Coincidence.
Quote from
They're
Larry.
called. Oh. Yeah, so they're called coincidences or AKA anomalies, right?
And some of us say connect the dots.
Right. Like, how many coincidences do you need? I mean, well, we're the conspiracy theorists, but the other guys, it's quite evident to me that they are, in fact, coincidence theorists. There's no other thing, no other term as an alternative. If you're not with conspiracy, I mean, that's a nice way of saying NPC, saying you're a coincidence theorist. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, it's a term I've heard. It rings a bell, that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you, Geppy Get. That's going in my scientism folder.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Put that in the right spot. Oh, go ahead.
I just know this the spinning watery ball people have nothing but theoretical, math, everything you do on a chalkboard.
And the trust of the people.
Yeah,
They have that.
The indoctrination from birth,
Yep.
actually, and
Yep.
and the flat Earth people have empirical and observations. Empirical evidence and observations, and that's what we have.
I mean, I know this, but it's such a contrast. It's a little hard to believe. And when you put it like that, how you did. I mean, sorry to be dramatic about it, but it's like, how do you make someone understand or understand that they have a belief?
Yeah, I think when you start to really think for yourself and think about this, it doesn't matter what the truth is anymore. It's what people believe, and behavioral psychologists know that the belief systems of humans can be easily manipulated, and of course through the TV is the easiest way to do it. And so they've done that through education, they've done that through entertainment, and
Well,
they
now
do it
through the
all.
phone.
And they do it all the time. I mean, they don't.
No.
When this thing started 26 months ago, this thing we've been dealing with, they didn't let up for months. I mean, it was just like constant everywhere you went. It was like on billboards, it was on floors, it was on neon signs as well as being
Everywhere
on
you
TV. Oh, it was. I mean, it was
Oh my
total.
gosh, in our town, listen, in our town, at the car wash, there's signage. It said, wash your hands often. It's like, WTF, we don't need your medical advice. Thank you very little. It's like, come on, man.
I like to go into I like to go into Denny's once in a while because I have a proletariat background, and Denny's, when you go into go to the restroom after you ate, the sign said, "Please wash your hands twice." It's just like I remember.
What?
I think I took a picture of it. It might even be on my phone somewhere. But wash your hands
Oh,
twice.
I have a picture like that. It's one I took of myself. It'll take me a while to find it. But I was actually using a public facility at a park. And there was, a sign that said something about the events going on about, I think it was about toilet paper. And I had got it from the sporting goods store, one of the bigger ones in the bigger towns. And it's a tissue to go. It was a mini roll of toilet paper in plastic, and you just pull the paper out of it. So let me find it, you guys. It's so awesome. It's like, I can't even remember what it looked like. I got to look it up. Sorry, you guys. But yeah, everywhere we go back to what you were talking about, everywhere, it was everywhere. We were saturated. The biggest thing is that we're getting manipulated by, in my opinion, is social media, our phones. The government gives out free phones for a reason, right?
Yeah,
It's like
go ahead.
when there's like a drug dealer, they always give like free samples of their shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another way to have that economic sort of monitoring too, because like they have access to your cameras and stuff. I've been in jail with guys going to do fed time because the cameras were on and seen guns and money and all that stuff. So I mean, like at any point they can be paying attention to what's going on through your camera and through your microphone or anybody else in the room. So
IDGAF. That's what I say.
yeah, yep. I'm just saying that's a motive for the network and for to get a lot of people to have a phone and things. It's to monitor.
Isn't it kind of illegal to use that anyway? Or do we agree, or we can't use the app kind of thing? Is it one of
Okay.
those?
I worked at a company called ADC Telecommunications, and in the building of the high-speed network, we knew that there was backdoors built into the mechanism of the devices we were making for the government. They were going to be bought by AT&T and other companies, and we knew it on the floor working because we were building them. And that was back in 1999 because of the Federal Communications Act.
Yeah, I heard that the Bell company AT&T was like caught back in the 80s for recording all phone conversations that went through their network. That was the 80s when it was like landlines
Yeah,
and
but
shit.
the high speed. Yeah, most likely.
Like that's
breaking
not
the
even
phone off.
a conspiracy. It's a mainstream
No,
fact. It's a mainstream global fact that actually happened.
it's a fact that they offload as much information as goes through it via the hardware built into the components they were buying to be offloaded. So these networks and things are built to have a leak. They're built with it. And the company's name, the two companies that were mostly involved here in the United States, I would say for manufacturing of the components that were purchased at that time, would have been ADC Telecommunications and Lucent Technologies. Lucent being, everyone here knows Lucent, the reference there. So anyway, that's my story about dealing with what can happen with censorship and phones, and they track people with them. Any kind of like posts on Facebook, any of that, like people's probation agents have access. So if they're drinking or doing something wrong or with the wrong person, they'll use it as evidence. There's a lot of reasons that this phone benefits the government, and because the Obama phone was available to anybody who had food stamps.
Yeah.
Well,
and
now
with
people
the
get
whole,
smartphones. Now there's smartphones, you guys. They
yeah,
got to have the app.
I was about to say now with the whole advancements in artificial intelligence and all, they say that they're going to be able to predict crimes before they happen and shit. It's just like So imagine
Oh, well,
the
what
cops show up to your
about.
No,
house.
Fred
Imagine
Paul.
the
Hey,
Yeah,
cops
did you
show
Fred
up.
know that?
Paul.
Imagine the
Check,
cops
check.
Fred
show up to your
Paul.
house and they're like, "Sir, you're under arrest
Yeah,
because
right.
our computer said we're going to predict you commit a crime next week." Like,
Yeah,
all right.
Fred Paul. It's called Fred Paul, and this is the Supreme Commander of U.S. Police and Department of Justice officially.
Well, isn't Germany doing that right now? Pre-crime stuff. I thought I read somewhere that Germany is doing it. That's what I read. I think I read.
Yeah, they are going in too, and actually, this is why the Brexit took place because Britain adhere to Pred Paul. They handed the full authority to this US AI in 2017 or 18 January, and in the summer previous year they announced in the Guardian uh, that the police will be handing their authority to PredPol, Predictive Police AI software from USA.
That's so funny because I know in the future
Yeah.
they're going to have some sort of like carbon credit blockchain AI god fucking
Uh,
thing. You just go
actually,
on your phone.
the
You just go on your
AI
phone. It's going to say like,
the
no,
AI
yeah, but I'm saying,
invented the blockchain, and the blockchain is actually um, was invented for the purpose of airship carriers and military weapons. Uh, these automated weaponry. Um, so they needed a strong encryption. Back in the days, we were using RSA encryption, but
yeah,
that's an algorithm microchip designed for binary computers, and it is hackable. It is very hard to break it because it's uh,
yeah.
4,000 something bits,
I heard
even
there's a particular
5,000 bits.
weakness.
Yeah.
If your primes are only one number away from each other, there's a particular weakness where they can
Yeah,
predict
these
factorization.
algorithms are very weak when you actually clone the chip itself. Oh, be right back.
Yeah. Anyways, I think we're approaching the point where we're going to have some sort of AI blockchain god that people, or idol, I guess, that people worship. And basically, it's going to be like your carbon credit. And the religious carbon zealots are going to basically go to war with anyone who doesn't believe in their faith. And yeah, if you don't adhere to the new social carbon credit, you're probably just going to be starved and left to die outside of society. You don't have your own way of getting food.
I have
I
I have a
had a bunch of
question.
fishing poles and line and lures and a bow and arrow for that.
Yeah. Yeah, we can disconnect from society. It's like, okay, bye.
I mean, rather than die, I'd like to at least try to catch a few fish a week,
Yeah, but can't you see the new AI carbon credit, social credit idol that the world is kind of putting up? I mean, it's pretty inevitable. I see that people are just. I mean, people already defer to authority as their god. A lot of these atheists do, and once they have an authority that's not even human, I mean, who knows? It could be human even behind the scenes, someone influencing the algorithm. But once they have the excuse of like, oh, this is a perfect computer algorithm, these atheists already worship the state as a fucking god. Once it's
Yeah.
fucking not non-human, it's gonna be fucking ridiculous. I mean, think about how much shit like just Senator McCain himself, like selling out all the other officers, selling out the whole fucking U.S. military, and millions of people dying, and then he's touted as a war hero, and people worship him like a god. You know what I
Slow
mean? Or like they
down.
worship Obama as
Slow
a god. Like
down. Breathe.
they worship,
Breathe.
like okay, just
Breathe,
think about
dude.
it. They worship these worship these fallible men as if they're gods. They worship these men who have committed atrocities in the past as gods.
Are
Just imagine when they have
NPCs capable of that? I don't think so.
imagine
I think you're getting all
imagine when a
excited.
no, dude, imagine when they have a computer. They already worship men as gods. When they have a computer, it's gonna be so much more.
You want to hear how insignificant that guy probably is in actuality to people? He's just an image on the screen for the most part that's associated with the memory of some type of a, it's just a screen picture, really. It
So
already,
yeah,
the image already is idol worship. That's kind of why I've gotten away from TV watching. I feel like, well, I mean,
for years.
how many shows show you people watching TV? Like, it would be the dumbest show ever if you really did that. Because people just like are sitting there and they're like looking at a screen. To me, it's become idol worship. But I also do not want the messaging anymore, and it's prevalent in everything, and I can't take it. Hey, do you guys ever heard of the first movie that was in a theater? It
Which
was
movie?
French. It was French, and it was a silent movie, and the wizards turned into scientists, and then they shot a bullet to the moon.
Oh yeah, you're
It was
talking about the silent movie.
yeah, La
I think
Dame,
I can.
La Lune
Somebody
or
might be
something.
faster than me, but I think I know where it is.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
it's
one that had all
it's
the similar scenes to what we saw in the '60s when they were doing the Apollo missions or whatever, right? Like there was a bunch of
it's
someone did a video on it. They did a bunch of cut frames from that French movie, and they put it side by
yeah.
side with like all these pictures that NASA and like you know what I mean. And it was just like wow, like, holy
I know
shit,
that's
dude.
why I bring it up. It's like it was their purpose then, to come across. Dude, it's such an organized agenda that it's just really baffling, man. That the level that
It is,
it's
dude.
coming from, they're
I think
smooth
they're using like
motherfuckers. They
I
know
think they're
something
using
we
like
don't know. It seems.
yeah, it's like they're using magic or something. Because like when I see this, like you observe it, and you're like, how is this even fucking humanly possible to have this level of fucking organization and fuckery? Like I don't even is a human
Yeah,
organization even
that's why I
capable of
bring
this?
it up.
Like
Yeah, first movie ever, really. And
like yeah,
the layering of messages and done so well for a silent movie. Like it was like
I
actually
can't
kind of
find it.
entertaining the way they were able to manage the screen and move it with their to to be entertaining. It was pretty impressive. But then people were committed to that idea though to do that movie and to come across the way they did. So obviously wizards that are in the Christian mantra would be we name that, right? Or I would, and then to turn it into the scientist, which basically what's happened. It's incredible. Did they know about that at that time? That's why I brought it up. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I did never seen the parallel thing. It must be banned because I've looked under that particular video to see if I could find anything else that people had to say about it.
I just realized when 20 families, 20 large families who have intermarried with one another for centuries, control 93% of the world's wealth, and that leaves 7%, for almost 8 billion people to fight over. When wealth is concentrated that much into 20 families, then they become psychopaths. They hire clowns to control sheep. And I think once we all come to realize that we have our God and we have our family, but we don't have much else, and that's why we should cherish both.
Yeah.
I remember going back to 1980, and I drove 125 miles to absentee for Ronald Reagan because I stood outside at the school I was at for 2 or 3 hours on a nice day in October and waited for him to come by our small little town where the college was at, and thinking how great it was, Ronald Reagan, great, great, great. And then that was my first vote. And then every 4 years I would, uh, you know, really get emotionally connected to who, the good guys were and the bad guys were. And of course, the bad guys in my eyes were always, the other party was, the Democrats. And so I went through this dance every 4 years, sometimes every 2 years, with the house voting. And I remember my sister, who lives in North Carolina, in 1994. Excuse me, 1994. After Gingrich and the Republicans took over the House for the first time in 46 years, she sent me a voicemail, on a recorder on the phone, and she started singing, "Happy days are here again, the skies," something like that. And it was just like our whole family was, brainwashed through our mother to, God bless her, to be conservative. And so, I went through the thing every 4 years where I got all into it. Bush beat Gore 5 weeks after, it was over because the Supreme Court voted 5-4 to give Bush the election. And so I went through the whole thing with, in 2016 as well. But I realized in the middle part of 2020 that it was all a joke. And so I sat out 2020 because, and actually I was kind of happy that I did. I sat it out because I knew it was all a joke. It didn't, was it Mark Twain who said if voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it? And so, that's very true today.
Yeah, good for you, bro.
I feel sorry for people that get into
I'm glad you
politics
figured it
now.
out.
Yeah,
I'm glad you figured it out. Good for you.
I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but it took me a long time. But you can kind of figure out how old I am because my first vote was 1980. And so, so
Does it
anyway,
matter if you make $1 million at 24 or 38? Does it really matter? Still made
yeah.
the million, right?
So it's just it's just an interesting journey. Thanks.
It is. We're all on it too, and that's one of the remarkable things about this topic is it really exposed how
wasn't the whole election between Bush and some other guy? They were both Skull and Bones members or something. I think it was like, and then they're in the interview. They were like, "So what does it mean for America that both of you are Skull and Bones?" And they're like, "Well, nothing, because it's a secret." And it's like, God damn it.
Yeah, Kerry and Bush. Yeah, I was a normie. I at least knew the story going on. Hey, I'm not saying that you didn't know or whatever, but yeah, that was what them two were. But yeah, it's comical now, and I totally identify with what you're saying just now, because it is just there's no there's no uncontrolled scenario going on within the media in there.
There's this one guy who did a 5-minute video, maybe 35 years old, and he looks directly in the camera and he goes, "Controllers love to control." It's like, yeah, the people who run this world, who control this world, like to control us. And he started talking about Project Veritas and other stuff, Joe Rogan and all that stuff, how they were controlled opposition. And I mean, controllers love to control. And I'll always remember that. Thanks.
I suspect this is a suspicion, and I can't verify it, and it's off topic. Anybody can cut me out at this point that wants to, but what I'm saying is I think the history that we read about the different terrible events are just being shown to us so that we can recognize it as it gets more tyrannical here. That's my suspicion. Is that maybe the story is true, but also it's a consciousness thing, like a predictive programming sort of thing. I suspect that, but I can't verify it. I wasn't even alive back then. I didn't really see the news as it was coming, say World War II. But the stories that we hear now, like the atrocities and these other things, because they're kind of shadowing it with like the kids and that thing going on. And I don't want to get into that, but there's a bunch of stuff that seems to mirror what the story was into what it seems to be a potential story coming, is my point.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, with the amount of pre-predictive programming I've seen, I'm pretty sure they at least started planning for the Twin Tower fucking collapse in 1968. So like, they maybe even wrote the script before that. But like, it's, I mean, how well they script this shit. It really, once you look into pre-programming and like, wait a minute, how the fuck did they script it this well and execute it this well, this many years in advance and perfectly predict it? I don't understand. Like, I feel like they're using some sort of magic, and I mean, I'm not saying like, you know, they're doing like actual magic, or they're doing something. I don't know. It just seems
Didn't they
magical to
just
me how they
predict
can
it
fucking pull this
before?
shit off.
Didn't they just predict it before? I mean, because it already happened before. So they just said, "Oh, it's going to happen. We're just going to wait for it. Tell everyone then."
What?
I'm just saying, like in history, it's happened over and over again, but we weren't told that, you know, while we're growing up. So they can just tell us, "Oh, it's happening, and it's the first time."
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they flew 747s into giant towers before, because they didn't really have 747s in the past. So it's a relatively new
How do you
invention.
know that they didn't just destroy everyone and start over? That's what I'm trying to
Far
say here. There's
back
been
are we?
history lost, that we are talking about history now, but we can't talk about what was lost because we don't know what was actually lost. You get what I'm saying? So when they take
But
out as
I'd
many
say,
people as they have, it's hard to know what is truth. I mean, we can
but
look
there's like
back on past, but
physical
how do we know that
evidence,
that
right?
past actually was the first time?
Right, but wouldn't there be physical evidence if they
No.
had planes
Well,
in the
what are
past?
mountains? How do you know what mountains are? Some people say that some of the mountains are petrified trees. Have you ever looked that up?
Right, no, I've heard that theory before, but
No, it's not a
that's not
theory. People actually are truly believing that these mountains were big, huge trees, and they have covered it up, and no one knows about it anymore.
right. No, I've seen the
What about the
documentaries and
giant
stuff.
books that they have in the libraries? Huge books. I mean, like taller than me, 6-foot books. Why would you make a 6-foot book?
They said they were
That's what I'm
giant.
trying to say. So, what if there was this other past that we have no clue about because it was destroyed?
Well, we have some clue. We know what happened because we were
No,
told.
now, yeah. I mean, we keep digging up giants in the ground, big, huge
Right, but
skulls. Well, we don't even know if that's true, right?
right. I'm not doubting or arguing against any of the
I'm
points you've
just
just
throwing it
made.
out
But
there.
what I'm saying is that if they had 747s in the past, wouldn't we find a
Oh no. Okay,
747?
that
And
technology.
if they
Yeah,
had right,
no.
and if they had
I'm not talking.
two,
Yeah, okay, got you on that one.
right, like
I'm just
I'm hyper specifically saying that like the way they with all the pre-predictive programming for 9/11, I don't
yeah.
fucking like it goes all the way back to 1968.
Yeah, it goes
It goes all the way back. You know what I mean? So I'm just
1800s.
understanding.
There's
My question is,
numerology that
yeah,
ties to it and all the dates and stuff and who bought it. And there's
That's the
all
thing
kinds of
too. How do
anomalies
we
in the
know the
story.
dates are correct? Wow.
Well, there's people that worked on it in the city, you know,
Yeah, I'd say to keep us
I
in
think
bounds, I'd say we could accurately know at least like up and
for
until World War
example,
II, right?
Neil on the Flat Earth debate on Nathan's show, Neil, his dad, worked on building the Twin Towers. So it was a union job and things too. He's talked about that briefly, not really connecting to the story because they really stay on point with Flat Earth because the Earth has never been measured or curved by anybody, any government, military, agency, individual, or corporation in human history. Hey, on
Yeah.
the higher tech thing found in the ground, they found metallurgy of items made of metal inside of coal that had metallurgy that's more advanced than we have now, which is an interesting claim. I hadn't witnessed it, seen the thing myself. It's a picture in it with the story, but that's the claim: is that there's metal objects down there that are using like iodine and other things in the process of making the metal, and it's different than anything we're capable of doing right now.
Isn't that the whole Damascus steel shit? I mean, they've had other
No,
things past, like concrete was supposed to be way fucking better in the past than it is now. Like they could set
yeah,
I think they're
concrete
talking
in
about
water.
history.
They could set
huh?
concrete in water apparently in the Roman Empire, like that, and their concrete was like when it hardened, it was like indistinguishable from like fucking metamorphic rock shit. So I mean, like they have had technologies in the past that are either hidden or lost at this point. That's for sure. And I don't know particularly about the books, but that seems kind of believable, honestly. I would have to see them to kind of believe it, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past someone.
You know what the coal miner said? The devil put the coal in the ground. I, I thought that was a funny idea.
It's a rough job being a coal miner, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And you had to put it way the hell down here.
I mean, it's supposed to be the ruler of the underworld, right? So makes sense.
Hey
Like
guys,
in
there's
Greek.
this topic, another one that I can't verify, but what's being bandied about on YouTube and seems to be allowed to be getting traction right now is this idea that there's these demonic giants killing people and shit and sacrificing them and tattooing the earth that are coming out of the ground and that the military is engaging them, but they have to hit them with swords. And that's the story, man. I don't know what to think at all, but people are straight faced saying that.
Yeah, I with these like giant tree theories, I mean, to me, I live right next to a mountain. It does look like a fucking tree. I'm not gonna lie to you. Am I gonna say definitively that it's a tree? No. I mean, I don't think that's something I can know. I would say that falls under the realm of speculation for most people, to be honest with you. And we can mount evidence, but I don't think we can definitively know if they were trees or not unless we actually went back and we saw them. Just like with these giants. If I seen a giant, I would admit, or if I seen the skeleton myself, I'd admit. I admit it's possible for giants, but I also wouldn't. I would say it's impossible for me to know, and until I seen the evidence myself, is how I would kind of try to look at some of these types of
There's
things.
this
Even for space too, though. I mean, it's not just applied to your guys' theories; it's applied to NASA and their shit. Like, I refuse to believe that rocks just float around without fucking seeing that demonstrated. It's just ridiculous. It's something that no one ever sees. They're supposed to be regular in this. Like, come on, guys. You know what I mean?
yeah. There's a rock formation in California called Devil's Postpile, and it's really weird. I don't know what it is, but it's crazy looking.
You have a link?
Just Google Devil's Pile. I'll put an image in the live
That's
stream voice
the
text.
that's the hexagon. They have this shit in Scotland too, don't they? The hexagon rocks or whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah, they have these in Scotland also. It's I mean, the Globers have their explanation that I guess it
Yeah,
cools and naturally makes a hexagon. I honestly, that does
I
sound
just
like
read the
bullshit.
official story. Yeah, they said that it's like lava touching an ice glacier created that or something. Just complete BS.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that. But I wouldn't say for sure that it's a tree. I'd say it's just a possibility that we can consider. And if the evidence mounts more and more up, it's a more plausible explanation. But I just kind of refuse to like set in stone something that I can't possibly know, or you know what I mean? It's like with these Globers, they do the exact same thing. They say they know so much about space and quasars and black holes and all this shit. It's like, dude, you can't fucking verify any of that. Like, so I just try to keep it like I can verify shit.
We're here for the.
Yeah, we're here for there. You're right.
Hey, can I be heard? Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you.
I got you.
Excellent. So the thing about limestone is said to be like decayed stuff from the past, right? So it's like at one point it was living tissue, and now it's not. So if you think about like the pyramids were made out of limestone, like that's it's pretty impressive that they gathered up that much like dead organic material that petrified and turned into rocks. I can't remember the exact name for it, but it's basically when the sediments bleed through the tissue and gather up, and then you're left with sediment, right? And then no longer tissue,
Petrification.
like fossil. Yeah, fossilization, petrification, whatever you want to call it, right? But it's like there's so much dead stuff everywhere, like everywhere you go. So there's this guy. He comes in here sometimes, Stellium 7, and I'm sure
I
a
was
lot of
going to
people
bring
know what
him
I'm
up.
talking about.
Yep, I do.
And he came in here and he was talking about petrified hearts, petrified kidneys, and lungs and different organs, but mostly the hearts, right? And I'm watching his stuff, watching his YouTube, because he came in here and he told me to look at it, and I wasn't really into the whole mud fossil thing, right? And then I take my wife to Denver, Colorado, and in the hotel, instead of having a lawn that has to be maintained, the hotel had rocks surrounding it. So I'm sitting there, because I'm a nerd, and I'm like looking at all these rocks. And then I found like several hearts. I mean, several, like a bunch of different hearts, like mammalian hearts. And I say they were hearts because they had the anomalies, like the two left ventricles. There'd be two left holes, right? And then the seam, and then that shape, And then I would be like, what the fuck? That stellium guy was right, And he's a chiropractor, so he knows anatomy pretty well, right? You have to know anatomy in order to be a chiropractor, or what the hell is she doing? You're guessing, right? So when I was showing my wife, she was already into the whole Mud Fossil University, and that wasn't really my thing. She studies what she wants, and I study what I want. And then I'm showing her like all these organs. I'm like, look, this is a kidney, and I couldn't believe it. Even though it was like right there in front of my face, I was still like in disbelief. And then you go back and you watch his videos, and they're just amazing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And then what I did was I remembered seeing some things that looked like that as in life while he was describing it in the ventricles and things as well, because I was in the woods all the time when I grew up.
Yo, to digress a little bit. Speaking of petrified wood, one of the fucking all of fucking Buzz Aldrin and Lance Armstrong's rocks that they gave to their friends, every single one of them turned out to just be petrified wood. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And then on the same subject as the pyramids, they used to be able to pour limestone as a concrete in the ancient world. So they probably just poured the fucking pyramid stones into a fucking cast, and then that's how they got it perfectly done. Because they basically when you with a magnet with like when you do like magnetic analyzation, the whole pyramid is basically facing the same direction. So the rock couldn't have been quarried. You know what I mean? That rock was not quarried; it was poured in. That shit was fucking. That was a concrete, dude. And they have other structures that are literally made of like limestone and shit. And they're like, and it's like, okay, these structures had to be poured too. I'm pretty sure the ancient peoples might have even had a better fucking knowledge of geology and chemistry than we do today. Given that we think moon rocks are just petrified wood. We think petrified wood is moon rocks.
Or even when told that, they don't find the problem with the claim that they're petrified wood. Those were early talking points, and they would get whistled past by anybody often, is what I meant by that. Like, it's no big deal that the moon is wood on.
Yeah, no, I just find that fucking ridiculous in and of itself. Like, regardless, even like, say we like, I don't know, dude. These fucking Globers are just. It's just like, how can you fucking believe this much coincidence? Like, at a certain point, the improbability becomes so astronomical that, like, how are you gonna fucking stick this fucking position, sir? Like, really, you're a joke.
All I can say is I hope Matthew Learns comes back. Because he was kind of annoying, though, but he double speak he had to. And I don't know, maybe it's better without him. But he was.
So how do you feel about getting your guns taken from you and then having an influx of immigrants into your nation, and then your government taxing you and paying them to do nothing?
I don't think about it. I really don't. Is what I think. At least in the area I'm at, they just like door-to-door confiscation really isn't happening at this point. And if it were to be, it would get messy. But in no way it can worrying about it help me in any way at all, for sure. I'm more worried about food being available coming up. That's my big worry socially. Oops.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Let me respond on that if you don't mind. So he said he's more worried about food, right? So if I were a megalomaniac and I wanted to take over America, like the last thing I would do is hire people to go like door to door in rural areas to confiscate guns. You probably got a life expectancy of 1 out of 10 houses, right? So 10 houses, you're dead, right? So that's what I would think, right? The easiest way to overthrow America, since we're so heavily armed, is to starve us into submission and play a war of attrition with us, right? Because we're not going to go willingly to the FEMA camps, right? We'll start killing each other, raping and pillaging our neighbors, going to war with them, and eating their children before we ever take on the government, right? Because we're so divided and conquered at this point that it would just be so much easier to, I don't know, start a war in Ukraine, right? Which is like the breadbasket of Europe and Russia, right? And then the floods in China, right, is going to cause like a worldwide famine or food shortages or price hikes. And then once people start, starving, they'll start killing and raping each other in the streets. And then all the police and the government would have to do is just kind of step back and watch it all happen and wait. And then once we're all like, completely out of ammo and out of food and everything, and bloodied and badgered, to the ninth degree, then they just come in and do 1/10 of the work, and it would be quite easy at that point because we'd be so hungry, we'd be trading our empty rifles and empty magazines for food and water, shelter, FEMA camps.
Yep.
So
Yep. And they could
yeah,
say
I don't.
to get this rations, you have to have your RFID, and no one would say shit. They'd be like, "Oh my god, I need that RFID. I'm starving." Plus, it's like just in time. Bill Gates bought all the fucking farmland. It's just fucking too fucking see through at this point. They literally plan it out and show us, and then they're just like, "Okay, we're gonna go ahead with this, and nobody's gonna do anything. Great, let's keep going." It's just they move with impunity. They're never stopped. They literally show us what they're gonna do and do it anyway. It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I've been stocking up on food too.
If you think
Yeah.
if you think people fight over flat screen TV and the low prices the day after Thanksgiving on Black Friday, and they actually hurt each other to get that last TV set at Walmart, imagine what they'll do to get that last breadcrumb from a supermarket.
Yeah, and with so in my industry, we're having a lot of supply chain issues, and with some of the pricing going wild from things to things and the values. Yeah, that's why I bring up food, because shortages of any variety of thing in the supply chain, which I've been dealing with in my trade, just trying to get like cutters and things and material. Oh, geez, it's been messier than I could have imagined it ever, to be honest. We just wipe out like the manufacturers of the things and orders and have to buy it forward, and it's just all kinds of crazy and still not getting what's needed, and then it just affects everything down the line. But that sort of thing can be going through the farmers, and they took a lot of chickens and beef lately, and that sort of stuff is by deeming it unhealthy. So that takes a lot of food out of the market, and people will go crazy when they watching their kids not eat for a couple days.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because America has more than enough farmland to produce like enough food to fucking feed us all on export. Fucking plentiful abundance. But it's just simply everything is owned by a corrupt bullshit fucking system, and we have a fucking population of like 90% of people who actually think this system's trying to help us. When it's like, no, I mean, we would all have our own fucking food, and it would be dirt cheap basically if it weren't for these motherfuckers. Pretty much. Like, I don't understand how people can't see it. Like it's like I live amongst mental retards, mental midgets.
John D. Rockefeller did say that he wants a nation of workers and not thinkers, because thinkers will figure it out. So we are going from point A to point B all the time and not thinking about why we're doing it.
I mean, they're not even trying to X-ray to stop the fentanyl. You know what I mean? They're letting that kill as many as people as they can.
What was interesting is 2020. It's not interesting. It's actually tragic. In 2020 was the first year that opioid or drug-related deaths went over 100,000 people in the United States. I think it was 106,000 people, and that was a 29% increase from 2019. And 75 to 80% of all the overdose deaths were due to fentanyl. And so the United States, as well as having 4.2% of the world's population, we consume 65% of the world's prescription drugs. And of the 206 nation states in the world, only 2 allow prescription drug advertisements, not over the counter, just prescription drug advertisements on TV. New Zealand with 5 million people and the United States with 331 million people. So 2 out of 206 get advertised prescription drugs on TV, and then we have over 100,000 drug-related deaths in 2020. So you can actually say America is a country of drug addicts, and you can make a decent argument for that. Thanks.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty good document. It's pretty easy to find how these international bankers, that's how I'll term them, for lack of a better term, have been actively trying to basically rape, pillage, and destroy America for like 100 years. It's like you can just see just policy after policy after policy after policy, and you can see, okay, look, what is this the effect of this one? Oh, what is the effect of this one? And it just all adds up to yeah, this place not being what it used to be and just getting worse and worse over time. And they did it smart, because what they did is they sold us out but kept us comfortable. And so most people are like that guy in the Matrix who will just like eat. He's like, I know the steak is fake, but it just tastes so good. I don't care. That's how most people are. So all they do is just like, right, like, yeah, just kill this COVID patient and mark down COVID, and we'll give you some extra money. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like, oh, it's just a white lie. You know what I mean? It's just
Hold up,
you'll
time
be
out, time out.
you'll be
Gotta
comfortable.
do some moderating. Yeah,
Oh,
we
can I not?
don't talk about COVID-19 on this channel, so you're gonna have to change the subject. We try to stick to flat Earth as much as possible. Sometimes we do get off on other conversations, but yeah, we try not to talk about a whole lot of medical stuff, because the censorship that goes on at YouTube. It doesn't matter if you're telling the truth or not. If they deem it unfit, then there goes the channel. So if we're going to get shut down for anything, there might as well be telling the truth about the Earth. So please refrain from that in the future.
Got it. No
Shout out
medical
to my boy Issa. Issa, learned a lot from you, bro. Still learning every day. Thank you for taming me. A little bit of a wild man when we first met. And now that I'm more educated, I comprehend things a little better, and I'm not as angry at the government, because I realize it's our fault.
My first or second day on Discord, I think this is like 3 weeks now. My first or second day on Discord, I talked about some things that I shouldn't talk about, and I was put into cognitive dissonance, and I had a really nice moderator, or whoever was in charge, really nice guy. He came on and said, hey, I could ban you if I wanted to, but you know what? I'm not going to. You're new, and I just want to explain some things to you. And I asked some questions, and he was really great about it and put me right back on the server, right then when we were talking. So I understand what Discord is up against. I kind of knew it before I started talking about those things I shouldn't talk about, but I talked about them anyway. And so it's a, I was told by this nice gentleman, take it to a different channel, take it to a different chat if you want to talk about it. But you got to get away from what's being recorded.
Understood. No medical discussions.
Unless you want to go to a different chat, like biblical or health, and I'll love to go with you then, and as many other people who want to go whenever that moment arrives.
I think the main topic is just how corrupt everything is, and aimed towards just kind of just sucking us dry. And I think the medical subsection is only a small portion of the overall problem. It is like kind of like the tip of the spear at this point, but I mean, you still have the guy thrusting the spear in the shaft, and like the counterbalance, right? Like, there's so many other components to how all this shit works.
The most fascinating thing to me is how somebody can hear these arguments for so long and not admit to anything when put to task, and not be able to reflect on that over a long period of time. I don't get it at all.
Like I said, man, It's like that guy in the Matrix who doesn't care what he thinks is fake. As long as his belief system supports his comfortable life, he doesn't care if what he believes is a lie. That's how he gets you. It's like this. It's like the Faustian bargain, basically. It's the classic shit.
Yeah,
We'll give you the
yeah, it
world
does
if you
ring
follow your
also.
nation.
Yeah, because I mean, like, if I was told and was trying to defend the Earth having a certain shape, and was told that nobody had ever measured that shape directly ever in human history, including governments and everybody, military, everybody, any agency, intelligence, nobody in the world has ever directly measured the Earth to curve anywhere.
People love their CGIs and paintings and fisheye lenses and green screens. They have been seduced into believing lies through what they can see with their eyes.
Like they say, I think it's been said, never trust your eyes or whatever that is. Well, that's like a double entendre at this point because they're telling everybody else not to trust their eyes. That's a weird phrase to reflect on at this point, yeah.
It is because the CGIs, fisheye lenses, and those kind of things are all done by other people and given to us as truth. Whereas if I go up to Lake Michigan to Benton Harbor, which is 54 nautical miles away from Chicago on a nice day, where there's supposed to be 1,944 feet of curve, and I'm 6 foot tall, so that means that I should have about 1,750 foot of curve, because my height, my observation height, and I can see all of Chicago with a telescope. Uh, then I'm going to believe my eyes before some fool at ABC affiliate in South Bend, Indiana, tells me I'm looking. Tom Combs is telling me that I'm looking at a mirage, and so it's just interesting. I mean, there's absolutely no way you can hide almost 1,800 foot of curve on a nice day and call it a mirage. But Tom is 35, 40 years old. He has a family. South Bend, Indiana is a very small market, and he wants to get out of that market. So best way is to impress his bosses and to say something that's totally idiotic, but people will believe it. And, in given time, he'll be in Chicago or Columbus, Ohio, or Detroit, Michigan, and he won't be in South Bend, Indiana anymore. That if you removed Notre Dame University from South Bend, it would have 30% unemployment. So he knows that, and he just wants to move on. He wants to, as they did in the Jeffersons, he just wants to move on up.
Eli, I have an idea to PM the Rainy Lake area where I think a good measurement can be done. This is Minnesota-Canada border, the Rainy Lake chain, Cabotogama and that. There's a spot where there's a lot of miles of water in two basically different directions. And there should be targets by the look of it. I did a screenshot of Google Maps. I would like to send it to somebody. Or it's not that big a deal really, but I'm going to go there and use the camera and make black swans that are different directions from one another, showing its level between them.
Yeah, and what about a fucking rocket going up in the air and then us getting videos of people in a Hollywood studio prove space is my fucking main question.
I like to call space Narnia now because it just stops it right there.
I'd always picture rockets or something like that traveling much faster than they show on shuttles too. I just think it looks really bizarre. I know people watch them live too, so if they go that slow, they go that slow, but it's just like, I don't know. It just looks funny. I know the weight is way different, but if you like picture any other time you've lit like a firework or something, like that shit doesn't like go like fucking like 10 miles an hour.
Right. Totally.
You know what I don't understand is like everyone always makes this big deal about like it's a Nazi, this is a Nazi, blah blah blah, but isn't it fucking clearly evidence that communism is way fucking worse and killed way more, like tens of, like hundreds of more, like 100 million more people? So why isn't there not like that same drive of like, oh my god, communists, like look, it's the fuckers who kill hundreds of millions of people. Like how is there not that fucking thing? Why is it still being pushed? I don't get it. I don't get it. People don't understand. Like all you have to do is just know just 200 years of history and you'd realize like, oh wait, this could possibly be the most evil thing that's ever fucking came to Earth.
No. Evil's here already, but yeah, it is what it is. And that's a side issue. Like, I can't make people want to be a certain way or have a certain opinion. And what's the problem with it? It's dangerous, sure, but it's again another. I kind of hope it like has some kind of situation where it's like a satanic / commie takeover, and then I get crucified because that's supposed to be a one-way ticket, a guarantee pass. I need one of them, man. I had a lot of problems.
Kind of funny they give us this like false dichotomy too. It's like, okay, so you have two choices. Either money is your god or the government's your god. It's like, wait, no, how about just sound moral ethics, and neither of those two things are gods. They're instruments that we're supposed to use and not be used by. It's fucking weird. It's like, why what's with these false dichotomies that people seem to get caught up in? Like, you're just saying that because you're a capitalist. Oh, you're just saying that because you're a leftist. It's like, how about, no matter the amount of money or state power you get, you just don't do evil shit. How about that one? How about just, how about anti-evil shit and, good fucking shit?
We're just trying to get across the message that's as simple as the Earth curve geometry claimed has been disproven with hundreds of different laser and optical tests, and no
But has it ever been
curve is found
proven in the
ever.
first place?
Well,
Because
only with their
how's it even?
propaganda and their parlor
Yeah, that's
tricks
not
and
proof
their
though.
images. I totally know. That's why I keep telling them that nobody has ever, no government, no human in any way can be cited as directly measuring Earth curve in all of human history.
Yeah. And
So
even
that's
if
a
we
real
did,
problem
even if we,
for someone
even if
who
we
wants to
didn't,
believe in the
yeah,
globe.
even if we didn't fucking disprove it or whatever, I mean, they would still need to prove it. Like, even if we didn't disprove it, there's still the fucking proof. The burden of proof is on them. They still need to
Yeah,
prove it, which they haven't
well,
done. Like,
they,
regardless of
they,
if we disproved it or not, they still haven't proven it. Like, it's
you know,
fucking so ridiculous. It's fucking
that
like
every
I
part
can't.
of the story, it goes out to the absurd, like make the lie big. 10 to the negative 17 Tor. It's all a huge, big lie. So the quote was made back then, and it becomes so real to the situation we're dealing with now. And it's kind of strange that there's these anomalies shadowing in history, or that the plan is that smooth and they already knew they were going to pull it off into the future. It's just strange, man. But yeah, the fact that there's never been, the Earth is by no military intelligence, nobody has found curvature that was directly measured anywhere. If there was, this thing would have been, it's years now that same question has been asked here. I mean, that's, at some point you got to ask yourself when you're trying to argue that not having that for years is devastating. It just is. That's just the way it is. That's the way it goes. You can have devastating points made to you about no one ever measuring Earth curve, ever. Because if it existed, it'd be everywhere, in every direction, from every viewer all over the planet. It doesn't exist.
And
I
they make
shouldn't.
it so it's like they make it so it's 1 degree for every 69 miles. Like it's just like
Well, that's probably
fucking god.
the rate at which the light they're looking at does fall, but that's just an increased distance from the object creating the light. That's not. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's on a sphere, the 1 degree or whatever that association that they have there. Because things that go new, it's always noon somewhere is a good way to try to think of this. And as the sun goes further away from you, it goes lower in perspective. So same with other lights. As the night proceeds, they move across the sky. In a procession, in unison as well, which is a real problem for the globe, because there would be parallax if the stars were different distances. That's a problem. But you know what's interesting is they claim to be able to do spectroscopy. So what I'm wondering is how is light projecting just to a distance that it isn't too far for them, but not have like laser beam from the focal point light or from the light actual source, not the light emanating on some kind of screen in the sky, or how it's being projected or whatever, because their story don't make sense. It can't be there and not be there at the same time, and not have some kind of light source like a laser to see it coming from the light that it's coming from. I can't make sense of that anymore. I used to think I thought that just seeing them was okay enough, but they claim to be,
So that's
you know, they claim to be getting information from these things. So that means that can't be too far away, at least what they're dealing with. I don't get it. Where does the light
that's another
stop?
that's another good test is that guy. I think he's somewhere in Canada. He always drives out onto these frozen lakes and shit, and then puts a laser on one side and drives to the other, and then just zooms in on it with a P90. And it's funny because like the Globers always are like refraction, 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 but then it's like, wait, sir, this is a frozen pond. The ground is definitely not. The ground is definitely not hot. There's definitely not heat waves coming to the ground. This is a frozen lake. The fucking shit is frozen. There's no fucking moisture in the air because it's below freezing. So where's your refraction? Oh, I guess there isn't any. Okay. So we eliminated refraction. All right. Let's shine a laser over this lake and see if we can see it 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer distance. Oh, well, that's weird. I don't think we should be able to see it from 10 miles away. It kind of seems like your whole shit was just shit on because yeah, but then you go and it's just like this guy's fucking channel has like what, like 2 subs, fucking 58 subs or something. It's like, wait a minute, this
Yeah.
guy's doing actual science and tests. Meanwhile, I'm in a fucking server. Fucking Globers come in every day and they don't even fucking prove their globe. They just start talking about space in a fucking flat Earth server. They just start talking about like, well, that's just because like, when the two black holes collide and there's like a gamma ray explosion. It's like, wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute. You're way too far into the weeds. There's no like before you prove a gamma explosion and a black hole, you're gonna need to fucking prove the shape before anything else, dude. And considering this guy does tests on an ice lake and you just sit here on your computer and read Stephen Hawking's books, I don't know. I think I'm just going to go with the guy who actually experiments because that's what science is. It's about experimenting, not fucking armchair theorizing.
I like to say, I've been able to say it a couple times, but if it became more of a prevalent thing, maybe it would help. But the idea that I can't measure my parts by looking at them from a distance, one, I'd get fired for sure because I'm a machinist, or two, I can't look at the moon or any other phenomena in the sky to measure a part. It's got to be tangible. You got to have knowledge of some part of it. Like to make up a story about knowledge of a light in the sky is absurd because all you see is the light and an angular size relationship to it. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's even with their theory or whatever. Like, I just give them the fucking benefit of the doubt that this shit is like 100 quadrillion fucking miles away. Would you even if it was, would you even be able to see if it was that far? Would you actually be able to like see it and tell what it is and like gain properties and know its entire composition and exactly what it's doing? No, you
Exactly. You
wouldn't.
can't know what a thing is
It's
unless
like
you can handle it. That's
no,
so
but
dumb. I
what
know.
I'm saying, dude, is like say just the fact is like even say something's 100 miles away. That's one thing, right? Maybe we can actually look at it and maybe guess some shit about it, right? We look at
Yeah, but
okay,
hold on,
yeah, but
hold on. You have to imagine yourself with no frame of reference to the distance, though.
right, no, but I'm saying like I just like I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not like let's just give them the benefit of the doubt for this thing. Just to show even if we
Well,
give
then
them
you're
that.
giving them the 100 mile distance. They can have that, and yeah.
No. I'm saying like say you're looking at something from 100 miles away. Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but like dude, they're saying that like let's just say it is the distance they say it's at. And like they the sun is 90 million miles away. So like what's the next most close star?
I
Quadrillions of
don't know.
miles.
That's all this stuff
That's
isn't really that.
yeah,
Um, it would
exactly.
converge,
You
like a
can see
blinking light
that
on
far.
an airplane. Even things are converging in open air to us too. They're converging with distance due to angular size. So like you can have a plane at night flying overhead, and as they're flying into the distance, and it's a clear night still, so their lights converge. You no longer see that blinking light. Have you ever witnessed that?
What? Sorry. Convert what? Two planes next to each other as they get farther?
No, a plane as it's flying away, a jet, like say, going over your head at night, and you can see its blinking lights, and then it just you can't see them anymore. Um, that that occurred to me because I was looking for it because back in 2017, uh, becoming more familiar with convergence, optical convergence, how things compress together, like railroad tracks in the distance, they appear to join but they're not actually any closer, but they appear to actually physically join in our eyes. Well, that's happening every direction we look. It doesn't need to necessarily be the horizon joining either. It's just a matter of distance from our eye in every direction. And that's why the stars,
Right.
I don't like to talk about stars, but the one thing I'll say about a star is there's no way you can actually know anything about it. You can make up a story about the phenomena, but there's no way to test it or verify it in any way. They're intangible. And you have
Yeah,
to,
and here's the thing, dude, is like they say like, oh no, we know because we use spectroscopy. But it's like you do realize that when you actually do spectroscopy in a lab, you fucking take everything out of the container You even make it a vacuum in some instances to fucking analyze the particle. You shooting it up into the upper atmosphere, you know how many fucking different elements are up there? You know how much different shit you could fucking capture? You know what I mean? It's just like, and say they even get the fucking composition right. Like, oh, this thing is mainly hydrogen. Does that fucking really tell us its distance? No, that just tells us that it's a fucking object made of hydrogen. But I mean,
No, it says the mechanism that they're looking through is making up the story that it's hydrogen, and they can verify it by the metric that they programmed. That's all they got is data sets, man. Don't let them get away with too much. There's no credibility coming through their story, is what I'm trying to say.
no, I completely agree with you. I just sometimes I like to actually give them a benefit of the doubt and then show that they have internal contradictions even with the fucking shit. Like even if, because the thing is, a lot of this shit they just assume. They don't even actually prove any of it. They just assume it and then just start running with it. But even when you give them, the benefit of the doubt, like, okay, let's assume this assumption is true. You take it a few steps after that, and it's like, okay, well, we have a contradiction here. Even if this is true, dude, like your fucking whole shit is shit. It's shit. Even if we fucking assume some of it's true, the other shit doesn't make sense. It doesn't work with it. So like, even like it's just it's internally contradictory. You know what I mean? It's internally contradictory. Therefore, it can't actually be a true fucking shit.
Because every one of the major claims is not happening. Earth spin, not happening. Earth curving, not happening. Vacuum without container or air pressure without container never will happen.
So NASA says they're going to completely destroy the ISS instead of letting museums keep parts of it. How convenient.
All right. Oh, and another thing to say
Oh my
about that, and
god.
it's brought up here, is I was the age when that thing should have been advertised as being built. Not a word, not a nothing. I remember there was nothing talked about, and all of a sudden it was there. And then somebody should say that's weird, right? Wouldn't that be like, we're doing this thing, dun, 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 like there should be like TV streams of it or something, or at least reports of what's been done and live streams of it building or something, right?
I think they do have a knowledge of what's up there, though, like a much greater knowledge of what's up there compared to, and that they can put objects up there and fly them at like ridiculous speeds. But that is as far as I'll give it to them. That's I don't know the mechanism, and I'm pretty sure the way they explain it, that mechanism is a fucking fake story to cover their for what they're really doing.
I don't know. Because the Earth isn't curving, everything else just falls apart. Everything else of their story is just going. They need art for everything. They
Well,
don't have it.
the Earth is known to be like you draw squares on the Earth, you make your house in a square, you build your like you know what I mean? Not like a square, but like geometrically flat, right? Whereas like say when you look up the sky, everything does seem to curve. But that's the thing is, why would you look at the sky, see things curving, and then just automatically address that property to something that it's to the Earth? Like, what makes you think you see some shit curving in the sky that the thing you're standing on is also curved? Like, there's no connection in the logic.
I'll even go further and to say that I'm a kind of a geometry professional, but it seems to me that if the sextant's going to work in the baseline needing a curve and needing to maintain a frame of reference from the first measurement, that the sky isn't actually curving. It just all is going toward the horizon from its position in our view. So in that case, there's ones that appear over our head and then panning away from over our head in every direction. So not necessarily curving, but just approaching
I mean,
a lower
when I say
position in the sky from over our head.
when I say curving, no, I don't mean that type of curving. I mean the star trails. Like they seem to go in a circle. They seem to curve. That's the curving I'm speaking of. Like Orion's belt seems to go around in a circle.
Okay.
That's what yeah, that's what I mean when I say curving. Not the. I understand what you're saying with the horizon, but yeah.
Yeah, they do go around the North Star, which is the most fascinating. One of the more fascinating things that I learned. I'm surprised school can't teach you that because that doesn't really fit. Like I didn't even know the stars in the southern appear to go the other way or whatever. I've never seen it, so I don't know what to say about it. Maybe it does. But but oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, that the lights have to be able to maintain some type of that they can't be going down in elevation in actuality. Like they have to be in a position that's parallel to the ground, in my opinion, because if you're going to use a sextant to navigate, if your first measurement doesn't have a reference point to the next and the next and the next as far as a flat surface, I think it would ruin the function over. I think each time you took a measurement, if the sky was curving, not the ground, but the sky, the lights was a shape other than flat, it would lose reference. That's my thought on it. I haven't done
So
diagrams.
you think the celestial bodies are like a plane,
Are
basically, a plane,
level to Earth. Yeah, a
right?
plane.
Yeah, parallel plane, basically, to the Earth plane.
And Huey has said it too, but as a guy who's a machinist for 30 years and worked in tooling in a lot of areas, that it makes sense to me that there would need to be a frame of reference going back to the first measurement and not having a shape in the sky to reference, because that would be throwing off as you move, is what my position is. It's unverifiable. I cannot guarantee where that position is, but it I think is conceptually or geometrically verifiable that it would be flat too. And Huey did say it one day, and if he does some shadow listening, so he'd be jumping in if I said something he didn't say, and I wouldn't want to be on the end of that because I remember him bringing it up.
Yeah, I mean that kind of goes with the whole waters above type of deal. Like, say there's waters above, that would be, since water stays level, it would just be another level on the other side, facing the opposite way towards us.
Yeah. Has anybody here ever seen the Stars Sing to God video before it was destroyed and chopped up to pieces and then finally gutted from YouTube ever? Them three
What?
things did
What is
happen.
that? What
Okay,
is
so
that
there was a
video?
guy who was showing, yeah, it was a video. It was a guy showing how the patterns, if you put sand in water on a speaker, and how the patterns, and then have the star doing their patterning when you look through them through a Nikon P900, which is one of the reasons I bought the camera. I really want to see that. But the patterns and how they would change forms and become more complex as you change hertz in the speaker, and they would mirror it with planets, and they would look very similar. So, and that would be happening in water and sand on the speaker. So then the idea has been said that that's what's happening is that they're angels and they sing to God. And then now again, unverifiable, but it looks similar when you look at the speaker and the hertz changes and the different patterns that are made in the sandwater stuff versus, and that kind of went into the have any of you ever heard of that one yet? Used
Hey,
frequencies
can I
to
be
heal
heard?
people. Yeah, go ahead.
I've actually.
Right. So you talked about several things that I kind of feel like the audience needs to know about. So the first thing you said was the stars sing to God. That's a video, right? And in the video,
Yes,
it talks
correct.
about cymatics. If you don't know about cymatics, cymatics is very, very interesting. In fact, certain frequencies, when they do it with the Hebrew letters, like they can make the Hebrew letters with the sand and the speaker when they make
Oh,
the
wow.
sound of those letters at a certain frequency. And then the last thing that you were talking about, refresh my memory.
That the patterns would change with the hertz is just exactly what you said too.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
add two, you did well. Good job. Yeah, yeah. It was really an exciting thing to watch. Actually, I was
Oh,
hoping a
then you
lot of
started
people.
talking about the Royal Rife machine, about
Yeah,
healing with
all right.
frequency.
Yep, we're all right.
Yeah. So anybody who doesn't know what he's talking about, I would say get a pen and write those things down and do your own research. A lot of people are saying that the cathedrals are Antiquitech, and that they were using this as like medicine. Anyway, thanks for sharing that, bro. A lot of good information packed in that little 30-second audio clip that you just made.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I like being co-signed because it feels great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's so much interesting things and so much stuff that I don't even want to bring up here because it goes into the biblical side. And I'm trying not to do any of that because this is an important topic. But there's other phenomena, things that have been discovered and things that have been happening on Earth that are just so amazing. But this is a good topic to invest time with me for me in too. And the fact that no human, government agency, military intelligence agency, any human company, anybody has ever measured the Earth curve directly. This should be a severe problem for anybody just lurking around trying to gain some way to argue us, because we're going to bring it back to that all the time, and that's going to be unavoidable for you. And your refraction is kind of silly because it just gets in years or so. What else to say about phenomena I've been through or something? I saw this light thing one time in the sky. I've shared it, like the image of it, and it was in the sky and it looked like a moving snake. And it was a bizarre thing. I took a picture of it. I don't know for sure how high up it was. It was lower than the clouds, and it was a light that was moving around and not very fast, and not a definite shape for sure, like jagged at places that made it, not a physical thing, obviously, but like a light that was floating around. Totally bizarre. I had never seen them like that.
What's going on?
I'm hoping a new person comes.
Has
Well,
anybody
Godric, we're talking about stuff that you probably don't know about yet. I've noticed that you're not exactly a veteran truther. Not that you didn't seek truth. It just seems like you're kind of young. So, Godric, did you hear what we were just talking about all the Royal Rife machine, the cathedrals using frequencies for healing and cymatics?
No, I just got here. Can you catch me up?
Yeah. So the first thing you should write down is the stars sing to God. I think it's a YouTube video.
I think it's gone.
And then
If it's not,
cymatics.
it is that cymatics both would be good. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Royal Rife machine. And then everybody knows about John Levi. He talks about the cathedrals being used for like healing with frequency. Anyway, yeah, this guy here just brought it up. The vacuum container guy. What's your name? Lumpy gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, lumpy. I got that from hearing QA say they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum. Immediately, I changed my name. I started cracking.
Yeah, I went to Jim Panda's one day, and they were talking about water flows uphill. So I changed my name to Water Flows Uphill on that server. Yeah, I feel you, bro. Anyway, I knew that Godric was kind of a young man, and he probably wasn't aware of all that, so figured I'd share with Godric. Please continue.
I hoped mine would be prophetic, and it would be they would believe me. I'm sorry, I have dry humor.
Can you tell me more? I'm not familiar with that.
What do you mean, my YouTube name? So they were talking, and it was the lady from Holland or wherever Arwen's from. I know the name of the country, Amsterdam or whatever. And she said something, and then Huey expanded on the idea, which was, yeah, they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum because they were talking about the planets and how they would coalesce into, solid gas balls in a vacuum. And it's so dumb that, but when Huey said they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum, I made my name, and it's going to stay lumpy in the gas in the vacuum because maybe it is prophetic.
I think the argument is gas will fall down in the vacuum. Is that fair?
No, gas expands in all directions. The gas falling down is a violation of entropy. It doesn't have a downward bias. It fills lower volume pressure, and the pressure is massively affected by temperature. So I could take a big full balloon and put it in my freezer, and it'll be a little bitty thing. And temperatures decrease, and the source of all gases decrease as you elevate, and that also is the location where the entropic expansion of gases happened. It's also pushing down on what's below it because everything's moving in all direction with elastic collisions. So as you go up and into the air, the pressure may be getting lower, but it doesn't really start to do that until after the cloud line, one. And two, it's still nowhere near. It's the difference in pressure that'll create a force. And you can overfill a car tire and it will blow up. I mean, you can take a steam engine tank and tear through quarter-inch steel by overpressurizing the tank. Just try ripping a quarter-inch of steel by hand sometime. Just try. Anybody who thinks that 10 to the negative 17 core is close to Earth as they claim is possible. That's so dumb. It's another big lie. And like I said, it's been said. Mr. Mustache said, big lie. Tell him a big lie. Make it big. Because it hits the brain so hard or something that it's that obvious.
Okay, so this is something I heard in a discussion. Thank you for that, by the way. I get what you're saying. This is something I heard in the discussion. I'm not sure if it's true, but the Glover said that he took a barometer upstairs, and it was at this point. They took it downstairs, like in the basement, and it was heavier atmosphere. So in that way, he said that the gravity is pulling the gas down. That's why it's heavier in its basement than in its upstairs house.
Well,
So what do you say to that?
Well, I say that all gas created is starts at the bottom, trees, plants, whatever, and it would naturally be I'm going to call it a dynamic system. All I can say is that as you go up, you would expect a decrease in pressure if the source of the gas is at the bottom.
That's
and
a good
if
argument.
it's recorded to be, different enough between the basement and the roof of a house, I don't know that. I've never tried to consider being that would be part of an argument based on,
Well,
a space model. At one point, I think I might have thought that might be a way.
I
Like
think
when I was in sixth grade, and I wanted to, do some kind of science experiment. I probably would have thought it was clever at age 12 to come up with that plan. You know what I mean?
But I think you may have answered it because you said temperature, let's say heat, will expand gas, whereas being cold, it will condense.
No, it's
So
the inverse of that. It'll contract gas with heat. It'll pull it together tighter.
doesn't heat expand everything?
Well, the heat will expand it. Yeah, actually, it would be lighter, wouldn't it? Hotter gas does, right?
So if you
Yeah, but
take
what I
up the
mean by
temperature,
cold, okay, what I mean by cold is, I bet you if you were to take a balloon with not very much gas in it, put it in heat, it like boiling water, you can expand it. I can make video of it. You could probably put a But what I mean is, so the gas is becoming more active and expanding that to create a buoyant force to go up with. But temperature expands the gas when it's cold in a different way of expansion, obviously.
I'm pretty sure that's backwards, unless I'm wrong. I believe in a heated area, gas is less dense, and then in a
Well,
cold area, the barometer, for example, is more dense. Is that right or no?
I don't. Thing is that when you go up in elevation, as the temperature is dropping, the 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 barometer pressure, the pressure of the air around the barometer is decreasing, and that happens at a big point because I've tried to look into this the best I can. I don't know how to look into stuff much. I'm not into papers like Huey, so I'm kind of like a numpty probably, really. But I'm trying to be
All
honest
you
at
need
least.
to do to understand this, all you need to do is look at the ideal gas law, and it will make sense. Just play around with it for a bit, and you'll understand.
Yeah, my thing is angles and things like that. I'm a real professional about that. But I've made vacuum seals, and I can
Okay,
tell you
wait. Has
this:
anybody taken
they
a barometer?
require.
Okay, has anybody taken a barometer and checked the reading, and then put the barometer in the freezer, for example? Are you saying it's more dense in the freezer than outside? I don't know. Actually, I'm just asking you.
Well, what would be the logical result if you were to put a balloon that's full of air into the freezer and it shrinks every time? The balloon basically doesn't look very blown up when you go into the freezer after about 20 minutes. Because that does happen. So what would that show us?
Because in the heat, the gas expands. In the cold, the gas condenses. It shrinks.
Okay. But I would think that, so the gas condensing decreases the pressure? I would figure that would be opposite for buoyancy if it were to be coming together. I'm confused.
So you're saying, yeah.
No,
So
I'm
I'm
just
not
confused.
sure. Yeah. So if
I could be wrong.
heat,
I better shut up.
if you put a helium balloon in heat, it's going to expand. But in the freezer, it'll condense. So I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know what's happening.
You described what I'm talking about exactly perfect, though, about the reaction it has with the temperature of the environment. So we're saying the same thing, except for I don't know how to describe it. I would figure, well, if you're way up in the sky, the air pressure is much lower and it's much colder. And, there's not even, there's also got to be a stratification, partly, I would imagine, with our air pressure or our dynamic system. I kind of suspect it has like how you would pan for gold, or you could make layers out of sand, like if you shake it in water, that sort of thing, like where the heavier things are more at the bottom, still expanding into the rest. But I think there's some kind of I don't know, some part of the density of the gas or something. I don't even know.
Can I get a check?
World body. Try again.
Same. Try again.
Third time's a charm. How about now?
You got it. Perfect.
All right, cool. So you're talking about specific gravity, right? Things are going to layer themselves depending on the density versus the medium and the object. It's also known as relative density, right? I think that's what you're talking about. So one weird thing they say is that there's a thermosphere up there, and the thermosphere is up to 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit, but can't tell because it's so cold. Because there's not enough molecules to bump into each other and the thermometer to even measure it. Well, how did they measure it? If it's that cold, would you even be able to measure it? And if the air is that thin, how would they measure it? Because what is the definition of temperature? Well, it's the rate of bumping particles, how fast they're vibrating into each other, right? Isn't that how we measure temperature?
Yeah.
At least when it comes to a gas. So it's hot,
Yeah,
but it's
it's
cold.
totally double speak to you.
Right. So it's just like the moon. Is it a shadow or does it glow red?
Right.
During the eclipse. Oh, that eclipse. When does that happen? This week?
I think it was like soon. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow night.
Yeah, somebody trolled me and said some funny stuff about me getting the camera for it, and then that made me realize I'd heard about it earlier, and I think it's pretty soon. It might be tomorrow.
Yeah, so everybody, take a look tomorrow and tell me, because, NASA and the whole world, they say that, it's a shadow. But my shadows don't glow red. I mean, maybe if you're a fucking Luciferian, right, and you're such an evil bastard, your shadows do glow red. But my shadows don't glow red. So maybe we need to put an end to the lying and quit telling people that it's a shadow from the Earth when it's not a shadow. It glows red.
Run away about.
I heard something that it might be an impossible eclipse. Now, am I remembering wrong, or was somebody saying that as a reference, or are the sun and the moon going to be above the horizon for it? I'm not sure either, so.
Yeah, my favorite
might-
one is the one where my favorite one is the lunar eclipse that happens while the sun is in the fucking sky. It's like, okay. That's a fucking, they call it like a salinating eclipse or some shit like that. I can't even pronounce the name.
I
Salinalian?
call it a selenial, is what I call it.
Right, yeah. So you're sat there, the sun is there in the sky, the moon is there in the sky, and then the moon turns red, and then it's the Earth's shadow for some reason. Like, I don't know what to tell you. The one things I will give the Gobers is that the moon does seem to point towards the sun.
Hey, try taking and putting a ball on the ground, and then look at some days the moon in the sky when it's still light out, and like the part that is getting the shine and where the sun's location is, and then try to imagine it being a pool ball table, and like the light's coming from the wrong way for the moon to be getting half lit up, because that's the right story, right? Am I right? Like we're getting crescents because the moon is being lit up halfway on the other side we can't see. Isn't that the story? Am I right? But like if you put up like a ball, I've done it on the ground and looked at how much that ball was being lit up, and looked at the moon and said, "Man, only a tenth of that thing is lit up, and like half my ball, and if it wasn't blocking itself, it would be lit up too." You know what I mean? And so like a bunch of the ball, but barely a sliver of the moon is lit up, and the angles don't work because like the moon should look like the ball basically at that distance. That's and the moon doesn't look like the ball on the ground that I put there to see how much the sun would be appearing to shine on it. And to me, it's a real problem.
And then it's funny because they're like, oh, well, we're right because our model can completely define where the sun and moon are. It's like, wait a minute, hold up. I'm fairly certain the other week I was reading on mystery fucking quotes that could completely explain the sun and moon back in like fucking 1000 BC. And they, you know what I mean? It's just like, Yeah, of course it explains it perfectly because you've had the fucking perfect knowledge for 3,000 years plus. Of course you can make another model that matches it. If I had 3,000 years to do that, I could too. Anyone could. You know how much 3,000 years is to come up with a model that matches what you already know to be true? I mean, come on.
They had 500 years.
Huh? No, buddy, what I'm saying is 3,000 years ago plus, they already knew how to explain the moon and fucking sun perfectly and predict it perfectly. To where they could predict in ancient Babylon an eclipse that happens in 1000 AD. That's how fucking well they knew the sun and the moon. So, I mean, given they have thousands of years of knowing the complete knowledge, could they not easily create another model that has the same explanations? I mean, I feel like I could create a model in a couple years of my lifetime, let alone thousands of years.
The only name I'd consider changing to would be Wolf Pup. So if there's a globe, I don't know what you call that, orbiter, a globe checking out the screen, globe leaper checking out the screen, a couple of them. You should always try to bear in mind that you have to justify why there's never been direct Earth curve measurement ever in human history. There's always some kind of parlor trick and not indicative direct Earth curve measurement and not proof of Earth curve measurement. Just stories with just a observation with a story attached to it that you decided to believe in and seem to persist in belief with all these stories.
They're saying the red part of the eclipse is the umbra that isn't proven in reality. I guess that's how they prove things. Just say it.
Yeah, right.
Say it and make it so.
Isn't a big one and one that's like so obvious is the space-time claim? Like that all the teachers would go along with it when they realize the scientific method needs an independent variable that can be controlled, but then they all go along with the space-time, bendy space-time, and ripples and different things that are like.
Mm-hmm. How are you going to teach something to children to kind of get them to think logically for themselves and then teach them illogical BS along with it?
Right. Yeah, it breaks the brain. I keep telling myself that it's great because it's an affront to the experience we have each claim.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to hop off for a minute and go get some dinner.
Hope you enjoy it, son. Well, good night, guys. It was a pleasure. For real. Thanks.
So back on that discussion I was having about air pressure, the Glober claimed that in his basement it's heavier and upstairs it's lighter. He claimed gravity. What could have been it was warmer in his basement than upstairs, and that would make the gas expand and press upon you, making a higher density. One explanation, correct? Anybody hear me?
Yes, Godric.
Yeah.
So if it's hot, air expands more density. If it's cold, air contracts less density. Yes? And in a vacuum, the gas doesn't fall on the floor. Is what you're saying. It expands in all directions. Gravity debunked.
Not much going on here tonight.
Mic check.
Hello.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you wasn't hearing people talk.
No, it's just nobody wants to talk.
Nobody wants to talk. Well, yeah,
Quad.
yeah. I've just VC verified baby, and you know, he just mainly just wants to listen in, but you know, maybe if he has any questions, you know, he can throw them at us, and we can answer them to the best of our ability.
Did Twad just left? No, he's here. Can I talk in any other chats? Where are we? In this one.
If you have any flat Earth related questions, you can throw them at us here.
How many questions? Oh well, we got an axe right here from Miguel. What was he talking about? Oh, we got Bible verses in the live stream voice text. That is pretty cool.
We're a lively bunch, aren't we?
Hello, everyone. Can someone hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Hear you.
All right.
Nobody can hear you.
Nobody can hear you.
Oh, that's the best thing. I just want to say, just to get things going, you know, I do not believe the Earth is flat. And yeah, no, someone get angry, start talking because there's nothing happening.
Someone get angry. Where are you from?
Iceland.
Oh my gosh, you're tripping. You're not from Iceland. I don't believe
Oh,
you.
I'm absolutely from Iceland.
I believe you.
It doesn't matter where he's from.
I believe you.
So yeah, I'm not angry or mad. Cows get mad. So yeah, I'll take you up on that. You
I
don't
was
believe the
getting
Earth is flat, right? Because you've been so heavily indoctrinated, right, with the television, magazines. In fact, if I say the word Earth, in your mind, you picture the blue marble, right? In your mind's eye, you're seeing right now, when I say Earth, you're seeing the model of Earth. But it's obvious that you're so brainwashed because when you look up Earth in the dictionary, right, it says that's where the earthworms live, right? The sand between your toes. That's what Earth is, right? You plant crops in Earth, right? And you might say, where's the edge of the Earth? Well, I would call that the beach, right? The sand is where the sea meets the land, right? So now that you have a better understanding of what the Earth is, it's not a model. It's an actual thing that you live on. And I would say that you don't believe in the flat Earth, but it's what you experience every day. Every day you go outside, you don't feel the earth moving. You don't see any curvature. In fact, the only time you've ever seen the earth curve is when you've seen a picture, a cartoon, right? Something on TV. So I must take you back in time in America in the 1940s when they did a skit called It's called Mars Attacks, and people thought that the Martians had landed on Earth because they heard it on the radio. Well, that's only one hallucination. That's audible, right? Audio hallucination. So if you could see it and hear it, right? Someone's telling you, "Look, Timmy, this is you. You live on this ball on TV." You're going to believe it, right? We don't care what you believe, but the only thing we're trying to do here is offer you the ability to verify the curvature for yourself. So we're going to tell you, right, not to trust us because we could be village idiots and nonetheless. So I would challenge you to go outside with an Earth curve calculator, with a mirror or spotlight, large body of water at rest, right, and calculate the Earth curve. See how far you can see. Make some observations. See how far you can track the boat as it leaves, because there are websites that track ships as they take off from the sea into the sea, right? And I would say prove the curve for yourself, because if boats go over the horizon, then that means that you must have a geometric horizon. But the problem is, for the past 7 years, we've been seeing too far. In fact, the anti-flat earthers don't disagree that we can see too far. They just have an explanation. Well, we can see that the earth looks flat and we can see too far because this, that, or the other. Well, they can't prove this, that, or the other. We're just going to leave it at that and say, I'm going to trust my senses. And if I were to meditate in my yard for 3 days and 3 nights, my senses would tell my brain that I'm not moving, we're not spinning, we're not flying around the galaxy. The earth is stationary and level. Now, there are mountains, so we're not saying it's flat. We're saying the water is level from one end of the earth to the other.
Right. All right. What about lakes? Lakes are all the same as sea level. Does it matter?
Yes. Some guys from
It's the
Brazil.
water.
Some guy,
It's the water that you talk about, not just the lake or where the lake is. Is the water flat at
Oh,
level when it's
okay.
at level?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Also,
So now, how far can you see over that flat and level water? Because the globe actually states that you're not supposed to be able to see past 4 miles. That's where your limitation horizon should be for the measurements of the globe Earth. You understand that?
hey, just wanted to say thank you, Larry. I think we all got smarter by hearing you. Sorry. So I can post in the chat. Let's see. Chill chat. No one's in it. That's I can't even go in there.
Yeah, so like I said, it's not about you trusting us. When you leave here, we want you to be brainwashed to think for yourself and question authority. Now, those are two really important things, right? Because in order to think for yourself, you must first question authority. You can't do one without the other. So the authority, right? I don't know who these people are, but they've deemed themselves to be the purveyor of all truth, right? And anything else is fake. These people have said that what they're saying is true. Well, truth, what is truth? What is truth? Truth is that which is verifiable. To get a tape measure, my shoes, and stand up straight and verify to anyone who asks, hey, you said you're 6'3". How do I know that's true? Well, here you go, bro. Here's a pencil. Here's a tape measure. Allow me to take off my shoes. Let's do this. And I would stand in a door frame as straight as I can, and I could prove that I'm 6'3". Right? That's what truth is. It's verifiable. So if they say the Earth is a globe, and at 8 inches per mile squared, there's a drop rate from below your feet as you gain distance from yourself. That should be verifiable. So I would challenge everyone to go out to a large body of water rest on a clear day and see what they can see, because for the past 7 years, we've been seeing too far.
I have
And
a
we've
question.
debunked the horizon.
I have a question.
Go for it.
How do you like? What do you believe if you don't believe in God and you believe like that the Earth is flat?
That's irrelevant. I don't know what that has to
That's
do. What's the price of
well,
rice in China?
what? How's that irrelevant? Like, wait.
What's your
Because for
favorite Barbie
me,
doll?
well, I have a reason to
It
believe
doesn't
that
have
the
anything
Earth is
to
flat.
do with what we're talking about.
Well, that's just one of my reasons
You
to
don't have any
believe.
reason.
What?
Hold on. Did you say you don't have a reason? You have a reason to believe the Earth is flat?
I just said that that's my reason to believe the Earth is flat. It's like what I ultimately believe in is that there's a God and He made the Earth flat.
Okay.
But like,
I don't know what that has to do with
I
the
mean, I
conversation
guess
we're
I
having
know,
right now.
I get
You
it,
can go down to biblical and
No, I get it. For
talk
you,
about
you
it
just believe in it
if
because
you
of
want.
the what you can see and feel,
Take that
right?
word belief out.
What do you mean just?
Or you
What do you mean
just
just? It's not a belief.
And test and
I
measure as
know it.
well.
I have knowledge because I've been to the ocean. I have firsthand knowledge, right? Like, who in here in this Discord knows how many toes I have? You might believe that I have 10, right? But I'm the only one with primary firsthand knowledge. So how do you verify that I have 10 toes? Well, you'd have to fly out to DFW, right? And then I would have to give you some rubber gloves, and you would have to, and then verify, because your eyes can play tricks on you. And once you start squeezing my toes and you feel the tendons and you feel the warmth from the blood, right? At
so.
that moment,
How
you
did the
know.
flat Earth come to existence?
Or that I can agree with your statement because I also have 10 toes.
Hey, did you hear my
Right,
question?
but what if I have hold on. What if I have neuropathy and diabetes and my toes are cut off? So you can assume that because you're a man and I'm a man that we both have 10 toes. But if you could just hang on for a second, sir. I was talking to the other gentleman first. What did you just say? That
I
I
was
believe?
asking you. No, forget that because you already told me your answer, but you don't believe it because
Yeah.
you know it, right?
Yeah, I've been to
This
the
is
ocean. Right.
how.
Then you said
No, yeah.
something about
I was asking how did
how
the
did the
flat
Earth
Earth
begin?
come
How
to
do I?
existence? Are you just gonna say
You
you
think
don't
I'm
know?
God?
Huh?
Do
Yeah.
you
Oh
think
my
I'm
god.
God? You think I was there in the beginning? Do you
Oh
think I'm
my.
the angel in the whirlwind in Job 38? Do you think that's
I
me?
think that actually, honestly, I think that yes. Well, no. Well,
Okay,
I
well,
don't
you're an
know.
idiot.
Don't know. I don't know. I think that
Obviously, I wasn't there.
wait. No, Arth.
Obviously,
At
you're
least
a
Arth.
moron because I wasn't there when the Earth was created. How
Oh,
could I possibly have a knowledge claim? And then you laughed and said, "Hee hee hee." You're probably going to say you don't know. Well,
Nah.
no shit, Sherlock. I wasn't there. How could I possibly know?
Or what would be your idea, like, of how the flat Earth came to
I have
existence?
no fucking possible clue, bro. How could I know
Who,
such things?
someone got to have an idea, because I
Yeah,
got an
probably a
idea.
stoner who's been eating too
My
much pizza and
Oh
has,
my
like,
gosh, dude.
a childlike mentality.
You must be
Maybe
a
they could
freaking.
figure it out, right?
Nah, you really must be like something, because I have been eating a lot of pizza. And yeah.
And your name is Baby, and you probably do have a childlike mentality.
I don't have a child.
I'm recently single, so I've been eating a lot of pizza, and I am very offended.
Dude, I'm just broke. That's why I be eating pizza. Freaking wish I didn't have to eat pizza. Flat Earth questions. I mean, I had one, but damn, can't answer that. Freaking.
Does somebody have a question pertaining to the Earth?
I mean, I have a million questions, but I would rather just listen to the discussion.
Come on, bro. Ask a question.
Oh, we can talk about NASA, can't we? Like, no. Yeah, we can. Maybe. Yeah, why the fuck not? We can talk about NASA.
Yeah, let's talk about the NASA holes.
Wait,
They
you
take,
said.
what was it, $60-some million a day, and they give us cartoons, taking tax money at, like, gunpoint.
Dude, that's a lot of freaking money, though. Honestly, like, damn. And then, nah, we can't even talk about war. Wow, shit is crazy, man. That's why you guys don't want nothing to talk about. I'm just kidding. Are you guys all voice verified?
No, I'm not allowed to talk.
Some aren't. Rod is still in here. Larry.
What you want?
What I
Were
really,
you
really
guys,
want.
you guys researching flat Earth at all?
Yeah.
Where you post
I'm doing it
anything?
for. Yeah, it's all down below. We got
Let's
lots and
see.
lots and lots of information, A to Z, down below.
What
Oh,
I would
Server.
like to
There's so
know
much.
is stuff about the what's it called? The dome, the firmament, that kind of thing.
Right.
Does anyone
So,
here have
have you
anything
ever?
to add to that?
Yeah, I do. So, have you ever had a steak?
a sink?
A steak?
A
You know,
what?
meat.
Oh, a steak, yeah.
A steak. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever ate a steak? So, when you ate the steak, were you wondering if cows really exist?
No,
No,
because
of course not, right?
I have personally slaughtered a bovine animal.
Okay, cool. So, when you breathe air, you wonder if the container exists, right? And we can't see the container, but the necessary antecedent for a steak is a cow. And the necessary antecedent for gas pressure exerts against the container. In fact, that's the definition. Gas pressure
You're cutting
They're
out a lot,
vibrating and bumping into each other.
but again, when you talk about container and pressure and stuff, I mean, I assume you are then disregarding gravity, right?
No, why would I do that? Why would I disregard gravity? What do you mean by gravity?
Because gravity provides like an alternative explanation for what you call the need for a container, because there is like this a gradient of acceleration for particles the further away from Earth you move, you know, so pressures get lower and everything.
Let's go down that path. Okay, so let's say a propane tank, and let's say I have 250 psi in this propane tank.
Okay.
You're roboting a bit, Larry.
He moves around.
I am. We can roll Larry back.
He works while he's in here, and when he's moving around, it disconnects a lot.
Yeah, he's going to drop out and come back in and see if it helps.
Yeah, he always does.
Dude, how do I make a lot of money on the flat Earth?
By telling the truth.
Get a job.
I got a job. You guys have jobs?
I have a job.
Yes.
Everyone has a job here. Wow.
So you can assume anything you want. But when you try to talk about other people's lives, you're in the wrong.
I'm not talking about, I'm just asking.
You can
It's
assume.
still talking about someone else's life, all right?
But when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
And some of you probably don't have jobs.
That's what my chemistry teacher taught me.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so if you're super high, you should be somewhere else.
Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
I believe in it.
You're moving 1,000 miles around, spinning, as well as shooting millions of miles in space, while wobbling as well.
Whee! It's fun. Woo! Yeah, I'm having a great time in this roller coaster.
Also, not seeing new stars ever in this process.
Yeah, I like that
Yes.
argument.
I mean,
Why
you
do you not
never see any new stars appear or come out of anywhere. It's all the exact same.
Over a long period of time, it will change, but in
it will.
We're talking thousands of years, tens actually.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, you're familiar with what's it called? Horoscopes, right?
You said it
Yeah,
will
horoscopes
change.
are bullshit. Stop your shit. Stop your shit.
How do you know
that's just some man-made-up fucking bullshit. Stop.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's geocentric. It's a geocentric.
That's over
concept.
years of studying people. That's it.
How do you know it's going to change, Sindri?
What's going to
And
change?
why hasn't it changed already?
The stars in the sky. How would you know what they're going to do?
They're absolutely still in the sky. When you put a camera on them, nothing moves. The stars are actually like a picture in the sky, and it's like a still shot.
Yeah, you are correct, and based on
then
historical
the sky
data,
moves.
It has
The
definitely
whole
changed.
thing at the exact same time.
I mean, in the lifetime of you and me, it is so slow. We can't.
Yeah, but the reports have no deviation, nothing. They've been able to predict everything.
Mhm.
So if they're moving
Just to
so
counter
slowly,
that is again, I'm going to say, you know,
if
you
they're
are
moving
aware
so
of the horoscopes,
okay, if they're
and
moving
I
so
personally
slowly,
believe in them,
yeah,
and
no,
they are based on thousands of years old observations of when the sun is rising in a particular star sign, and today it doesn't fit. It doesn't match. It's not the same.
well, there's a precession of the equinoxes that happens, but that's circular too.
Yeah.
So why don't we actually see new stars instead of the same ones just rotating around?
How are you gonna see a new star? I don't
Well,
get
we're
it.
supposed to be whirling around,
Yeah.
the galaxy at 500 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you will never see something new. It's always going to be the same thing. I mean, the distances are huge.
You said that after, millions of years or whatever, that we would see different stars. I just don't know how anybody would know that.
It's still the same stars, but they will be in a different configuration. Just like we can observe with the horoscope thing.
The precession?
Not only the precession, but like a very ultra slow drift of the stars.
And then they reset, right? All goes back to the same starting position.
No, they won't reset.
That's not what we observe.
Okay.
Well, I guess we'll just have to talk again in another 100 million years.
Well, no, that's not true. Because I got something here. This can I be heard? Okay.
Yep. Coming through.
This is the oldest known star chart in the world, right? 32,500 years old, right? This star chart is, right? Because they dated the mammoth tusk that they found the star chart on, and it depicts Orion, the constellation Orion, perfectly. So in 32,500 years of the sun going around the galaxy, there would be parallax. Because the way that it works, the solar system, Mercury has the shortest year, and Pluto has the longest year. But in the galaxy, it's the opposite. The stars near the center of the galaxy have the longest year, and the stars at the outermost parts of the galaxy, the arms, have the shortest year. So what that means is, just like on a train, right? And you're going down the train, you see the mountain in the background. It's not moving. It doesn't appear to be moving very fast. But the trees in the foreground are going to be moving, right? Because they're not moving and the train is. So this is what we call parallax. In this case, we're talking about stellar parallax. So zero stellar parallax in 32,500 years. Checkmate.
Hey, yeah, that's wonderful.
A person. Yo, buddy.
Okay, things are unusually slow here. I'm gonna
Who is
go
talking?
to another
Oh,
chat channel. Okay.
wait.
Have a nice evening, everyone.
Wait, don't go.
Really? Oh,
Why?
wait, I thought we were going to get into, gas pulling down on, gravity pulling down on gas, like we don't observe.
Wait, I
Because
wanted to know.
nobody is talking, and secondly, like I've said so many times before, I will never provide proof for anything I say. I'm just here to participate in the discussion, give counterpoints to what you guys are saying.
Yes.
And nobody is talking. So I'm
come
going to
on.
do another Discord server with...
come on. Defend the globe for me. You're no fun, Sindri.
So Hitchens razor can be applied here then. That's great. Thank you.
Nobody said anything because they were waiting for you to rebuttal what Larry said
Oh, what did he say?
about the no parallax.
Oh. Yeah, there's a reason why I didn't give a rebuttal, and I would like to not say why.
Why so secretive?
I'm not being secretive.
Wait.
Yes, you are.
Whoa.
Okay, do you want me to give the reason why?
Please.
Yeah.
Yes, give us the reason why.
Okay. Yeah, it's because it's just nonsense. I didn't want to say it,
Aloha,
Your Earth not moving is nonsense. Okay.
It's
great.
just how he phrases the argument and the basis and everything is just nonsense. I didn't want to say it.
Yes,
I don't
you are
want
nonsense.
to be disruptive. I just want to be, listening to you guys talking and be part of the
Okay, great. Well, if you have a counter if you're saying you have something that counters what Aries is saying, and you have a counter evidence, which would be Earth motion detected, then just bring that. Simple as that. Show us where Earth rotation was detected.
Like I said before, I'm not going to be providing any proof for anything.
Well, that's
of course.
May I first descend upon your goats?
Because you cannot.
It's not because I cannot. It's because I don't have the time for it.
There's not enough time in existence to prove something like the globe, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, you had enough time to come on here and not bring proof, though.
Yeah.
He doesn't
sure,
have
we'll give you a
I
free
definitely have time for that.
Yeah, we'll give you a free ass whipping. Yeah, no problem.
It's pretty sad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, I've had...
Okay.
This is not the first time
Nothing's okay.
I've been here on this Discord.
You know it.
I mean, I have been having chats with people
Awesome,
here,
dude.
like good chats,
Wow.
good discussions,
Wow.
without people
cool story.
attacking me
Wow.
and saying I'm an idiot and stupid.
Wow.
But listen,
Yeah, we don't need to say you're an
what are
idiot.
you saying to us? Are you trying to convince us at all?
No, absolutely not.
Then what are you saying to us? Because it sounds like you're trying to convince us.
No, I'm not.
But everything that you just said is to convince us.
No.
But that's what I got. So yes, it was. To me and probably everyone in here. I'm not speaking for everyone else. I'm personally speaking for myself. Yes, you did try to convince me.
Okay. You can interpret anyway.
No, I'm not interpreting that way. You have not said anything else. You haven't tried to prove any of your convincing things to me.
But the thing is,
everyone else can agree with you, right, on the globe side. They've already been convinced.
A lot of people, yeah.
Exactly. But that's not going to convince anyone in here.
So
that's all I'm trying to say.
How do you think the globe was created?
There's no globe to have been created.
It is the coalition
piece of paper
of
with writing on it.
It's made at a toy company.
And it says on the bottom of it that it's not for educational purposes on every single globe.
Okay.
That is out there.
Then
it was created the same way the
it's
Simpsons
created
were
the same
created.
way as Mars and Jupiter and Pluto.
Well, the
When we
lights in the
found
sky.
Mars in Canada.
The lights in the sky. Lights in the sky. Okay.
Okay.
That has a lot to do with the floor we stand on. doesn't it?
Amazing that people talk about the sky when we're trying to prove the ground.
Often, when you want to find answers,
No, not
about your
often.
immediate
We should be
surroundings,
able
you
to
need
prove the
look around as
ground
well.
without looking at the sky. Sorry.
Often, when people have 500 years, they usually come up with something better.
Really? Yep.
Okay.
We live on a triangle.
Actually, they've changed it within the last 1,500 years twice, haven't they? Yes. Because the Earth used to be the center, right, Sin? And now the sun is. Stop bullshitting us. We already know the bullshit.
No.
How do you go from an unverified light in the sky that you make a bunch of assumptions about to the Earth is one of those things? It's a spinning ball like those lights in the sky that I'm making assumptions about are.
I don't know how to.
I've never seen Mars, so I can't. I can't.
The only way that
have
you're going to
nothing.
see Mars is on a piece of paper or a digital effect on a computer. When you look
There
at
is
Mars through a camera, you are not seeing that digital effects on the computer. Never. You see a flashing different color. It's like it's continuously moving, but it's staying still in one spot. It's literally like it's in water, but I'm not going to say that because I have no clue. But every time I look at it through my $500 telescope, I do not see
500.
what that CGI picture on NASA's website shows us.
Yeah,
You don't see
I
red
totally
dust.
understand your point
You
of
don't
view,
see
you know,
rocks.
and
You don't
it's
see
difficult
ice
to have
caps.
a setup to do a proper spectral analysis and everything.
Sindri, do you know that those Mars pictures aren't just pictures from Earth? The ones that you just posted.
The group that I posted is a group of people that I believe are deranged.
Belief. So this is dependent on belief.
I believe the people in this group
Believe.
are
When you
deranged.
start out with
They
that
are
in any
looking
sentence,
for
I'm sorry, I have to shut you
evidence.
down. When you start out with that in every sentence, belief, it ends the whole sentence.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get that, Sin? We're not here for believing. We actually went out and done it. I can't get that through that to you more than what I'm saying right now. We are not believing a Facebook group.
Yeah,
we
we're not
did it ourselves.
We're not religious.
Just about
Sindri.
this Facebook
Sindri.
group, I am not following what they believe.
Well,
This is
I
just
mean,
a group.
you could just show us pictures of King Kong and go, I believe that these are real.
Okay.
It's the same thing as what you just did.
I have to go feed my
I have
unicorn
no,
now, so let me go
affiliate
feed my
belief with
unicorn some magical dust, please.
Just wanted to show that there are people
Magical
that are going through the
Yeah, my
over
unicorn
pictures
needs feeding
thinking they are
also.
finding
I
evidence
think I'll
of
go.
a lost
I think I'll feed
civilization.
my unicorn
You
also.
say that it's evidence?
No. There are
You just said it. You said that they are posting evidence.
There
Well,
are people
he just
in
posted
this
some
group that
pictures from
believe
Mars,
that they are
allegedly.
posting evidence of a lost civilization on the planet Mars.
It could just be pictures from Earth and just
That's
remnants from the
great.
past on Earth.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
Okay.
And then
I
you
just
have
don't want you to
people
push
here in
that
this
on
group
anyone, dude.
that believe the Earth is flat for religious reasons.
We're not
We don't
believing
believe.
that.
We
Stop
don't
saying
believe.
that.
But
Yeah,
you
you're
know that
you're
it's because of the
real.
way it measures.
Stop it.
Sindri, talking
It's
with
really
this
getting
nonsense.
ridiculous.
He's just trying to trigger people.
You're the one that has a religious belief. Every sentence you say, I believe. We don't come up with you saying, we believe. No, we actually measured. Yeah, we don't ever hear you guys saying you measured, but we do hear you saying, I believe an awful lot.
Yeah, it'd be more interesting if the sentence started off with, I can prove.
Yeah, why don't you start out the sentence with, I can prove the globe, and then continue on with how you're going to prove it with the proof.
No. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, I said, why don't you? How is that putting words in your mouth when I said, why don't you do this?
Because
I'm making a
you said
suggestion.
I
You
would.
don't know the difference? You don't know the difference? You don't know the difference between somebody suggesting something and putting words in your mouth. Interesting.
Okay.
I don't know what logic you went to. Your mind is turned to mush by the globe.
Do you think that measurements are a religious belief? So why would you say that?
It very well could be.
Belief in the globe is a religious belief, yes.
But I can disbelieve of what you claim that you measured, just like you can claim that I didn't measure something.
Listen, you can claim against reality itself all you want, but we still see too far every freaking day, bro.
Yeah, it's your prerogative to indulge in whatever fantasy you feel like, but
yeah, we don't care. I mean, you need to go to a religious server though, because you're indoctrinated and you're preaching doctrine to us. It's religious chanting. That's what gets boring. Because we've heard it thousands upon thousands of times.
What is he saying that's religious?
Hold on a second.
Okay, so nobody here.
Sindri, you're the most religious person in the entire freaking server. In this server of 15 or 20,000 people, you're the most religious one here.
You think so? Because I'm an atheist.
Oh, you think you are. You believe in something that cannot be proven in reality. That's a religion. You have complete faith in it. You believe it's true. What is your percentage?
You can drink coffee religiously. Like, dude, it's not like, come on now.
Okay, then, but I'm fully free to participate.
You can say believe. Right? You can say believe without it meaning religious reasons. Like, and he can be an atheist without being religious.
In this topic, the globe, heliocentrism, is a religion. Yes, it is. I don't know where you're coming from. It's a philosophy.
Well, that would be Scientology.
It's the same sort of thing.
No, they have deep philosophical reasons why they changed it to make you sheeple think it is a globe.
The entire globe story itself is just as crazy as Scientology. It has nothing backing it anyway.
Exactly.
Oh, whoa! Shots fired. Scientology is nuts.
Well, it is. I mean,
yeah, guess what? Did you know that founder L. Ron Hubbard was good buddies with your hero Werner von Braun and Disney, who were great buddies as well?
Why does Sindri think that Scientology is nuts? He's in here promoting basically the same thing. You were just posting pictures of a lost civilization from Mars. You're not that far off from Scientology.
The thing I posted is not something that I follow. It was just to give a contrast, that there are people that believe some things that other people believe are nonsense.
Yeah, like Bigfoot. Your globe Earth is the same as Bigfoot.
You don't believe in Bigfoot?
I can't. Why would it be so hard to find pictures or videos of land other places than what we know of the Earth?
Yeah.
Because we can't take pictures
I
of it?
understand your concern.
Were you meaning to put a coherent sentence together? Because I didn't get that from what you said.
Some people did.
Why is it hard to get pictures from uninhabited land? That's what you're asking?
Uninhabited? What? I guess.
Yeah, why can't we get pictures from places that no one has ever been, guys?
I guess.
Because
Right.
no one has been there to take the picture.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
true. True that. Well, you guys
That's
gotta
the
have
U.S.
some faith.
government pictures like that. We
You
can't
gotta have
help you with
faith.
that.
Some
No, I
faith.
just
You
want to
don't.
get
You don't have
one thing very clear, okay? Without interruption. I absolutely applaud everything you're doing. Researching, finding proof for what you believe.
No, it's not what we believe.
No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Shut the fuck up. Numpty dipshit. I won't interrupt you. I'm not interrupting you now. I bet you're still speaking, though. Even though you're muted. Have fun with that.
What you believe?
Man, it's like show of the week now.
Did he make one single claim? Did Sindri make one single claim or no claim?
He's just here to waste time.
Not a single claim.
Well, he kind of did. He says that the stars in the night sky would change over 100 million years or whatever the time scale would be.
Good. Then he needs to bring a citation for that before he gets unmuted, in my opinion. Have fun. Why don't they?
It's not like somebody said. It's not like somebody went, "Oh, I wonder if the Earth is flat. I'm going to believe in that now. Where can I find some evidence for that?"
I know.
That's why the server was put together.
Yeah. Only when flat earthers suggest it, then they start scrambling to find some evidence.
Someone said, "Hey, flat Earth, that sounds like a great belief. I'm going to go for it." Yeah, that's what's going on here, Sindri. You got it.
Well, normal, regular, everyday people are not just going out and like measuring shit with lasers and fucking rulers and shit, you know? Like
Pretty easy to measure stuff, though. Measure the distance to a horizon using a landmark or
Like,
something.
even if I have
pretty
to sit
trivial to do.
down, like, listen, because it's not hard for me to have faith. Even if I had to sit down on a chair, I don't check every nut and bolt to make sure the chair is sturdy. I just sit in it, and I have faith that the chair is gonna support me.
I guess that's
like
why-
some things you just believe. You don't have to know everything.
Pay attention, and so you haven't noticed that the Earth isn't what they say it is. I got it.
I mean, I just say that because I could never freaking argue
Just go to
that.
a beach.
I can never
I'm sure
argue what I
it's
believe with like facts because like I
can't
just
find
have
a-
faith.
You can't just find a lake somewhere and look shore to shore where you should be seeing, tens if not hundreds of feet of curvature drop off and observe that it's not there and go, well, I guess this thing isn't a globe. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but when you're taught something else,
when you're
a
indoctrinated,
lot of people believe it. A lot of people.
Belief doesn't matter here. It doesn't change the reality.
I know. Where's Sindri?
He thinks he's muted still.
Not
I know
very
I'm not
quick
muted.
on the uptake. Is he?
He doesn't want to take it up.
Yeah, he's spiraling.
Yeah, pretty much. You take it on faith that chair is going to hold you, but as soon as you sit on it, and if it doesn't, because the nut and bolt was actually broken, then it wasn't able to hold you. Would it? Or if you sat down and actually it did hold you, then it actually did hold you. Right? Right. You take it on faith until you know it actually could hold you.
Right, and when it collapses, and then somebody
Who is
comes along and
that?
says, "You're crazy. You're still sitting on the chair, and you're sprawled out on the floor with bits of chair around you." What are you going to say then?
I don't have so much faith in the chair next time.
Right. Next time when you collapse, next time you will check. Let me see if it is sturdy enough, right? Yeah. Okay. I mean, same thing happened with us, bro. We all in here used to believe the same thing, that the Earth was a globe. And then, people started showing us shit. And then we was like, okay, let me go test this out for ourselves. And we're like, holy shit. Damn. It isn't a globe. But it's still a little doubt. What if I'm wrong? Right? You kept going, keep looking until you actually find out. And you still, when you get into all this information and you actually start testing this shit, you be like, damn, it's a lie. I mean, there is no actual evidence for the globe at all. Other than pictures you can't verify, things they tell you, things that I'm half Puerto Rican, half Dominican. Things that they say they go where they can't possibly go, and you can't verify, right? So that's the reason why we know the Earth is not a globe. Like they ever
I want to
presented?
ask you, like,
Do you
can I
know?
ask you,
Let me
how
ask
do
you a question.
you, what do you think?
Let me ask you a question. How do you know, or have you ever? Do you know of anybody that's ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
You guys probably.
The
No,
curve?
but
No.
no. Oh,
No.
People here
Okay.
tried to.
Yeah, we tried, and some that's actually tried a lot more than others, making a longer distance observation. But no. So that becomes a belief, right? So you believe the Earth is a globe, but you really don't know. Second thing, do you know of anybody that actually? Oh, how do they detect the spin of the Earth?
Nah, I
The
don't know.
No, yeah. So they have never been presented to you, but they tell you the Earth spins. All right. So what about gas pressure without a container? They say that we're on Earth have gas pressure and it's next to a vacuum, right? That is it's a system that is a
Wait,
lot
so
lower
are
pressure.
you,
Give me a second. Give me a
are
second.
you
I'm almost done.
another?
Give me a second. I'm almost done. So it's saying that we have gas pressure on Earth, right? Next to a system that is a lot lower pressure than Earth gas pressure. Usually, what happens when you don't have uh, if you have a balloon, and what happens if it pops? What happens to the air?
Like, instant
Instantly
everywhere.
goes away everywhere, right? So if if the balloon, whatever air pressure you have in the balloon, did not have something to contain it, it will go everywhere. So what is the container for Earth's sphere? It says we don't have one. So wouldn't all the air just go to the less pressure system?
Yeah.
Right. That's the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy would occur.
Wow.
All right. You had a question for me. What is it?
Oh, I had a question for you. Was how do you think the flat Earth was, like, came to existence? I guess.
I have no idea. No clue whatsoever. Only thing I know, it doesn't measure as a globe. And everything they say has never been verified.
Do you mean when you ask how it came into existence, are you asking, like, how did it get here? Or how, what? I'm not sure I quite understood that question.
Like, was it here forever, or what? Like, how are we on a flat Earth? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It don't make no sense.
How would there be a globe here?
That's what I'm saying.
How would there
That
be
doesn't
any?
make any sense either.
You can't feel the motion, right? You can't fathom how you can have gas pressure without a container. The globe doesn't make any sense. The flat Earth makes perfect sense because we all sense a flat stationary plane. Our vestibular apparatus in our inner ear tells us that we're not moving.
Yeah,
And
but
we
they
can breathe
also
right now, so
explain
our
it in a
lungs
way to
tell us that
tell
there's
you
a...
that you're not going to feel
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Hang
I'm
on.
almost
At
done.
least finish, please.
So our lungs, when they fill up with gas, that tells us that we have gas pressure. So there must be containment because you can't have gas pressure without a container. The definition of gas
you
pressure
can't
is the
explain
force
that. That's
the
true.
gas. Yeah. So the globe Earth doesn't make any sense. The flat Earth
Damn.
makes perfect sense.
Damn, so that's all you need. For
Yeah,
me,
they
for me, there still has to be God. Like, come on now. What?
No doubt, there's a creator for sure. I mean, people
For
don't
sure.
say
You're saying that, but other people don't think that.
Who cares?
Yeah, it
what
doesn't
other
matter.
people think?
Wow.
Creator's the only thing that really makes any sense. I mean, especially when you look at
if you have life, like if you're alive, you would care. Like,
Yeah, I mean, this place was intelligently designed, right? There's nothing on Earth or anything that it's here for just coincidence. In other words, you see a building, what do you think? It just spontaneously just decided to come together, or a watch, right?
that's
So
the
I mean,
argument for like destruction. Like, you can't have creation. Like, it's either destruction or creation. Like, can't have, whatever you were saying.
right? Like, I mean, information is one, right? You have genetic code. There has to be a knower to be able to give you the information, right? Every freaking paper, book, website always has somebody that created that information. Without the informer, there is no information. And you said something about they come with explanations about you were saying earlier about the why they contradict about why you don't feel the spin or whatever, but they contradict themselves because you're supposed to feel acceleration, right? And the elliptical nature of what they say the Earth goes around the sun, you should be able to feel that no matter what.
Does anyone know any astronauts?
No, the rotation dictates that. The rotation of the Earth, you're constantly accelerating. So you would know. Don't have to be the transmission of the Earth around the sun. The Earth is rotating, therefore it is accelerating every friggin' second.
So is there any astronauts that come in here?
No.
No, I don't even know of any astronauts. All I know is what they call actronauts. Did you know that the astronauts, I'm going to give you a little clue here, bud. Astronauts have they have stars on Hollywood Boulevard. And the only people that have stars on the Hollywood Boulevard are actors, my friend. Why do astronauts have stars on the Hollywood Boulevard of stars with the actors? Why? Because they're actors, my friend.
Who else does the president?
He's an actor, yeah, straight up.
What?
The Red Hot Chili Peppers do, so that's the category that Apollo 11 is in.
Well, I mean, I guess he could just be like you could say like he just got hired at Hollywood after he became the president.
Which one? Trump? Trump was an actor way before.
Yeah, probably.
This is a nowhere discussion.
Yeah.
Freaking flat Earth.
No, we don't know any astronauts. We don't know anyone that flies into a second law of thermodynamics violation. So no.
Yeah, I don't think he's a glober. He's just he's a.
I'm not freaking.
Yeah,
you call me glober.
Yeah. That's what we call people that believe in the globe. I mean, you're like it sounds like you're like in between, and you kind of feel like
I mean, maybe. I mean, not. I don't believe the fucking globe. What the hell? Like you said, you can't have gas pressure bullshit, whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of figure that you're kind of in between. Sindri, on the other hand, he's like some weird dude that just has
can't have
no
gas
proof.
pressure in a vacuum. What? Something like that.
You can't gas pressure in a vacuum. I was very, very intelligent. Sindri, so are you willing to provide proof now, or you still don't want to provide any proof? You just wanted the conversation.
I will never provide proof.
At least he's open about it being a religion.
Taking the safe route.
No, it's because if I would spend the time into providing proof and everything, nobody would allow me to be part of the group, part of the discussion.
That is totally not true. And it's a logical fallacy because you're fortune telling.
And you've been here arguing for the globe many times, and you're still here.
You've got real evidence. Just go get it. We'll let you speak all night long about it.
Sorry, not fortune. Mind reading. Mm-hmm.
Dude, we are waiting to change the name of this server to Globe Earth Discord 24/7.
Yeah.
No, seriously, we got people in the server that are globe earthers that have been here for years, right?
Yeah,
the ones that can behave themselves. Like Matthew Learns, he teaches at a college part-time, and he's supposed to be like a math professor. He believes in the globe. He'll probably show up Friday, Saturday night, and you can see that we argue with the guy on weekends. Sometimes he shows up on a weekday. But yeah, we got lots of globers who come in here, and they can say whatever they want, just as long as they keep it to the topic and they don't talk about, the CV-19 or whatever, right? But yeah, if you bring up evidence, we'll go through the evidence point by point until we've exhausted all the explanations, and then we'll let you decide whether your evidence was good, right? We don't care what you believe. You can believe whatever you want, right? If you want to believe in Muhammad or Jesus or Buddha, we don't care. You can leave here and believe whatever you want and come back and believe whatever you want.
That was quick. To respond to what he was saying, I absolutely support the freedom of belief in religion in any way, and going from that, I am never ever going to provide proof for anything about the shape of the earth.
Is it because you can't?
It's because I won't.
Or you haven't found any?
Yeah, I don't believe you.
You
Why
don't
not?
believe that I won't provide evidence?
I don't believe that you have any evidence.
Even if I had evidence, I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't believe. I think you're using that to try to hide behind, like you think you have cloaking because you're not going to provide any. You think that's working, but you know what? It just shows that you don't have any.
Yeah.
No, it's not cloaking or anything or whatever. The thing is,
it
I am
is.
really interested in the discussion for the shape of the Earth.
Good. We're really interested in your globe proof.
Why wouldn't you contribute your globe proof to that discussion?
Because it has
There
been
isn't
done
any?
so many times.
Is what?
Emperor's new clothes.
It has been done so many times. I have watched so many videos on YouTube by
should
so
be easy
many
enough to
famous
just
people.
Just name
Fucking
one.
bullshit.
Then.
That's bullshit. You've watched so many videos. That's your evidence. If you were in a courtroom, the bailiff would bust out laughing and then drag you out by the fucking collar and throw you out on the street. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit.
I resent the personal.
I don't give a shit what you resent. Please provide evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion right now, or shut the fuck up.
I will not. And
then you're gonna shut up.
We know you will not.
Yeah, you're not going to now.
There's so much of it, but I won't provide any of it.
I know. What kind of fallacy is that? There are so many, I can't even provide one.
A pretender clown numpty dipshit fallacy.
There
you talking about the moon?
Talk about the moon? Go on.
What is the moon? You know how like some people think that it is a reflection. Some people think it's plasma.
A reflection, it can't be reflecting any sunlight. Why can't it reflect sunlight?
What do you mean? I don't know what
Could
you
it
mean.
be, well, if the moon is a sphere, then all you would get off the reflection, let's say sunlight, would be divergent and diffuse rays. I don't know. When I walk out at night and there's like a full moon, all the light coming at us is uniform. That's not divergent and diffuse. So, unless you're saying the moon's flat or concave, are you saying? Are they? Not you, but are they saying that?
I don't know.
This is 60 level optics, man.
I think that the moon gives off its own light.
Well, yeah, it would have to. But unless they're saying, there is a caveat here, unless they're saying the moon is flat or concave, then it can reflect sunlight uniformly. Then I don't have a problem with that. Follow?
Yeah, I mean, I just seen a lot of videos where people put like a map of the Earth and they outline it against the moon.
They outlined it against the moon. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to like be coherent at some point.
How better can I describe this?
Yeah, you're snickering to yourself because that was pretty fucking stupid. You want to rephrase?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Unless your feelings have been hurt, because I said that was pretty fucking stupid, and we want to talk about how your feelings are hurt.
No, my feelings are not hurt, but
okay. So you're not a Sally Snowflake,
trying to
right?
think, dude. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to
No,
think.
you're okay. I can hear you snickering in the background.
I'm just sitting in my bed trying to think of what you just asked me.
What
yeah,
I just
you
asked
just asked me to freaking repeat what I said. Oh,
What did I just ask you?
damn, son. See, now you hurt my feelings.
Do you have any Adderall in the closet?
Dude, that's, I wish. Right?
I'd suggest to start central lining that shit. Fucking most Ricky Dick.
Central lining that shit, bro. Anyways, dude, you can outline the map of the Earth against the moon.
Yeah, you already said that. That's some stupid shit.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Can you paint us a picture here in live stream, because that's pretty fucking stupid.
Paint us a picture in live stream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do
great.
something, even if it's wrong.
It
This is going to
probably
be a
is
lot of
wrong.
This,
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
It
going to be a
probably
lot
is
of fun
bullshit.
tonight, I think. Yeah,
I think it's probably bullshit, but
yeah, it's probably bullshit. Yeah, probably.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, it could be, but who knows?
It could
Not
be.
me.
What could be?
What
What
could be that a reflection of the whole Earth?
Yeah, you keep on saying that shit. I don't know what the hell you mean. You want to get specific for us?
What? Why? How much more specific?
Why would I want you to get specific? Just stay vague. I think the outline of Saturn is the Earth. That's what I think.
Oh, right.
Is a map of the Earth somewhere. Yeah, it's just vague nonsense.
Okay, think like as above, so below.
As above. Where'd you get that from?
I just thought of it. But I don't know.
Thought of it on your own.
I don't know. Like, obviously, you've heard of it.
Well, yeah. Now we're using cliches as arguments, right?
All right. Think of like the stars. Like, obviously, there would have to be something outside of whatever the reflection is. The stars. Maybe that's.
So we're
whatever.
thinking of the stars, but not the stars themselves. We're just thinking
of the stars, the lights in the sky. Like, what if that's?
All right.
What if that's surrounding us?
Define star? Define a star. Define a star.
Star. Bro,
because I may have a different idea of what that.
I just think the star is a light in the sky.
So, light in the sky is a star.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
So, is the moon a star?
It is a moon. It's the moon. What do you mean? I don't know. Like you, I don't know. Maybe.
Still a light, man. Right?
I guess. I don't know. I
Oh,
mean,
this is
shit.
deep.
That's kind of good question, bro.
Thanks. I'm known for that, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Asking
Who
good
is you?
questions.
Hold on, let me see.
Kyle, I'd sure like to come up with just one good question myself too. It'd be quite the accomplishment here.
I didn't mean to take over the discussion or anything. It's mind
One time
numbing.
at Racer.
That's okay. You do it all the time. We're used to it, Kiwi.
You do it all the time anyway, so go ahead.
I love it.
Just show you heads up. Who is that?
Who is that? Who?
I'm about to find out. I don't know. He probably left and then made another account.
What are you?
What are you mumbling about?
What's going on now over here?
By God, this man is going to find out who he's talking to.
I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
You ain't gonna be in trouble.
In trouble with who?
The group.
Oh, you won't get in trouble with
this group.
Nah,
you're doing all right. You've already said a couple times you don't know. You're doing quite well compared to some people that cannot say the words "I don't know." You're doing pretty good. Just watch out for the mumbling. You might upset. That might upset QE. I don't know.
I hear you. Well, guess what? You know, Moses had a speech impediment.
Oh God.
Hey, he lived on the flat earth, according to what I know.
Who, Moses?
Oh, Moses, yeah.
Moses?
Yeah.
Yeah, he recruited his
Moses had a
brother
speech
to help him.
impediment?
Stop telling this stupid shit you heard on YouTube. Who is it? Oh, you'll never know because I don't even know. You probably would know.
We'll never know because you'll never know. That's great. That's really deep, man.
Talking to the
What
mic.
are you, a philosopher?
Talking to the fucking mic, you pussy.
What?
Someone talking shit.
What?
Hey, everyone.
What?
Just a public service announcement. It's National Mental Health Awareness Month, so we need to show love to our globe
It's
friends.
National Archery Day today, to be as a matter of fact.
Archery and mental illness day at the same day.
Mental illness.
It's Mental Health Illness Month.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, honestly, dude, I don't want no beef. Like, dude, I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't be sorry. It's all right. I just got to make a statement. Got to keep the loonies on the path because it might be stray arrows.
See you on the dark side of the moon.
Speaking of songs, there was an old song some time ago that somebody just sent me a video of, and I forgot all about. Made a very important point. He sang it. How can we dance when our earth is turning?
It was explaining why I'm so bad at dancing.
So, can anyone answer that? I'd like to know it again.
Where the hold on.
And how can we sleep? Now, the next verse was, how can we sleep when our beds are burning?
How you ask? What are you asking about it? Who's the group?
I'm asking. Here's a very poignant statement right there. It was a question. I don't think it was rhetorical. He said, how can we dance when our earth is turning?
Earth is turning.
And then he juxtaposed it. It's not a juxtaposition. It's actually right on point. It's probably the same. How can we sleep when our beds are burning? I would probably say,
like it's the same thing.
It's the same. Well, it's the same thing. I would say that it's probably easier to sleep when your bed's burning than to dance when the earth's turning.
I could agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah. You said that a long time ago.
It did really. I know. What? That's like 1980 or something.
Yeah. Midnight Oil. I just ran across it and I found it profound. Oh fuck, we got egg. You forgot the N on let's see what Numpty dipshit. Let's see if I'm gonna call his bluff right now. Sindri defined angular momentum. Right? Fucking now. Got 10 seconds.
You're unmuted, Sindri.
5.
You want me to talk?
3, 2, 1. You're muted. Pretender clown.
So
Numpty.
you want me to talk or?
Shut the fuck up.
I guess you missed the timing on that one there. Anyway, yeah.
He ran out the clock on purpose.
Refraction.
Angular momentum. You wouldn't know what angular momentum was, and it fucking climbed up his ass and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. Clown.
And it probably has.
It's sleeping with your bed burnt. It's sleep. How can we sleep? How do we sleep while our beds are burning? How do we sleep?
That's what I said.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy to misinterpret. You hear words and then you go, start thinking. It's easy to change words. Yeah. It says it over and over again. And what year was that? 1985.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I missed a lot of those years. Well, I didn't quite miss the music, but changed when I went in the Navy. You kind of have missing time, don't you?
No, I remember it because that was the time I was in the military, as a matter of fact.
Well, I do remember a lot of them once after I graduated A school.
That has to be some squid shit.
Oh, what do you mean squid shit? Listening to music after listening to music after boot camp is squid shit.
No. A school.
Oh, A school.
No,
Okay.
A school is
Yeah.
squid shit.
They got C
Yeah.
school too. I don't know what happened to B school.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's numpty squid shit.
Numpty squid shit. Shut up, Kiwi.
I remember back in the day, it was like 3 or 4 years ago. Probably it might have been longer. Who was that fucking jerk? I can't remember his name. He come bebopping in one of Nathan's shows, right? And I don't know what we were talking about. And all I heard was conservation of angular momentum. I said, "What's angular momentum?" Fucking dropped from the call immediately. Just fucking exit it.
Yep. If you
Yeah.
don't want to be called out, don't say those fancy words.
Yeah. Yeah. Who was it? It was what the hell's his name? He said Magnetic West guy.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Started with P, didn't it? Was it? Who was that?
I can't recall his name. I could hear his fucking squirrely voice.
Yeah, Mick West, some Amish earther.
Is Magnetic West R.C. Meisty?
R.C. Meisty,
That's
you got it. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
R.C. Meisty.
Yeah.
That was it,
thanks.
Mary Mom.
Yeah.
Oh, you changed your name back.
Yeah, do you like it that way, Sonny?
I do.
Yeah, I used to have good conversations with R.C. Meisty back in the day before he ran away. I mean, by good, I mean funny. Because he just has claims all over the place but can't back them up, just like you said.
Was he the one with 16 terabytes of information?
It's him.
Yeah.
He was wheeling that around for about 2 years.
Plus, he did the
clown.
triangle thing. Remember when he was all into the triangulation triangle thing?
Yeah.
He was drawing triangles on the earth all the time.
Well, it's been 2 or 3 years at least since I've heard that name, R.C. Meisty. Good hell.
Yeah, he was in here. He was in here last year, I think.
Was he? I didn't notice. I'll tell you that. That dude was a weird one.
Yeah, he's a school teacher.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he get demolished? Didn't he get demolished by Indio here? Probably more than once, I guess.
Oh,
Isn't he the one with the Canagoo on Indio's video?
Yeah, and there's a podcast of it too. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's probably.
Really?
I'll post the video.
I really don't need it.
Bad memories.
You don't need it, but someone else might.
All right. Fair enough. How about, does anyone remember the classic where the gentleman came in, very high standard baller, and I got him to admit right here in 24/7 that planes fly backwards?
Oh, I remember that, but I can't remember how
We
it was.
heard
I was
that.
there. I about fell over.
Isn't that one of your numpty clips? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. What's his name? I'm not good with names to begin with. When you go into past, I'm like, fucking, I have no idea. I can't remember them all. Let's see who it is. Let's see if I can pull them up. Planes.
I
Danny.
do remember the day you
I
got
got
into
him.
that, though.
I got him. Danny T. Truther.
That's him, the backwards guy?
Danny T. Truther, yeah. You want it? I'll give it to you. Hold on a second.
It looks like me misbanned R.C. Meisty a year ago. I should unban him just so these newer people can have the R.C. Meisty experience.
I do remember I was here the day. I was maybe not here, but I remember the day you got, or the day after, or whatever, but very soon when you got him to admit to that the planes were actually flying backwards. It was, I almost fell off my fucking chair. Put it that way.
There you go. There you go. Earth, not a globe.
That'd be the equivalent of saying things go down while they go up, right?
Well, they said that. Yeah,
Mhm.
Rumpus. Yep, Rumpus has. Yes. Yep.
But you know how many people there are who like believe what I believe, like in the general scheme of things? Probably like not a lot of people. Now that I think of it.
Are you
No,
drunk?
no, I'm not fucking drunk. This is how I always am. You guys think I'm high. I'm not. I'm just, I don't know, myself.
What the fuck?
Are you sure?
He's been drinking tonight, I think. A little bit of introspection over here.
No. I don't drink. I
You
like
should.
wine.
You should.
No,
Well,
don't listen to him. Good
nah,
thing
that
you
would make
don't.
me sound like you guys. Then I would be like you guys, probably.
You don't even need to drink to get this pie faced.
Well, we do have a veritable storehouse of chemicals in our own bodies, in our brain chemistry.
Oh.
It would behoove you to learn how to use them.
I'll give you behoove you. What the?
I thought you were in chemistry.
I thought you were in chemistry. No, I'm in my room right now.
All right. Yeah. Me too. Not in your room though.
So wow. So that's a all right. That it's really a deep statement. We have brain chemistry. I thought you were in chemistry. What the fuck?
That's fun. Oh, fuck. Fucking funny.
I
What's up,
thought
John?
you knew chemistry, man.
Is that John?
John who?
John Stunja?
No, it's not Stunja. It's Stunya.
Oh, really?
Yes, it is. But
What's
everyone.
the derivation of that name?
It's Croatian.
Oh, wow.
Yep. That's all right. Everyone's been calling me that, and my
Well, I
son.
was going to say,
Yeah.
that's the first time I've heard you correct it.
Yeah. Yeah. Since I've been doxxed, we might as well just come up front. Yeah.
Who doxed you?
Oh, that was years ago, man. Fuck, I don't even know. Can't remember.
What nationality?
My grandmother was Croatian. My grandmother and grandfather.
Interesting.
All of them.
John, I have a question for you. I don't get to talk to you much because I don't go to Nathan's much anymore.
Why not?
Just I listen a lot, but I don't go on the panel.
Okay.
Either working or just, not into it as much, I guess. I still like to laugh. But I've listened to a lot of your, I forget what you call them. Basically, the proofs of God and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've done a bunch of those. One thing I've not heard you talk about is proof of heaven. Do you have anything like that?
Proof of heaven. I don't think so.
Right. Do you believe in heaven?
Heaven.
Like an afterlife or
believe? Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, if I, yes, I've proved. If you watch I have a couple presentations on scientific evidences of a creator. So if you follow that train of logic and that epistemology down to the grassroots, I don't know if you could say, do you believe in heaven? No, I know there's a heaven. because of necessary antecedent facts placed before it.
Okay, so what are those though?
The creator.
But why does that necessitate an afterlife? Like, couldn't the creator have not done that?
He could have done.
Created us?
He could have done many things, but he said that there's a heaven, so I'll take his word on it.
So when you say the creator said that, you're referring to the Bible. Where in the Bible does it talk about that?
Does it talk about heaven?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
The first verse of the Bible.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, let's start from the first sentence.
Oh, yeah, let's start from the first sentence. Let me pull it up. It's good. It's kind of a good question.
He said, "Let me pull it up." Oh my god.
Well, yeah, I pulled up concordance. So then I'll hit it, and it says there's 582 occurrences in 51 books of heaven.
Wow.
So Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Heaven. Oh.
And God said, "Let the waters under heaven." Oh, I could see where your issue could be. So you can easily equivocate between heaven and the place that he resides. I can understand that.
Right.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Heaven.
Because again, that could be a realm that, yeah, the creator lives, but how do we know we have a soul that goes to that place after we die? Is kind of
He said so. You might want to take this to the before a couple people come in here and say this is more. It's not a religious thing, but they frown on that in here.
Yeah, don't wake Glatt up.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I was just going to say that I read something about Abraham's bosom. So even though a lot of people think that they're going to heaven, from what I understand, the goal is to make it to New Jerusalem when the new heaven and earth come down. So
that it states where it is, like the Lord's Prayer says, "Our Father, which art in heaven." So I'm pretty sure that it exists. And it says to lay up treasures in heaven. Right? Should I go on?
Which would be things you can take with you, but which means they're not physical things.
Never mind. Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask me about frigging celestial navigation or something, man.
No, that's boring.
That's boring. That's boring. Well, I heard you I heard you kind of stumble and fumble and mumble through it.
Me?
You know what I learned?
Yeah.
I've never even talked about it.
Yeah, you did. With
Where?
that numpty dipshit Bev.
Well, what did I stumble on?
I can't remember exactly, but you were stumbling and bumbling and fumbling through it.
No. Well, first of all, Bev says that you can't do that, and I said that you can. So Bev's wrong.
Well, yeah, but he asked you to get specific, and you couldn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, because I've never done it, and I don't know exactly how it works. There's basically what I told him is, I said, because I don't know how it works, there's multiple steps. So what he'll say is, oh, all you have is an angle. We've all heard him say that, right? Oh, all you have is an angle. And I said, well, Bev, if you stop there, you're right. All you have is an angle. But apparently they get multiple angles. They're using an almanac, and there's more to it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like that.
Well, if you have a right triangle and you have an elevation angle, what does that mean?
What? You want me to play Bev? It means fuck all.
Yeah, right. Well, it also means if it's a right triangle, if you have one angle, that you measured, then you have all three. Right?
Yeah.
So that's one thing.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple points. So, like, for example, I think you have to use multiple stars, right, when you're doing it.
No,
Like, you don't just do one star.
No, one at a
No?
time. No, I'm not saying no. I'm saying one thing at a time with the first triangle. I just wanted to establish, if you measure an elevation angle and the elevational angle is part of the right triangle, then you have 3 fucking angles.
Oh, yeah, I said
No.
that. And he said you only have an angle because he said it's not a right triangle.
He said it's not a right an elevation angle is not a right triangle, really.
Yeah, I thought you said you listened to us talk. He says that every time. And I said,
Well,
are you sure,
listen.
Bev? I go, because all the stuff I've seen in research says it's a right triangle.
Yeah, well, in 7 years, I've listened to a lot of things. I don't remember exactly every word that was spoken. I'm sorry, I fall short there.
Well, you said I fumbled, so I'm just making sure you're.
No, I made a mental note that you. I made a mental note that you bumbled it.
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
Yeah, you did. I could go find it. It might take me some time, but I could get it.
Well, if by admitting I don't know how it all works is fumbling it, then yeah, I fumbled it.
Yeah.
If admitting I was wrong or admitting I don't know all of it is fumbling it, then I fumbled it.
Yeah, you did.
Hey,
That's okay. That's okay. I forgave you.
Not only is the antipattern triangles and how they're trying to lay to the ground, but they would need to make multiple triangles, and they haven't done that in any of their diagrams or arguments to come up with a 90-degree. To use SOHCAHTOA, they would have to use multiple triangles so they'd have a 90, and they didn't do
No,
that.
they wouldn't. No, you don't need multiple triangles to come up with a fucking 90. You just need one triangle.
Well, yeah, but they didn't even do it right if they were going to have
Who are they?
Anybody that made a drawing. Here, think about it. If I need to make a right angle triangle, but I don't have a right angle triangle, and if I split it where the angles make a 90, and then I have the other angle, they didn't ever do that. They needed to if they wanted a right angle triangle.
What the fuck?
Well, as a machinist, to be able to use SOHCAHTOA, you need an actual right angle triangle.
Yeah, that's what we got.
Just show it.
That's what we got. That's what we have.
Straight.
Yeah. That's elevation
to be
angle
able to
right
use
angle.
SOHCAHTOA, and they don't have it in their little description.
We're not talking about SOHCAHTOA just yet. We have a right triangle in celestial navigation.
Yep, I use right angle triangle.
No, I'm saying I could really care less. All I'm saying is that you use right angle triangle. Elevation angle is a right angle fucking triangle.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to use that to triangulate. So that preferably 3 triangles.
Yeah, you can get 3 other points. Well, we can get 3 other points. You're right about that, but I'm not all concerned about that because the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion ends with the single elevation angle.
I get it. 100% they do. Their little diagram to try to excuse away their just all right.
Well,
thanks for everything. Really, I mean it.
I was about to say that. Like, don't they have a ball cut in half and say, "Oh, that's where you're getting your flat right angle from? Is the flat middle of the ball or something?"
Well, they could say that, but they're fucking fantasizing because when you use a sextant, you're not in the middle of the earth. You're on the surface. Yeah.
It would change the angle. I did it on SolidWorks. I gave it to Nathan if he wants to use it on my channel.
Yeah, it would change the angle of elevation. Yeah, duh. Right. Yeah. So that's all you need is the right angle triangle. It's all over. That's what I was gonna say, Chris.
Right.
Yeah.
So
because hold on a second. So to get an elevation angle, you first have to define what an elevation angle is. So that would probably be the first step, right?
It's the measurement from the flat surface that you're using as a baseline.
Yeah.
No way to do that.
It's all over there.
And
I mean, everything else is
My
Holy
SolidWorks video
shit.
that shows you say it's fail. Can't do it. It's part of the
So, Chris, here you go. You can do that, right? And then it's all over. It's at 19 minutes after the hour. Get it? It's it. It's all over right there. It's clean. It's a clean cut. It ends really quick. Chris is not here anymore. That's helpful. Ah, there he is. You can tell John I have to go. I'm real body because I'm out in the country. All right, fair enough. Yep. So there it is. There's your flat earth proof. It's all over. Or show a horizontal plane on a spinning ball space monkey. That's the only choice. Good luck. It'd be easier reconciling married bachelors.
You guys are gonna have to change this channel to like
I'm waiting with bated breath to what?
24/7 globe Earth proofs.
flat earthers one. They're afraid to come.
I was gonna say something.
You see how easy that was, baby. Oh, baby. You see how easy that was just to clobber the damn spinning ball space monkeys into the incoherent oblivion. Just the definition of elevation angle. It's all over. Simple as that.
Incoherent oblivion.
Yeah.
Citation, please.
Yeah. You need a citation for incoherent oblivion?
No, I'm just playing around. But oblivion is kind of incoherent, right?
No, oblivion. You get the picture. It's that simple as that. You want to have a real party? Ask a spinning space monkey what a fucking triangle is. Then get your popcorn out. Or a circle. Say, define a circle for us. Yeah. Get ready. Get the popcorn out because it's going to be a hoot.
Or define a straight line.
Straight line or level.
Horizon. They can't say any of those things. Can't be. It can't be. Horizontal. Level. Sea level. Plumb lines.
Ask them what curvature is. They can't even define the damn thing.
Is that Benjamin Owens? Owen Benjamins? I mean
Benjamin Owens.
Benjamin Owens?
Yeah.
No way.
Owen Benjamin, I did hear that name before. And
Benjamin Owens?
Owen Benjamin.
Owen Benjamin.
Yeah. Little problem with dyslexia.
Are you trying to make a statement about him, baby? What are you trying to say here?
Wait. I'm just trying to figure out if that's his name.
Whose name?
Remember the Adderall drip I suggested earlier?
Yeah, that's right. He was born the little bouncing quantum eraser.
Yo, Benjamin Owens would never say that.
You're still calling him Benjamin Owens. That's hilarious.
All right, well, I went to high school with a kid named Owen, so I'm still confused.
That's relevant. Please
What up,
continue.
Tony? All right, Ben.
I was being facetious.
Doesn't he have a Glober airline pilot or something like that? Glober pilot.
Who?
Glober what?
Benjamin Owens.
Oh.
All right, guys, hold on the fort, man. I got to break out for a few minutes. So
Owen Benjamin. He's a comedian.
So,
what up, Sonny?
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, what's up? We'll see you in
How
a
you
little
doing,
bit.
dude? All right, bro.
Pretty good.
If any numpty dipshit comes in, keep him on ice, man. Don't get rid of him, man. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I'll give him mementos.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
cool.
we'll lure them into a false sense of security for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love it.
Speaking of, wait, rolling my boulder is in, but he's muted and deafened. That's hopeful.
I'm pulling that Helen Keller tonight, dog.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
yeah. Remember? It's gonna be the Mr. and Mrs. Helen Keller song.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh, he didn't go there.
Oh,
Don't think I won't go over that horizon, bro. Don't make me go over that horizon. I'm disappearing from the bottom up. I should make a song about disappearing from. She got those apple bottom jeans from the bottom up, going over that horizon. So yeah, I was at the beach today, dog, and I don't know. I kind of think the Earth might be a globe, bro. It might be. I want to go back to those days when I didn't have all these I didn't know about all these bad things, bro. Like I said, like I told Matthew, man, make me a globe again. I want you to, you know.
Yeah, there are hazards in knowing these things, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
Dude, man, I'm telling you, bro. Like seriously, some days I wish I didn't, because you can't know this stuff, bro. But it's like some days I wish I didn't, dude. You know.
Yeah, I get it. Because you're thinking, I could. She looks nice. When go over and say hi, and then you project it out into the future. And I'm like, okay, I'm talking to somebody, and then all of a sudden, I'm not going to be able to shut up about flat Earth because there's no way I'm going to keep it down.
Dude, I used to wear shoes, dog. Like truthfully, when you don't wear shoes, it's not a good way for girls. If you're like trying to have chicks look at you, not wearing shoes isn't the best way to do it. Trust me, dog. Like my life's changed dramatically, bro. You know. You know what I mean? Like I used to wear nice sneakers all the time and like look good and well, chicks didn't really look at me, but like one time that one person looked at me in the store and it made me feel confident about myself. But I used to talk to girls. Like I used to have a couple different girls I could call and talk to. And go out and drink, enjoy a football game or something. You know what I mean? Something the Glovers. I didn't play video games, but I trusted a lot of things, dude. I trusted so many things. It feels good to trust things, dude. It really does.
Back when you could just be confident in the spinning space monkey ball.
I know, right?
It was just flying around so peacefully in the chaotic space.
I tell people, how people say the Earth is a globe because my head is spherical, but I think the Earth is flat because my hands are flat.
Oh yeah, like flat.
Nobody's talking.
Someone's supposed to say, I know the earth is flat because I measured it.
I just bought a nighttime, so that's coming. And I'm going to go up to Rainy Lake. Oh boy, I can see that it's got points and stuff. But this is and it's really
What?
big. So all the
We
Rainy
talking
Lake
about?
up on northern Minnesota Canada border. If you look even at a map, you'll notice these lakes are huge. They take up like top of the state, man. It's a big amount of area. And
The lumpy
points and stuff up
gas
there
in the
that I think
vacuum.
maybe
You can't do the lump.
it's
Come
the
on,
black swan.
do the lumpty lump. Yeah, do the lumpty lump.
Yep, I literally bought the camera a couple days.
We're gonna write a song about your name. Lumpy gravy in a vacuum. 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 In a vacuum.
Do me
In a
lumpty.
vacuum.
Do the
In a
lumpty
vacuum.
lump.
Vacuum.
Do the
Yeah,
Vacuum.
lumpty lump.
sorry, I
Gravy.
missed that thing.
Gravy.
Anyways,
Gravy. Lumpy. Lumpy.
Dude,
I like that.
how do you like your lumpy? I like my lumpy with gravy, dude.
Well, what it was the person who's does the shout out for QE's channel in QE. We're talking, and it was about planets. And QE responded that they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum. So I took it as prophetic. Maybe they would believe it. That's it.
Yeah.
So maybe in the future, someday, lumpy gas in a vacuum will make sense to them.
Right? Well, I brought the Mentos, so.
Not a Mentos. That level, yeah.
I took my lady's EBT card and I bought a bunch of Mentos tonight so I could try to give some Globers throw him some bones here and there. You know what I mean? I threw Matthew a bunch of bones and he didn't want them, so.
It's
Mentos.
Dude,
it's
he's throwing Glober's
responded
bones
tonight.
often. Eh?
It's like never ending lives, but cheating doing it. You know what I mean? And then denying
I know
trying to
exactly
save
what
or
you
die.
mean.
Yeah,
I
all
know
the
what you mean,
response.
literally and theoretically, bro. Literally and theoretically, metaphorically. Mhm.
When it actually is happening.
Right?
Yeah.
There's some literal food for thought, huh?
Yeah, right.
Where you stay out there, Lumpy?
I'm out in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, so kind of like
8 Mile?
No, really a peaceful place. I love it. It's called Detroit Lakes,
That's
and
good.
it's got no crime. Wages are good. There's jobs everywhere. People are even paying
Dogs?
bonuses. Yeah, like $5,000 sign-on bonus. Huge spot.
Well, I thought you said
Good
dogs,
wages.
not jobs. Like jobs like Steve
Dogs, of
Jobs?
course. No, like different manufacturing places.
Yeah, jobs.
Yeah, jobs.
Yeah.
Employment. Employment's good.
Yeah.
I'm a machinist. So,
Like stuff that I read about people doing, you know what I mean?
yeah.
I feel you.
I use geometry as a profession. So
Well,
I've
that's
been able to
cool.
key in and I like to think I have to add to what's been done with the geometric thing.
You're out there repping FE every day, right?
I do it. I do it at work. I do it lately. It's
Don't tell
been
me
this guy that
you backhand flat smack these people. Backhand them, huh?
one time, you want to hear his story? I've told it a couple times now. You
I'd
want to hear
love
one
to.
that's really good? All right, so
I'd
this is the
love
deal.
to.
I'm at the bus stop, and there's this older guy who's kind of heavy, lispy. You can tell he's kind of gay with the long hair, kind of a Trekkie head sort of looking feller. And I told him Earth was flat, right? And he got snooty. I don't remember what he said exactly, but then I said, so I pointed up at the sky and I said, that can't be a vacuum up there. Our air would fill it. And then he goes on about gravity. And I said, all right, you're thinking about this wrong. So I said, you take, canisters and the most expensive valve, people can make and put extremely high gas on one side and as powerful a vacuum as you can on the other side. And then snap the valve open and tell me that the air won't move. and he started to cry. And then I said,
You
"Wow,
guys did a bit
man."
of Momo together? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, because I did the snap your valve open. I think it helped make them think. I swear. There seems to be.
Well, hey, Motel 6, we'll keep the light on for you, dog. You know what I mean?
Right? And so, like, and then I go, "Bro, awesome, dude. You're honest. You got it." And then he screamed at me, "Get out of here." And then I said, "Fuck you, dude. I got to get the bus. But, dude, this is an amazing experience for me." He's like really mad that I'm entertained by it. And I was kind of rude a little at points, too, because he was yelling at me, too. And then we just were quiet by each other. But he had snot.
Did you wipe his nose for him?
No, but the best part of it was he got it. He understood, and that's why he was so
You got the
upset. I
snot?
think he confronted his whole world fully there at the moment. He might have actually been pretty bright.
Like that
Except
moment in
for he
Fight
missed
Club,
that point.
like that moment in Fight Club when Brad Pitt puts a gun to the back of the liquor store owner's head, and he says, "This is the
Sure.
best day of your life, bro."
Yeah, I can't think for the guy. I mean, who starts crying unless they get the problem? Right? So I have to assume he didn't know.
Hey, you
He
want to
didn't
be part of
argue
my
with
two-man wolf pack, bro?
Wolfpack. Hey, that's the only name I consider changing to is Wolfpack.
Wolf pack. I said, you want to be part of my two-man wolf pack, bro?
Two-man Wolfpack. I don't know how. I don't know. I'm over here. There's wolves by me. There's bears by me too. I like the cold though.
So this chick asked me the other day. She goes, "Flat Nasty, what do you do for a living?" You know what I mean? And I go, "I breathe air and I drink water." You know what I mean? What do you do? You know what I mean?
Well,
how you gonna live without that, dog? You know what I mean?
Right.
I know Helen Keller feels me on that one. You know what I mean?
Can I say a risque Helen Keller joke? With deaf people mind or what? I won't do. That was the joke. Just kidding. There's more to it.
Man, where's Leo at? Where's Leo at? I know Leo's listening. We got Jim 777. I wonder if he's related to Rose 777. She's always trying to ask me out on dates all the time. I'm like, I'm with Jackie May. You know what I mean? Got God rocking. Ladies and gentlemen, God rocking's in the house. We got Ireland Trey Deuce. We got Into the Break. We got God Rock and God Rockin'. Right on top of each other here, we got Elbow TV. Wouldn't have it no other way. Ooh, Waterworld. I like that name. I never seen him before. That's a dope name.
Yeah, I like your name too, though. Flatter Day Saints. That's a one that sticks in your head quite well too.
Yeah, thank you, bro. It was a religion I was born into. Oh man, how you been, bro?
Been all right. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, my father passed away night before last, and it was
Oh,
quite.
dude, I'm so sorry, bro.
Yeah, well, it was. He'd been suffering so bad for so long, and so we were all just like, "Well, finally, he decided it was time to go." It was pretty bad there the last week.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
That's okay because we're, like I said, everybody's relieved. It was really hard on my mom, and so she's even starting to come out of it already. So it's amazing
Now
how we
you were
have to be in that situation. Like they sent him home
Right.
to be on hospice, and they said it would take 2 weeks. Where in the past, it took 6 months.
is your mom or your dad?
My dad.
Oh, okay. God bless you. He passed the torch on to you.
Excuse me?
I'm terribly sorry for your loss.
Oh, it's fine. Thank you.
He passed the torch to you.
Passed what?
The torch.
Yes. I would suppose, I guess. Sure. I am the eldest son, so I'm the eldest child. I got
How many
5
brothers?
brothers.
How many?
I got 2 brothers, 3 sisters, so
Okay.
and they're all younger.
Hey, you know what I don't know if you've ever been in a relationship with a girl who has the exact opposite of you. Like, here's a perfect example. I'm the middle child, and I have a younger brother and an older brother, and my girlfriend's the middle child, and she has a younger sister and an older sister. Like, stuff like that is just strange, you know. Like my mom was the youngest child, and she had 2 older brothers, and my dad was the oldest child, and he had 2 younger sisters. So it's like complete opposite, you know? Yeah.
Wow. That is strange.
Yeah. When the pieces start fitting, sometimes you gotta go to buff that key out so it'll open that door still. But you know, it works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If Travis from the Plain Truth is listening, you're welcome to come on anytime, bro. I love you, brother. Shout out to Travis from Plain Truth.
Hey, someone named Pazizzle. Is that La Pizzle? Pazizzle. Are you La Pizzle?
For shizzle, my pizzle. This is the plot.
Can you hear
Listen
me?
up.
Hey, are you La Pizzle?
No, I'm
Pazizzle?
not. I'm not. Sorry.
How'd you get
I'm
the
not.
name? How'd you get that name Pazizzle?
I made it up like when I was like 15 playing Call of Duty.
Oh wow. Okay, that's just uncanny because there used to be someone that would come in here and his name was La Pizzle. But anyway, all right, man. Welcome. I just unmuted you. Have anything
Thanks.
to say? Got any questions?
No, I'm listening. I like it. Thanks for unmuting me.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone gave you VC verified already. So there you are. So it's first stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Pizzizzle.
I've been around.
Nice.
My other account was deleted off of Discord.
What?
So I've been around like gems and geos for a while now.
You've been around the world now, yeah. You've been player hated. I don't know why they want to hate you.
With this same name, or did you just have a different name?
Same name.
Oh, okay. So what's your position on the globe question?
I'm just I'm a glober. Yeah, a regular glober.
That's
all
right, bro.
Regular glober. All right.
Yeah.
We like regular globers. I like regular globers better than professional globers. You're just a common everyday glober, right?
Yeah. I came in one night on ladies' night and said something along the same lines. It was good. It was good times. They treated me nicely.
He sounds like a normie to me.
Good to hear. Good to hear. He had
I'm
a
not
good
a
experience
normie.
with ladies' night. Did you hear that?
Ladies' night. I
He's
love
not a
ladies'
normie,
night.
though. Okay, so what makes you not a normie?
I hate like mainstream media. I hate our teachers and what's happening in our school systems. There's a lot of subjects I can't even mention on here for because we're streaming to YouTube. So
yeah,
Understood.
I
Understood.
despise that. Yeah.
Well, that's a good start. Good start. Not liking mass media is it's a good position
The
to
only
hold.
thing
In my
the only thing I
opinion.
like about mass media is that the logo they show at the beginning of every movie, that globe where it says Universal. That's the best part.
Yeah, mass media caused this globe hypnosis that you're under.
Right?
Well, that's why I share a lot in common with a lot of you guys. Is we have a similar skepticism of authority figures, and
They got to show you that globe because otherwise you would never know it.
Right. I know I got a lot of common with you, bro. We both have noses and ears and big old eyes.
we like rap. Yeah, hell yeah.
Right?
Well, they want you to trust your eyes when it's CGI, but not trust your eyes when it's like they had.
Sometimes you can't trust your senses, you know what I mean?
Huh?
Sometimes you can't trust your senses. Like when you take a driving test and the driver tells you to drive just straight and then you're going around a curvy, windy road and you just assume it's a level surface, right?
Well, you can't measure for temperature on land. Even
Yeah, but you know, on all the driving instruction manuals, how it says assume that the road is always a flat, non-moving surface.
Oh, well,
because that's safe to do when you're driving. Just assume that.
I would. I wouldn't claim that. Where's our guy? I'll be fine.
So, Pizzizzle, if you're interested, I got a couple packs of Mentos. If you need them, just let me know, and I'll toss you one to get out of jail free card.
All right. What is up with that, by the way? You said you got Mentos, and
It
is that an
doesn't
inside
matter
joke?
in life. Nothing
It's an
fresher
old
in life.
commercial.
With Mentos fresh and full of life, nothing gets to you. You never heard that song?
Oh yeah.
It almost makes me cry when I hear that song. I love it so much. Because no matter
It's
what
like
you do or no matter what you say, it's all excusable at the end of the day with Mentos. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Ships are sinking over the horizon with that Mentos all day, baby.
Super happy.
I got one question for the Glober, if he doesn't mind. I got to ask this one question. How do you not? I mean, seriously, think about this before you answer. I really want to know, how do you not see the deception? Because it is so obvious. I mean, I just don't understand how the deception cannot. It's so clearly obvious.
I agree.
How do you not see that? I just don't get it.
I see that deception in other ways and how blatantly obvious it is and how people are being fooled. When it comes to globe or flat, it wasn't on my radar. Like when it came to things like the never-ending debt or never-ending wars, or the way the world is headed.
So as a wolf pup, it's been 7 years, and I'm not dumb. And there's no human that's ever measured Earth directly. No military, no intelligence agency, no government. And if you believe in the globe, you should have a really, really hard time accepting that as truth, because it is. Nobody's ever directly measured Earth.
I just want to know
why would that many people lie, though? Why would they lie?
It's immaterial to what the Earth is.
The deception is so obvious. I just don't understand how you don't see it, especially if you just take a real honest look at it. I mean, I just don't understand.
Yeah, but really, we're talking about the ground curving. It doesn't measure the curvature. And the geometry has been debunked with observations and laser tests not showing curvature anywhere. Then you can think they're fake or whatever, but they're going way beyond the allowable and location of physical obstruction.
Lumpy, just remember, you can lead a glober to flat water, but you can't make him think, bro. You know what I mean?
Right. You're close because you sound like you want to be honest. And this is an important truth, and the globe's a brain breaker. It breaks your brain, puts you in defense thinking. You can't distinguish logic from twisting into the imagination. If you maintain faith in the globe here that its geometry doesn't match the claims by a long shot, that's really, really difficult place to be. Or it's like strange and you can't imagine it in your mind why that's a severe problem. I don't understand how the words I'm speaking are not easy enough to understand when we're talking geometry and form and measurements with optics and laser test and witness recorded by bright people and many people, and also logical consistency.
And it's very self-evident.
It is so self-evident.
Yeah, I think God Rockin's question, that's a good question. I mean, yeah, how can't you see it? I mean, I guess that I'd want to know more details. Like, for example, yeah, we know you've never seen curvature, you've never seen rotation. It's not been measured, as Lumpy can tell you. And if you searched for a time when it has been measured, you find there's no credible, scientific, verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of any curve or rotation. So what does keep you there on the globe then, Pizzle?
Not much. Not much.
Well, Pizzle, what? If you know, nobody ever told you in school that we live on a globe. They never told you anything about the shape of the Earth. What do you think you'd assume it would be?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, that is what I learned.
I mean, like, forget everything you learned, right? Forget everything you learned and
That's what
forget
we
everything
all
we've
learn.
said. I mean, I'm just saying, like, what would you think? Regardless of what we say or what you've been told, just use yourself. What would you think as a human being? You know?
It would definitely be something like a simulation.
That's what you would think. Even if you had never played a video game or anything, or knew the word simulation, that's what you'd think?
Well, never playing a video game and stuff, I don't know. But yeah, I would think it was a simulation or some kind of test or game, yeah.
Even if you never
Okay,
saw
but
a
what shape
computer.
do you think it would be?
You never
The
saw a
simulation
computer.
will
You
have
never
some
saw a
kind of
TV screen.
I'm
Yeah,
hearing
if I never
simulation
saw
Elon Musk.
those.
So regardless, like, whether it's flat or a globe, it could be theoretically a simulation. But I'm saying, like, what shape do you think it would be besides all that? Like, just using your own senses and never having been told anything else to make your opinion biased.
I wouldn't know. But if it was a simulation, it'd be like a never-ending flat thing, right? Like in a
I don't know.
motherboard or in a processor.
Well, do you ever imagine things?
Like I'm thinking quantum entanglement. I'm thinking how things could be connected throughout the universe, and if it's a
That's what I'm talking
creation,
about.
like a simulation.
The globe breaks the brain.
Yeah,
Causes
all
unthinkable
atoms and
thinking.
all molecules. Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Am I lagging?
Hey,
So
no, you're all good.
No, I think the person that was talking was lagging. So you were you want to finish your thought?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm just saying the more, when you throw in quantum entanglement and all these new sciences and stuff, I do think it is a simulation.
Well, let me rephrase my question then. Go back to before you knew the Earth was a globe, bro. So go back to then. Can you think back as a kid to things you like to do? Just think, what would you think about the Earth? Would you just assume it's a spinning ball that defies all logic and science?
No. Yeah, I wouldn't think that. And also, I don't think there is a point where I knew like 100%. There was never a point where I knew.
Well,
right?
How about this? Wouldn't you agree that understanding the nature and the shape of the very place in which you call home, the very foundation, like, you wouldn't be able to walk around if it wasn't for this place. It's pretty important, right? We built all our houses. Everybody you've ever loved has been here on this terra firma, right? Wouldn't you agree that's more important than any video game you could ever play?
Yeah.
But I bet you put a lot more thought into video games than the shape of the very foundation in which you live.
I don't know about
saying.
that, but maybe, probably, yeah. Like I played a lot of games.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not telling you to have
Yeah.
your priorities in any way. I'm just giving you some food for thought, dude.
No, I didn't hear that. I just
No.
got back. Who's on ice?
Be nice to him, Quantum Eraser.
I just got back. What's up? I haven't heard anything. So start over.
He's an ordinary Glober. He's an ordinary Glober.
Ordinary
But
nothing.
He likes video games.
He likes
But
quantum entanglement.
when I asked him what kept him on the globe, he said not much.
Yeah. Like nothing.
But then we were discussing the concept of simulation. So I guess that was that Latter-day Saints asked him what he would think it was if he didn't.
Yeah, if he had
nobody
never
else
been
was
told there
seeing
was
it.
a globe, if he had never been told about quantum entanglement, like think about when you were a kid. What would you imagine the shape of the place in which you plant your feet every single day? Everything you've ever loved is on this place. All the homes, all the baseball games, whatever it is. What would you think about the nature and the shape of it? That's all I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm. Well, the honest answer would be it's a lumpy, flat thing. Yeah, like you're kind of making me. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So
I'm not
do you
going to be
trust your senses?
dishonest.
No, that's what I'd rather you be honest. I'm just saying, do you trust your senses more back then or more now?
Yeah, I trust my senses, but I also have an other intelligence that tells me from different perspectives or heights or whatnot. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you said other intelligence. Me being a human being, I would assume my senses are more important than anything anybody else could say. Because if I'm walking down the street, a busy street, it doesn't matter what I've learned or whatever anybody tells me, or somebody says, "Watch out." I'm going to trust my eyes and my ears more than somebody screaming, "Watch out." Or somebody, maybe they told me 10 years ago to watch out. All I'm saying is, like, you use your senses on a regular every day. You couldn't hear without them. You couldn't see without them. So have your senses ever misled you? Have you ever walked down a freeway?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Your senses have misled you?
For sure. Have you ever been to like the Museum of Science and Technology? I mean, well, obviously there's one here, and they have something called a crazy kitchen. As soon as you step into that kitchen, you're all your senses and your balance, everything shifts. Yeah.
Okay, but it's
Like
made to make your senses do that, right? But I mean, I'm talking about everyday life.
Hold on. That's a
All
false
right.
equivalence fallacy. Hold on. Now, have you ever not trusted your senses in nature?
Okay, yeah.
That's different. It's like, no, because a scientist can trick my senses, yes, and then nature, I trust my senses, I guess.
That's now we're in the
However,
land.
But
there is no however.
Isn't there such a thing as like an optical illusion, like a mirage, for example? Like,
what's a mirage?
A mirage is what appears to be.
That's telling me you don't know what it is.
Well, okay, but it tricks our mind into thinking that there's water up ahead, right?
No.
We know it's a reflection, obviously, because we know how a mirage is caused.
That's not a mirage. You're misdefining it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is it then?
You don't know what it is. Can I take a time out here and let's just go over this for 1 second? I think it's really important. I'm going to start prefacing all my discussions with this. I'd like to cite Dr. Mary Schweitzer. Have you ever heard that name before?
Me, no.
Okay. She's a paleontologist at North Carolina State. She was one that came up with soft tissue and dinos. That I digress. That's not the subject that I want to talk about. I just want to state that she is a bald-tarred spinning space monkey high priest. She says, and I quote, "Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully." So, with that being said, you said mirage, but you didn't know what it was. Correct?
And that it's a trick. It's tricking your mind, but yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't trick your mind. A mirage is an extra image or images that are presented. Right? That's That's the official definition of mirage. So where would that fall into?
We're talking about trusting our senses, right?
Yeah.
So your eyes are telling you that there's this extra puddle out there.
Extra puddle. I don't know if I ever seen an extra puddle, but that's okay.
He's talking about, you always say people see like people going through the desert, they're dying of thirst, and they see a mirage of a oasis of water. That's what he's talking about. The extra puddle. Isn't that what you're talking about? Like in a cartoon, like in like the Roadrunner.
Like in Bugs Bunny. Yeah,
Coyote.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, do you
that's
think
not a
Cyrus?
mirage.
You think Cyrus is a mirage?
That's not a mirage. We just went over what a mirage was. What does that have to do with the globe?
We were talking about optical illusions and tricking your senses in nature.
Oh, so the globe is optical illusion and tricking our senses. I couldn't agree more.
So okay. So when you're talking about refraction on the horizon,
oh, really? Refraction? Yeah. I want you to define refraction for everyone.
We're talking about our senses being misled, right?
No, we're talking about what refraction is.
Oh God.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done with the line.
You bet you're done because it's all fucking over. Yeah, because remember what Mary Schweitzer said? Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully. That's what she said. So you refraction, but you have no fucking clue what it is, do you? Nope. Thanks. I think. I don't want to give. I don't give a shit what you think. I want to know what it is.
Semantics game.
Semantics. So, Dr. Mary Schweitzer just told you that words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully. So you'd be in her class and you would say, doctor, that's semantics.
No.
What do you think she would say after that? After get the fuck out of my class. Yeah, semantics. That's another. It's like refraction. What does semantics mean? Yeah.
In the context that I said it, it means you're playing a word game.
Word game. That's not semantics. You don't even know what that fucking means.
Optical illusion.
You know. Do you even... So, what's the next word out of your mouth? Because I'm going to ask you what it fucking means. I bet you don't know. See, this is where we're at. We get numpty dipshits just parroting shit. They have no clue the words that they're using. None. You don't even know what semantics. You charge us with semantics. You don't even know what it fucking means. Shocking surprise.
Yeah, because
you joined the chat late and became the center of attention.
Yeah.
Hang on, I got a phone call.
Now, here we go.
He's got a phone call now,
and what does that mean? Does that now eliminate or refute everything you just train wrecked yourself with? Does that resolve the issues?
It's just a red herring he's throwing up.
Man, he didn't even let me throw mementos, dude. He's already gone.
Damn. Did he leave?
No,
I had a whole pack of Mentos for him too.
No, he just said he had a phone call. He got a phone call.
Yeah, I bet you had a phone call. Phone a fucking friend because he hasn't a clue about the things that he speaks of.
I heard the person who's making the next Mentos commercial is calling him for the lead role.
So that gave you plenty. Your phone call excuse gave you plenty of time. We're on semantics. What does semantics mean? Yeah, that's what I thought. This is like, it's like talking with a village idiot.
It's like taking Mentos candy from a baby, dude. Seriously.
Well, I think what I was going to say, which I don't know, is he gone now? Oh, no, he's still here. I don't know if he's listening or not. But yeah, it's like these people that are used to just watching some kind of debunking video on YouTube, which I guess that was the earlier guy that said there are plenty of debunking videos, right? That was the Sindri guy. But this is the same mentality. It's like they're used to just being able to say the word refraction or the word semantics that's supposed to just shut down conversation because that's what their globe priests and globe, little gurus are telling them. Like, all you have to do
They're not
is say
even
this
trying as hard as
word,
they used to,
and then
though.
it's
They're not even
over,
trying as
right?
hard.
Because in their little weird debunking world, that does make it over because they don't actually have any actual arguments or logic. You know what I mean? So I know it's probably, it's upsetting when you actually have to explain what those things are, and they're not just little magic wands that you can wave around. Like, you actually have to explain how these things are going to work. But they're the ones living in the magical world, so they're the ones that need the flat earth reality magically waved away. It's funny, they think it's the other way around, but then of course they have nothing to back up these magical thinking thoughts. That's what children do. They think magically, and people in this world, which he did say, I'd like to ask him about that if he comes back. He did say he had a problem with the education system here in America, or I assume he's in America. So
He's in
I'd like to
Detroit.
find out some more
That's
about that. Yeah. If he comes back, I'd like to ask him more about what his actual issues are with the education system, because we might find some common ground.
Don't. I was done my phone call when you started that sentence, so you don't need to ask me any questions. I wasn't even following the line of questioning. We were talking about tricking your senses and optical illusions.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we were. We were talking about the crazy kitchen. We were talking about. Okay.
Shut up. Listen.
Yeah, but that's not what the flat Earth is about. There's no tricking and there's no optical illusions involved in it. How did we even get on that anyway?
Someone was
because
asking me.
You mentioned mirage. So what is it that you think is a mirage? Because you started talking about the puddle. But are you saying things like the Chicago skyline being seen across Lake Michigan at over 50 miles? Are you thinking that's a mirage? Because that's what the globe debunkers will say. I mean, the flat Earth debunkers, I should say. Oh, how come?
He was asking me about simulation theory and how your senses could be tricked. And he's like, what about in nature? And I said, mirages, optical illusions, it happens in nature as well.
Okay, so that's go back to the deserts, the person in the desert looking for water. That's what you're thinking about when you say mirage?
Sure.
Okay, because then you said refraction, so I'm just wondering. Okay. Yeah. So then we're back to our original question, which is, what actually, because I don't, you don't need to have an argument that you're not actually making if you're not saying that refraction is causing us to see too far, which is what happens, that's why we're telling you there's no globe. We see way too far. We have laser tests that, in which case the laser hit, you've seen the laser tests?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. And I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about examples in nature where your mind and your senses can be deceived. Which
let's talk about where your mind and your senses are not being deceived, like the laser test, where the laser hits the target at distances which are impossible on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. So let's just talk about that instead then.
He's using the wrong word anyway. Instead, he's using illusion. He's describing illusion and then attributing that definition to the word mirage.
He's attributing that to the entire globe. He's trying to say that all these illusions are causing the round Earth to look flat. That's what he's going to get to.
Well, you know what? I think those people, those people in the desert are hallucinating. Pretty sure, aren't they? Yeah, I think they're hallucinating when they see the water. I know they call it a mirage, but I think
extrapolate
I live in Texas, so I just want to say that there's been plenty of times where I've been driving west while the sun was setting during the heat of the day, and it looks like the top of the hill is cut off, right? And that's what you call a mirage. and it's because the sky is being reflected down to the hill, right? So it looks like the top of the hill is being cut off, and it's like I drive this like several times a week. I know that that hill is a little bit higher than this, but it looks like it's kind of a lower hill, right? And it's actually it's not appearing the way it actually is. You could call it an optical illusion, I guess, as a layman, right? It's not technically an optical illusion. It's technically a mirage, but it doesn't appear the way it actually is. So, yeah, sometimes the eyes can play tricks on you, right? But what about cameras? They can play even more tricks. And the only time you've ever seen the globe is when you've seen it through a camera or an image, something that could be photographed or doctored. But we're not telling you to trust us, right? We're telling you to trust your own senses and go outside and take a look for yourself, make your own measurements, your own observations, and use the Earth Curve calculator and fuck off what anyone else has to say. It doesn't matter what anyone else believes or says. It's irrelevant. Thanks.
I agree with you, and I wouldn't take the examples I was giving and extrapolate it to say, oh, this is why you think it's flat, or this is the explanation for all your misinterpretation. I wouldn't do that. I'm not. That's what I meant by regular glober. Like, I'm not here to try to convince you or make these grand claims. Yeah.
What are you here for then, bro?
Well, bro, you just made a claim.
Yeah. Like what? Okay.
That's great.
Yes. Like which claim?
That you're not going to give us a reason for our misinterpretations. So
Yeah,
you're claiming, okay, that we have the misinterpretations.
Well, I was responding to that guy who was assuming that that's what I would do. Like, I would try to explain all the reasons why it might seem flat. I wouldn't.
Hold on. What are you doing? Let's come to a meeting of the minds here. The Earth doesn't seem flat. It's experienced as flat. It just is flat.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay? Now, everybody who's worth their salt in any professional field will admit that the Earth is experienced as flat and stationary. Would you not agree?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Really? So why don't you find for me any single person in any credible field that says we, as humans on the surface of the Earth, experience the Earth as curved and moving?
Yeah, I hear you. I can't. Yeah. I'm not gonna Google that right now, but I hear you.
You're not going to find anyone.
No.
Who's got any credibility in anything, because everybody knows that the common experience of mankind is that the Earth is stationary, flat and level everywhere you go, minus topography, of course. Okay, that's the common human experience. Another common human experience is that down is down. So we all experience a flat, motionless Earth where things fall down or rise up in what appears to us to be perpendicular to the horizontal. So those things in accumulation means that we as humans experience a flat, level plane of existence. That's our experience. To go beyond that is to make a claim that requires evidence to support that claim. Because what I just said requires no evidence. It's self-evident.
Floor is yours, Mr. Semantics. It's that simple. So, provide evidence of the spinning ball space monkey religion. Scientific evidence, perhaps.
Yeah, I think what Overlord just said. I mean, AI Ardent. I'm sorry, is what just said is very good thing for all of us to remember and realize that. I mean, pretty much all they're doing through the so-called education system, which I was interested that you said you realize there's flaws in it, is try to convince you that even though you experience it as flat and stationary, secretly it's making all these crazy motions that we can't prove, we have no evidence of. You just have to believe what you saw on TV. So, I mean, and so I don't expect you to be able to identify when I ask the question, what keeps you on the globe, because in my mind, since you're a person who already distrusts mainstream media and you realize there's problems with the education system and you realize that authority figures often are deceptive because those are three things that should get you way ahead of the game here. It could be just a thing of thinking like a lot of people just can't handle that next thing of like, whoa, this is going to put me in a whole nother level of existence, where I'm going to be kind of out. I thought I was outside the mainstream before, but that's just the kiddie pool compared to realizing, yes, the entire globe thing is a lie, only pushed by propaganda. But you don't have to run out and call yourself a flat earther tomorrow or, put on a flat earth t-shirt. You can just secretly kind of realize, yeah, there's really something to this. And, whatever, go from there. But, and some people can't, like Flat Earth Day Saints was in here earlier thinking, gosh, I wish I could go back to, even when you used to think you were a truther, right? Like I used to think, yeah, I'm against you. I know JFK wasn't killed by Lee Harvey Oswald. And I even figured out that I thought it was a big deal when I figured out the 9/11 story was a lie, waited 18 guys with box cutters take down the U.S. military. But that was a big deal when I figured that out. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really there now. But then you realize you don't even live on a globe, guys. Then you're really in hot water, Mr. Pizzle. So if you're not ready to do that, I totally understand. So hopefully you'll honest keep hanging around us because, like you said, you appreciate the original thinking around here and all that, which we appreciate your appreciation. And sometimes you're going to get a little pushback around here, but Mr. Larry over there stayed on the fence for a long time, so he totally knows what that's like. What were you going to say, Pizzle?
That's definitely why I come, and is the related subjects. And if 9/11 or this Great Reset occurred on a flat Earth, then I would still be very focused on our politicians and leaders, and more. I'd be focused on the military-industrial complex. Like the shape doesn't come to mind when I'm talking about deception.
Yeah, well, that's what you haven't taken the journey yet. That's what those guys were trying to tell you at the beginning. Once you actually get that out of your head, you don't have that cognitive dissonance in the way, then you're actually going to be able to use your mind in a whole nother level. You'll actually be able to use logic, reason. You'll actually be able to follow evidence where it leads instead of having pre-designed conclusions and try to make everything fit what you've been told it is and what you're too scared to admit that it's not. If you just leave all that aside, have a wide open field, and actually just follow the evidence where it leads, then your brain will actually start to function at a higher level. That's what these guys were trying to tell you at the beginning. But it's fine if you don't want to have your brain functioning at a higher level. I mean, clouded brain, time probably passes faster. You might not be as disturbed. I mean, you say you're disturbed by the things you're seeing in the world, but you've not seen nothing yet. Anyway, the point is, it's up to you.
Yeah, she nailed it.
I hear you.
I think most people, when they go from globe to flat, need to have some catalyst in life that causes them to say, hey, I've been lied to my whole life and I'm going to look into this. And I've told this story here on, before, but a year ago, somebody came to me in May and said, you should explore the flat earth. And I said, no, I'm not going to be crazy. I'm not going to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not going to be somebody who's considered mentally ill, which I have been called a couple times now. And you basically just have to come to the fact that you've been lied to. And that was my catalyst. I was lied to about what's going on the last 26 months. I figured out why. And then I went to something else I was lied about. And that's basically everything. And that's how I got there. I had to have a catalyst. Thanks.
Yeah, my first hearing of this topic, I thought it was like people on PCP. And then the Joshua Wiki video, and I just had to accept geometry constraints at that point. It was over for me. That was 2015, so. But you and Nathan Oakley brought it to a level where it was a much tighter argument. I was able to learn a lot from you guys. I'll get you some more money.
I focused on spiritual things, angels, demons, the spiritual battle we're going in. Some of my knowledge in physics or whatnot makes me not believe in flat Earth as well.
In physics, really?
Oh,
What's
boy.
You
Yeah,
just
tell
stepped
us
into
which
it.
knowledge please tell us which knowledge in physics makes you not believe in flat Earth. Please, just give me one. I'm sorry. I'm going to try not to be.
Bro,
I'm supposed to be the
pull
good
up
cop
smart,
here,
bro.
but you got me
I
with
shouldn't
that
have
one.
said
I'm
that.
sorry. Some of your knowledge in physics makes you not believe in the flat Earth. I'm actually going to write that down in my notes section about you so that I
Everybody
never
stop
let you
recording.
get away from that again.
And
Because
we're
I
all
was
taking
trying to
notes.
help you with the quantum eraser thing. I'm not going to help you anymore after you just said that. Some of your knowledge in physics makes you not believe in the flat Earth. You better back that claim up with some evidence here, boy, right now.
Good luck.
The only answer I'm going to give is when I'm here sitting, listening, sometimes someone will bring up something and it's just completely wrong. Their complete
Somebody will bring up
understanding.
something. So I love your attention to excruciating detail. Somebody will bring up something. Thanks. That's fucking really specific.
Nope, you cannot make a claim like that about people on this server without a specific example. What is it that someone has brought up that your knowledge in physics has made you think is not credible evidence to show you that the globe is a complete lie? You need a specific example. Stop using these fallacies. Stop making accusations about people on the server without specifics.
Oh,
what do you think we're wrong about? Hold on, Godric. What do you think we're wrong about?
Yeah, maybe it's you who's wrong.
Someone will say something
like what?
They'll say something like water doesn't curve.
It doesn't.
Right.
Show me where it does.
Yeah, it's like I thought you're the one who's wrong.
So the surface tension of water doesn't make it form a droplet. There's no droplets of water.
I didn't say that. That's meniscus surface tension. Try again.
So water doesn't curve?
No, it doesn't curve around a ball. Meniscus surface tension states that, yes, it can form a curved shape itself, but that is not an ocean sticking to a ball. Idiot.
Do you think we don't use soap because we don't know about surface tension? We all use soap when we wash ourselves. You know why? Because we believe in surface tension.
Yeah. Oh, that's a really poor example. I'm sorry. Droplets fall out of the sky, and the surface tension of the water causes them to stick together. It forms a ball on the way down, or a semicircle of water, or whatever. But anytime you pour water in any container, it doesn't matter the container, cup, swimming pool, whatever. The surface tension at the edge of the pool, it causes a little it'll stick to the wall of the swimming pool and cause it to go up a little tiny bit. But we're talking about like a quarter of an inch or an eighth of an inch of surface tension that causes that. And it happens in that one spot where there's tension against the surface, or where the ball is falling out in space where it clings to itself. In any other example, that doesn't take place.
Yeah, and water at rest is not curved. No, I don't care what you say.
Exactly.
A droplet can fall and be rounded for however long that is. Then it hits the ground, and then it's a million other pieces of meniscus surface tensioned pieces of water. Everything Standing water, lake, pond, ocean, pool, everything is flat. That can't happen on a globe Earth.
Everything, including lakes, puddles, blah, 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 isn't flat. You're wrong about that.
Show me one of those. Show me anywhere on Earth. As if we haven't had more than a cursory glance at this material. You think we haven't measured it?
Okay, well, show us the curvature measurements that you're talking about.
No, nobody go any further for a second.
So fill up any container. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, friend. Okay, let's be clear. It's a problem. Certain people, appeal to something that they know about. Let's just say physics, for example, and then they try to say, "Oh, because I know about physics, I know you're wrong." So you were challenged and you were asked to give an example of "quote unquote" physics knowledge that has to do with you understanding that what we or people say is wrong. You gave the common human experience of water droplets, which requires zero physics background whatsoever. So you still haven't met the task. So my friend, can you please give us something from your quote unquote physics knowledge that rebuts any of the points made here?
Yes, and that wasn't the question. Is there's people that say things like water doesn't curve, and I'm giving you an example of
right there.
Water.
Yep, sure. Let me type you right there. So you had made it the assertion that your physics knowledge somehow gives you some insight that we don't have. But what I'm going to submit to you is that my language knowledge gives me insight that you don't have. As clearly everyone here has told you, when people here refer to water doesn't curve, they already know water droplets exist. To try to present a water droplet as counter evidence, my friend, is quite frankly banal at best. Low IQ.
I agree. And the fact that I hear
so knock it off. So knock it off, and do what the lady asked you, which is to provide some quote unquote physics knowledge as a contrary point. Okay. If you can't do that, then don't bring up this idea that you know anything about physics, because you haven't demonstrated it in any way yet.
The guy just said water puddles, lakes, river, or still bodies of water are flat, which is wrong.
What are they then?
They are slightly curved. Every water has surface tension.
Perfect. So your claim is that all large bodies of water have surface tension that slightly curves them.
Yep.
That's your claim? Okay, cool. Now give us some evidence that that's the case.
In your physics knowledge.
Over Discord. I can't.
No.
Do you mean in a ball?
With your physics knowledge, you need to provide the information that counters what we're saying. You said we're wrong, and we're wrong based on your physics knowledge. So please provide us, like AI said,
So grab a glass of
the proof that we're wrong based on your individual unique physics knowledge. Please tell us.
So grab any container that holds water. I'll give you a couple minutes. Go ahead, grab a container that holds water.
Physics knowledge. Oh my God.
Fill up the container. Perform the experiment. Fill up the container.
This is a kindergartner project. What are you talking about?
That is not a lake or an ocean you just claimed that has curve to it. So don't take a small cup. Take a fucking do what she said and explain everything.
Yeah, before you go on, Pizzizzle, I just got one more thing to say to you, because I'm really, I just let these guys, do whatever, tear you apart, or you guys can, do whatever, talk all night if you want, because you're really like, I got your number now. But all I want to say is it's unfortunate, what I said earlier, which I thought there were two ways for you to go. I mean, it's clear you've already gone the way where you're just going to grab on any straw that's going to keep you on your globe. And, it's like, even if somebody was here that said something, okay, let me just finish my little statement here, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. Just even if somebody here said, so let's say the language wasn't totally precise, just like Adam and Salt had put in the live stream voice text there, because sometimes we'll make general statements, and we're not and we can get hyper specific if you want, like all these gentlemen just started to get with you and going to ask you to back up your claim and so on. But let's say there are people who are in here who don't have a lot of scientific knowledge. I'll go ahead and acknowledge that. But guess what? There's a lot of people here who have an enormous amount of scientific expertise. You don't know people in here at all. So what you need to learn to do is to evaluate knowledge based on, the knowledge itself, on its face. Not based on the person, or not based on, somebody in this giant server with 20,000 people said something you think's wrong. So, yep, must be still on a globe there. That's very naive thinking. So that's really the small part I wanted to say. Yeah. But I don't want to go off into that like psychological part of it. I just want you to think about that later. And now let's get back to you providing evidence. So what's your experiment you think can be done to...
Well, first, let me tell you why you're wrong.
Oh, yeah, I told you you could tell me. Yeah, tell me why I'm wrong.
I'm not grabbing at straw mans. I don't care to argue. I was unmuted and questioned relentlessly and ruthlessly.
I said grasping at straws. Grasping at straws, not straw man. I said nothing about straw man. I said grasping at straws, which is the common thing we see in the debunking. Just somebody comes out there and says refraction. It's like, oh, good. Somebody who calls himself a professor said refraction. I can go back to my globe now. You're just like a fancier version of that. So keep going. If you want to argue with me, go ahead.
We were talking about optical illusions at the time, which completely makes sense still. Like, even in your mind, it should still make sense.
Let's get back to the water. Just forget I said anything, all right? That was more for the audience. Let's get back to the water. So what's your water experiment? That's not an experiment. Quantum Eraser mentioned it's not an experiment. What's your water demonstration? How about that?
When I say fill up any container with water, that includes a puddle or a lake. You understand? Those are containers. And an ocean. Those are containers.
Do they have measurable curvature at 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, that depends on how big this thing is.
Hold on.
Sure
Don't even go there, guys. Don't even go there.
Hang on. Does he know the Earth's radius? Do you know the Earth's radius?
Godric, don't say hang on after somebody else already says hang on. That's a double hang on. That's like a quantum event that could destroy the entire universe.
Yeah, so in a fish tank, you could measure it. Yeah.
8 inches.
You just need very precise measurements. Yeah.
Can I say something
Listen,
about this?
friends. This guy just said, no, you can't, because I already just interrupted. Then somebody interrupted me, and then I said, don't do a double interruption. Now you want to do a tertiary interruption. What do you want the universe to light on fire spontaneously or something? Okay, the claim on the table is that the ocean has a meniscus. Okay, let's all just soak that in for a second. That could be measured in some way, shape, or form. Let's just soak that in again. And this is someone claiming to have quote unquote physics knowledge. So I'm going to put my mic on mute so I can laugh controllably.
Yeah, this is pathetic. Pathetically juvenile.
You're taking things out of context.
Out of context.
Physics knowledge based on stupid things that are said. And the woman there, I forget her name, but she put it properly. Someone who doesn't know, it's not all of you. It's like one guy will say something like, water doesn't ever curve. And you're just, in my head, I'm like, I know water curves. That's it. That's physics knowledge.
Yeah, water. The claim is bodies of water do not curve. They remain flat. That's the claim, numpty.
That's a claim that you just made there. However, I'm talking about when someone just says it in the chat, not particularly you.
What is your evidence of your spinning ball space monkey religion right now? Number one. What is the best evidence that you have that we live on a spinning ball space monkey?
I don't care for your questions. I've been here.
Yeah.
I've heard.
You don't have anything.
Heard the interrogation
you have zero.
Process.
You don't even know what physics is. Yeah.
All right.
You don't. You have no clue what science is. You don't know what experiment is. You claimed an experiment. What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment right fucking now? 10 seconds.
No.
No, you're on mute. Good night. You're a fucking pretender clown. Next.
Yeah, I almost gave him the pretender clown role earlier, but I'm going to have to do it now, Sizzle, because really, people need to know. People need to know. I'm sorry, but because people who are not, necessarily scientifically trained will hear you make a statement like you make, and it will lead them astray. Because you even just demonstrated that you're, because AI overlords, AI Arden's assessment of the situation where you're claiming there's a meniscus over the ocean or the ocean slightly curves and all that. You have no evidence to back that up. He asked you for evidence. You have not. So we just can't have people here who have a basically pseudoscientific, surface knowledge of science, maybe grabbing onto some statement saying that, it's not scientific because they know by their knowledge of physics. Like, that's a whole other level there of sophistry. I'm sorry. But yeah, I thought you were an ordinary Glober. You said you were a regular Glober, but you're not. Sorry. I mean, I don't know if that makes you happy or sad, but you're not a regular Glober. You've become a deceptive Glober. Sorry, but so I'm going to have to go ahead and give you the pretender clown role. I mean, maybe you're one of those people that enjoys collecting roles, and you'll like that.
Yo,
in his defense, I said he was a normie.
It's productive not to be belligerent if you're in here, because it's not going to help an adult conversation. And the reason we're talking to anybody about this, at least for me, is I'd like to help people learn about it.
Yo, QE, can I get a refresher on the 3 things that make an experiment an experiment?
Yes. Independent variable, dependent variable, and control variable. Those are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment.
Might as well keep on going. Hey, QE, is physics science?
Physics? Physics is the queen of science.
I thought that was theology.
No, physics is the queen of natural sciences. All the natural sciences, the true natural sciences, fall under physics. Actual physics.
There was a third thing there he was confused about as well. Does anybody remember what it was? It was a colloquial understanding of science. What physics was.
I thought you were asking a question, so I was trying to answer. So if you weren't, I'll concede and be quiet.
I was asking.
Oh, he confused looking at water droplets as conducting physics.
Yeah, that's the whole part. When he said physics and then went to water droplets, oh my gosh. Like, which kindergarten class did he leave yesterday from?
Listen, if he goes back and listens, he's going to be very embarrassed. Very embarrassed.
Oh my God.
Maybe Goldberg Tier's curve. Maybe that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
But let's get to the brass tacks. Since he claims the water curves, since he claims that there's an optical illusion out there in the distance, which makes you think there's water, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Well, what's the correct way to adjudicate such a proposition? Is it there or is it not? Well, the correct answer is to go there and check or to measure it. So if you go to the water and check it for curvature, you don't find any.
Yeah.
So, Bob's your uncle. It's flat. The end.
Yeah. Did you go to the water and measure the curvature, Pazizzle? Did you do that?
You want me to unmute him? You want to? I guess, yeah. Yep, I guess you're unmuted. Yep. He wants to know if you measured the curvature.
Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question.
I'm new to this conversation. Can I ask you a question?
So, yeah, you definitely should talk to this guy. Pazizzle, let me introduce you to Witsagitsa. Have you met Witsagitsa before?
Hold
okay,
up, bro.
Yes.
No, don't ask me anything.
Pazizzle's has the quantum eraser experience with it, and I was even mean to him too. So it'd be nice to have fresh voice for him.
Goodbye.
Oh, no, serious. Calm down.
I don't need it.
He's very kind.
Calm down, man. Calm down. It's okay. I just have like a simple question for you. Can nothing exists.
He left.
Oh man, I couldn't even get the 3-word question out.
He knows that. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe he'll come back.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make him.
I think he's overwhelmed.
He was going to leave no matter what on his own.
He has to go cry his pill or something. So yeah, this video I posted, I was driving.
Who's that guy that was in here earlier? There was a guy in here this morning looking for you. What's it?
Tom, take it up with my secretary.
Yeah, everyone's looking for Witsit.
There you go.
But like, check this, yo. I was dropping these super chats, all right, because fight the tight shirt was on Modern Day Debates, and I said, so if it's just space time, what about 0-point energy? And he said, that's completely irrelevant to the conversation. And then he said, I think he's talking about vacuum energy, but it has nothing to do with it. And then the flat earther was like, if it's about a vacuum, it seems like has everything to do with it. And he said, space is not a vacuum. It's just a low pressure zone. So technically, he's right. He's coming around. You know, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. He's catching on.
Technically, he's incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah, because it is a vacuum. It stated in their secular literature.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically, in the sense, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
No, we didn't say perfect vacuum. You said vacuum.
Touche.
Yeah, there's a problem there.
Round one.
Well, we have the glober of all globe zealots. I mean, the anti-flat earther of all anti-flat earthers saying that space is not a vacuum.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, but there you go. Right there, I put it in live stream. That was quick, wasn't it?
Okay, nice.
There they are. There's the vacuum. And what they're delineated as.
Well, it's funny because I was talking about an observation on the Earth where we can barely get anywhere close to the supposed pressure that they say that is in space, you know, like lack of pressure. So it's like hilarious. Push talk. It's hilarious to think that you think that's a sufficient rebuttal. It's like, no, on space where it's way less than 10 to the negative 17, it's there, but space isn't a vacuum, so that's not applicable. That's so dumb.
Who said that? Fight the tight shirt?
Yeah.
He also said you can measure angular velocity in miles per hour. I mean, that's just... you need to go back to the numpty clips to review Craig fight. He also said that if you put your hand in front of your face, is that your hand? And he said, no, it isn't.
He's like, it's skin flavored space time.
Dude, if you like, if I've ever seen a super chat, it's like, so it's super chat from What's It Gets It, dude, he just spirals talking about how I'm scared to debate him. I'm like, how long are you gonna hold on to this narrative, bro?
I got an update. I got an update. It appears that Pazizzle has sent me his experiment.
Oh,
and he would like me to run it by Witsit to see how good it is.
Wow, all right. Good time.
So, let's see. Let's read the abstract. Systematically determining whether the ocean has a meniscus. Methodology. Arrive at ocean. Take out glass. Dip glass in ocean. Hold glass up to face. Look into the glass and see if it has a meniscus. If the glass of water has a meniscus, therefore the ocean also has a meniscus. Experiment complete.
Too bad we're not talking about a meniscus. Where are we?
That is so dumb.
Maybe he's talking about a probiscus.
Wait, dip glass in the ocean, hold it up to the ocean, therefore ocean curve.
Oh my god!
Nice. That turn the glass upside down once and see.
So not even the right kind of curvature for the Earth to be a globe.
Exactly.
Great globe, Prixie.
is the meniscus causes the water to go up the side of the glass, and the water in the center is actually below that point. So if you put water in a glass and then you measure the high spot on each side where the meniscus is taking place, the center of the water is below that. There's no bulge. It's. I mean, I posted a thing on it a few minutes ago, but apparently,
it's concave earth.
We're talking about
concave. Exactly.
We're talking about the 8 inches per mile squared that's claimed by the globe Earth.
Hold on, guys. We're forgetting about water hills.
Water bumps.
That's right.
Some will say water gas.
No, but I was there for that too. That was funny.
Water bumps, they breathe in and out. That was one of my questions, actually, for Quite the Tight Shirt. But
now you got bendy water gas.
Can anyone guess what? Okay, can anyone guess what Fight the Tight Shirt's answer was when I said, well, if the horizon is physical, then what's going on when it moves? Is the Earth breathing in and out? Can anyone guess what his answer was?
Yes, his answer was yes.
His answer was not yes.
Oh, damn it.
Come on, this is a typical answer. So, because I also asked before this, like, is the horizon physical, right? He's like, yes, but the one you see is apparent. The horizon.
So where's the physical one?
well,
there's an invisible unicorn horizon out there somewhere.
I was hoping someone would guess this, but it's the Glober talking point, in order to have an apparent horizon, you have to have a physical horizon.
Right, yep. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, that's just wrong. Like, that doesn't even rise to the level of logical fallacy.
It's complete redefinition.
Wait
a minute.
He said it with confidence, though, so you need to reconsider.
Say one more time.
It's called the bravado.
Say it one more time.
Yeah, in order to have an apparent horizon, you have to have a physical horizon.
So you have to have the physical horizon so that it can move to where it then becomes apparent.
Yeah.
So on a flat surface, would what you see be all land or all sky?
Both.
Well, you can't be. According to them, it would have to either be all land or all sky if you haven't got a horizon.
Yeah, you said all, so I said both.
Let's be clear though. What is, even in their own paradigm, a physical horizon? Anyway,
it's the convergent point of our highest vertical collapse. The horizontal hadn't because it opens up.
No, you got it wrong. So you have to go back. No.
Wrong.
So that statement is fucking ridiculous. Apparent horizon. So an apparent horizon. Apparent means not actual. So what he's saying is, in order to have a not actual horizon, you need a horizon.
Yep, an actual one.
But what's a physical horizon anyway?
It's just where the sky and the ground meet. However, it's not because of
what? Hey, do me a favor, Lumpy, and go find and read for everybody the definition of a horizon.
Yeah, it doesn't actually exist. It's at infinity. Like, if you know linear perspective, right?
Yeah, but for them,
the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. That's what it is.
But for them.
Okay, hold on. Okay, now that somebody's read
literally, that's what I said.
If you must, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Okay,
for
so
them,
the apparent, quote unquote, where the sky appears to meet the ground. So in order for the sky to appear to meet the ground, you need a physical location where the actual sky meets the actual ground.
Yeah.
For them.
Wow.
Yeah.
For them, yeah.
No, who cares, guys? Your logical brain should have just exploded.
Yeah.
Dude, you said it with so much confidence.
Yeah. So for them, it's supposed to be the edge of their curvaison. And so that's why we're asking, why is this never seen in nature by anyone ever? Never
Science.
recorded.
It's
Never
a
done.
Dunning-Kruger confidence on their part. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's hilarious. So then I said, FTFE, why does flat Earth make you so mad? And then he proceeded to get super angry. Super funny. It's the stupidity that gets people literally killed. Like Mad Mike, for example. He just went off, bro.
Oh my God.
So what these dumpty dipshits are actually trying to tell you is that they have an actual horizon. That actual horizon is projected to an apparent horizon. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one more time.
That's what I just said.
One more time. Let's go back to the beginning. Can someone explain to me what an actual apparent thing is?
You can't. That's the paradox.
Yeah.
Actual and apparent are two different things. I mean, actual is real, apparent is not. I mean, it's not comparative.
Yep.
You can't compare the two.
Yeah, he's asking you to reconcile married bachelors. Go ahead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I look at them like Sasquatch or like unicorn discovery or something. It's crazy that guy is still on the internet doing that, knowing that like the follow up for flat Earth is so easy. At that point, it's like, so then we never see the actual horizon, like even without pointing out their logical flaw, right? That horizon is intrinsically apparent by definition. It's like, okay, so then we never see the actual curve of the Earth then, right? Like they have to say yes. So, okay, well, we've never seen it, bro. I don't know what to...
Too funny.
Okay, right there, Holmes. You got it. Now that you've removed their logical incoherence and put it into the actual claim, when they say physical horizon, what they mean is curve, earth, hump in the way. Yeah. And then they make this other incoherent statement, which is if the earth was flat, there would be no horizon. So look at the definition of horizon. It says the apparent place in your field of view where the sky appears to meet the ground. So let me ask all the intelligent globers out there. If the sky is blue and the grass is green and the laws of perspective apply, would there not be in the final rendered image blue on the top and green on the bottom, and an apparent demarcation line between the two?
Yeah.
You lost me at intelligent glober.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's a small problem.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'll start over. Okay.
We'll let it slide.
Okay. But the point, it's like, so they'll say there'd be no horizon, right? But they don't mean the apparent demarcation point or line where the two color fields differentiate. They don't mean that. What they mean is if the earth was flat, there wouldn't be a big hump of earth curve in the way, to which, of course, you must agree. Well, of course, if the earth was flat, there wouldn't be a big hump of earth curve in the way. What is this, kindergarten?
Very crazy.
Yeah, I mean, life for globers is just kindergarten. Like their whole life, basically. They just need to be told what's true by like Google.
Like anti-flat earthers are like, I don't know how to say it politically correct, but they're just short bus. You know what I mean?
I see it as development of whimsical, unverifiable imaginations and ruminations. His whole beginning was that, well, if it's not a globe, then it's basically I'm going to go the direction of a simulation. That's quite a whimsical, fanciful.
Yeah, I hate
rumination.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're all good. It just seems to be a common symptom. I think that's
I hate the simulation thing. It's like they know something's wrong, so then they're just like, "It's a simulation, bro." It's like, dude, like, why can't you just accept it's flat? Like, why do you have to go in this like crazy like sci-fi direction? Like, Like what
anything but flat, bro.
It's like, yeah. It's like, you know that meme? It's like touching the floor is like accepting reality, and then this guy's like propping himself between like the ceiling and the wall or something. It's like,
just stop being weird.
Yeah, don't make it so weird, bro. Dude, the first question I asked him was, so can nothing exist? And he said, well, I've seen inside your head. So yes, nothing exists.
What?
Yeah, that was the answer. And obviously, it's
so, like,
obvious why I'm asking the question, right? It's obvious to anyone that understands the subject at all. The flat earther had to jump in and explain it, per usual.
Yeah, we have to wipe their butts. Yep.
Before we forget, did Sonny want to say something, or did we overrun his point?
I don't know. I forgot. I got sidetracked by the Lepizzle debacle.
No.
Yeah.
That is not Lepizzle. That is Pizzizzle.
Pizzizzle debacle.
Pazuzu.
You did great, Sonny.
Lepizzle is of a much higher caliber.
I don't know about that, man. Is he? I guess Lepizzle was, yeah.
No, he wasn't.
Well, I'll just have you all know that Pizzle is a nickname for meth pipe. So that's...
Pretty sure the Pizzle's the one that said it doesn't contain it; it just keeps it there.
Oh, that's so. There. Okay. All right then. Go ahead and have a seat down on this seat in the bus, this short bus over here.
You said it's so serious, bro.
I will have you know that Lepizzle has an awesome rap song, but I can't seem to find the copy. So there's a bounty on the copy of that song.
Oh, really?
Oh, I've heard it. It was so funny,
I think
bro.
we heard it in here.
Super funny.
Well, see, the problem is, guys. Okay, and this is a PSA for all you guys, right? To pay attention to. The problem is that we all got a little copacetic about the idea that our secondary backup channels would exist, where we broadcast certain shows like The Arena and the Dr. Science Show, which was Mickey's channel, but he got the kibosh and lost all his content. Because to be fair, he didn't back it up on his hard drive. So the memo is, if you guys got some really juicy content that you're in love with and you want to log into social media every time and hope that it's still going to be there, maybe you should buy a $50 hard drive and save a little bit of it.
Already done.
Posterity.
I'll get a hard drive right away.
Already done, and most of the Numpty clips are in the Library of Congress, so I don't really care.
Yeah.
Damn. What's up with that weird ass statue of Neptune out front? That's super weird, dude. Naked babies and stuff everywhere. It's the Library of Congress is so weird.
There's a couple in front of the Wells Fargo Bank here. There's a big, huge, like granite or marble freaking fountain, man. And there's a man and a woman. I don't know what. There's some kind of Greek gods, I think. But the size of these things, like the top of that thing's about 30 feet tall or 35 feet tall. It's huge.
That's amazing.
Dude, we're talking about the Library of Congress. The Library of Congress, and we have hybrid horsewomen with Neptune naked in the fountain. And this is supposed to be like the most sophisticated group of knowledge that exists. It's just a bunch of naked babies and half sea women. It's really weird. I mean, if anyone's never been to DC, it's actually worth going because it's like mind-blowingly weird. You would never know it'd be so.
Traffic is weird enough.
It's like the Freemasons Disneyland or something, huh?
Oh yeah.
It's really it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, Congress, I was thinking, Congress is a synonym / euphemism for intercourse / orgies.
Congress, yeah, great. Who are you, Pete?
So we're getting screwed, is what you're saying.
We're getting screwed.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, if you could make it a lot of jokes. It's like they're just there to fuck around and screw us.
Wait a minute, you missed it. They're getting screwed on your dime.
There you go.
So they're basically prostitutes.
They are prostitutes.
Oh, we're paying to be prostituted, actually, huh?
Ah.
That's deep, bro. That's profound.
It's the babies too. What is up with the babies?
It's so weird, dude. God rocking. It's everywhere, bro. It's everywhere. Everywhere. Every building, every corner, naked baby. Adults naked with naked babies. It's so weird. Why is that a thing?
Okay, so can you send me a picture?
Because
just Google DC. You can't not see them.
Well, because there's this 100% there's this iconographic representation of certain types of angels called putti, which are essentially baby angels.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember like what it's supposed to mean. I'm sure I could find it if I look it up. Hold on.
It starts with a P.
And ends with an A.
Yeah, listen. It's called putti. You know, like putti tag.
Wait a minute. I'm searching in DuckDuckGo for strange statues in Washington, D.C. It took a long time to digest that question.
Dude, they're everywhere, dude.
Oh, boy.
I used to be on the microphone, dude, and I'd just be like, no one else think the naked babies is weird? Like, dude, they'd just be sitting there staring at these statues right past, like it didn't have a bunch of naked babies on it. Like, they don't even know it. It's just art, bro. It's a baby.
All good, dude.
And
it's just art.
It's just art, bro.
Sinking quicksand. Here's something.
Yeah, stop being a conspiracy theorist.
This looks like a chimera coming up here. Wait a minute, where'd it go?
A lot of them are depicted as angels, like he's saying, but some of them are. But oftentimes it's like this. Yeah.
So check it out. So I looked it up a little bit. So the term does refer to the angels, but it doesn't have to be angels. It could also just be naked children. And the singular is puto, and the plural is putti. But I just learned the other day that puto is a prostitute. So it does come full circle after all.
That's pretty wild.
What the hell?
I think that is the right word for Spanish. They call you puto.
Well, wouldn't it be
puta?
That's more from Brazil, because here is in Portugal is like a shell, little shell.
I thought puto was a bitch.
In the female version
puta.
With A, yeah, it's that. But puto, I mean, is in here in Portugal is insignificant, but in Brazil, yes, it means yes. That you got correctly was saying.
Naked babies?
No.
Okay.
A bitch in a male version.
Are you stuck on that one?
I am, bro, because I got scarred. I've never been to my country's
I feel the same
capital.
way. Every time I see something like that, I go, "What the hell are these people doing?" They're all like worshiping this painting of the naked. Yeah, it's.
Dude, I still kind of resonate here, where it's like, I know America's government is a lot of messed up stuff, but America's the best country. You know, and obviously I'm biased, but I'm like, we got freedom and guns and whoop-de-whoop. And then I go to the capital of this place. I'm like, well, at the least, all these people are just in mass hypnosis tricked, and they think the government really does like us and all that stuff, and loves us and cares about us. But then you go to the Capitol, and it's just so weird. It's so weird. It's like I get that they don't understand the phallic symbol. That's coincidentally just 666666666 everything. You know, like the Washington Monument.
And the giant phallic symbol pointing up out of the ground. Yeah, I know. It's funny.
That's hidden in plain sight. And I can understand it,
bro. So part of the symbolism within the iconography through the Renaissance art of the putti is that their presence in the painting is the expression so that you can understand profane love is occurring. So, for example, you might see a guy and a girl going down an alley with some putti floating over top, meaning that this love that they have is profane. So maybe there's an illusion there that people love the government so much and it's profane, perhaps.
That is crazy, but it's like, can we not pick something else out? Can we use a tree to represent that or something, like a withering tree? Like, why we got to show a naked baby? It's so weird. And then when you look into it, it's the same architecture that the magic Romans and the Greeks use and all. They did everything. They're so awesome. And they were notoriously pedophiles, bro. It's like really weird. When you go there, you can't find a statue. I wanted to just appreciate the masonry. Legit. You can't, bro. If you have any eyes to see anything, if you're really looking at all, it's wild. It's really weird. And it's everywhere.
Yeah. Freemasons are good at anything except masonry.
Well, I think the whole thing is free masonry. They found a lot of the stonework and took it for free.
Yeah, they put their little cornerstone there, whatever, their symbol.
And they took it for free.
If you could find a mason for $5 an hour, you shouldn't let him work at your house.
Go to your local lodge and ask them if they can do your masonry for free, and then be like,
but it's intelligent though. It's intelligent. That's their whole cover. Their cloak is like being like philanthropy, right? Like helping others out, and so it's like building something for someone else for free.
Yeah. So can they like renovate my house for free? I mean, that's what their advertising says.
Yeah, that's kind of how they. Yeah, and they
right.
You look at it, and they donate a lot of money to different things that supposedly help that community. And then there's like a Freemason bill, and they actually do spend the money that basically runs the cities. And they have the lodges everywhere. So they have a beautiful cover, but I think that they got the masonry for free. But that's just my opinion. I'm not a mason. I don't even think that most masons know, bro. I think that I've talked to a bunch of masons, man, and you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how little they know. Like, unless they're really in the know. It's like a rarity that they're actually in the know.
Like 99% of them, yeah, they're just in it for like the whatever, like charity, philanthropy. But yeah, I mean, there's like an exoteric and esoteric sort of aspect to Freemasonry.
And I think it's so dark. I don't want to even get into it with detail, but like it tracks back thousands of years, and there's like this dark sex occultic magic, that they believe in. And dude, here's the deal, right? Us people that aren't psychopaths, like, dude, we don't know, like. We can't comprehend doing that, but we can't say we know there's nothing to it. And like physically speaking, I think intention of resonance creates a vibrational pattern, which you can be harnessed for vibrational metaphysical purposes and gains. And children are innocent, so it's like there's got to be a reason that for thousands of years they think it's important. And so if you read their text, and I don't want to get too, I'm trying to be very tactical how I say all this, but if you read their text, it's like, it's not pleasurability that motivates. Like, it's not pleasure that motivates. It's like magic. There's like a metaphysical thing, they think. And so that gets crazy, and they put it in plain sight, bro, just everywhere. Just like children everywhere. Like, they should, what is that? What is some dude standing just naked with his little thing out, and then babies everywhere? That's weird, bro. That's weird, and the Greeks are notorious for that. And come on, it's very in your face. Now, I know most people just don't like to see it like that. I was talking to Issa about that in the other server earlier. I'm like, it's a beautiful thing in a way that the world still has so much good, that the reason the tricks work is people can't comprehend like evil or all the way. Like someone being that deceptive and dishonest, misleading children in entire countries and populations and putting them in financial fiat currency enslavement and like pedophilia rings, all this stuff is just so they can't comprehend it because they're not that evil that it works. And so that's a beautiful thing in a way, right? But it's also not, because the naivety is what they're using against us, But anyway, long story short, bro, it's deep, but it's almost like you gotta address them, man. Like, they have even Talmudic, Kabbalistic teachings about pedophilia gives them some type of power, is what they think. We're addressing actual psychopaths, but yeah, I didn't want to get so heavy, but like I really did do a number on me, bro. Like going to Washington D.C. and I mobbed around the whole thing like multiple times, like with the microphone and all this stuff. And like without one talking to all these people, like looked at everything, and it's really, really weird. And I don't think almost anyone really knows what's going on. Like they've never really looked at it that way. I think we should almost tear them down. I mean, you can though. You go to jail.
I think the best thing that I've ever heard somebody say is the world is run by psychopaths, governed by clowns, and those clowns govern sheep. And that's just kind of how it is.
Yeah, for sure. The architecture is a big deal. They speak in symbols. I guess the crazy part for me is like they being just different people, like typically Freemasons, they write about all of it. Dude, they just wrote it in books, bro. It's not like it's hidden. They wrote it. It's in literature that you can.
Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike is like a start for anyone interested.
They're obviously emboldened because they know that the masses are sleeping. They don't even know what's going on in front of their eyesight at the moment they're walking. You understand? They're missing it all. That's why they can write it in books, and put it in Disney films, and have buildings and statues alluding to that. You understand? Because they are emboldened, are they not? They're well in control at the moment.
It's part of their magic is hidden in plain sight thing, right? It's like as long as they put it out there, they didn't hide it from us technically, so we're accepting it. I mean, that's sort of their whole philosophy. So it's giving them power, it's giving them consent to do all this stuff.
Well, no. The people don't know what they're looking at. Because you might be looking at a Gothic Greek building in central London and a naked woman and a man and a child and whatever. They're not looking at they're not going that deep. It's surface. These people are dumb. I would call them dumb. They're just ordinary people who want to live their lives in a simplistic manner. They're not thinking that deep. They're
misled.
Not attuned to that.
They're misled.
Conscious versus subconscious mind. Consciously, of course, they don't realize what they're seeing. But these people's philosophy is that subconsciously they're accepting it. The subconscious mind, it's not like at the forefront, but it's seeing it.
That is what they say. That's what they say.
Subconscious thing can only be triggered if someone, if an act or that subconscious is triggered on by someone. You don't. It's very rare that you switch on your subconsciousness, because it's the same thing with the flat Earth thing, right? We were all walking around missing the clues, for many years, and it took somebody to switch that on, and then suddenly, and then all your other thoughts, and like you said, that were in the subconscious comes on.
Quick moderation, bro.
It's very rare that people can actually do that. So even if it's in the subconscious, you're not accepting it because you're not realizing something's going on. It's not happy. That part of your brain is switched off. Is it not?
Okay. Yeah, real fast, quick moderation. So he's basically saying that when they write about it in their literature and stuff like this, their philosophy is that although you may not consciously go along with it, you have subconsciously accepted it, and that is why they put everything in plain sight, but subtly hidden in plain sight with symbols and stuff. But they write about these philosophies. What I'm trying to say is, this isn't like let's argue about what they think. It's like they wrote about it, bro.
Yeah, right.
Like in Morals and Dogma, they say he says the Earth's flat to any intelligent reader. And in Morals and Dogma, talking about like basically, the Earth and what's in the sky. And it's like, bro, obviously it's referenced as a plane, and they lay all of it out. It's just like 2012 Rockefeller Foundation, Operation Lockstep. They laid out everything that happened in the last couple of years in 2012. And if you want to understand the philosophy of the people, then they all go back and read these infamous things, and you can access them now in 2022. You can go read them, and it's not like you have to read a book beginning to end. Even it's it's crazy. It's just really crazy. And if people would inform themselves,
that I'm aware of it, but I tend to not really delve into that side of life because it's just a cesspit. It's just not, not.
Well, what's so crazy is when you actually
living, even if we know that people who are in control are scumbags, and if they ever come near me, I'll strangle them. That's what it's all about. If they ever reveal themselves to me, they'll be in trouble. So that's all I need to know. Don't really need to know if they're lured and horrible acts that they carry on with. Not interested at all.
I hear you, bro. And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but like, what's crazy about it though, bro, is when you read it, it's a lot of profound, enlightening things within, and it's typically spun And so that's kind of the whole trick, because once they go read it, they're like, have you even read it yet? That's like when people talk about my motion, I'm like, have you read it? It's like, they're like, before we can have a conversation about whether or not you think I'm wrong for holding this view, like, do you know what it is? And that's how I was coming at people around the country on the mic about the earth, right? I'm like, yo, you think I'm crazy for thinking the earth's flat? I'm like, do you know what you think I'm crazy for not believing it? Like, do you know what that is yet? Like, have you read it? You know? And it's crazy. I mean, now, if you have the eyes to see when you read it, you will catch the spins. They spin everything. Everything is spun, but they address profound things, and then they've brought that to their little cult and kept it from everyone else, as in like the existence of those questions themselves. People don't know that even like the profound subjects to discuss or contemplate anymore. And they come from themselves, and they think they've profoundly interpreted them themselves, but in fact they're actually misled. But that's the whole trick. So I mean,
they are
reading it's
misled,
not
because at the
bad.
end of the day, they go against their own kind of like philosophy by letting it out. They can't keep it. It's too much for them to keep it a secret, because everybody's getting on with their lives. No one's noticing what we're doing, so they've got to do something. That's how mentally deranged they are. All right, you know.
Yeah. It's just I guess what I'm trying to say.
Now. If they ever reveal themselves to me, I'll kick them down the road. Literally, they'd be so sorry they spoke. They don't want to come near me anyway.
Concisely, like it's not automatically bad to read some of these things to understand the philosophies of the quote unquote powers that be. Or
I understand the basics of the powers that be. I don't want to understand the psychology of a man who wants to make it with a little child or whatever. I don't want that person.
No, I
needs
get
to be
you. I
locked
get
up.
you. Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
I know it's bad. That's all I need. I don't need to go that deep. All I need to do is grab the individual, shove him into the jail, and lock him up. But he or she will be getting counselling. That's what they need.
But you need to know that they're doing that. You have to know that they're doing that to be able to know you got to put them in jail type thing, right? And the way you know that they're doing it is you have to read.
They reveal themselves to me. That's the only time I'm going to know.
You got to read their text. If you read their text, they'll tell you, and then you'll start to see the clues. It's only for like a spiritually.
For that, I need to be looking for that kind of thing myself personally. That would mean I'm on a quest to want to know that kind of knowledge, but I don't need to know that. It's not something that I'm interested in at all.
It's like, I hear you, bro, but the thing is, like, it's like a spiritually strong man's position to fill, in my opinion, because it's the protection of children. Like, I don't think
I protect my children good enough. My children are protected well enough, and they know they're big enough to understand the birds and the bees and what's going on. So I personally do not need to go down that road.
But do you care about protecting
that kind of material? Not interested, really.
Yeah, I'm not even asking.
Not something that I find interesting at all, because I already see the world that's messed up just from people wanting to put a uniform on and go to another country and blow the other person up that you don't know at all, but you're going to blow them up. Who for? Who are they going to blow it up for? Not for their benefit. They don't benefit because they could easily die. So do you understand? That's already warped in itself right there. Right there, we need to sort that out.
They're doing it for the...
That's the immediate problem for me at the moment. This kind of mindless wanting to be in a uniform, give me my gun and let's go blow them up mentality. You know, I was there myself, but I pulled out just in time.
I agree with that. War is bad, and they send good-hearted people misled to innocently die to kill other innocent people, and it's really sad. But what I'm saying is, not like, isn't it important to protect children as a whole? Like, not just our own children, but children. Like, because across the board,
imagine how they get older. Most people who have children look after their kids well. Now, if the children if a child is being abused at school, eventually that will come out. But with these scumbags, so they go to third world countries and other countries, create these wars, children disappear. That's how they get their stock of kids, if you will. You know, I can see that scenario. But in an everyday setting where you're living in your town, your city, your village, you know, you might have a couple of pervert police officers and a couple of pervert doctors or whatever. Now, that's only going to come to light if a child speaks out. You know, how many ever years it may take.
Jen,
But they
check
get
it. What I'm
caught in
trying
the
to
end.
tell you, man, is this is an ancient esoteric practice. It's occultic sex, magic,
Oh
rituals with
that's right.
certain children. They're now trying to push society to accept that same type of behavior because they want to go in a full cycle back to where they were, where the younger children, and typically boys, are sexualized by men. And I know it's uncomfortable to even say the sentence out loud, but when we have now lived in a world where I told people that 5 years ago on Facebook on a video and they all said I was crazy, and now we have it changed from pedophile to minor attracted person, to now throw that in this group of all these different letters of degeneracy. And the truth is,
man.
they want to normalize this, and I know
I don't
for
know,
a fact that
that might be the psychology in the US.
it's a
I don't know
man's
about
This
job
that.
to
was
stand up, dude.
this was written down in quote unquote their literature. They had these I can't remember the name of it, but it'll ring a bell for you guys. Which is it was called something manifesto or whatever. But you know, one of the things on there
recently,
was
yes, it does ring.
No, not recently. No, Jen, I just got through saying a long time ago. Okay,
I didn't hear that.
I'm talking decades upon decades ago when they had this stuff out there. And part of their charter said things like the abolition of marriage, the normalization of same-sex couples, something about children which had to do with states' rights, but also on the list of those things was the normalization of pedophilia. Now, they immediately got pushback for that particular one, and so they took it off. But they continued on with their same charter. Lo and behold, you know, step by step, waging legal battles, waging medical battles, waging language battles in pop culture, right? Till, you know, fast forward till today, and some of the stuff within the legal sphere has come true. For example, I can't remember exactly when, but I want to say either way, it was the first state, Massachusetts, in the United States. They, based on the impetus of differential relationships, right, with non-biological parents and non-opposite sex parents and all of these things, the idea of having the birth certificate say mother and father became socially impracticable in a sense, right? So it sounded like they were making a logistical choice to say, okay, we're no longer going to have birth certificates that say mother and father. They're going to say parent 1 and parent 2. Because now everyone, no matter what's the nature of their relationship, can now have a birth certificate for their child. Now, if anybody knows anything about the nature of the straw man legal arguments, you know, that go on in this server and in the quote unquote truth community, is that a parent in this sense is created by the law that creates this document. So that parent only has rights that are given in legis, which means they must be codified in writing. They don't have natural rights because they're a fictional entity, right? They're a representation. Versus mothers and fathers, which are biological agents of progenitor, right? So their children are their progeny. Now, ipso facto, by right, children are the parents, true parents, biological parents, mothers and fathers' property. Now, a lot of people, when they hear someone say that a child is the parent's property, will be like, oh, that's so evil. Humans aren't property. No, my friend. You got fooled. Humans are indeed property. It's not whether they're property or not property. It's who do they belong to. So, for example, if you're a slave owner and you say that's my property, you're wrong. But if you're a parent and you literally have a progeny which came out of you, you created that thing. That belongs to you. Now, why does this matter? Well, because, for example, in the United States, the government, quote unquote, has a duty to protect your personal property, whether it be an object or your progeny. But if you remove that duty from them by yielding over your rights, by signing a certificate, which basically creates a contract of estoppel, which is your behavior, admitting in the public record that you do not own your own children, that they are owned by a state-owned entity known as a parent. They now have jurisdiction and prima facie rights over your child, which is no longer yours. It's now their child, right? And so in the name of social justice and all this nonsense, people marched for this stuff, not realizing that they were yielding their own biological rights over to the state, little by little, until finally the state owns your children and you have no say in what happens. And now it hasn't quite reached that bold of a level yet, but on many small cases it has.
Yeah.
In fact, in the United States, we had a senator, Nancy Schaefer, who did a whole investigation on this kind of stuff, with her senatorial powers, and created committees and investigative branches, etc. And she has a whole report about it. And she found out, like, the whole family system and all this is causing families to be broken up, causing parents to not have rights over their children, causing the children to be given to foster homes where the foster people are essentially degenerates, and for children to be missing. What she found was that the children that were missing within the quote-unquote family system were the exact same amount of children estimated to be in the sex slave trade, or lost, right, in that regard. Now, she finally decided, all right, I've had enough of this bologna sandwich. I'm going to do something about it. So I'm going to put forth a bill in Congress, in however you do it, not Congress, but you know what I mean, like the Joint House, whatever, that no parent, and by parent she means mother or father, or someone who has, fully legally accepted the child, because obviously not every
Legal
child
guardian.
is their biological parents, right? Her bill was going to be this: no child can be removed from its natural or by right parent except by a trial by jury. Now, guess what happened to her shortly thereafter? Yes, her husband, who by all accounts from everybody who knew them was the most loving husband and they were the best couple in the universe, and they've been married for like 50 years, just decided to blow her head off and blow his own head off. Out of the blue, for no reason. Maybe it was
He shot himself
because...
twice in the head?
Yeah, with a shotgun, no less. Double tap with a shotgun.
In the back of the head.
But you get my point. Like,
yeah.
People do go after these things, right? And she was taking on a family system that's multi-billion dollars of profits. And obviously, if you believe there's any credibility to her insinuation that the kids that are being lost in this system are the very same kids that are ending up in the sex trafficking industry, then you have incentives to make her disappear.
Of course.
A lot of coincidences.
A lot of people are not aware of this situation. Like I said, they get on with their daily lives. It's just it's not even registering.
Don't you agree that if you're a man that figured out about it, then you have a obligatory responsibility, which is pretty redundant, but for a reason, right? Like it's you are supposed to stand up for the defenseless.
Absolutely, I've always done that.
I'm saying, like, then we all agree, right? It's like intrinsically a man's obligation to defend the defenseless. I mean,
yeah, man or woman, man or woman. You defend the defenseless when it's within your power. It's the human decent thing to do for a human being, and I've done that all my life. So I've never.
And we
shied
agree.
away
We
from
agree.
that.
Children,
That's instinctive. That is.
children are defenseless, right? Like in many ways,
Right.
and that's a layered conversation in and of itself, because it's like, I mean, we know what the scriptures say. Almost everyone's heard it, but if you are to lead one of these little ones astray, it's better for you to have a millstone tied around your neck and be thrown to the depths of the sea. And it's because children are innocent, man, and trusting and honest. And dude, like misleading them and tricking them and lying to them and deceiving them and trying to hurt them is so bad, bro.
Right. And what happens to children? They grow up and they become tall versions of the inhibited children that they were isolated as when they were affected. And what I mean by that is, for example, we were talking about the Pootie earlier. What if the symbology is similar to, yes, profane love, but also everlasting childhood? And not everlasting childhood in the sense of innocence, but everlasting childhood in the sense of stunted development. For example, if anybody has followed my ever evolving theory that the Globers are essentially just stunted, underdeveloped children stuck in psychological developmental stages that they never progress beyond. For example, the faith in the globe, at a certain time in their life, and they use childlike arguments, right? But what if part of all of that is to keep humans childlike in their dependency, where we all know that they try to take away the parents and replace it with the state? And so that also, the symbolism is palpable in relation to that angle as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like
totally
with a
mess up
statue of
people's natural
Mercury.
development. What?
You guys clashed.
Well, I was just saying, like
I
the
was just
statue of
agreeing with what he
Mercury,
said.
Mercury's a god, and you have a bunch of these little innocent children dancing around, right? But if you take that and scale it up, you have the government. The government is the god, and all these adults who are childlike dancing around.
Yes. Exactly.
Because then it's a never-ending cycle. It's a cycle that feeds itself, because then you have the adults who are supposed to be taking care of the new children that are born and who are in this innocent state, but they, in fact, are not even equipped to do that because of that stunted growth and that developmental problems they had, which can be largely tied to the globe, because all of those developmental stages that the children were supposed to go through, if they didn't have like an actual trauma, which a lot of children have actual trauma, either perpetuated in situations like you were talking about, the foster care children in the foster care system and so on, or whatever other trauma that are, definitely rampant on this earth. The globe itself is a trauma, because that is when that child is in that concrete stage where they're supposed to be exploring their world and making connections, and people around them who care about them are supposed to be explaining things and answering their questions. They're being told, these, even though you don't see it and you never experience it, even though it seems flat and stationary, it's really this way. So, you can't trust your senses and so on at the time when they most, are their developmental stage is that concrete stage. They're being introduced to this abstract notion as if it were concrete. And so then their development is messed up from there then on. And even if they are, don't actually have any actual trauma, which these people will have the actual trauma, as you explained, are actually stunted, definitely childlike adults. But nonetheless, as I began this statement, they are then unable to preserve the innocence of the children that are in their charge. In fact, I've even observed people who think it's their responsibility to somehow, many people seem to think that it's their responsibility to shatter that innocence as early as possible, so they don't get hurt by the world or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just the opposite of what parents were supposed to do, was to shield the children as long as possible so they can develop normally And yet you find people like introducing this horrible things to children earlier and earlier and making them think it's somehow their responsibility to save the world. And you see these poor children, running around acting like they have to fix things. Like, what? Why do you have to fix things? You're the children, just enjoy life, learn, experience your
In
natural
fact,
curiosity, and so on.
it's so bad that we have adults actually promoting an idea that the children are gonna make up all the answers and solve the problem. It's like, oh man, our children are so much smarter than us. They're gonna solve everything.
Right. Yeah. So they're actually wanting to be parented by their own children. Yeah. Meanwhile, the children, continue to not have any parents. That's right. Not any adult parents, anyway.
And to bring it back to the globe, it's crazy, like you were saying. That really is one of the biggest ones. That actually is one of the main reasons I just feel like I choose this hill to die on, or bring up and die on in a way. It's because, like, the psychological implications as a child, like hearing this story, because we all lived it, and the truth is, you don't really think about it. You just interpret it as something that's known and don't really think about it. You interpret it as something that's known and don't really think about it. But they just tell you, like, they blow your mind, because the earth, like creation itself, is so mind blowing if you really think about it. Like what the sun and the moon do is mind blowing, and the stars on a clear night away from lights. It's really more than we can even fathom.
On realizing that I'd been indoctrinated with the globe, as soon as I realized that, now it took about 8 hours. I realized within 5 minutes, but I spent 8 hours binge watching flat earth videos, the regular content producers, the big ones. I watched them, and then I went straight upstairs and told the kids instantly, so that they would no longer be thinking the earth is the globe. And the main thing I said to them is that try and prove it. How do you know? You only know because your teacher told you. That's the only reason you know. Have you seen it? You've traveled the world. You've flown. You've been on boats. You've been out on mountains, Mount Fuji twice. You've been come on. Have you seen that? Seen this curvature? And they just said, no, Daddy, we haven't. Right. So how do we know it's a globe then, when we've never seen it? Said, we never seen it. Does it exist? Can it exist and we don't see it? And then they started to think, no, not possible. Right, there you go. Next time we go on a trip, we'll check the aeroplane to make sure that the aeroplane is following the curvature of the earth. Yeah, we'll check it. Right. So they knew. I just wanted them to know instantly, as soon as possible, that the earth is not a globe. And the teachers have got it wrong at school. Okay? And ask the teachers. Ask the teachers how they know. What did they see? Yeah. I loved it, man. Because that's what you had to do. I didn't give that a second thought that they had to know the truth. I should have known this at my childhood days, right? And I didn't get it. So the fact that they were learning when they were around about 8s, 9s, and 3s and that, it's good. So glad.
I think you're right, Witz, that it does really take away from the wonder of, what is really there at the earth, and just kind of like things that are not yet figured out. It's like, instead of like the child sitting there and from their natural kind of wonder about, oh, look at that sun moving across the sky, and it's in a slightly different place at this time of year than that time of year. I wonder why that is. They're like made to believe that some, nerd in some universities already figured all that stuff out for you. So yeah, don't you worry about that, little boy. Even though these little nerds have just figured out their little fantasy view of stuff that has no like actual relation to what's really going on. But it just it kind of encourages everyone just kind of like, oh yeah, all that stuff's figured out. So you might just, do your little small job here, whatever it is, make your little paycheck, pay your little taxes, play your little video games, and don't even worry about that sun and moon up there, because these really smart guys already figured that out. So
Well, that's how all truth that is relative is not figured out, because everybody just trusts in officials. They trust narratives given to them by those that are helpful to deceive the masses. They just don't ask questions. They don't research things themselves. They just trust what is given to them, and they're happily deceived.
That's exactly what happened to me. I trusted them. But I did question the moon being a piece of the earth that was knocked off. And that was around about 2013 on the Discovery Channel. or 2012 it came up that the moon
Yeah, how
was
insane is that?
originally part of the Earth. You see, and that's BS now. That's not me thinking like a flat Earth or anything. You know, that was just something I disagreed with. And then 2013, Japan found some remnants, fossils of a miniature T-Rex, and I said, now that's BS as well, because as far as I know, the dinosaurs were on the mainland. How did they get over here? What would they have lived on? Because it's all forest. There's no animal. No, I don't believe that either. And then shortly, 2 years later, Din's a flat earther, 2016, Eric Dubay, dinosaurs never existed. And I said, yeah, I knew it. So, I was half switched on, but I 100% trusted the so-called scientists and the astrophysicists and the experts.
Well, look how far that can.
They knew it.
Look how far that can take you, though. Like just trusting the so-called science, they'll have you taking drugs that is witches' potions, inject them into your veins. They'll take you all the way further than that. If you just trust in science, you'll trust that they are looking out for your health and that they're good folks. And it's much more even than flat Earth. They want to inject you with poisons. They want to sell you out to big pharma. They want to go ahead and have you believe in much more than just the Earth is flat. Like dinosaurs are, and flat Earth is just the tip of the iceberg. It's a grand illusion on many things and on many facets. It's to hide God. It's to hide people from thinking about God. And even if you come to God, they want you to believe in what religion says about God. They don't want you to read your Bible for yourself. They want you to go to a prescribed religion.
Yeah,
pretty well said.
We got Gladphobe let us know we've got Kashi in here that I guess is new, maybe. I don't know. Kashi, if you've got any questions, we're here to hopefully answer them, or at least discuss them.
We can integrate you into the convo here, because we're just talking about, isn't it crazy that prior to the children really experiencing life on the earth and thinking about what the earth is, seeing sunsets and thinking about it, and seeing the stars and thinking about it, they're just told what to believe, and they're told that the truth is the earth does the opposite of everything that you experience. So before they even experience it, they tell them it's the opposite of what they will experience. And then they basically neglect it.
One of the most recent things I thought was funny.
So he was addressing Kashi. Hold on. Did you have anything to respond to about that, Kashi? Welcome to the server.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
No, I don't have much to respond to. I don't know. I don't really want to cause problems.
We
don't
want
to cause a problem. Check it. This is the kind of thing. Think about this. So if they would tell children this, well, check it out. So we have two options. Either the reason the earth feels like it's not moving, how you feel like you're not moving, and when you move and jump, you feel you move, and then you land back on the earth. Or when you throw something over the earth, the earth doesn't move. It feels like it's not moving because it's not moving. That's option one, is because it's not moving. Option two is that actually it's spinning and you just can't feel it.
Here's an interesting observation I've seen from Neil deGrasse Tyson's latest video. He put one out where he was doing a basketball seminar. He was playing basketball with some youth, right? And they were throwing basketballs and they were giving spin to the basketball and it was returning to him. He claimed that was because of the rotation of the earth, not the fact that they were actually putting spin on the basketball and then tossing it and it came back to him. He said it was the rotation of the earth. No kidding. They were literally giving centrifugal force, spinning the ball back towards themselves, then throwing it, and it was coming to him. And he said that was because of the rotation of the earth. Can you believe that? It was outrageous.
Yeah, I can believe that.
That's crazy, but I was trying
to.
We were trying to make
kick that went over the goal. Remember?
We were trying to make sure this other person just felt comfortable. I'm just trying to break it down real simple. Okay. Of course, he said that dude's a clown. Neil deGrasse Tyson's an actor. But if you think about it, it's kind of crazy. That's the first fundamental thing that they should understand, because we want children to understand things, right? That's how they learn to think and then grow. and
Well, obviously,
have knowledge.
I have a 10-year-old flat earther as well, and my son's very well versed in flat Earth. But he saw that, and he brought it to my attention. I thought it was such a brilliant thing of my son, as 10 years old, to be like, he's the one that brought that to me. I was like, wow, dude, my son was. I was very proud of him. He's like, he's saying this is because of the curvature of the Earth. He's like, he literally put centrifugal force in that ball, tossed it, and it came back to him, and he blamed the Earth. My son came up with that.
That's nice, man.
Yes.
So I just want to. I guess the other person that's new here is probably new to the conversation of flat Earth. So trying to make you feel comfortable. Do you see? That's one of the first things. It's well, the Earth's actually spinning, and to be specific, 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator, roughly 700 in the U.S., give or take, where you based on where you are, because you're on the smaller part of the ball, and the part closer to the center. So you're going slower because a bigger amount has to go faster at the equator, right? Because it has to make the same time, thus go faster, effectively. It moves together, of course. It's a sphere. That's the story. So anyway, when we talk to the children, they don't tell you, well, either it feels like it's stationary because it's stationary and not moving, or it's that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but we just can't feel it. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is you move to, what do we see moving? We see the sun move in the sky every day, right? So they do not teach the children how to think about what the sun does in the sky. They do not say, we have two options. Either, like we said earlier, we don't feel the Earth moving, and we always have to treat the Earth like it's not moving to do anything. Because it's not moving, therefore, when the sun moves in the sky, that means that the sun is just moving in the sky. The second option is that, again, we don't feel that we're moving, but we're actually spinning, and the sun is sitting still, and as we spin, it makes the sun look like it's moving. Okay, so when we go watch the sunset together, we're going to see that either we're not feeling movement because we're not moving, and the sun is going off in the distance and disappears because it's moving in the sky, or we don't feel that we're spinning and we're actually falling backwards away from the sun during a sunset, and effectively nosediving towards it during sunrise. So pretty crazy. Like, if you actually even told like children the full story, they would choose the right one. They would choose the truth, which is the side with all empirical evidence that has ever existed.
Yeah, and that is, they're using their senses, and they realize that the Earth isn't moving because they cannot feel it moving.
Yeah.
Doesn't appear.
And you can test you can test it, right? Like, so let's throw a helicopter up. Okay, it'll just sit there forever. Like, let's fly a plane pretty, like, real fast, high up in the air. It's like, okay, we have to treat the Earth like it's flat and not moving to fly a plane. That's the only way that it could possibly work. Literally, it's the only way it works. And I went on, I took like 3 flights pretty recently, pretty close together. And I asked the pilot twice and then talked to 2 other pilots. And I asked them, pretty flat up there? And they're always like, oh yeah, like, of course. They it's such a like obvious question to them that it's almost like a dumb question. It's like, yeah, of course. It's like completely flat when the pilot's flying the plane. Which,
yeah, when you asked them though, were they very forthcoming straight away, or were they laughing it off? Because that was the experience I got. Is that even when I pressed them on it, they were trying to laugh it off.
Oh, like when I'm leaving the plane and then I say something to the pilot, I say like, so pretty flat up there, and then both the people will just immediately be like, agree. Oh yeah, like not sarcastically or anything. It's just like, duh. They respond like duh to me. Legit, bro. And then one time me, Chris, and Kai were sitting there and we were eating before our flight, and then there were these two pilots eating at a table across from us, and I have on video like a 5-7 minute conversation with them. It's pretty awesome. I'll end up putting it out or whatever, but they admit, of course, even in depth when we're straight up letting them know, like we're talking in depth about it, how the Earth's flat, but of course they also, I'm like, so basically to summarize, because Kai was asking him questions, I'm like, okay, so to summarize, although the Earth is spinning and curving, you fly the plane as if it's flat and stationary. And he's like, yes, exactly. Well, I'm like, maybe it's just flat and stationary. You know what I'm saying?
Hang on, real quick, before you say something. This is just quick. My favorite response from a pilot, I've talked to tons of pilots about it, and my favorite response from a pilot is when I say, so do you guys account for Earth curvature? And they go, no, we don't. And I say, why is that? He said, he said, we don't see any. And I had him repeat it, and I got to find the video, because we don't see any. I said, so you can't account for something you don't see? And he says, right.
See that?
Yeah, if they just flew the plane, they got to kind of keep it real. It's pretty.
Well, that's like landing a plane. And that's one thing when you say that military trains people and they build airplanes specifically to fly over a flat stationary plane. Just think of what a plane would have to be built like to land on something that was moving sideways to your angle of, it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and you're going to try and land on this moving object. The landing gear would have to be able to absorb this angle, and I mean, it's crazy. I don't even know that you could build a plane to land on a moving object unless you were.
You know what? It would have to be you have to have these kind of like joints. It would have to have these special joints or slide that it could land and take on that sideways motion from the ground.
Exactly. It would be disastrous.
Yeah, that'd be mad.
It'd be disastrous.
I would also like to add to our new friend that the real truth concerning flat Earth is so hidden. It's so outrageously hidden on YouTube and places where you can try to find information where they give the shills first. You got to be careful of where you try to find the information, because YouTube offers nothing but shills first, and they've done. It has not always been this way. They used to actually offer the truth, and we were able to make videos, but now we're all hidden, and they offer those, like, Jake Paul and all these fake people trying to offer you flat Earth truths on purpose to shill out and to give you things that seem silly and to make it seem an outrageous joke. They offer you the Mark Sargent and everybody else that makes it look so silly you're going to go, well, I should definitely not look into this. And that's on purpose.
Yeah, Kashi, have you heard very much about Flat Earth before? Or how did you end up finding our server? Welcome to the server, by the way. Are you still there, Kashi?
Yeah.
There you are.
I am.
How'd you find us?
Go ahead.
Before we go on, Kashi's explained that she doesn't want to be attacked. So she's going to speak to the senior mods. That's going to be someone like or Witsit. So if the rest of you interject, dogpile, or third party, I'm just going to remove you. Okay, so we're going to have a nice conversation. If it goes some way nice in the future where the rest of you can chime in, fine. If not, just be patient.
10-4.
Right, continue.
Sounds very productive. Let's give it a run. I like that.
Yeah, so I was just wondering how you found the server.
I'm sorry. I just feel like everyone's really mean here. I don't really
Oh my. Well, gosh, I can't even imagine what could have happened. We just started talking to you. Has something happened in the
chat. Everyone's so rude. But yeah, I don't know.
What happened to you? Maybe something happened in the text that I'm just not aware of. Okay, you don't want to talk, that's perfectly fine. Yep, no problem. She just doesn't want to talk, that's fine. You don't have to talk.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody's
you know,
making
coming
fun of
to
you.
the
I don't
realization
know
that.
why. I think we do.
So I was just going to say,
I was just going to finish my thought, which is, I don't know if anything actually did happen or if it's a miscommunication or whatever. Nobody's making you. I didn't see anyone making fun of you or hear anyone doing that. So I think all of us can just try to be more. It's difficult because we have so few people coming in here who are even willing to defend the globe at all. And especially I think when some of our more forceful members are in here, like Quantum Eraser, and we have like that young person that was here earlier that seemed, sincere at first, but then tried to do that whole thing where they pretend like they have vast science knowledge because they once took a high school physics course, and that stuff's not going to fly because even if that person, and it could even be that person, not talking about Kash, I'm talking about the dude earlier, Pizzle, isn't even like purposely trying to be like, I know more than these flat earthers because I took a physics class, as if none of us could be. Oh, could he be talking to physics teachers? Could that be? Could he be talking to people who, have advanced degrees in chemistry? Could he be talking to people, who are like way beyond his scientific knowledge, regardless of what degree they have? Yeah, he could be, but he's a child. Yeah, so he doesn't get that. So I'm myself included. I try my best not to ascribe motives to people when they could just be acting out of ignorance. But I think children, don't realize, like especially if they take physics, for example. I don't know if you guys remember, but especially in rural schools, it's like a lot of children don't take physics. So like the ones that do are like acknowledged to be, oh yeah, those are the smartest kids in the school. And so because they're the smartest kids, in their school, of like 400 people or 1,000 people or whatever it is, they're like, I'm the smartest, right? Like they really haven't had experience outside of that. And so they really don't realize that they're really just starting out. And so like all of us, including myself, try to remember that, even though it's frustrating when they got nothing to black up this globe, to have an upstart teenager come in here and pretend that they do. We just have to remember that they might just really think they're smarter than everybody else because, and sometimes we want to show them that they aren't, right? But like, and sometimes people think tough love's the best way to do that. And maybe sometimes it is. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not, maybe it is. I don't know if that works. It probably works. But then that person might be too embarrassed to ever come back to this place again. Maybe it will work. And then maybe they will decide to actually study on their own and actually find out the real information and actually use the logic, will, and reason that they were given. And maybe not. But in terms of Kashi, I don't really think anything bad happened. So I don't know. So hopefully it was a miscommunication. So that's speech.
I think we should all be gentle when we give the truth. We shouldn't be as condescending as if we know more than somebody. We ought to give it to somebody where they can easily understand what we're trying to say. Like to tell somebody we're smarter than them or to lord over them with our knowledge is not the right way. I mean, we can give our arguments. If they receive them, that's up to them.
Yeah, I always tell people that I didn't know all this. It all went above my head. I'd uploaded most of the clues, but hadn't registered, and that would be my embarrassment to the grave. So, and that's my disclaimer all the time.
I used to do the same thing.
To do is look at it.
I used to do the same thing on many truths that I've come to, like when I was young. Like I almost assumed that people should know and they were ignorant for not knowing. But to my ignorance, speaking to people like that is not the right way to speak to them, whether it be about Jesus, whether it be about flat earth, whether it be about all sorts of conspiracy. We should speak to them like how we were once ignorant, because you didn't know stuff, I didn't know stuff, and we were all like the ignorant person, but we would have not enjoyed somebody talking to us like we're dumb, and it would have probably even turned us away from something that could have awakened our life to a truth.
Yeah, that's why I'm very careful when I'm talking to other people about this.
Actually, see, I'm the opposite, because when I came in here, I was like thrilled that there were people who were like, the high level of intellect. I was like, what? This is amazing. Yeah. So like, but I get it. It's not for everybody, I'm the opposite. Like if somebody had talked to me like I was dumb, actually, Quantum Eraser was after me about something at the beginning about the atom model, the Bohr model, and so on, which I still don't even know. I should ask him sometime why he was after me about that, because I was just basically saying that's one of the examples, where they try to get these children on this, they give them this rigid atomic model where the electrons are orbiting, as if they're in fixed locations. Like they'll even have them make models with styrofoam balls and toothpicks and so on. And then, when you get older, then they go into this electron cloud and we're predicting where the electron is and we don't really know and all these things. And just throw out that thing you learned long ago. And that's the same about many things, in school and I don't even know why they do it that way. I feel like half the time it's just because they, got to learning it this way and they published all the textbooks and I don't know, don't feel like going back to change. I really don't even know why they still push things that they know aren't true, like the globe, for example.
Awakening a person, though, is a very delicate process, because some people are contentious, right? And we can discern who's a contentious person. But if somebody's generally asking questions, that's somebody you need to take patience with and take your time with and explain them to. If somebody's just here to argue with you, they're of no concern. They're here for their own agenda. When somebody's generally asking questions, we should be patient with them.
Yeah, you offer them the most common decent thing to do is to take your time and put yourself forward as somebody who didn't know, and I came to the knowledge by these people, and I've then done my own experience and experiments and observations, and then now I'm just trying to bring it to you. That's all, and you ask the appropriate questions. Yeah,
case by case.
That's right. Always case by case, but I always offer everyone the most common decent thing, and if they become obnoxious, you first try to acknowledge that they're being obnoxious. You need to be like that, and step by step, and hopefully they'll calm down. Especially with the young and some of the ones who think they know it all. Yeah, you get all types, but do exercise.
Yeah, Brittany's back. Hi, Brittany. Good to see you.
Welcome back.
She might not be able to talk. She came to one of our ladies' nights, I don't know, a few weeks ago, I guess. And then maybe she's been here since then. I don't know. I just haven't seen her. But she might not be able to talk right now. I think she's a mom.
Yeah, there's a lot of listeners. A lot of listeners today, eh? So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Gives us something to talk about, and you might learn something.
Well, it's interesting for me to be here. I haven't been here in a long while. I've known of this group for a long time, been a part of it, but not really a part of it because, flat earth seems to be basic truth, to a lot of us, I imagine, but I missed you guys. It's been a while since I've heard a good live stream here.
Oh, great. Well, welcome back.
Yeah, it's probably been about four years now since I've been here.
4 years? Wow.
Yeah, flat earth is basic truth, man. What do you need to learn more about flat earth once you've already started dabbling into it? There's a lot of things that incorporate into flat earth, but how much more do you need to prove that the globalist elite are lying to us?
Oh, exactly.
There's so many more conspiracies. Flat earth is like a tip of an iceberg on how many things we're lied to about.
Yeah, when you guys were talking about the pilots, I was just thinking, it's I was thinking of this analogy. It's kind of like, you know how like sometimes they'll show there's crazy people who like think they're King Arthur, and they like might even dress up like King Arthur and like have their, say they live in the castle or whatever. Like they're crazy people, like legitimately, right? And like the people around them kind of decide to play into it and be like, oh yes, you're King Arthur and so on and so forth. It's kind of like, that's when they were talking about the pilots, kind of like, yeah, the people who are really the adults, kind of running things, as we talked about before, like the military, flight, and so on. They're treating the earth as flat and stationary, but there's still, I'm sure there's many people who realize that, whether within themselves or, maybe just within their close family, but then they just kind of humor these other people. Like, yeah, you want to keep believing what you see on TV. You want to believe in space. That's perfectly fine. Like, they don't, like, I don't know. There's certain kind of people who are into, like, going out and talking to people about it. There's other people who are just matter of fact, who'll just kind of be like, yeah, we'll just humor you. And then those people they're humoring, the kind of crazy people who think they're King Arthur, think they live on a globe, are like, no, I really am King Arthur. Let me get out of here. Birth certificate here. I'm King Arthur. I was born in England in 1562. I mean, they're like, expect us to actually take them seriously, and we just don't, and then that just freaks them out even more because they don't want to just be humored, right? They want us to like really think that their point of view is real, even though it has no basis in reality whatsoever, no evidence. It's just this fantasy that somebody got you on, a long time ago. And yeah, I mean, it's really just sad because those people, I mean, the joke's on them, right? Because they're out there promoting this thing that they think is the status quo, is the thing, right? Is reality, when joke's on them. I mean, it's just very sad.
What you're saying is a very good point, because like subjective truth, no matter how received by how many of the masses, is still subjective if it can't be proved quantifiable. So it's like you can say you can believe in whatever story, like Santa Claus or like left-right paradigm, like the government is here to help us, but just because you say that doesn't make it true. Like, it's sad that people go into all these different fairy tales, but that's a belief system, and that doesn't make it a fact.
Yeah, and they're emboldened by the numbers because there's more of them than there are of us. But I remind them, you're a flat earther gonna be. That's what you don't realize. You're a flat earther gonna be, mate. Don't worry. I'm watching.
What the majority does though is they use the majority that's behind them as their reference to how it's true. They're like, well, such and such believes, and how many people believe this, so you should believe it too. It's like that doesn't make it true just because the masses believe in it. They just believe what's told to them, and they don't get out of the paradigm that they believe what's told rather than they figured it out for themselves. They don't know the difference. They don't know the difference between a real thought and a real investigation on their own part, and rather what is told to them and they just believed it. They don't know the two difference of those things.
It's like ODD's brother said it. He said, the truth is the truth, even if nobody believes it, and a lie is a lie, even if everybody believes it. Yeah,
that's true.
That was one of the Flat Earth videos. He was the guy with the bald head with the glasses and a beard. He was good. He was. I haven't seen him since, but he was the guy who said it, and I thought it was brilliant. Yeah.
Sad, even though within us truthers, though, there's a lot of fake truth because of a lot of shills out here. The government's playing controlled opposition, and they're giving us a lot of fake conspiracy as well. And to a young person, they don't know how to dabble in the rabbit hole. They just think that every conspiracy is a fact, and because they wake up against one, they accept all, and that's a dangerous thing as well, too, because there's a lot of shills out here.
Yeah, true. Some of my students bring me that kind of material with who, like you say, controlled opposition. Then you have to start again by explaining to them, now that you know that, that I haven't lied to you, and you realize yourself that you can't prove it. So what makes what this person is saying possible? You've gone out there yourself. You've seen that there's no curvature. It's not spinning. You understand that we can't be in space unless we have a barrier between the vacuum and us. Okay, you understand that basic. They never went to the moon. They haven't gone to Mars. We haven't got that technology. So then why would you think that this person can even be anywhere telling you the truth after our discussion over years?
Exactly.
And then you want to bring this person up. That's what I said to him.
Here's another interesting conspiracy theory that offends many people, but once you investigate it, you'll find the truth. So nukes are fake. We see on TV and we see their little videos they show us with miniatures being destroyed. You know, that they're going to destroy the whole world. The whole world's on the brink of destruction. Russia's going to destroy America. America's going to destroy Russia. Who knows if China's going to nuke us all? We're all going to die. Like, this fear complex is what really rules the whole earth. Fear is like the biggest weapon in deception that there is, because fear makes people believe fantasy.
Yeah. 2018, I was in Hawaii. That's my avatar there. Okay. So I was there, Honolulu. I was at the beach and I was talking to a whole load of people about flat earth. Look at the horizon. I was shouting it out. I had one of those, I'm going to proclaim the flat earth to everyone moments, you know. So I did it all day at the beach in the afternoon. And a few of them were asking whether North Korea was going to set a nuke on Hawaii. And I said, no, they're not going to do that because nukes don't exist like the way you think they do. You know, and I had to link them to the fluoride deception, where the bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, were fluoride bombs. Okay? So I linked them to that, and I tried to explain to them that, you know, nukes do not exist. But yeah, it's not what you think they are. That's just fantasy, man.
If a person...
Intercontinental ballistic missiles exist, though.
Yeah,
Yes,
of course they do. And high explosives
North
also
Korea
exist.
is not going to do that. North Korea is not going to do that. No.
High explosives also exist too. It just doesn't mean that they just don't have what they're claiming. They don't have a world ender. They don't have a one bomb destroys all continents bomb. They have bombs that can destroy massive amounts of things, but they do not have a world ender. You know, they don't have something that'll hit. They do not have a bomb. They do not have a bomb that will destroy America and like to China, like across the flat earth. Like,
no, we don't have that technology. We don't have it. We cannot destroy this earth.
Friend.
Yeah, go on.
Where was it ever claimed that a single bomb could destroy an entire continent?
Well, I'm just saying the idea of their destruction. Yes, it's going to be as much as they say it can, because all they have to do is add megatons and make you think that it can destroy more than they originally said. So they've grown on how much they said it could. Nagasaki supposedly. Yes.
Yeah, definitely been postulated. Yeah, over the years.
Well, what's the biggest circle of quote unquote, let's just call it absolute destruction claimed by the biggest nuke that is supposedly in any arsenal?
The one that destroyed Nagasaki, I think, is the one that they claim was the big boy.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about present day claims.
Okay, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that, but I mean, it's outrageous.
I don't know. Maybe you should. Maybe you should look into that before you start spouting off the mouth that something's fake and can't do this and that, when your story doesn't even have facts in any coherent string.
Well, and remember, Doctor Strangelove was just a movie.
That's correct.
I got a gaslight to start your argument.
Stanley Kubrick. That was a movie, yeah.
Well, I got a gaslight.
What did you just say, bro?
I said, why you got a gaslight to start your argument?
Excuse me? How about you just actually speak facts, and when you're asked for scrutinous clarification, you don't get butthurt about it? How about that?
Well, you started off butthurt and they started doing that.
Really, I was? Or was I just asking questions?
Well, you didn't start off asking friendly, like as if we were friends.
Well, we're not friends because you're spouting off out of the mouth a bunch of non-factuals.
Oh, yeah?
No, it's what he heard. I think we're mistaken here. This is what I've heard this.
I'm only close. Yeah, I'm only quoting what they say.
Matter. Hey, buddy, listen. The tone of your voice matters when you're talking to your mother, maybe, but it doesn't matter here.
Yeah, if you got a problem with the tone of my voice, friend,
growing up,
you better go buy an extra soft pillow.
Okay, let's not get into this misunderstanding. That's all it is.
Yeah, the misunderstanding is I ask specific questions which someone making claims of the nature in which they're making should know, and then they can't answer them. So what's up?
Well, he wasn't actually making claims. He was saying that this is what he heard in his experience in his life. He wasn't saying it was true. He thought it was true. He thought it was. But since he's discovered that nukes are not a real thing, he's since changed his position.
That's the claim. He's categorically saying that nukes don't exist, but then he's saying that the things that don't exist are these things that can destroy entire continents, which nobody ever claimed exists.
Yeah, that was years. Yeah. Go on, explain.
The largest,
I understood
the
what you meant.
largest fictional bomb is the AN-602 hydrogen aerial bomb, and it's supposedly going to be able to destroy a diameter of like 2.16 inches. It's like that. Where does that make me believe that? Like from the sky, it's going to destroy like
inches.
70 miles when it impacts the Earth. Like, yeah, I'm looking at Wikipedia, and what, are we going to trust Wikipedia now?
Okay, so that's the counterclaim.
No, I'm just saying, like, where do we go and gather the what's the strongest nuclear fictional bomb going to destroy something that nobody's ever seen?
A bomb that destroys 70 miles, right?
Yes.
Is that in any way, shape, or form a bomb that destroys a continent?
No, of course not. I was exaggerating on the fact of their negligence of saying how much they can destroy a nuclear bomb. Like a nuclear bomb can destroy so much things.
Yeah, several of them can end the Earth, life on Earth.
Yes.
You know, it's been postulated. You see, I mean, I've heard it myself, and I thought these nuclear things are bad.
Yeah, they shoot bombs at us. We shoot bombs at them, and then they shoot bombs at us. That threat has always been a thing since like the hydrogen bomb came out. That they said that if we shoot at them, they shoot at us, and then everything's ended. Kind of a nightmare scenario.
Just for example, how many warheads supposedly do the supers have?
It's incredible. I don't know how many, but I know that they say they have a lot.
Ridiculous. It's a ridiculous amount.
1,200.
Yeah, 1,200? No, way more than that.
It's more than that. Yeah, AI is right. There's more than that.
No,
supposedly.
Yeah, the stated warheads that they have is way more than the hundreds.
Stated and reality are two different things.
Yeah.
Well, even AI
what
gets that.
question did I ask?
I think we're all saying the same thing. I think in roundabout.
No. Let's look. Instead of going off on tendrils, if people just get the questions that they actually ask answered, then things would go much more smoothly, wouldn't they? Like, for example, I said, how many do they say they have?
Well, that would be we could say that what they claim to have, right? Like, what do they actually have, or what we don't know because they're fictional.
What? Holy crap. The question at hand is how many are officially claimed to be held by the superpowers?
Fictional.
Oh my goodness. You can't make a claim to have something and the claim itself be fictional.
Well, the Earth is a globe, I guess.
Oh my goodness, dude. I have $1 million. Is my claim that I have $1 million? Yes. Is it true or not? That's a different story. I mean, what? I don't know. Hold on. I'll go Google it myself. It seems to be out of the depth of the conversational panel.
Google will give you the right answer. I'm sure Google will tell you the truth. Good job.
All right, bud.
But would you expect Google to give you a different answer than they would?
Friend, I'm going to tell you how this is going to go. You're going to stop mocking me when I'm asking exact questions with your little nonsense jibs. You understand? Okay, what I want to know is how many are alleged to be had. It doesn't mean they're real.
You Glober.
For goodness sakes. What do I need to write a dissertation and have citations on it to get you to understand this?
True.
Yes.
Oh, obviously I do, because you seem to be intellectually challenged.
Oh, and you seem to be intellectually challenged.
Oh, really? So you just stole the exact thing I just said to come back at me with?
Okay, Russia currently has 6,257 nuclear warheads. That's Russia. The United States
That's a lot.
currently has 5,550 nuclear warheads, according to I can't read this bit, a January fact sheet. That's all it's.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense because I vaguely remember a number.
6,257 nuclear warheads.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I'm sure they still have some atomic warheads too.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Because if I remember correctly, it's somewhere around 30,000 atomic and nuclear among the superpowers, not just Russia, the United States.
Yeah.
Other countries
I was just
have
giving
them
you
too.
I was just going to pick that up. Yes, of course. I was just going to do that now. Look, I was trying to find a grand
I got a mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Thanks.
Hey there,
Yeah, I just
welcome
wanted
in,
to clear
man.
things up with the other guy. Right, so the claim is they don't have one bomb that can take out a continent, right? They have this doctrine called mutually assured destruction, right, which says that if we fire on them, they're automatically going to fire on us, and we have so many nukes that we could destroy the world over several times. I think 5 times is what they claim. So when we're talking about these things, right, and we're trying to, we're talking about, not being real, all they have to do is take your one sentence, right, they being the people who are opposing us, they take your one sentence where you said they have bombs that could take out a whole continent, which is one bomb, and they debunk that one thing that you said, and everybody who reads the article, flat earthers debunked, right? They're just going to see the headline, right, because you got one thing wrong. So what AI is saying, I believe, he can speak for himself when I'm done, is that we have to be precise in our speech. When we make claims and say things, we're going to be scrutinized because we're flat earthers. People are automatically not going to believe us because we're flat earthers. So we have to be on our toes, on our best behavior, and precise with our speech, even when we're talking about silly things like nukes. Thanks.
Yeah, but to be fair, they posited the idea. Okay, whether true or not, or plausible or not, don't matter. But they did posit the idea that part of the decision making on dropping the first bombs is up to that point. Sorry, even testing it. Up to that point, nothing like that had quote unquote been done. And the idea that they posited is like, wait a minute, we're not even sure if this reaction that we're going to create will ever stop. To the point where they're like, what if we ignite the entire atmosphere, right, with this chain reaction? And they didn't know. They couldn't say for certain. This is the way the story goes, okay? They couldn't say for certain whether or not it was atmosphere. And rumor has it that whoever was president at the time said, oh, well, we'll just test it anyway. So even that in and of itself right there is a scare, a quote unquote scare tactic, you could call it.
And then you had that, what do you remember, Operation Starfish Prime, where they set off so many nuclear devices up into the atmosphere. Do you remember? Do you remember hearing about that? 1962?
Yep.
They supposedly set up nuclear in order to create some kind of a corridor through the Van Allen radiation belts, was what I heard, according to Richard Dave Percy, photographer from England.
So you guys may or may not know this. I'm not sure if this guy does, but who knows